The 2026 World Surf League Championship Tour rewrote history in front of the masses at Snapper Rocks.
It's just a great challenge. I can show up against these young women.
Stephanie Gilmore silenced the critics and once again immortalized her legacy as the Queen of Snapper reclaimed her Gold Coast crown. In the men's draw, another Queenslander channeled his effortless power into excellence and returned to the winner's circle on home turf.
Oh, I feel so good.
In all the Aussie glory, two Brazilians lead the rankings.
See number one.
Now, the championship tour traverses the Tasman Sea to the dramatic and diverse landscapes of Raglan, New Zealand. 50 years ago, the World Tour's humble roots grounded on the North Island. 50 years later, the world's best returned to compete at the Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Imagine what's next.
Good morning, everybody. Kia ora. And what a beautiful morning we have in front of us, and a little bit more surf than we had yesterday. Here for the Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. Saw Jack there, our new world number one, Luana Silva. Everyone trying to stay warm this morning because it always starts off pretty fresh. Erin Brooks, how exciting was she 2 days ago in competition? And now you're getting an early sign of what's to come. Iago Doro, our reigning world champion, already knows the call. We are on. How is that view? Here at Manu Bay in Raglan, New Zealand, stop number 4 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Doro will kick things off with Luke Thompson this morning, and we're planning on a busy day for competition, coming off a nice day off where we had the expression session from the locals, and we kind of hung out all day anyways, because we love pro surfing. Joe Turpel with the Starling sisters, Jesse and True. You guys are just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to go. I love it. And after a day off, everyone kind of got to get amongst it yesterday. I know you hunted down a little beach break and had some fun, Jesse.
Yeah, I did. I thought, you know what, let's go explore this beautiful region that we are so lucky to come to. Went about 50 minutes away and found this really fun little beach break at Ruapuki Beach, and it was honestly one of the most beautiful drives that I've ever been on. We went the inland way and then the coastway. There was so much to do in Raglan, but I'm excited that the comp's running back again. I'm happy to be back here.
Yeah, there's some excitement, True, like on set. I mean, we know it's going to be probably a smaller wave event, but for this morning, there's a few more sets out there.
There is. I feel like this morning when we all, rocked up to the beach, it was like, oh, hang on. There's some good sets rolling through. There's a little bit of power. You could see the lines as you were driving down the hill, and everyone started to get excited. And I think the surfers were like, okay, it's better than yesterday. It's nice to know the forecast. We know what we've got, and then the surfers can adapt and adjust where they need to. And that's where I think that they're really, tuning in and fine-tuning their equipment.
Yeah, and just adapting to what's to come. Speaking of equipment, Felipe Toledo kind of broke the internet the other day by riding that, twin plus stabilizer type model. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of that today if they have it in their quiver and brought it to New Zealand.
Definitely. Felipe actually was at that beach break we were surfing at yesterday, and the first thing we did was look at the board he was riding, and it just looks so fun, his equipment, and the fact that he's not scared to jump on anything and know he can get scores on it too, it is a little bit terrifying for the rest of the field. Great for us as spectators because he is surfing so fast.
As we know, we have to finish, what we left off with the men this morning. And wild to think we already lost our finalists from the Gold Coast with not just Connor O'Leary, but also Ethan Ewing out. So we will keep you posted on what's to come. Let's send it down to Vaughn this morning.
Thanks very much, Joe. Here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone, we've got a bit of a pro surfer soup going on this morning because it is beautiful, but it also is chilly. Marius, how are you, mate? What are the waves doing, and what is the official call?
Yeah, actually, for me, it was the best day, actually. It's easier to surf today, I think. Yeah, it's pretty fun, and yeah, I hope it's a good day.
Well, we're getting stuck into it. I think we're going to finish the men's round 2. We're expecting to see some new faces in the lineup as well.
Yeah, I think we're running no matter what. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good. It's fun. It's fun. I think. I seen Gabriel did like 3 airs one wave. So yeah, Yago now. So let's go.
Let's go. Hope you don't mind. I'll throw it back to you guys and jump in with this crew.
Yeah, enjoy your morning, my friend. Look at that. That is just for, well, survival this morning. It is very, very cold, but as we've found the last few days, midday it heats up. It feels like summer. The horn just went off. 35-minute heats scored on their top 2. Regular heats not overlapping this morning. And it will be last year's world champion, Yago Dora, current world number 6, take on the rookie from Durban, Luke Thompson, representing South Africa. We did lose Jordy Smith out of competition 2 days ago. So Luke out there representing. And how about this countryside? These beautiful left-hand point ruler edge, even in its 2 foot, it's just mesmerizing how it just peels so gracefully around the corner here.
Vaughn True and I actually sat up in the VIP area. We had our coffee this morning, just soak in the exceptional sunrises that we get here at Raglan, and watched how fun these waves are. When those sets roll through, they do come in about 3 or 4 intervals, and it's really fun to see how each different competitor on the CT that is still in the draw is choosing to draw different lines, and a lot of the goofy footers, including Yago, were getting really creative out there this morning. So I feel like Yago on these ruler edge lines, like you say, Joe, it really does allow him to free himself up a little bit. We're so used to seeing him go right, but he looks really good going left too.
Yeah, smaller lefts. You know, we're going to have the example of front side and backside. For yourself, True, did you feel almost having an advantage on your backhand in small waves over being front side, or did you find a difference there?
I definitely found an advantage on my backhand, for sure. You know, growing up at a left, it was always my strong point. I loved going right, and I now live at a right point as well, you know. So I've had the best of both worlds, but it's easier to get 12 o'clock. But, you know, thinking back to that heat with Gabriel Medina on the very first day of competition, he was finding those smaller, littler lefts and just going absolutely crazy. And I feel like we'll see that with the likes of Gabe and Yago and even Italo out there today. And they were doing that in the free surf this morning. It just, you know, it's signs for deadly surfing from them.
So looking forward to finishing up round 2 this morning for the men. And then we'll have the women getting ready to go. Saw Betty Luke quickly this morning getting a fun couple of rips on her backhand. Luke Thompson looks like he might start the morning for us. Thompson getting going here and just up and out. So now we have priority started. And now Yago can sit wherever he wants. Starting to already move down the point a bit. For Luke, he's one of the coolest guys to say hi to. Always smiling, always inspired, even when he loses out of the event. I saw him at the Gold Coast, and he had the best seat in the house after he was knocked out of the event. He said, this is why I wanted to qualify. He wants to see that type of level rise. He was watching for a reason because he wanted to feel it to motivate him coming over here to Raglan.
He really is one of those guys. I think the best way to describe him is he's like a puppy. He's just always so happy and so excited to learn new things, and that's exactly what he's doing here.
So he started off with a short wave, gave Yago priority. Yago already moved into position, jamming down the line. He's going to give us an early morning reverse in the sunrise. Blasting big sections, power carves on the open face. He is acting like a world champ this morning. Now just fading, waiting for something just to kick out. Starting off with some excitement on his opening ride. You know, we always know he's one of the best in the air on tour. We saw a lot of different variations front side when he won lowers last year. Luke Thompson now chasing. He already heard the excitement and saw the fins from Dora on the rotation. He'll jam it there. Nice power turns for the rookie. Blast it again. And nice sequence of backside turns, earning better sections down the stretch. Nice patience for Thompson. Didn't, you know, get rattled seeing Yago flying high and stuck to some nice power-based backhand turns. Heat's on, True.
It's on. I mean, combine surfing like that with my coffee this morning and I'm awake. Let's go. Let's start. I mean, Yago's starting off so strong, and just that answer back from Luke as well, as you said, Joe, not even phased. He's like, cool. I know that that's what Yago's going to do. I'm going to stick to my strengths, and for Luke, his backhand is so strong. But this was insane from Yago. I mean, this type of surfing really, you could see he identified this section and just absolutely launched, and perfect timing. Really quick feet adjustment there as well to just get back into the pocket and really open up on those last few turns. Love the variety. Each turn had something a little bit different, which we know that the judges are absolutely going to love. And Yago, he's just doing exactly what he does, and there's no surprises there. I mean, the Goofies are definitely excited to be at a left, and you can see that right now.
Look at this angle, seeing the depth of that punt, and just to use that in transition to throw some variety. Brilliant, Jesse.
And even where he landed, it was right on the roof of the wave, so it makes it actually quite tricky to get that one to come back down. But where he's landed, his fins had to re-engage in the steepest part of the wave. So Yago just showing his technique, his excellence to put his turns in the most critical part. And then Lukey here, because on the backside you can get creative, but it can get a little bit tricky to get as creative as those goofy footers. So Lukey has to rely on power here. He's definitely got that. From here on out, he really just started to sit tight in the pocket, go upside down in his turns. Really gracious traditional surfing. You can see just his hand in the water on the bottom turns. This is really textbook technique from Lukey, just winding up, staying nice and tight in that pocket, and even keeping it just a smidge under the lip, his tail, to help with that just slight morning breeze that we have this morning. And the kick out as well, something to notice. By him kicking out where he did, it gets him ahead of Yago, and he's been able to regain priority.
I see an excellent score. First thing in the morning, 8.83 for Yago Dora. 3 judges throwing 9s at that start for the world champion. And that is equal to the highest score of the tournament so far. Yago getting close to a 9-point ride. 8.83 on the average. Thompson 5.67 on the comparison from his backside power surfing. And the headspace of the competitors, they'll feed off this energy from Yago's wave. True. What excited you the most about this one?
Oh, I feel like this second turn for sure. You kind of knew it was coming, but you weren't expecting it to that level. And as Jesse said, where he landed was tricky, but you knew that he just had it locked in. And finding this kind of combo of turns at the end as well, I just feel like Yago is looking so strong. And thinking back to the 8.83 of, I believe it was Felipe Toledo on the first day of competition, 2 very different rides, but excellent to their own right. And I think, we'll see obviously lots of different approaches in surfing today, but some excellent scores to come. And I feel like, this surfing from Yago is going to fire up the rest of the Brazilian storm and everyone else watching as well.
And especially, the list of Brazilian goofy foot world champions that all have a little slight difference in their approach. From what Gabriel Medina can do, he can take off on waves that don't look like waves and surf them up to get big scores. You just can't watch the guy. Italo kind of checks that box as well. And we haven't even seen Italo compete yet. He has a heat with Seth Moniz in a couple of heats from now, heat 13 this morning. Italo is really overdue, for a big win. The way he's been surfing, his boards look like they're so dialed in for waves like this. As we check out what we're completing this morning, already seeing an 8.83 in heat 9 with Yago Dora taking the lead. Baron Mamiya comes up against Marco Mignot in the next heat. Samuel Pupo will take on Cole Hauschman. Leo Fioravanti has Mateos Hurdy in heat 12. Then we'll get to the Italo show with Seth. Seth looked great with some backhand power turns as well. Great balance with regular and goofy there. Kanoa Garashi takes on Australia's Joel Vaughn. Then Jack Robinson, Cowley Vost, Olympic final rematch. This time a running left, not a scary hollow left like Chopes, and Miguel Pupo and Callum Robson will finish up the round. So a lot of really incredible heats to look forward to. And it's always great to just remember how Miguel started the year as well. Like he wore the yellow jersey for the first time. I saw a clip that he dropped yesterday. He's just as dangerous in the air, backed with his style. He still has big dreams this year coming off his big bells victory, True.
Yeah, I feel like to start that year off for Miggy was insane, you know, and I feel like coming here, everyone talks about Iago and Gabe and Italo and, you know, those big guys, but Miggy's up there and he's kind of flying under the radar a little bit, even though he did have that yellow jersey and he is in that top spot, and I feel like for Miggy that he can almost use that to his advantage and use that to his power, and you know, both him and his brother are just a force. I mean, heat number 11 is one I have my eyes on as well. Sammy against Cole. Cole's been absolutely ripping, and with Sammy's, I guess, just form and power that he's been showing throughout the year so far, I'm really looking forward to seeing his backhand attack as well.
That's a great heat to really break down as well. With Sammy Pupo kicking off with great success this year, as we see Sammy's big bro, Miguel, with his coach, who happens to be a world champion, Adriano de Souza, getting the clips. Always so focused on his job. I ran into Adriano the other day. I'm like, hey, you want to come in the booth and talk about? He's like, I'm a little busy. He's so in love with being a coach, and he just wants to put all of his focus into that.
And probably like, yeah, you know, I would love to come in and have a chat, Joe, but my secrets stay secret.
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
totally.
He's like, I don't want to tell the world. And you look at the power backing the Brazilian Storm and the knowledge that they have there. It's no wonder why they're all sitting in that top zone and why they're all such a force.
Yeah, and they feed off each other, which is just the coolest thing to see. And I think the entire women's tour has their own Storm type leveling up, where we've had 3 different world champs in the last 3 years, and now Lulu's world #1. I think they're all going, wait, you can do it, I can do it, which is making it so exciting as we check out the 100% pure New Zealand flight cam and just enjoy this morning with us. It's a real cool, easy pace of life. All the people that we've gotten to meet the last few days, there's this real genuine authenticity to the way they say hello, the way they connect with you as well. It feels like aloha.
Yeah, it does. And even when we walk down, we get here in the dark. You know, there's not a lot of faces that you can really see. But when you meet the security guards or the baristas at the coffee shops, it's just, you feel like you've been friends for years. When you see them in the morning, you have the best chats with these guys. And I'll keep alluding to it. I will keep coming back to it, because New Zealand, it's so quickly to feel like you're a part of the family, especially here in Raglan. It is quite a small town. When you do go into town, it's not the Gold Coast where it was hustle and bustle. It is this really heartfelt community that are so stoked to have the world's best come here. And we're chatting to a couple of the locals this morning, like, do you think it's going to be packed today? And they were like, it is going to be jam-packed. By the time it gets a little bit warmer, and that hill is going to completely fill up, and you can see how much sport means to New Zealanders as well. So we love coming to Raglan and just feeling like we're a part of the furniture quite quickly.
I feel it. It feels great. We acknowledge the mana whenua of this land and the descendants of Tainua Waka, who continue to occupy and care for this coastline. We've heard great stories of the Tainui Waka through our friend Kara the other day. It's so great to learn about new cultures while we're here chasing world-class waves and putting on stop number 4 of the World Surf League Championship Tour title race. Has been fun to watch. Gabriel Medina is in the yellow for the men. Dora wants his jersey back. Started with an 8.83. Thompson with a 5.67. For Luke this year, it's all about the goal of chasing down Rookie of the Year. For Iago, his rookie season was back in 2018. That was the year that Wade Carmichael went bananas and made multiple finals and finished in the top 10. Griffin Colapinto was a part of that rookie class as well. And Dora just has been improving ranking-wise every single time he starts a new year on tour. Well, let's have a chat with one of the greats here from Raglan. Billy Stearman is with Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Kia ora. How you going there, Billy? Good to see you, mate.
Good. All good, all good. Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, mate, how are you feeling? Like, I mean, we've turned up this morning. There's nice little lines wrapping into Manu Bay. What do you think we're going to see today?
Yeah, it's another beautiful day down here in Raglan. The waves have been pumping all morning, actually. It's good to see. It was a little bit slow first thing on dark, but yeah, there's been some epic sets. Obviously, Iago starting with a big bang, did a couple of punts and a couple of big turns. So, yeah, it should be a good day of action.
Mate, everyone knows that you're the man out here. You know, some of the performances you've put on out here over the years are pretty famous, but what have you made of the best surfers in the world sort of going at your home break?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see, you know. The level of surfing I've been around the last few days has been unreal. So it's cool to see everyone over here kind of like stepping it up a bit. I think the energy's lifting today, which is cool, and should be a big day of surfing. Hopefully the waves, you know, produce all day. And yeah, the surfing's amazing. Obviously, these are like the you know, my idols, the guys I looked up to for years now, and it's cool to see them in my hometown, in my backyard, and at my new bay here.
And how's the week been for you, mate? I know that it didn't quite go the dream didn't sort of play out how you probably wanted, but it's been an amazing couple of weeks in the lead up to this for you too. Yeah, it's been insane, honestly. It's been so much fun. Like the whole community, all of New Zealand's just been kind of behind the event, behind myself and all the wildcards. So it's been pretty special for me, and just to be a part of the event, I think, is a win. Just to help inspire the next generation. The kids, it has, you know, it's been so insane to see all the kids and signing autographs and taking photos and kind of help inspire the next generation to go out and fulfill their dreams. So yeah, I'm kind of just enjoying the show, and hopefully everyone can put on a good performance for everyone today. And what sort of impact do you reckon having the event here is going to have on like that next generation, mate? Because, you know, you said yourself, like growing up here, it was so special to see any pro surfer sort of paddle out into your lineup and get that to experience that level in the flesh. Yeah, how much do you reckon that'll inspire this next crew out of NZ? Yeah, I remember, like, you know, growing up when I was little, when I first started surfing and seeing my idols come here, it made a massive impact on me, just seeing how cool they are and, like, awesome to see their surfing. So I think it's a huge impact on the kids and the next generation. Like, the whole community's been awesome. All the kids, I've been going to the kindies and the schools, and everyone's been buzzing. And obviously, yeah, just to see them in the flesh, to see the surfing, to see how they, you know, are as professional surfers is real inspiring. And hopefully, yeah, all the kids can, like, look up to them and hopefully achieve, you know, being on the world tour one day. Mate, you've been such a great role model and such a great representative for NZ. Congratulations on an amazing career. You know, it was unreal for you to have that opportunity to come here and actually sort of give back and say thanks to all the people who have, you know, watched your journey, followed you, cheered you on through all your years on the tour and also in the Olympics, and now at the highest level as well, mate. So congratulations. I'm so stoked to share that with you. What's the deal, mate? Are you going to... have you had to, like, you know, flex on anyone out in the lineup? Like, take off deeper and just like, oi, 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 oi? No, not yet. I mean, I'm kind of leaving it to them now. I was trying to do it, actually, at the start of at the start of the event, I was trying to, like, flex and bit of aura and kind of, like, have fun with it. But, no, I'm kind of just enjoying the show now. And, yeah, like you said, I've kind of achieved everything I ever wanted in surfing. So to be a part of this event's been pretty special for me. Obviously, I'm a little bit older now, and I'm kind of, like, you know, on the back end of my career maybe, and just to be in a WSL championship event's been massive, and I've loved every minute of it, and hopefully I'm inspiring the next generation of New Zealand surfers coming through, and hopefully I can help build them up to, you know, achieving these goals as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the show. Come on, Molly, and come on the crew today. Good on you, mate. Thanks so much. Look forward to seeing you around the comp again, and we'll probably get you in the booth at some point as well. For sure, keen as. Let's go. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Vano. Thank you, Billy Stearman. I want to be like Billy when I grow up. Man, he is so cool, so professional. He makes such a great impact on not just this community, but in the world. And those guys are having a bit of fun. Anytime I've ever surfed with Billy, he gives you a wave. You know, he's one of those guys. And I'm so thrilled he got to surf in the championship tour jersey at his home break. It was when Morgan Siblick just kind of switched on. So that was always going to be a tough draw, how good Morgan's been surfing, and Billy was right there in the mix. He went for his signature little upside-down fin throw. That could have been the difference. But now for us, we're lucky. We get to hang out with him all week.
I love Billy. He's just such a light. He's such a good energy and a good time to be around. And True and I, when we first started the QS, Billy was on it, and he was so open to giving us advice and showing us places to go when we were just groms kind of traveling and figuring it out on the road. So Billy, he surfs so good. He absolutely rips, and he mentioned he's at the end of his career. I really hope not, just because of how good he surfs. And like you said, Morgs just caught fire, and then he took down Ethan Ewing after that. So it really does speak volumes to the fire that Morgs has caught. But Billy, yeah, I reckon he loves competing way too much to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, he's not stopping.
With a good view of the Red Bull Athlete Zone and a little preview of what's to come. Baron Mamiya taking on Marco Mignot. We've seen this happen. a couple of times already, even recently on the Gold Coast where Marco Mignot got the score in the back end, last 5 minutes to turn it on Mamiya. Marco's kind of getting a reputation for that. He doesn't mind having a big total put against him, and then he'll answer. And we've seen a lot of big full rotations on his front side. Manu Bay has given us an opportunity of how quick Marco can maybe move above the lip with a backhand attack. So far, it's Iago still with an 8-8-3. Luke Thompson with priority needs a 3-1-7. 15 minutes to go. No restarts this morning. Our world champ showing off with some beautiful variety, some big airs. We'll return to Manu Bay right after this.
The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Tourism New Zealand, official strategic partner of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Kia ora, everybody, and welcome back. This is the view that we get to enjoy here at Manu Bay. The sun is just coming up, and we're still in the first heat of the morning. New Zealand is incredible. It's one of the most diverse travel destinations in the world. You can find waves like this. Iago Dora tracking down the line, building some speed, driving into a nice, big, open face hook. Back to the lip line, combos it up with a nice snap to slide, arcs it again with total control. Leans into another hammer. Slinky off the bottom and throwing it into the pocket again. What a rhythm Dora has had first thing in the morning. And he's just dancing with Manu Bay now. It's his playground. We knew he loved the lowers left, but he's inspired by all his options he has on his frontside attack here. 8-8-3 was the start. A similar big number is going to be coming his way, and that'll put a lot of pressure on the rookie. Luke Thompson, though, in position to answer back. His 5-6-7 was his last wave. Nice time backside snap. Good wall to play with there. Extends the slide on the second move. Big carve in the pocket. Open face wrapping turn for Thompson. He's hoping this thing's got a big bowl. And he's got to kick out all the energy with Iago Dora. So much variety throughout that wave. A lot of big, powerful carves, and gave us a different version of how you can rip this place compared to his opener, True.
Yeah, that was an exciting wave from Iago, and everything is different. Every way he approaches each section, it changes and it's different each time. And, you know, it's those little tweaks and those 1%ers that just factor into big scores. And the speed he carries through this opening carve is huge. Massive turn to that slide there was such a great combination straight into that one. He's just firing through each turn with so much power and electricity, and you can just see he's having so much fun out there. And towards the end of this one, it almost looks like he's smiling. He's just glowing. We saw a beautiful sunrise this morning. Has probably made the morning for him as well. And getting these two waves, I mean, Yago Dora is on fire. And I even think Luke actually might have given him this wave. I think Luke had the priority. So Yago was just licking his lips and he's like, yeah, cool, I'm just going to surf this one and have fun. And Luke, he's got that different approach. It was a good wave, but just a little fatter. I mean, that first turn was strong. We know his backhand is electric, and he is able to kick the fins out when he has to, but you can see here it goes fat and it just doesn't offer him the wall that he's hoping for. And unfortunately for Luke, I feel like wave selection against guys like Yago is so key, and you just can't make any mistakes. And I feel like for Luke, he probably should have taken the first wave in that set.
Yeah, for Yago, he just took advantage of that, like you said, and for him to be able to throw a big, it's actually something he's talked to me about over the years. When, you know, one of the goofy footers that's going, please, more lefts on tour. He's got one to show that big open face hook where he's like, hey, if we flipped all these events on tour, the rankings would look a lot different. He's talking about the rights were lefts, where goofy footers, they get to release a big open face CT type turn that can gain points, kind of like an Ethan Ewing.
Yeah.
Yago's like, he knows he has one of those, and now he gets to feature it here at Manu Bay.
When you think about natural footers who have that, you think of guys like Ethan or Felipe Toledo, and they get points from carbs. There is actually a pretty small crop of surfers who get points from carbs with just that much velocity, that much power behind that back foot. Yago has that, but we just don't get to see it on offer too much because we don't have a lot of lefts on tour. Now that we do, he's 2 waves into this and he's gone excellent twice.
I see an 8.93. In fact, just a touch better than his 8.83. What a brilliant combined heat total. Excellent heat total for the world champion, 17.76. The rookie's in a severe combination with 8.25 to go.
Yeah, it was always going to go excellent. And the technicalities of his surfing then, and where he placed the turns and how much he drove through them, you knew that it was going to go high. There was really no questions asked there. And I think when you see surfing like that, it excites you. And I feel like as well, having this event, it's the first left that we've seen this year on tour. We had Bellsmark's snapper. You're seeing different characteristics and personalities in everyone's surfing, right? So we don't get to see this, as you said, Jesse, from Yago and see the backside attack from Luke. The judges are more excited about it. They're like, whoa, this is new surfing we haven't seen before. You know, this is the new turns and the different kind of approaches we haven't seen from these surfers. And ones like this, I mean, look, he's just, even that turn there, gave him so much speed for this 8.83, that very first wave to launch. It's those parts that just, yeah, it's insane. I mean, I get excited.
It's pretty interesting having talked to a lot of the surfers as well. They actually mentioned it's quite hard to do airs on this wave. So for Yago to identify that so early on this ride, to do that air in such a critical part of the wave, it actually allowed him to get more room to add points down the line here with carbs like that. Just how easily he draws these lines. There's a lot of style in it too. It's really easy on the eye. It's nice to watch. Speed is his friend. Look how on rail that carve was. And just the fact that he was still pushing, coming down and looking down the line, but his back foot was still driving. You can see just how much technique Yago has in his surfing here.
It's just great to see big combinations back to back with variety. He's changing gears every time, True, and managing his speed. And he's got one of the best styles in the game.
Oh, he does for sure. And I think when we look at surfing like this, every single turn that Yago comes out of, he comes out with more speed. And that's because of the placement of the turns and how he enters those turns as well. And I think that's where you just go, okay, well, that's, you know, he's a 2025 world champion. That's world champion style surfing. And to see him on more lefts is exciting, and it's firing Italo up. You can see it. He's like, let's go. I'm ready to see this type of surfing and to do that type of surfing as well. I think when you start off with an 8.83 and an 8.93, you can't help but, you know, fire everyone else up in the draw.
Yago Dora came out blazing in his world title defense and made the final with Miguel Pupo to start the year off world number 2. He's drifted a couple spots down since. but he came with even a stronger campaign. He's got his same coach, Leandro da Silva. He's got one of his best friends as well, one of my favorite cinematographers, Loic Wirth, has been traveling with him as well. And they're just keeping things calm and comfortable. 5:30 to go, priority with Luke Thompson. And the rookie from South Africa paddling hard. He will catch up to this wave, trying to break the combination on this one so he could turn it in one wave. This one just making him search down the line. Finally a first turn. Second turn, he's gonna throw it away into reverse. And now Iago will have priority and an enormous lead. That was a very important ride for Luke to break free of the combination and get a keeper on that wave.
I actually really liked that from Luke, though. The fact that he was giving us something different, going for something progressive, it does show that he's adapting to the situation. And also, it shows that Iago is one of those guys we talk about with Italo, with Philippe, with Gabby, who make those newcomers lift. And Luke, we haven't seen him go for a turn like that, I want to say, all season. So Lukey pushing really hard, and that's really good signs that he's got this competitive ability to lift, and Iago, it's forcing him to do that right now.
Just checking in with the rookie class. Oscar Berry, another tough loss here at stop number 4. Luke a couple of spots above Oscar Berry. Mateus Hurdy from Florianopolis, he's in the mix. He's got a heat with Leonardo Fioravanti coming up in heat 12 this morning. And also Kauli Vast representing France and Tahiti. He's got a heat with Jack Robinson. The Rookie of the Year race still wide open as they're just trying to get comfortable in the early stages of the championship tour.
I was lucky enough to chat to Luke after his first heat, you know, and I said, yeah, you're coming up against Iago, you know, what's the approach to this heat? And he was like, I think, you know, I want to bring my best surfing and have fun while doing it. You know, he's the reigning world champ. And that's where, you know, things, you have to lift. You have to rise to those occasions because you know that they're going to go excellent. Iago could sit for the next 3.5 minutes and not even really worry. You know, and having Luke in a combination situation right now with how long and how much time there is between the sets, it feels like he might only get one more chance to break that combination. So for Luke, he can just have fun and surf and bring in that style and that, you know, experience that he has.
Let's check out the recap. First heat of the morning, round 2, heat 9. Iago Dora, the world champ's always going to be the big name in the draw, and he just got us excited, and the sun was still coming up. Throwing down a lot of variety, nice air reverse. Can do that on demand. He could do it as a closeout maneuver. He could do it to beat a section. And then he's just throwing unbelievable power onto the open face. And then, well, he got a better one to follow, an 8.93 on his second wave.
He is just surfing so unbelievably fast. And variety, that is the word that we keep coming back to this morning. So many different turns. I feel like every single one this morning has been different. It's particularly loving those ones where he's really kicking that back foot, drifting that tail around, getting funky with it. And he looks like he's just having so much fun more than anything. Iago looks loose, he looks free, and he's really kind of nailing it in that if you're going to come up against one of these guys like Iago, Italo, Gabby, wave selection has to be so crucial because those guys can turn any wave into a score, so you need to be on the best ones.
I think there's something that these Brazilian world champs have in common is not being predictable. You know, when they get up, you could tell their mind's clear. And Felipe gets like that. We saw him do that on the Gold Coast where he's just freestyling and just rewriting the book on high performance. Iago fits into that, you know, referencing that Lowers win last year where he can go left. It's not like he's got to dig deep. He can just react to sections and put on a show like he has this morning.
He's got such a great approach to his surfing. He really explores with it, and I think that's what is so exciting about it. You see him get to his feet and everyone's sitting on the edge of their seats going, okay, what's going on? I think a Iago Dora that's having fun is a dangerous Iago Dora, and it feels like the number 9 on his back is turning into a little bit of a target as well. You know, everyone else is watching on, and he started off the day so strong. It's like, okay, all eyes on Iago. Just wait and see what everyone else has because he's lifting that bar and he's raising the expectations.
Iago Dora is going to have an all-Brazilian matchup. Alejo Muniz had a great heat 2 days ago and took out world number 2, George Pitar. So George out of the mix as well. We mentioned Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary. that were very successful on the Gold Coast. Alejo in his last season on the tour is really soaking it up, and he'll get to enjoy a heat with Yago. Another all-Brazilian battle that we're starting to get used to, as well as Gabriel Medina and Felipe Toledo just can't get away from each other.
I'm fine with it. I am so okay with it. Those matchups are just fireworks. The one on the Gold Coast, Felipe went crazy in that heat, and you know Gabby is such a competitor that now that we've flipped the script, we're on a left-hand point break, he's going to want to get one back on Phil.
It's like so perfect, you know, Felipe. Gabriel was on his backhand. Now Gabe's like, thank goodness, I'm going left, you go backside, and they've got so much respect for each other. As we close this one out, first heat of the morning. Good sportsmanship there from both of our surfers. Luke Thompson exits out in round 2. And his next event will be in warm water, rights of Punta Roca in El Salvador. And Yago Dora's got some fans with the Brazilian flag. They're happy they set their alarms this morning to watch some fireworks. Dora 893, 883, only caught 2 waves in the matchup. He moves on into round 3. Coming up next, Baron Mamiya takes on Marco Mignot, a rematch from what we just saw on the Gold Coast. Coming up next. Thank you, Surfline, for giving us the reports on the championship tour, and they've been spot on. We knew we could get started opening day, and we knew Sunday, today, would be another great day for competition, and they said it would be a little sleepy between sets, but Yago didn't mind, so things are working out for us.
Yeah, things are working out great. We love when we see those dark purple blobs. It really does start to push up from the southwest between Australia and New Zealand. Today, we're looking at 2 to 4 foot faces, 3 to 4 through the afternoon. It does start to build right before the sun seems to go down here in New Zealand. Cross-shore winds, but they do ease. So we're looking at waves and wind to get better throughout the day. There are some lulls, but when they come through, these waves look so unbelievably fun. But there's been no shortage of letting people know that it isn't going to be big and pumping, but we're going to have fun waves. It's 2 to 4 foot tomorrow. We look to Monday, it's a little bit windy, 1 to 3 foot faces. Wednesday morning potentially is a go, but we're just going to have to rock up and check the surf each morning. This morning was bigger than expected, so we love coming down to waves here at Raglan.
Big thanks to Surfline. Find the waves you want to surf. See live cams down the road and around the world with Surfline Premium. Scan the QR code for 2 weeks of free premium access. No card required. You guys are so lucky. Do that now. Get yourself in some great waves. As we check out our view once again, you can see how incredible this left-hand point break, one of the premier lefts on the planet. And now we're getting to see an all backhand heat. Marco Mignot, the French-Mexican, representing France, but growing up in Sayulita. A cool little international town with fun waves, good vibe, great food. Marco's proud of where he comes from and takes on a North Shore of Oahu local boy, Baron Mamiya, 2-time pipe champ. He is thrilled that the Pipe Masters is the finale once again with more points on the line. As soon as we saw that, you couldn't help but think of Barron's chances for a world title this year. Barron got a wave to get started here, True.
Yeah, you can see gaining the speed. It's tricky at the start. You really need to find the momentum, and opens up to start this one off for Barron and absolutely belts that section there. Goes vertical once again, throwing a lot of spray, but just catching the rail, unfortunately, on that one. And Marco as well.
Getting started with that nice little speed turn off the top, Jesse.
Yeah, Marco getting funky with it on the second one as well. You can see this wave doesn't have that bowl back towards him quite like Barron's did, but he's doing a really great job of staying tight in that pocket. Going vertical a couple of times, forces him to go to his rail down through that inside section, but my oh my, Barron's board looks incredible under his feet. It looked like it pivoted so perfectly off the bottom.
Jumping on the Channel Islands program is Barron. Marco Mignot with JS Industries accomplished Rookie of the Year last year, and his speech at the awards was brilliant. He was really proud of that because he's like, well, the last person to do that from France was Jeremy Flores, and Jeremy's made a big impact on his career. He's happy to represent France, speaks a lot of different languages, and he's bringing a lot more confidence this year. He was saying how interesting it was last year showing up to World Tour events, and they've never been there before. Not just for him, but his coach. So his coach is there going, okay, let's figure this out. You know, they're going through that here at Manu Bay, but for the most part, now they've got already some ideas and maybe even some proven track records that they can rely on in his second lap around the world.
I think as well, that first year on tour is a bit of a test. You know, you're kind of feeling where you sit within it with everyone else, and I think for Marco, getting Rookie of the Year last year was a real feather in the cap, and he's come back this year being like, okay, cool, you know, I can really make a statement this year now. I've been here, I feel more comfortable, I know where I am within everyone else and where I sit in that rankings board. And I think for Marco, you know, he's got such a passionate support team behind him as well. They're always down and around and being really loud on the beach and supportive, and I think that really feeds into his confidence too, and you can see that.
Let's hear from the world champ. Couple of giant 8-point rides. Yago's with Vaughn.
Yago, I can't believe this is your first trip here, mate. Your surfing fits this wave so beautifully. It was like a video game out there. You just let rip every possible scenario that you could do. So many great turns, man. Yeah, how did that feel?
Felt so good, you know. It's like historical reparation, going left and performing on the left. It's pretty cool. Feels amazing as a goofy footers. Really stoked to be here, and just amazing place too. Not only the wave, but the people, the nature, everything has such a good vibe here, and it's been a really cool week so far.
Mate, take us through, you know, your top scorer in waves. I mean, I don't know which one to pick first. Let's go with the first one. You know, this section, the tempo of this thing, it just really suits you. Are you feeling just completely free to just let go of whatever you want?
Yeah, today is really fun. I think the waves are nice and steep. It just keeps going, giving you sections, and yeah, it's just fun to play with it, you know. Try to bring variety into it and make everything look seamless, and yeah, just really fun. We had a long load after my first wave, and actually we missed a good set in the end of that heat, but yeah, that was it. Only 2 waves, but I was happy with those 2.
And mate, you know, we've started off the year on the back end primarily, of course, Bells into Margaret's and then into Snapper. So like the opportunity to really bring a lot of different sort of surfing to these wave faces is right there for you guys.
Yeah, it's really cool, you know, just something different. So many guys we're not used to see going left, and that's also a really fun part about it. Most of the regular footers, you don't see them go left so much, so it's really cool to see them go on their backhand, and some of them are incredibly good at it. And yeah, it's just something different, and it's cool to watch.
And mate, you've got like a lot of friends and family here, even though you haven't been here before. I know that you stayed with JC from Raglan Roast up the coast. It just makes you feel more at home, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. JC is a good friend. We met back in Hawaii some years ago, and he always invited me to come here. We almost came that one year, but we ended up having the pandemic, and we were actually on our way to New Zealand and have to fly back home. And yeah, so this is my first time here, and I'm really enjoying it.
And if that's your warm-up surf, mate, how much have you got in your back pocket for the next few rounds?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel free, you know. I feel happy to be surfing this wave. And of course, yesterday it was really tricky and really small, but today there's some really fun waves. Just head high, good size for performance surfing, and yeah, just hopefully keeps coming all day, and we'll see some good performances.
This is going to be a magic day, mate. We've got a Sunday down here. It's beautiful. Huge crowds expected down here, and we can't wait to see the world champion action again.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see the support, see how happy they all are to watch us, and all the kids, all the grown-ups. It's so cool to enjoy this week with them, and to surf in front of them has been really cool.
Unreal, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Great chat there with Iago Dor. You could tell his comfort is real. He's calm. He's going left. He's in his happy place in his first trip here to Manu Bay. And he had the reputation of being a free surfer when he was younger. And not every free surfer out there can just get keeper video parts in 30 minutes. They can spend time, surf for hours, maybe get a couple of takeaways that'll be on wax in their movie parts. And Iago represents free surfers, but he represents the top level of competition as a world champion, where he would be a filmer's just dream come true. You just show up at the beach and go, yeah, we probably will make a movie in about a half an hour.
It's pretty cool to see that he came from free surfing roots, and then now he's a world champion. I felt like last year rewrote the script for a lot of guys in maybe who aren't those Gabe Medinas, Felipe Toledos, even in Mick Fanning, Parko, when they were on the tour. They were those top guys, Kelly, where Iago kind of sat just below them, but now he's a world champ. He's forcing all of these guys up.
You can see Baron Mamiya dealing with that wind, cross shore up the face, but he's powering through with some backside turns. Yep, board does look magic, flowing off the bottom, and just still keeping that motion going, just up and down in the pocket. Trying to use some power and push that carve when the lip's not there to project off of, and a 4.5 or better gets a lead change over Marco. Marco Mignot got Baron on the Gold Coast, but Baron Mamiya did get past Marco Mignot in a quarterfinal at Portugal last season, where Mamiya went to a semifinal. It was a great result for Baron. We always knew he'd get great results at home in Hawaii when Sunset Beach was on the calendar. One is a wild card. Winning pipe back-to-back is big, which reminds us of how interesting his road was to qualifying for the tour. For him, he's going, Challenger Series, what's that? Yeah. He was able to win the event in the old system. He kept getting the call up as a wild card to continue, and then he had enough points to actually stay on tour, and everything changed. Before that wild card victory happened at Sunset, he was thinking about a Challenger Series campaign, and he was very, very thrilled he could just keep going on this championship tour. Let's watch this last wave again, Jesse.
I love this board. I know I said it at the start, but it just looks like it pivots so beautifully off the bottom. How tight that coil is between bottom of the wave to him driving at the top. It's really short, and for him to just keep whipping through these turns, where even on that end of that wave, that it wasn't really pushing back at him too much, but he made it look like it was. So Baron, for someone who, when we see go left, it's usually pulling into some big, heavy barrels. For him to go to turns and stick to rail surfing on his backhand, I'm actually really pleasantly surprised with how he's surfing, and it always makes such a difference when you have a great board under your feet here. But just staying really tight in the pocket, it seems to be the formula for the natural footers out here at Rags, just to keep putting it up there and keep that speed generating down the line. So Baron, he's had a lot of time out here, and you can tell.
Working closely with Luke Egan, trying to learn more about the championship tour. He doesn't need a coach at Pipeline. He's proved that a couple of times. He just does his own thing on his home court, and he'll be looking to get a third title this year. Tie-break decision in his favor over Leo Fioravanti to start off the season last year, world number 1. As we check out the 100% pure New Zealand flight cam. This whole place is really built for adventure. We love the surfing part, obviously. Rio Waida loves the hiking as well. He's already scratched that off the list. There's a lot of great, skiing destinations. You can explore this place, kind of like that aerial view we're watching in a helicopter, and see how dreamy it is here on the North Island and the South Island. Queenstown on the South Island, one of the best towns on the planet. And our favorite part, just a lot of great people too. That'll put you in the right direction. Things did start cold this time of year in the morning, but it's already heating up. It's probably about 10 Celsius, about 50 Fahrenheit. And, for Celsius, it should move up into the teens today, which is great for all the fans watching downstairs.
I hope so. Yeah, a couple of Starling girls in the booth as well. Hoping it gets to the teens. We're so lucky we live on the Gold Coast, so it's warm basically 12 months of the year. We're not very accustomed to the cold, but it's actually been so beautiful. And the way the sky changes colours in the morning and the nights here in New Zealand, it is so breathtaking. I feel like my whole camera roll is just sunrise and sunsets at the moment.
It's so photogenic. And the small town of Raglan, you run into everyone on tour every evening looking for a spot to eat. A lot of great choices, great coffee, surf shops and boards if you need them, wetsuits. Everyone will point you in the right direction. Manu Bay, this rippable left on this fun little southwest. Saw it build a little overnight compared to what we had yesterday. We had the local expression session. Luke Cederman, always a standout because he rips and makes you laugh all at the same time. He was playing a bit of roadblock on his soft top yesterday. He actually tried to bribe the judges.
Yes.
Brought money up to the tower. It didn't work.
No.
You know what? A for effort.
You got to try. I mean, you got to ask the question.
1950 on the clock here. It's a stop 4, so we finished the Aussie treble. And just ranking-wise, we've had the yellow jersey change hands a couple of times. Iago started off with it, then had to pass it over to Miguel Pupo. Now Gabriel Medina's still wearing it. So, yep, that's Brazilian Storm Talk right there. And we're kind of looking at where Barron's going to be. Like, how close does he have to be to that #1 spot leading into Pipeline at the end of the year to really be the most dangerous man on tour for a world title? Italo, 10th in the world. Griffin, number 9 in the world. You can see them moving up on the live rankings on WorldSurfLeague.com. That's updated after every heat finishes. Fioravanti always solid, just outside the top 5. Sammy Pupo turning in a brilliant start to the season. Big brother Miguel up to world number 3. Iago Dora jumping up 2 spots to the 4th position. Yeah, the big Australian shaded names though. True. George Pitar, best day of his career at Margaret River. It's had a tough time to get going ever since. Ethan, after one of the greatest days of his career, already out.
Yeah, I mean, you got to reset after every event, right? You got to take the win when it comes, but then reset it for the next one. I think Liam O'Brien, his backhand yesterday was looking so strong. We saw Morgan Siblick take out Ethan Ewing, and Morgs, his backhand is lethal. I just keep thinking back to him surfing at North Narrabeen and how just on point he was that whole event and how deadly he was looking. And for me, when I saw that lineup or that heat between him and Billy Stammond, I was thinking, okay, whoever wins this heat is going to go pretty deep in this event. It felt like because they've surfed against each other so much, they're comfortable with each other from competing on the QS to, above that. And I think Morgs, he's got great people in his forehand. Nathan Hedge is here, and we all know the Hog. We know how supportive and driven and, encouraging he is, and spiritual as well. He brings off a vibe that it actually aligns with New Zealand, It's really grounding but keeps you upbeat at the same time. He's a powerful energy to have, and it's going to be a really exciting day for the Aussies, I think, because backhand surfing they're on fire. Exciting
when you see just guys with such talent turn into great coaches as well. Hog, a pirate, man, he is one of the most influential figures here that can fire people up, even if he's not coaching them. He just gives you that energy, and he's like, let's go. I remember in the later stages of Nathan Hedges' career, he had been through a lot, and he just started traveling by himself. He was like, you know what, I know how to take care of myself. Never gave up his dream of competing. So it's great to have a coach that's kind of was in the jersey yesterday, because he was on the CT a while ago, but he just never stopped keeping the blade sharp. And now he's giving that animal type instinct to everybody he works with. Let's check in with Vaughn Blakey with Jason Aparicio.
Yeah, speaking of guys who rip, coaches who shred, Jace, good to see you down here, mate. Obviously working close with Marco this year again. Rookie of the Year season last year. He's surfing out of his skin, but, when you've got a heat like this with so much downtime, what's the strategy aside from getting on the best wave of a set? Because there's a lot of, time to be thinking out here in these heats.
That's correct. Keeping the head clear, bright, pray, do what you have to do, meditate. he's in a good, he's in a good space right now. So I think he's better off than me right now. I can tell you that.
Mate, we see a lot of passion out of this camp. Yourself and Marco, really love to celebrate when things are going right. How do you keep that sort of energy just locked in so that you can unleash it at the perfect moment?
Well, I mean, we're passionate people, so we wear our emotions in our sleeve, on our shoulder, and we bring it out when it's that time, and when it's not that time, we stay calm and collective.
That's it.
I feel like that's the key, There's a place and time for everything.
There is, mate. And how has Marco been finding the waves here at Manu Bay?
I think he's in a good connection with this place. I don't want to speak too much right now. We're waiting for a wave, but he's been surfing the free surfs really nice, fast and sharp and catching the right waves. For me, a bit better than snapper, so it looks a bit more alive, but let's see what happens in the heats.
And, mate, we've got right here a two-time pipeline master, Jeremy Flores. What energy does he bring to the Euro camp?
He's the boss. He's always, I love when he's next to me. Gives me that stability and that confidence to have. And, yeah, he's very wise. He has a lot of stuff to give us. So.
And, mate, what is the goal for Marco's season? Like, where do you guys set the sights for a successful year?
Well, he's about to paddle for a wave right now, but our goal is to win an event this year. Definitely. That's our goal.
Love that, mate. Thanks for your time. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Jason, as we watch Baron Mamiya take this wave, and he'll get stuck. Marco hanging on to priority, and only chasing down to 3.77. Marco wanted to try to get the score on this wave. Already starting off with some speed. There's the coil up, snap to slide right in front of Mamiya. Another nice jam, holding that rail tight in the pocket, pushing really hard on the third turn. Nice, clean bottom turn to snap it. Good vertical section to tag there, and hits it again right on the money. Marco Mignot carving and throwing the fins out to extend that slide. Still looking like he wants more. Loading up for, well, a backside float to kick out, really. But, man, the damage was done. Easy lead change for Marco Mignot, showing great patience, waiting for the second wave of the set. Jason and Jeremy stoked on that effort from Marco's backhand, as the French surfers have a lot of great coaches standing by. Let's watch it again, True.
Yeah, I really liked this. That first turn had so much spice to it. The second one, he just arced it a little bit more. I liked how he's still able to redirect that board. Just kicks the fins out a little bit. They're really, really pushing on that tail, and he gets so tight in the pocket every time, just turning on a dime. And I think, for Marco, you can see the passion that he surfs with, and even just what Jason was saying as well, when, that passion is used at a certain time. It reminds me of a tiger, when they're just like chilling until they need to pounce. And for Marco, this is his time to shine and pounce on Baron Mamiya as well, and that was a well-surfed wave. Wow.
Now Baron looking for an answer. Big wall, tags the lip, pushes hard and slides it. Well done for the surfer from Oahu. Now some nice fading work. He's hoping to utilize a lip there, but it's staying full, so he steps off, but picking off one of the more sizable waves we've had this morning. And you can see the paddle battle there. Baron kicking out nice and early. Saw it getting full. He didn't waste time doing some wraps. He'd rather have priority on the way back out. Let's see Baron's wave again, Jesse.
It's so funny what a bigger wave can make you feel. I went, oh wow, this looks like a good wave. As soon as Baron was up and riding here, that turn in particular, so tight in the pocket, kicking that fin out and around, which has given a little bit of drama, some X factor to this wave here. But it's so interesting, very similar to when we were over at Snapper. Sometimes those sets, they're so dreamy and you want to be on them, but they actually are a little bit fatter than those mid-sized ones that cup and bowl through that section. I just love how we're not too far from where we were at Snapper, but we're looking the other way, and it's still that same feeling where the sets, although they look good, they might not be the ones you want. However, Baron making a couple of really nice moments on that wave, but you can tell he wanted more of a completed ride there.
Then compared to Marco's wave here, True.
Oh,
I just love that first turn. That kick that he gets is so strong. And as you said, Jesse, those sets, they just push too wide. They go too fat. These smaller ones, you can see them bowling up on the inside, how playful they are. It's just up and down surfing for Marco Mignot, and that was just really strong. I mean, he ties the bow perfectly to end that wave, and I think, you know, that's a real difference in wave selection as well out here. The sets and the bigger ones aren't always the best.
It's interesting because that's a great contrast where judges love big sections. They love tall waves, and Barron used that space really well where he did the big drift and controlled it. But then you saw the wall just lining up for Marco where he got a lot more done. You know, we don't count turns anymore, but we look for quality.
Yep.
And so this will be an interesting one for the judges to make some separations here.
I really feel like the wave shape of Marco's, it is so fun when you get a wave like that and it bends back towards you. You can curl up and wind up towards it. And Marco got to do that, where Barron was kind of left pushing out wide a little bit more.
Waiting on scores from that last exchange, Marco Mignot turns in a 7.33, Barron a 4.57. So a big difference, great breakdown from the Starling sisters, and you can see the difference of separation that the judges got to make. I see the 7.33, Marco out front. Barron did kick out early to get priority as he's chasing a 7.73 to make it into the third round. We're gonna take a Bonsoy brew break and return for more action in the second round here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We'll be right back. Loving our time here in New Zealand. You've got world-class waves, but really world-class nature, too. At every turn, dramatic coastlines, alpine landscapes, geothermal wonders, and pristine lakes. And we love learning more about the Maori culture, and it's an essential part of the New Zealand experience, offering a unique connection to land, the people, the stories of this magical place. Like right here at Manu Bay, look at all the fans there on the rocks. Stadium-type seating in a natural environment. Some of them getting wet down there too, and what a thrill that is, and of a perspective of watching your heroes go by you down the point. I have met a couple people on opening day that actually changed their vantage point just to get a different vibe throughout a big day of competition. And then the grassy knoll, you could just kind of surf your way down that hill. The Groms are having the time of their life here.
It's funny you mentioned that. True and I were talking about that the other day. There used to be a hill near where we used to live, and we'd get in cardboard boxes and we'd surf down this grass hill if there was no waves, and they'd put olive oil or soap on the bottom of the cardboard to go faster. And when we came here, like, that's a great hill.
Yeah.
To go cardboard box surfing down.
You fully spotted it.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever grow up ice blocking, where you get a big block of ice and go down a hill?
No.
That was a thing in Southern California.
No, it didn't hit the shores of Australia.
Yeah.
You surf all day, slide down that hill all afternoon, and
That's
watch
so
your heroes
fun.
come up to the car park, and they've been getting swarmed in a good way, getting everybody's autographs. Let's think about numbers in this heat. Before we went to break, we had a really cool breakdown that you guys went through from Barron's kind of bigger wave, but fuller. He used his space well, kicked out, but the judges took advantage of some key separation points there. Barron got a 4.93. This was the 7.33 on the difference, True.
Yeah, this was a smaller wave, but the sections were more critical, and he timed them really well, and I think that's where we see that key difference. You can see he had some better connections than Barron did. Barron's surfing, it's on point, it's looking strong at the moment, but Marco's wave selection is just that little bit better, and you could see the attack approach. I mean, we have to appreciate good backhand surfing, growing up at a left, and that right there is really good surfing from Marco. And I think, you know, when he coils up and opens up those shoulders, particularly you can see he gets that little extra lift going up into those turns with his arms and that upper body movement, and that's where he's really able to rotate quite quickly back down the face of the wave.
All about great technique. One guy with great technique, just with his water reports, is hanging out. Kaipo Guerrero, kia ora, good morning.
Kia ora, Joe. What a beautiful morning here in Aotearoa. Nani no ki'iala. That's actually Hawaiian. For it's a beautiful day, man, out here on the water. And we've already seen excellent scores. Let's see if we got some waves coming here. We've got some guys paddling off. So I'm going to continue on this morning, of course, with Sun Tzu, Art of War.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Thank you. A leader moves his troops not by words, but by action. And that is my quote from Sun Tzu this morning. Let's see if we got a taker right here. Can I call this one from the water?
Please, please.
Oh, here we got Marco Mignot. Let's see what he's got for us. Nice backhand float. Comes through that section. Looking to add to his scoreline. Kicks out. That's all you got, Joe.
That's all we got. Great to see you out there this morning, Kaipo. How's the wind at the moment?
How's what? I'm sorry, Joe?
The wind.
The wind is, it is a little bit, I gotta be honest, there's a little cross offshore chop to it. So that is gonna be a little bit of a challenge for our surfers. Right now it's pretty mild. And right now we have Barron Mamiya, the prodigy. He's up. He needs to come back right now. Come around the corner. What's he got for us, Joe? You take it away.
Big snap there to slide, but he goes down. So 2 short rides back to back. Thank you, Kaipo. And Marco kicks out, 187. One Ranger as well for Barron. A tough fall there because he was hoping for a lead change. Marco just beat Mamiya on the Gold Coast. Marco's trying to go 2 in a row. Barron Mamiya working with Luke Egan. Louis is with Vaughn.
Yeah, we're here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Joey, with Coach Louis. And, mate, there's waves, there's opportunities, but there's also huge lulls. That's a lot of time to spend with your own brain when you're chasing a score.
Yeah, well, there's actually been a few sets in this heat. Yeah, there's a couple of scores there I thought should have been a little bit closer, but it is what it is. Barron's has made some pretty crucial mistakes in the heat, but we've still got time, mate, and there's still waves. Like, it's pumping. Compared to the first heat, this one's had plenty of waves, so these guys have had enough opportunity to duel it out.
And, mate, tell us where Barron's head is at the moment. You know, he's surfing so well. Here goes Marco on this one, but, yeah, is he in a space right now where if he gets the opportunity, he's going to be able to completely unleash?
100%. We even changed boards from the little epoxy back to his normal board because there's more open face with this high tide right up against the rocks. And, yeah, he's been surfing so well. His open face surfing has come so far in the last couple of years. I've been so impressed of the work that he's put in to get to this point. Everybody is talking about how good he's surfing on the open face because he's one of the best barrel riders in the world. We all know that. So, yeah, win, lose or draw, I'm proud of him, of the effort he's put in to get his surfing to this point.
It's real clever to sort of just get, I know you're an equipment freak. You love the details, you love the boards. What did you make of Philippe the other day, and did that inspire you in any way to make the board switcheroo for Barron?
I just loved the way Philippe the other day just went, oh, well, this is the board that's working that I've got in my bag, I'm going to ride it, and didn't listen to the status quo of what should be ridden, and just backed his talent to be able to ride a small backhand wave on such a unique board. I actually commend him for that. But everyone's working around epoxies and things that are going to give a little bit more board speed out here, and yeah, there's been some great surfing, and I actually love this place. I just think that it's a really good canvas, and it's a good genre that's in the world title fight to what's on tour. I really love it.
Love that insight, mate. Thanks for your time. We'll let you get into the tail end of this, but former winner here at Rags back when it was a Kiwi.
Yeah, wow, 1995. That's showing my age.
Mate, I was there. You and me both.
Two great surfing minds hanging out. Louis Egan enjoying the QS victory back in the mid-90s, enjoying the coaching responsibilities for Baron Mamiya in this one. We've seen Marco throw down some big turns on that last wave after a couple of falls, and now Baron's loading up. Maybe his last chance. He'll throw a quick whip off the lip. Created some space there, throws down the second snap. There's the third, he throw tail reverse. Messy one there on the way out. He will sink and be eliminated by Marco here in round two. Mignot doing well to get that long running left into that 7.33. He has another decent score coming in that could just improve his low score. And Barron ends up going down swinging, going for that reverse, and the Hawaiian will now prepare for El Salvador, and Mignot gets another chance here at Manu Bay moving into round three. 5.83 was Mignot's last, so he did improve on that final wave. His coach is gonna definitely show some emotion. They always do after victories. He'll have a chat with Flores and the rest of the coaches from the French Federation and move on to the next one. Tough one there for Barron. You could tell he's been ripping. That board looks solid, but he will have to regroup for stop number 5 to try to keep his spot towards that top 10 picture. Coming up next, it will be Samuel Pufo taking on Cole Hauschman. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
Māori have a really intimate connection with Paiao. We often talk about the moana being our pāpakakai, but both whenua and moana provide not only for our daily sustenance, it also provides for our spiritual and emotional well-being. We are part of the land is part of us.
Today's a perfect example of our whānau connecting with our moana through the gathering of kai as haukainga or whaingarua. We get to practice the cultural practices of our tupuna.
So manu keeping an eye on us.
I didn't understand the things that were actually being taught to me until I become a parent and I'm passing on things to my children.
You want to come? Okay, come on. Be careful, bro.
We're always thinking generations into the future, and the impact we have now affects our mokopuna.
It's a beautiful place. Everyone wants to come here, but they don't necessarily have the same sense of responsibility and obligation that we have as tangata whenua to look after the place.
Karioi is the first thing that we have to take care of. How she is and her living space, the water, the cleanliness of that all flows into the moana. It brings a whole nother life and a meaning to why do I pick up the rubbish.
As kaitiaki, our role is to ensure that there's always something for the next generation.
The great Daniel Kerriopa there, taking part in that piece. Aotearoa absolutely flaring today, showing its true beauty. Morena, Rich, good morning, and great to see you, mate.
Kia ora, Ray.
Looking sharp.
Yeah, thank you, and you too.
Oh, thank you. Little dusty, really partaking in everything this town has to offer. Incredible food and restaurants in town, and just the celebration of an amazing start to what has been a fantastic year so far. Incredible performances, and we are here at Manu Bay, the second day of competition we're watching unfold here. And Sammy Pupo charging down the line. This guy's been in magic form, and he shows a bit of flair on the back end there, driving up into the pocket once again. Plenty of bite in each of these turns as Pupo gets off to a great start here against Cole Hauschman. Rolling through to the inside, a lot of class, a real nice cadence to his performance right down the line there. Really flowing beautifully through that one.
Sure was, and we'd expect nothing less from Sammy Pupo. He has been on fire all year and right up the top of the ratings, which is great for him. He's, he's had a couple of seasons where he's been on and off the tour, but something has really, really clicked in 2026. His form, excellent. The speed is one of his most greatest assets, and it's on show here this morning.
It's blinding speed that he's brought to the tour this year, and as you said, it's helped him get his best start yet. Couple of quarterfinal finishes, a semi. He looks like an event winner. It hasn't happened yet, and it's going to be interesting to see how the form of all the surfers at the top end of the rankings translates to a left-hander, because that's the big story. The free surfing suggests that there's some people down the back end of the ranks that are going to make their charge, but let's have a look at what he got done on this first ride.
Just driving for speed. Now he sets up the first beautiful turn, gets a little drift. Gets those fins free for a moment, and then just down the line here, slashing off the top repeatedly. Just each one of these maneuvers, plenty of sting in it, but just real precision-like approach for Samuel Pupo.
You mentioned his results as a championship tour competitor. Came on so strong in 2022 as a rookie. Finished 10th that season. Blew our minds at Pipe, which was the first event of the year. Didn't get a huge result there, but just sort of showed that, he was going to really hit the ground running and gave us a couple of big performances. But you mentioned it. Since then, it's been an on and off relationship with the CT, and he's just managed to come back so strong on the Challenger Series the last 3 years to get his place back on this CT each year. And this year he's brought the dominance that he showed on the Challenger Series to the CT. He's been one of the best on tour this year.
Absolutely. For me, I think it's been a combination of the surfing just elevating a little bit more. He's always been fantastic, but something's happened between the years. He's just so much more confident, and whether he's sort of drawing what's happening off his brother's success as well. Miggy obviously getting the win down at Bells, kicking things off beautifully, and looks like he's going to stay busy with this insider.
Kicked off with a 5.5. Now loading up for something big down the line here. Eyeing off his opportunity, not ramping up enough for him.
You could see where he wanted to go with that, couldn't you? He was just telegraphing for that little air section down the line. Good wind, really, to do airs. The board just will get pushed onto your feet with this wind just blowing slightly up the face. As Kaipo mentioned, slight cross offshore happening at the moment. It's puffing up as a little bit more now that the sun's hit the mountains in the background here. But a beautiful day here Manu Bay, Raglan. And geez, there's been some fun-looking waves this morning, Ron.
Really fun. Yeah, Yago just lit things up this morning. A couple of massive numbers showing his variety and flair on the forehand. And then we saw Marco Migno get the victory over Baron Mamiya. A second win over Baron in as many events. So Marco, he's already through to that next rounder as well. Cole Houshman, you know, we've been talking about the form of Sammy and just how magic he's been. And Cole's had the complete opposite start to the year, an absolute shocker. Hasn't made a heat yet.
Oh, it's been a cruel start to 2026 for Houshman, and he should do better because he's surfing. It's there. You know, this is a guy, he's got a couple of CT event wins, and to have them this early in his career just shows you how good he is. But have a look at this, just 3/17 off the trot, and what that does to your sort of mental game, it's erosion. You know, he's got to stay in this. He's got to keep those hopes up. He's got to keep that glass half full, because I can tell you, mate, I've been in this position. Starting the year this badly, you're in a well, and you've got to try and find your way out. Just staying positive is the key to success here. He needs to make sure that, you know, this, even down to this first wave that he rides in this heat, it needs to be a blinder.
Just under 26 minutes to go. Quick start for Sammy Pupo. We're going to throw it out into the lineup. Morning, Kipes.
Hey, morning, Ronnie. Yeah, checking the Apple Watch. Little over 25 minutes left in this heat. A little bit of lull. So give you a little behind the scenes of how we bring you all of these visuals. We got world-class surf cameraman Sam Smith. He's on the video right now. And out here in the A team for the water unit, he's a former CT surfer. He's a shaper. He's one of the best PWC drivers in the world. Glendon Ringrose, that's Ringa, and it's Ringa's birthday today, so I wanted to wish him a happy birthday. And it just takes a whole village, Ron, to bring you all these images. I just wanted to shout out my water team, and we're just having a beautiful day out here at Waikiki.
We love it. Beautiful, Kipes. Definitely appreciate you guys out there. Kipes spends more time with Sam Smith and Ringer in the opening stages of the year than he does with his wife and his beautiful daughters. So, yeah, love the fact they're out there bringing those images. And it's crisp out there today. Caught Molly Picklum coming out of the lineup. She couldn't get to that hot tub quick enough. It was brisk this morning. I was wandering through town looking for my car, and eventually found it and made it down here just in time to see Yago light up Manu Bay. And now we're going to see what Cole Houshman can do. Plenty of flair on that front side. He's loving the opportunity to swing things around and head in a different direction as he takes this one right through to the inside. So much release through those turns.
Yeah, it's actually remarkable for someone of his stature, his size. I think it's about 6'3", 6'4", and about 100 kilos, man. So this is a guy who has so much power in his surfing, and to be that agile and be able to release the fins like that on the forehand, get that beautiful wrap, you know, it is quite amazing to watch. Let's check the replay here. So Cole, you can see nice and compressed, builds for speed, gets that opening snap down the line, and another one tags it, but now he starts to get the wrap and gets the flare, showing us a little bit of innovation and risk. See right there, all that release, that transition from back foot to front foot, really putting that weight on the front foot, Ron, through the second part of that turn, so that releases the fins, but still so much control from Cole.
This wave, it has that mechanical kind of look to it, and you can kind of fall into a nice flowing rhythm, but sometimes it's great to show the judges a bit of spark, a bit of flair. And Houshman delivered on that ride, getting some release in the tail. You know, I think it's a real point of difference. I think when you look at the surfing that we saw from Sammy on his opening ride, it was great surfing, tight in the pocket, but Cole just has the ability to kick that tail and maintain speed and control.
Yeah, absolutely. Watch his seat there, right, just kicks the fins back in again, redirection of the board. And if you actually just pay attention to what his board is doing and the angles that he's taking it on such a small space, again, it's quite remarkable just how fast and quick he was doing those turns.
Yeah, you look at Cole's results, and you have to go a little bit deeper, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But right now, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat. Such a tough competitor, always ready to turn up, Vaughan, even on a crisp, cool morning here in NZ.
Oh, totally, Ron. Marco, last year, you're a sensation, mate. You came out of the blocks and really put on some memorable performances. A Rookie of the Year season for you. This year, you look really determined to, really make some big statements again. Mate, this morning, some nice canvases, and you found some good waves.
Yeah, no, the waves were fun. I woke up this morning, went super early, and I was like, oh, there's definitely waves. I hope they just make the decision to run because I just want to surf, honestly. And yeah, I'm stoked. It worked pretty well because I made some good decisions. And yeah, I got a really good wave in the heat. I surfed it well, and I'm stoked. My backside is on point. It's something I've always a bit had doubt in myself, but I've worked on it, and I'm stoked. It's looking good.
Oh, it's looking sharp, mate. You look great in that heat. What is the goals for this year? Talking about last season, it always takes a little bit of time to find your feet. You did that beautifully. So what is the reset there?
Well, the reset was, okay, now I feel like I'm part of this tour, and now it's just to get better and better. This year for sure a top 10 on tour, win my first event. And I've always had a dream to become world champion, but everything takes its time. I want to make sure I do the right decision, take the right actions every day to just at least give myself a shot, I think you have to think big, dream big, and give your best. At least that's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, and your next matchup will be a big one. It'll be Yago Dora. So what did you make of his performance this morning, and how excited are you to take on the world champ?
Yeah, honestly, he's the GOAT, world champion. Just respect for him and his whole family and stuff. But yeah, you know what? Honestly, I'm just stoked. I just want to, I want this. I asked the universe for moments like this. So I'm just thankful for this opportunity to surf against the best surfer in the world and to have the chance to beat him, if it's just, why not? Why not? I asked for it. Now it's time to go and give my best.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it, man. And, watching your heats with your team is one of the funnest things to do at this contest. They're so into it. Jeremy, Jason, there's a lot of energy there, and especially when you get a good wave, you must be able to feel that.
Honestly, yeah. The whole crew I have is high energy, high vibrations, like my coach says. But yeah, I have a good crew, I have my coach Jaza, I have Jeremy right now with me. And the whole people who support me back at home, just sending me good energy, and yeah, just amazing crew out behind me.
And just finally, man, just on Jeremy, since he's turned up, there's just a different feel. Everyone's so pumped up. He's just got such a power, doesn't he?
No, Jeremy has this passion, He has something inside. He really wants you to do good, and you can feel it. There's no fake in it. It's like he's real, and he's like, okay, I'm here for you, and just. If you can feel that, and that's special to have a guy like Jeremy Flores in your corner. Come on, this is amazing.
Yeah, it gets me pumped up too, man, sitting up there. Congratulations, Marco. Great performance.
Thank you. I just want to say, je veux dire bonjour à toute la famille en France et au Mexique aussi. Allez la France, allez le Mexique. Et voilà, je suis super content d'avoir passé cette série et j'ai pu exécuter les vagues que je voulais. Super content.
Thank you, Vaughan. Yeah, Marco, absolutely buzzing for good reason. He surfed really well in that last heat. You saw the replay there, a lot of spark. And his backhand, as he said, he hasn't always felt he could completely trust it, has felt shaky on it at times, but that'll give him a lot of confidence as he moves on to the next round. Really tight battle happening here at the moment. And the nod on the exchange went to Sammy Pupo. So let's have a close look. Cole Houshman turning a 5.17 for his ride.
Yeah, really great contrast of styles. You can see the big explosive manoeuvre for Sammy out the back. So already he's kind of got the advantage because he started stronger. And on that backhand, that vertical attack, similar in that they're both getting that fin drift happening. One on the backhand, one on the forehand. Have a look at just how far around the wrap is for Cole Houshman. Watch this next turn here on the forehand. Full shift of weight onto the front foot, kicks the tail out, regains control, and Sammy just down the line, just sort of repetitively snapping off the top. But more risk with what Cole's doing towards the end of the wave. Sammy's wave also a fraction bigger. kind of nothing in it, but that opening turn for me, I feel like is that defining moment.
Yeah, there was definitely, it was always going to be close on the scoreline there. I think the panel really pulled it apart nicely. You could see just the nod for Sammy, I think, came with the strength of the opening combinations.
Yep.
Cole had a slight glitch on his second move, and then Sammy continued to sort of power through his turns, and Cole, you know, he showed us that flair, but it was almost like he was releasing the fins rather than pushing to the point of release.
Yeah.
Just under 17 minutes to go here. One thing's for sure, Cole Houshman, he wants revenge. I mentioned that he's had those 317s, but when you look at who he came up against, you can see why he's had a tough start to the year. Felipe Toledo, he was the best surfer on the Gold Coast. Ethan Ewing got the win, but for me, Felipe did the best surfing in that event. He got Cole in this same round on the Gold Coast. Western Australia, it was actually Sammy Pupo who waxed Cole over there. He put up a huge heat score total. He got beaten by Alejo Muniz down at Bells. Alejo's a great surfer, but everyone expected Cole to, you know, where he's had a victory before, turn in a better result. But it's not going to upset Cole too much. He'll have faith that he can turn this year around because he had the same run of events last season through the 3 Australian contests.
Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting one. You know, Cole again, just going back to the struggle of you know, being in this position where he hasn't got a result yet, and just managing that negative energy. He needs to do that.
15 and a half minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break. Back with more in just a moment.
The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. I thought I'd give you guys a conditions update. The tide is coming up. We're about 20 minutes from high tide. We have a 3-metre coefficient, so that we got 3 metres between high and low tide here. Now, I've heard that if there is a 3-metre coefficient, that means on the low tide, you start to get a reverse sweep. So this is something our competitors are going to have to take into consideration today if you're competing on the low tide.
Thank you, Jesse. Good insights, and yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch. It's amazing how much that tide will run out and how quickly it happens. So yeah, the competitors at the moment, you can see they're comfortably holding their position, but they'll have to keep an eye on that because you can get caught behind on that ledge section pretty easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And where they're sitting now, that'll actually be pretty much exposed rock by the time we get to the bottom of the tide. And yeah, that barrel-y section that can come to life at low tide I'm not sure if we'll see it today, just given the wave height, but certainly some beautiful waves on offer this morning. This place is just picture perfect, set up for these long left-handers.
Really close heat playing out here. Both surfers with a mid-range 5. So shaping up to be a close one, an interesting one. Hoping for more of those two-wave sets. So those exchanges continue to unfold here. Sammy Pupo wants to maintain his position at the top. You know, we've been touching on these two and their results. Sammy on fire, hasn't cracked a final yet this season, but it has looked primed. And he's only lost out to Brazilian world champions in his losses. A couple of losses to Medina in the first 2 events, and then Felipe got him on the Gold Coast. But man, it was fun watching him go about his work through those opening events. Just the flair and speed has just been electric.
Yeah, that heat with Felipe up on the Gold Coast in particular, that was pretty special. Both those guys were just going at it. Sammy being compared to Felipe in his younger years, but I feel like he's kind of carving out his own space on the tour now. He's developed that style. What is undeniable, though, is the speed. And I feel like the power's sort of turned up a couple of notches as well. Boards from JS looking incredible under his feet this season.
Let's check in with Kipes again.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. You know, just talking about how important this heat is for Cole Hausman. You know, slow start for Cole in his 3rd year on the championship tour. Already has 2 CT victories, so he has that winning spirit in him. And Cole, he has an incredible support squad. Right now, you have some UFC legends, Shemai of Rockhold, they're watching Cole. Skateboard legend, Ryan Sheckler, he's watching Cole. Twitch from motocross. Bear from Santos Studio, Jackson, that whole dojo. He surrounds himself with world-class athletes, and the collective energy right now, I feel, is behind Cole Hausman. Let's see if the big powerhouse can come through here. 10 minutes left in this heat, but I just had to acknowledge that this is a pivotal moment for the surfer from San Clemente.
Yeah, it is a big one, and Rich has been touching on it. And Rich, why don't you go there again? When you have such a poor start, and I don't want to, you know, drudge up
bad memories. But
you had been in that position before where you've got to turn it around, and maybe even more pressure building in this kind of moment for Cole, because there's not a whole lot of opportunity in this lineup at the moment.
Yeah, everything is kind of against him at the moment, and even letting the thought of a 4th 17th, so that your scoreline reads 17, 17, 17, 17 for your opening results of the year, all of a sudden you're going, oh, am I even going to re-qualify for the tour? That negativity is so hard to overcome. So I feel like Cole's whole mission at the moment is to keep that positivity there, keep that confidence there, just revert back to how he surfed previously. I mean, the surfing is on point. We can see it there. He was really, really in touch on that first exchange. So, yeah, he's just got to stay in this and keep that positive mindset.
What he can reflect on is his run of results last season. He finished 10th on the CT last year, you know, ahead of a lot of very successful championship tour surfers. He had 5 17ths last year. So Cole Hausman, as an event winner, 2 times now on the CT, and someone that I think either on a right-hander or a left can turn in big results. I don't think he'd be getting too flustered just yet. I think he'd trust his ability and trust the fact that he can turn this year around.
Yeah, the other thing the crew around him would be doing is just keeping him focused on his game. The moment he started thinking, oh, I've got Sammy Pupo, you know, knowing the form that Sammy's coming into this year, into this heat, this would have been one of the hardest matchups of the draw. So just staying, it's cliche, but staying in the moment, only thinking about what you've got to do. You can't control what Sammy's going to do, just your performance, and just staying right where he needs to be, and that is in this minute.
Well, Vaughan's down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Coach's Corner, what do you got for us, Vaughan?
Yeah, here with Matty. Mate, it's a brand new Sammy Poops this year. He's on fire, putting in some really top-line performances. We have a little paddle here, so I'll just let Matty focus on the lineup. Looks like Cole on the inside. He's found a little one that's running along the rocks, and he's going to stick with it. Flying down towards this inside section. He'll throw the tail into a nice little reverse. Clean surfing Not a huge move, but making the most out of that. But, mate, yeah, you know, tell us a little bit about Sammy's mindset this year. Like, he's not there to make up numbers. He is dead set going for a world title.
Yeah, Sammy's just tapping into himself, tapping into his truest potential, and believing in his surfing and his decision-making. And when you pair those things together, it's dangerous.
This is a lot of fun, mate, because we know how lethal he is on the front side. We haven't really copped a whole lot of him on the backhand. What have you liked from his performances since you've been here in New Zealand?
I just love the speed he carries through his maneuvers. He's always there to attack. He's so light-footed and just crisp in his surfing, and it's just really attractive to watch.
It is, mate, and I won't keep you too much longer, but, you know, as well as the surfing that you've got to do, there's a lot of downtime in these heats. How do you manage that? What's the strategy?
Yeah, I actually told him you're going to be on the peak high tide, so let's plan to ride 2 to 3 waves in this heat and just, like, stick to our guns and wait for the good ones, and when they show up, let's attack.
Love it, mate. Leave you to it.
Thank you, Vaughn. And, yeah, Matty Myers, he's done a great job helping Samuel through the Challenger Series, but also helping him tap into rare form this year. Cole Houshman got busy during the interview, Rick.
Yeah, he sure did. Just picking up that little insider. I think it was a smart move, under priority. We're down to 6 minutes. This heat seems to be flying past, but just to get himself into the lead at this point, I think was a good move.
Yeah, and he's also got himself back out there to the takeoff zone. So really a smart move, but Sammy does have the priority, and he's got a good size wave here. Scrambles to get into this one, has to get motoring. This wave stretching out.
Oh.
And there is a turning point moment in this heat.
So, well, Cole put the pressure on, kept him honest, and made sure Sammy paddled into that wave, relinquished priority, and did not convert. So a perfect scenario at this point of the heat for Cole Houshman. And looks like we can hear the whistles. That generally indicates that there are more lines starting to march into Manu Bay here.
Yeah, well, Cole now, he's got a tough decision to make. Sammy on the inside. This wave's not going to do too much, so Sammy gets over the top of this one. But Cole Houshman, you know, that really played it well. Got the 3-point ride, just upped the requirement a little bit. It's so marginal at this point. Sammy doesn't need a whole lot, but Cole's got the priority here, and he's going to pass up this one. Sammy only needs a 2.67 to get himself in front here. Looks over his shoulder, a bit disinterested in this wave. And, yeah, he's not going to get the lead with that.
No, definitely not. So starting to be a bit of a stressful situation here. Sammy Pupo just looking for a wave now. But again, just back to that little moment of strategy for Cole Houshman to make sure that he got the lead, that inside wave.
Yeah, just over 4 minutes to go here. And it's interesting how a moment in a heat like that can just turn the pressure straight away over to Sammy in this instance. Seemed to be in control. You know, Cole was scrapping on the inside and Sammy had the priority.
Yeah, and look, Sammy's actually watching Cole, just going, okay, let's see what he's doing. But Cole just pumping for speed here. Little section pops up in front of him. Great technique, actually, just to get the little air rev. And then this is Sammy, like really had a struggle and paddle hard to get into that one. The section closes down in front of him. That's that ledge that we were talking about that'll be fully exposed around the low tide. Matty Myers just put a coin in the swear jar, mate.
Yeah, I think he had to go anyway because Cole was sitting wide, and if Sammy didn't swing, yeah, Cole probably would have made that open face, especially being on his forehand, that extra drive off the toes, and then Sammy may have been in more trouble. So even though he didn't get around the section, I still think he had to go that wave.
Yeah, he did. Cole, as you mentioned, was in the perfect takeoff spot, and he possibly would have dropped another 5 or a 6 and really put the pressure on. But at the moment, he's done everything right. Cole Houshman with priority, under 3 minutes to go, so has control of the heat at this point.
Mistakes will cost you big time today in this lineup,
yeah.
Rich.
Yeah, for sure. Just the inconsistency of the swell at the moment. You know, these little mistakes You just can't make them because you will definitely pay. Looks like we have a little swell line approaching the takeoff zone.
Yeah, Cole, he has to go because Semi Pupo, he only needs a 2.67. So Cole's going to do his best to up the ante here. Nice sparky work in the pocket on a waist-high wave for Cole Hauschman. Brings it through to the inside. And there's a bit of that sting. Really kicked hard on the tail there. So he'll drop the three-point ride as we get to the backdoor 2-minute warning here. And this is going to help his chances. It's going to push that requirement up. It'll still be an attainable number for Semi Pupo, but it is going to get a little more difficult here.
It's incremental points that he's needing at the moment, and he's dropped a 3.73, so just a marginal increase, but an increase nonetheless. So at this point, still all things are positive that are happening around Cole Hauschman at the moment, and he is motoring back out there because he knows that this is still a precarious situation that he's in. Looks like there are a few swell lines starting to approach as well.
So Cole, he is motoring to get himself back out there in position, knowing that even though he's got the lead here, he is really on shaky ground, because if Sammy can tap into a set and show the kind of form that he's been putting on display throughout the first 3 events of the season, then Cole's in real trouble here. Moving through to the inside, a smaller wave here, 50 seconds to go. Sammy puts the head down. He's going to roll the dice on this one. Drives up into the section. Really clean rails through the first turn. A little hiccup on the second, but still has opportunity down the line here and continues to attack. 3.4 is the requirement, and it is looking good at the moment as he works this one over right through to the inside and just juices it for points. Juices it dry. He's going to finish right here on the inside. Have a look at that. Unbelievable small wave surfing here. And the Brazilian just held his nerve so beautifully. 10 seconds remaining. Cole's finishing one on the outside there. And we'll see in a minute what kind of work he got done. But it was always going to be a close heat, Rich. Both these guys, you know, in different positions on the rankings at the moment. Sammy wanting to maintain his momentum and Cole desperately trying to find some.
Yeah, absolutely. So forget about the 3.73. I think Cole's going to get rid of that. We haven't seen his wave yet, but let's check out what Sammy Pupo got done here. Beautiful surfing.
Wow.
Clean, crisp. Just a little hung up on the second turn, but from here down the line, this wave started to build. And Sammy with that fast twitching action, just beautiful tight pocket turns all the way down the line.
But it looked like Cole Hauschman was kicking off a much bigger wave on the outside, and here it is.
Here we go. So the big goofy footer down the line. This one's got some more pace to it.
Oh, wow.
And he hammers it twice off the top, throws a ton of spray. Big wrapping carve there as this wave starts to stretch out into the bay. And Cole just throws the fist up.
A bigger wave provides that canvas for bigger turns, and it did feel like a measured approach from Cole, but he had the benefit, he had the speed, and he did exactly what he had to. And here is the IC score update for Cole Hauschman. 6.5 when he desperately needed a number, and he desperately needed a heat win, and he turns it in the final stages to get the jump on a very in-form Sammy Pupo. Well done, Cole. Moving on through to the third round.
Wow, that was an absolute nail-biter. So, well, it was great surfing from Sammy Pupo. He did everything he could on the opportunities that he had. But the rhythm of that final set, Cole, under pressure too, had to perform. As you said, he didn't oversurf it. He didn't need to. The wave was already there. And he absolutely nailed it. So he has potentially shifted the energy of his year right here at Raglan.
We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we've got a special guest joining us in the booth. He's a 2-time Olympian. We are getting stuck into the second round, into Heat 12 now. And Cole Houshman, he just saved himself in Heat 11. First heat win of the year. He'll be absolutely buzzing. Looking forward to hearing what he's got to say. Held his nerve beautifully right until the final stages of that heat against a very informed Sammy Pupo. He's back. And we're back here in the booth. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and joined by Billy Stearman. Churkaz.
Churkazies.
What's happening, mate?
How are we, boys? All good?
Really good, bro. Mean, bro. We are loving our time over here, and I don't even know how you ever left this place to go chase your dreams, because it is so beautiful.
Yeah, it's always hard leaving home, obviously. We've had some amazing weather, and obviously the waves are pretty fun today, and it's a special place. It's my home, so yeah, welcome.
Mate, thank you. We're loving it. And how's it been for you, Bill? Just we got to see that flurry at the end of that last heat. So exciting, not just for the competitors to come to a new location on this championship tour schedule, but for all the fans here who are just absolutely buzzing and lining the stones down there.
Yeah, it's been a crazy lead up to the event. Obviously, there's some awesome weather and all the pros are in town. You know, there's a lot of fans on the hill today and the last couple of days, even yesterday in the lay days, it's been amazing. So, yeah, it's been so cool to be a part of, and I've just been enjoying my time here out at the Bay and at the Point and just getting amongst all the action.
Obviously, this is a surf-crazy town and community. The Board Riders Club that you've been a part of forever means a lot to you. But I just wanted to ask you, I've done a few trips to Raglan. The energy is very different with this contest here at the moment. It feels like everyone is absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, it's been honestly insane. Obviously, you can see now with the rocks are covered with people, and yeah, normally it's pretty quiet. You know, it's pretty sleepy. There's a few cars around on the point and a few guys in the lineup. But as you can see, the hill's pumping. All the energies are high, and everyone's enjoying their time here at Manu Bay. Obviously, we're kind of providing some good weather at the moment too, so it's fun.
It's dreamy, and we've got a big match up here. You know, much like the last heat, Leonardo Fioravanti, like Sammy Pupo's, looking extremely strong this year. Looks like he's sort of poised to make a good run at the top end of the rankings once again. He's got Mateus Hurdy, who is starting to find his feet as a championship tour competitor as well.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Leo's, in my opinion, in career best form at the moment. Just super fit. The confidence is there. And he's been doing some of the biggest manoeuvres we've ever seen from him this season. And just noting that he's got the inside track for the start of this heat. 2 quarterfinal finishes in 2026, so that's indicative of how the year is going so far. Would love to crack a win in 2026. And Mateus Hurdy, as you mentioned, Ronnie, you know, first year on the tour. As a member of the Championship Tour, he's had a couple of wild cards in the past and done well, but kind of struggled to find that form. You know, he was surfing well, but on the Goldie in particular, he really started to find his feet.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch him surf his way through the schedule this year. A lot of hype heaped on him, and for good reason. Super exciting surfer, and it's great to see him now campaigning as a full-time competitor. Let's take a moment here while we wait for that first exchange to unfold and hear from Cole Houshman, saving his place in the draw true with that last effort.
Oh, it was a stressful one out there, Ronnie. Cole, it's the first heat you've made all year. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's it almost feels like an event win for me right now. It's crazy. You can just a really rough start to the year, but my surfing's been feeling good, and I think just things haven't really been going my way. So, yeah, feels amazing to win a heat finally. You know, it feels like you kind of forget the feeling sometimes, but yeah, I'm stoked.
When you come into new events after not having the performances that you would have liked, how do you kind of shift that mindset and still back yourself and back your surfing?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tricky, you know. It's like you just try not to let the results define you, you know, and like kind of just keep trying to do your best surfing, show up every day, and yeah, just dig yourself out of the rut, you know. It's hard, you know. You wake up every day, like 4 events in, you haven't made a heat. You're like, what the heck's going on, you know? So that's why you practice all the mental stuff, you know. Talk to the people you need to and try to dig yourself out of the rut. So stoked I could make it happen. 1 heat at a time, though, you know. We still have a whole event.
Yeah, it's a journey in this one as well. I mean, that heat was really tough with Sammy. It went flat. The head noise might have started to creep in. You know, what was the strategy going into it, and how did you adapt when things changed?
Yeah, it's crazy. Kind of all strategy just went out the door. You know, like after like 10 minutes left and it was still flat, you're just like, all right, I guess it's going to get kind of grindy. And yeah, it's just like, I just want to be able to showcase my surfing, and it sucks when you have slow heats because you can't really, you're always all tight and you try to like, you know, get scores and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it just went my way. I got lucky he went on that first wave in that last set, and the next one was a bomb. And like I said earlier, like things weren't going my way in the start of the year, and now they kind of, that went my way in the end. So yeah, stoked and just going to keep showing up.
Sammy's been in form all year as well. It must feel pretty good to get one up on him as well and just break that kind of momentum of his.
Yeah, he's been ripping. He's doing the best surfing I've ever seen him do. And yeah, he got me at Margs, and I kind of had a shocker, so it feels good to get one back on him. But yeah, super inspiring. You know, he's been killing it this year, and I want to kind of get a start like that hopefully next year.
Congrats, Cole. Good luck in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, True. True, just having to reach the microphone up.
He's
to
a
Cole
big
Houseman.
lad.
He's towering, 6'3", and it's incredible how well he surfs these smaller conditions. And if he gets a bit of momentum, he could be pretty hard to stop in this contest. But Billy Stammen's with us. We saw a wave built, a 4.67, and on a day like today, it's not a bad start here.
Yeah, it's a decent start. Obviously, both these guys on their backhand today. Mateus kind of speeding down the line here. Bit of a foam climb, and then it kind of runs off down the side here, and he gets a couple of nice backhand slaps down the side, down the inside here. Yeah, these guys have been ripping all in the lead up to the event. I've seen Leo on a couple of good waves. Obviously, he's known to have a pretty good backhand, and Mateus. Mateus is obviously pretty solid and very tricky, and he's got all the, you know, got a good variety in his surfing. So, yeah, we've got a good heat on our hands.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. 4.67, Rich. It's a positive start. You reflect on the last heat. The surfers were holding on to 5-point rides at the completion. There's the results for the Brazilian rookie. The quarterfinal finish has really helped him right the ship and got him back on track.
Yeah, big confidence booster. Single-digit result there. Quarterfinals always feels good. And, you know, favoured, I guess, on his forehand, Mateus. So good in the air. But he's really starting to tap into more of a rail game, starting to inject a bit more power into his surfing, and really have better tempo with his manoeuvres. If I have to be critical, could sometimes be a little stop-start and jumpy and jerky through connecting his manoeuvres, but he seems to have been working on that and really starting to clean things up. And great to see him here on the backhand too. And great signs from that first wave. There was a couple of manoeuvres on that, looking really spicy.
We're going to bring Kaipo into the conversation once again. What do you got for us, Kipes?
Well, I got a question for Billy, because I'm just, you know, meeting my Maori cousins and feeling the whenua. This is a special place on earth, and Billy, I want to hear from you about, you know, the mana here of Aotearoa, because, like I said, I'm feeling the energy every day I'm here.
Yeah, the mana here in Whangaroa is beautiful, man. Obviously, I've grown up and been immersed in the culture here in New Zealand, and you know, I've got a few cousins, a few of my friends are cousins, and you know, they're kind of, you know, they're my broader family, and obviously, you know, the culture here in Raglan especially, and is very special. So yeah, I've been around it. You know, all my closest friends are, you know, Māoris, and yeah, I've obviously enjoyed my journey growing up here in Raglan and kind of moulded who I am today. And yeah, it's a beautiful country with beautiful scenery and beautiful people. So yeah, obviously I'm happy and healthy, and you know, I've had such a crazy journey to get to where I am today, and I wouldn't be here without, you know, my surroundings and the people I've grown up with. And yeah, it's a very special place.
Mate, that first round heat for you was a big one. My mind was blown, you know, to see you match up with Morgan. We know both you guys have such incredible backhand attacks. How was it sizing up your opponent?
Yeah, bro, honestly, it was pretty intimidating. Obviously, I've travelled a lot with Morgs over the years, and competed with him again in the challenges and the QSs and stuff like that. So, I don't know, I felt really comfortable in the surf. There was a lot of other things going on around the event. You know, there was a lot of crazy support, and the whole hill was pumping, and the energies and the nerves were definitely high. But as soon as I jumped in that water, and you know, I became comfortable and free and kind of open, and I kind of just wanted to put on a show for everyone. You know, there was a lot of lead up and a lot of things happening behind the scenes. But for me, I just wanted to kind of, inspire that next generation and kind of put on a show as good as I can, and kind of prove to everyone, that dreams do come true. And just being in the event's kind of been a dream for me. So, it was always going to be a tough matchup against Morgs. Obviously, he's been on fire, and he's kind of, after that he's kind of built up a bit of momentum, and he's looking pretty spicy out there. So, yeah, it was always going to be a tough heat for me, but I really enjoyed it.
Mate, I love what you said about this just being a tangible pathway for the youth of this country, because there has been a bit of a shortfall of Kiwi talent on the Championship Tour ranks, and there's been so many fantastic surfers from this region. I think this contest could go a long way into, encouraging a lot of youngsters, aspiring young pros here to go all the way.
Yeah, for sure. I just, you can see it just buzzing around the event. I honestly, just me being in the event, I didn't think the support was going to be that big. So, we got kids coming from all over New Zealand to see their idols, to see them in the flesh, to see how they perform and how they are as professional athletes. And I think just that in itself is so inspiring and so motivating for the kids. And, they're getting signatures and photos and just around the whole event. And I've really enjoyed giving back in a way. I've been traveling internationally, and everyone's been following my journey for so long now. And just to be in a part of this is, a dream come true. And it's kind of, I've achieved everything I ever wanted to do in surfing. So it's my time to give back. And hopefully I've done that and inspired a few people and a few kids along the way. And hopefully they can buzz around the event and kind of watch these world champs do their thing and get motivated and inspired.
Love it, mate. Well, I think you've definitely inspired, obviously, a lot of Kiwi surfers. Seeing Alani surf in the women's event was awesome. She's obviously an incredible talent. Who are some of the other emerging young stars we should be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, Alani's done so well. Obviously, she's young and she's got a very bright future ahead. She did amazing the other day. I'm super proud of her, and obviously Tom Butlin as well. He grinded through the trials and in the lead up to this event, and he surfed really well too. He was ripping all pre-event and in his heat. So. There's obviously Kehu and Elliot and the guys who have been doing the QS for a while, and I feel like it's kind of missed a little bit at the moment. I'd like to get in there and start building some maybe some world champs and some professional surfers in the future, but we'll see what the future holds.
Bring it on. Here we go. Mateus Hurdy not wasting any time, getting busy on the inside, has the speed and has the flare above the lip, and he spins one and just goes flying out of the rotation down the line, looking for more here. A 4.67 on his first ride. Swings his board into reverse once again. Maybe a little bit of inspiration from Billy Stammen on that ride. Whose backhand flare here is famous. But Mateus not wasting any time, and I think it's probably a pretty smart move for him.
Yeah, again, similar to the previous heat where Cole just took advantage of second priority, a little inside wave. And this is where Mateus is so dangerous, because he has the ability to take to the air, generate so much speed. Little check turn to start things off. Watch him just pump down the line here, generating all that acceleration. The stance widens as he's pumping down the line. Little lateral on the air rev on that one, but he kept all that speed and momentum going, and just this little kind of tail flick air rev to finish off. So on a tiny little wave, he's gotten some great work done, basically just extracted every point out of that ride. Great technique here. He's one of these surfers that is real expressive, similar to Alejo Munez, who has a lot of expression in the way they surf. Here we go.
Bit more size in the face of this one for the Italian, who draws off the bottom into the pocket a couple of times here. This is already looking like the best number of the heat as he hits it again. And Leo has found a gem here, working this one over big time as he rolls through to the inside. Just the ability to open up on this wave. Finds a clean flow, tries to kick the fins on the final section. Doesn't quite get there, but the crowd, they are savvy and they know that was a quality wave. And Leo hit it in all the right places before falling at the end there. So he's going to drop the best number of this heat. It's interesting. The Brazilian, he had the flair, he was exciting, but the judges really want to see that power unloaded as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great top to bottom surfing here through the end part of this wave for Leo. Just stinging it at all the right moments, and loved the tempo on this one. Just really maintaining that speed through these, I guess they're almost figure 8 arcs on your backhand. Off the bottom, pivoting tight off the top, almost coming back on his own track as he comes back off the lip. And Leo coming from behind the section, really important to do on the backhand. And that puts himself in the real steepest part of the wave here. Just kind of forcing, trying to force that last little slide, but I don't think really the judges are going to pay too much attention to that. All the work was done down the line.
See a lot of falls on that final section, Billy. It just sort of lays down so flat. You're driving up into it thinking you've got something to hit, and it's kind of flat water once you're in transition trying to ride out of a turn there.
Yeah, it's pretty full tide at the moment, so Leo's done really well to choose the right wave with a little bit of pocket there, and kind of timed his turns really well, and obviously did some big powerful surfing. So yeah, I guess he just tried to force something kind of a little special extra at the end there.
So here goes Mateus Hurdy, floating down the line, really clean float, didn't lose any speed, and he is getting an opportunity to show us what he can do with a better face on this wave, not having to manufacture speed. The wave providing it, and he is going to throw some flair at us on the final section. He likes the feel of it. So he opted for the busy start, took some of those smaller waves, and Leo was patient, just really wanting to get the set and find the advantage there. It'll be interesting to see where the judges go on that exchange. Just under 15 minutes to go. Let's have another look at this one. Rich, take us through it.
Yeah, I love this opening floater. Almost a really functional way to get down the line. Little tail drop at the end. Comes around that section, really smooth. Pay attention to just how he sits on these bottom turns. That drives him, gives him all that speed to get up into the lip. And Mateus getting a little bit of flair at the end there, but those manoeuvres down the line where he was just de-weighting enough to get those little fin drift. It's those little details that the judges will be paying attention to. Great technique here. Nice and smooth. You saw that that inside hand just caressing the face of the wave through that bottom turn. That keeps him nice and low. Keeps him all coiled up, just compressing that power so that he can explode once he gets off the lip.
Yeah. Caressing, I like that. And then getting to the top of the wave and smashing it.
Yeah, just detonating off the lip.
So we're waiting on numbers to come through. It's going to be a super interesting exchange. We'll give you the update in just a moment. Billy Stairman's still with us. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
It's beautiful, it's sunny, it's pumping waves down here at the Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy, and I found myself at the best place at the event site. It's Raglan Rose. This is Billy Stairman's local. I know that for a fact. Now, Ronnie, Rich and I are massive coffee drinkers, so I've spent a long time waiting in this line for my coffee. I've got mine now. It's so incredibly delicious. Just the way that they can mix their crema with their milk. I'm a bit of a coffee fanatic, so I could go into it for quite some time. But if you're around the area, get in line because it's a pretty fair wait for a coffee right now just because of how good it is. So, Ronnie, Rich, I'll put the order in for you guys.
Thank you. That would be greatly appreciated, Jesse. Grab a couple of Panadol as well, if you don't mind. 11 minutes to go here, and Leonardo Fioravanti has jumped up into the lead. Well, he hasn't yet, but he is looking good. He's won that last exchange, 7.33 to Mateus's 6.67. It's going to be fun to break these ones down. There's the IC score update. So Leo now, he needs a 4.41, but the patience really paid off, Rich. He found the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, and I think that's potentially where the difference in the scoreline is. Leo just getting the edge. As we have a look at the replay here, you can see beautiful wall standing up in front of him. Just accelerating through that first turn. And again, just compared to Mateus's wave, you can see Leo's just cutting a little deeper through the face. There's a little bit more impact. The spray, again, is just flying off the board and off the back of the wave with a little bit more height. So great extension, great body torque. And again, all the way down the line, the wave had height, and he's just ripping through these turns.
Bill, he was just sending huge fans of spray up with each of these turns, putting a lot into it. I mean, some missed points, but this is the replay of Hurdy. Beautiful float to get started.
Yeah, it looks like both of these guys have had a couple of rag and roasts this morning. They're pretty fired up. But, yeah, Mateus obviously ripping a couple through here. I just think in the score, I think the wave height is, obviously Leo got a little bit better of a wave and bit more full, but just a little bit more bigger turns. So overall, it was a good exchange. Obviously, Leo's just got to wait for, another backup. It's pretty hard at the moment. There's a couple of long waits with that long period in the swell, but the waves do look fun out there.
It's a real subtle difference between those two approaches. Whereas Mateus was coming around and it was a place and slide off the top, whereas Leo was kind of getting up to the top of the lip and almost ripping through it. And there was a bit more rail engagement there. And obviously with the difference in wave height as well, I think that's where the difference in score is.
It's kind of speaking to the form that Leonardo has carried through the opening stages of the season. His board has been on edge. His turns have been clean and he's surfing with a lot of speed. But I think the trick to this wave, Billy, is, it has such a smooth, sort of slow pace to it as it rolls down the line. You've got to stay with that pocket. Otherwise, you're kind of missing scoring opportunity, as we see. The Brazilian loading up. He's going to have to throw something big down the line here to make this one count. There it is. Wow. If he got on top of his board there and rode out of that air, there's a chance that he gets rid of the 5.07. But yeah, just maintaining that kind of flow with this ride and capitalising on those steeper sections is key.
I feel like Manu Bay's a full rhythm wave. I feel like if you get that first setup, big manoeuvre, you can kind of find your feet, find rhythm, find a bit of variety down the line and kind of complete a full wave. Sometimes I've seen a few people get a little bit stuck behind or kind of out of rhythm a little bit if they kind of mistime that first section. So for me, I don't know, it's kind of natural. I've kind of been surfing here every day and kind of just comes natural, jumping off the rocks and doing the runarounds and, getting the right waves. But it's been cool to try and break it down a little bit and watch everyone else's approach and kind of learning off these guys and trying to, better myself as well as, watch these guys absolutely shred Manu Bay.
Absolutely. Well, that last exchange, Kaipo, was an interesting one. Almost similar kind of rides for these two competitors, but big plumes of spray coming off the rail for Leonardo.
Yeah, and Leonardo, with limited opportunity, playing the game, right? Because it really is, it's a priority game right now. When the good waves come in, you need to be on it. So Leo just holding steadfast through there, and he's playing the game really well. Even though he's trailing in this heat, he has tons of opportunity in front of him, Ron. And just a second, I'm just going to give you a second Art of War quote, because Sun Tzu said, in the fire of battle, patience is rewarded.
Nice. I like that. Keep them coming. And yeah, Leonardo certainly was rewarded with that beautiful left. He's got priority again. But, you know, he desperately wants to get himself that second score. And here's a replay of it from Kaipo's angle. And just the turning around the bottom of the whitewater there, Rich, to square up on each of those sections was really well done.
Yeah, incredibly well done from Leo. Great tempo throughout this ride. Nice on the backhand. It's you can really get tight in the pocket. At those radiuses at the top of the wave on the backhand, certainly easier to do in my mind than on the forehand out here.
Well, Billy, I was going to ask you who you think are the favourites for this event. I think one of them's running down for his heat.
Yeah, for sure. Italo's been looking spicy out there. He's probably one of my favourites. Yeah, it's interesting to see the guys on the front side. It's obviously me growing up on the backhand. I always thought the backhanders would do a lot better out here, but obviously these guys are world champions. These guys are the best in the world, so it's cool to see their variety and how they're approaching the wave. Obviously Italo's always going to be fiery, spicy, fast. He's got a really good air game. Gabrielle's been looking amazing. And yeah, obviously Leo's looking good. I think Joel Vaughan's looking pretty good. These are all my favourite surfers, so I'm just excited. I'm enjoying watching the show and kind of being immersed in it, and I'm looking forward to the girls coming up later as well. And yeah, obviously I'm just having so much fun down here with everyone.
I love it. Yeah, I think what's got everyone talking about this guy, Rich, is his ability to make magic out of nothing. He's had sections out there that sort of lay flat where others struggle to get their board vertical or get a critical turnout. He's been launching airs that, no exaggeration, he's covering around 20 feet, landing out on the flats, losing touch with his equipment at stages, somehow stays on the wave and gets back on board.
It's actually remarkable how he does it, and I think he is the front runner of the goofy footers in terms of speed and his ability to take to the air. And get creative. In contrast, Medina, it's more of not a measured approach, but he stays more connected to the wave face, and there's a bit more power. But Italo just keeps us guessing all the time. He's so unpredictable, and it's no secret he has that frenetic speed that he just unleashes when he hits the water.
Looking forward to watching that one. Italo will take on Seth Moniz in that next battle. But 3.5 minutes to go here. And we'll see if the busier approach for Mateus pays off, or if he's punished for taking those smaller rides with Leonardo holding priority and only needing a 4.4 here.
Yeah, well, at this point, you're almost a victim of the rhythm of the sets and just how many sets come through in the space of this heat. Obviously, Mateus getting busy, really milking those smaller inside waves, but he's done well to have the lead at the moment. But Leonardo has priority. He just is begging for a wave to come through in these final 3 minutes.
Hindsight is something that all these surfers suffer from after losing heats, and in the last exchange, Sammy Pupo will be going, I should have held off for the second wave in the set, but in a slower lineup, you're not guaranteed to find that wave. So you kind of got to take what's in front of you. And that's been the plan for Mateus so far, just picking off insiders. I think on that last ride, he got more lift off. He got more height in the air. He wasn't able to stick it, but that's something that he's got up his sleeve if he's desperate for a number in the final stages here, which is a worry for Leonardo, who's really just banking on the best two quality waves to earn his place in the next round. So obviously, Bill, you've experienced so many magic days at this location. You ever ridden away from the top to the bottom?
Good question. I haven't. Normally when it's big like that, it's kind of big and burgery and pretty fat. But yeah, no, we do get big spells around here, and normally I'm just surfing Manu Bay when it's 3 foot like this. So.
All right, the backdoor 2-minute countdown has begun, and Mateus is looking for that air section on the inside. You can tell he's got the technique, he's got the style. What he can't find out there at the moment is the right section to take that flight. but his intentions are really clear.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy, really. Just stay busy, keep Leo guessing, but it looks like Leo's going to get a chance to get this 4.41 that he needs.
Well, he's got to get moving, though, and he will. Right high on the face to get some speed, chasing a 4.41. He has to rip this wave. There's been some good surfing done in this heat, and Leonardo continues to hammer away. A number of big hits on the pocket, and he's not done yet as he rolls through to the inside. He has had a busy run at this one, and there's a lot of quality turns laid down. And he is going to finish right there on the inside with just 55 seconds to go. Pretty impressive stuff.
Rock solid surfing from Leo under pressure in the final minute. Just rapid fire down the line, just zapping off the top. Coach Richard Marsh, eyes on the screen now. He'll be patiently waiting, or impatiently waiting, I should say, for these judges' scores. Looks like Matthias, he's going to get one more crack at it.
Scrambling, he can't get into this one. 25 seconds to go.
Well,
is he going to get another opportunity here on the outside?
My feeling, Ronnie, is that Leo got the score and then some. To me, it feels like it is well and truly the number. Matthias desperately looking in these final seconds. A little swell line, he'll paddle, but we'll hear the siren go and he will not get to his feet. So this is not done yet. We're still waiting for scores.
Yeah, the requirement, a 4.41. This one after the hooter. Matthias flying down the line. Can't bring that one down, but it was irrelevant. And the scores rolling through for Fioravanti. And there it is, netted a 4.4. He has turned in a 5.5. Clutch moment. His patience paid off in the end. And he didn't waste the opportunity, Rich. Would have been a bit of stress. There would have been some nerves there just taken off on that ride.
100%, you know, but what Leo did really well is surf that wave with intent. It wasn't like he was trying to surf it defensively. Sometimes if you take that approach, it can actually work against you and you get out of your comfort zone. But he was in attack mode. It's worked for him, and that's just really an indication of where his headspace is at the moment. He's so confident in the way he approaches these waves. Really flaring off the top there. Comes all the way down the line, and just, watch this, just zapping here. Gets some tail release. Accelerates out of the turn. Beautiful momentum and rhythm down the line. Staying nice and curled up. Off the bottom, off the top. Leo Fioravanti just putting on a little bit of a clinic on that wave, really. Backside surfing at its best.
Yeah, really sharp. And just proving again that he is not just a brilliant surfer, but also a very savvy competitor. We're going to take a quick break here. Rich and myself are going to step out. We're going to bring in Joe Tappell and Vaughan Blakey to join Billy Stammen in the booth.
The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Tourism New Zealand, official strategic partner of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Kia ora. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the big event here at Manu Bay. Seth Moniz, Italo Ferrer hitting the lineup now. I'm Joe Turpel. I'm with Vaughn Blakey and Billy Stearman joining us for the call in back-to-back heats. That felt good, huh?
It felt good.
That felt great.
Sounded good.
Hey, I'm having flashbacks. You guys were on stage together at the Ain't That Swell show. That was absolutely magic. The entire town showed up for that. Vaughn, you do a lot of shows around the world. What was the energy like having guys like Bill up there with you?
Oh, it was epic. It was epic. It was mean. It was mean as Joey. It was so good. Like, honestly, the town was so throbbing. There was people had come from everywhere, driven down from Auckland, but obviously to see Billy surfing the comp, but they got to also share a bit of time on stage with him, with Luke Sederman, who's around the comp as well. And we had DK on as well, Daniel Cariopa, a local legend who is probably one of Billy's heroes from when he was a Grom, and a few other characters as well, Al Cleland Jr. and Conor O'Leary. But it was a great time, wasn't it? And there's nothing like this, Billy. Like, the town has kind of New Year's Eve energy around it all week.
No, the town is buzzing. That was like a midweek, like no event on. It was like pretty pumping. Everyone's super excited, honestly. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, and yeah, it's been fun. That was a fun evening. You know, I've been doing dinners and kind of just immersing myself in the whole, the whole show. So it's been super fun.
And you're still fired up every day because of the Raglan roast on hand for this event. 30 minutes on the clock. These guys getting set up. Let's first chat with our Italian. Leonardo is with True.
Thank you, Joe. Leo, I mean, you've come in here after that heat win and you got cheers and claps and big smiles from all the kids down here supporting.
Oh, the crowd is actually amazing. You can really tell the whole New Zealand crowd of surfing was so excited for all of us to be here. And yeah, you know, a bit of a bummer that the waves, because this wave is really fun, and a bit of a bummer that it's a bit small and slow, but when they come, they're really fun. And yeah, that was one of those heats that you just got to stay in it until the end.
It's tough when you have those grindy heats and you have to really just keep pursuing and have that grit. You know, what are some things that really help you to get through those ones? I
stayed patient. This whole event, I've kind of, you know, looking at the forecast, I've said, you know what, I'll give it my all. I'll try my best. I'll try to make good decisions, and whatever happens, happens. And that's what I made good decision at the start. I let a few waves go and start on the best wave of the heat. And I was just sitting there going, 10 minutes, there'll be a wave. 5 minutes, there'll be a wave. 2 minutes, I don't know anymore. And just went all in on that last wave, and, you know, grateful for the opportunity. Mateos is an amazing surfer, so I knew he put up a good fight. And if no waves came, then, you know, good on Mateos. But like I mentioned, grateful for that wave, and so excited to keep it going because I do want to stay in New Zealand. This place is one of the most beautiful places in the world, seriously.
How good is it going left as well?
Going left it's amazing. You know, I share, you know, my coach is Richard Dogmar. She's a goofy footer. You know, it's obviously Tyler, but then there's Connor and Ramsey, two of the best goofy footers in the world. And I learned so much from them going on my backhand. I often just flip their videos the other way so that I can, you know, picture myself doing what they do. And that's what I've been trying to do, just trying to do what they do with Dog when we're going right. And, you know, Connor got me that last event, so obviously what he was doing is at the moment he's one, if not the best goofy footer in the world, I think, especially on his backhand, and just learning from the best.
We love it. Thanks, Leo. Good luck in the next one. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, True. As Leo's given a shout out all the way back to Italy, the first surfer to represent that part of Europe on the championship tour, and he just doesn't have to look far for inspiration coming right from his sparring partners in the dog pound. And he was just referencing the big backhand blows of Conor O'Leary. Certainly the most powerful act that we've seen displayed on the Gold Coast. Wild that Conor's out of the event. He had a great start in his heat. against Rio Waida, but Rio answered back. One of those regular versus goofy kind of shows that we got to watch then. We're going to get to watch it now. Seth and Italo positioning themselves here. Ferrera's the one with priority, as Seth already has a 4.33. Already with lightning speed and just a vicious little down carve gouge into a reverse. This is what we were expecting from the world champ. Another belt on the lip there, carving through that one into the pocket. It just feels like he has way more options than most when it comes to ripping, running little lefts and to mix it up with the air. We saw Yago do that this morning, Billy. And I know you were expecting him to do that in this heat with Seth Moniz.
Yeah, the goofs have been going off this morning. Obviously, that wind's kind of coming up the face a little bit, and the boys are hucking a few punts into the wind. So, yeah, obviously, Italo's been on fire lately. You know, he's got a lot of energy, kind of suits this wave. You kind of need a lot of speed and energy through these flatter sections, and he's done really well on this first wave of the exchange. Obviously, it's a little bit of a smaller wave, and I think they're probably way up the point a little bit and trying to hustle for the start. But obviously, yeah, he's bringing a bit of flair and a little bit of energy to the morning and to this wave.
Really well done, as we see him try to just really switch gears a lot. We'll get a good angle from what Kaipo saw here.
Yeah, we talk about speed, right? I want to impress upon you the speed that Italo Ferreira is able to generate. And that wave came through. I'm checking the Apple Watch, 7.83 for Ferreira. And that just means, I mean, he's one of the most informed surfers here. Little lefts, Italo Ferreira, I mean, that's a dangerous combination.
It really is, Kaipo. We're seeing the tail end of his last couple of turns here. You know, different and like stylistically than Yago, but he's got a lot of the similar types of moves he can go to, especially a punt to mix it up down the line.
I think everyone who's turned up to the beach today has been waiting with bated breath to see Italo in this lineup. And the terrifying thing for every other surfer in this draw is that the Brazilian goofs, Gabriel, Yago, and Italo, and you can probably throw Miguel in there as well, is that these guys are catching tiny little waves in the free surfs and doing stuff that no one else can really even get speed on. Like they are just tapped in to this wave. Italo's point of difference, just talking about the style there, Joey, is that Yago, he has that beautiful swooping, cruisy style, but Italo adds an element of explosiveness that's just impossible to deny.
Yeah, it's just energetic, you know, a perfect Red Bull team rider as well. Just he gets to get fired up. He loves that feeling where he could just surf 8 hours a day. He's not a guy that's afraid of the rocks as well. He was putting on a show in between calls yesterday for all the fans when it was like half a foot, and he could just work it to bits. That's that entertainment part, that showman part of Italo that, yeah, well, earned him a world title and many other huge results. He is actually looking interested under Seth's priority. He's already jamming down the line. He's got a section, tail high reverse. No problem for Italo. He will stumble out of that punt. But for most, Billy, we're not really seeing an air section there. He really doesn't need help from the wave. He's so strong. He can put his board way out the back.
Yeah, he's flying out there, honestly. It's so hard. It's the tide's full. It's like normally not many air sections out there, and he's just finding these crazy sections at the start of the wave and just hucking it into the wind. And yeah, obviously showing a bit of variety there. And you can't give this guy an inch. Obviously, look, he's going again on the inside here. He's making the most of any opportunity out there at the moment because it can be pretty slow at times.
Italo on the wind up, and he'll let go of that one. This is where he starts getting scary. We start saying, oh, it's inconsistent. Then Italo paddles out, and he paddles for waves that no one else is even considering.
That's bad, isn't it? Like, we've had heats this morning where, like, the last one's a great example. You know, 4 waves ridden pretty much. Italo's already got 4 waves on the board. And, like, are they even waves? You know, you know the point better than anyone, Bill. Like, that little one that he just got then, he throws the tail high. But, I mean, if you're out there and you're going to paddle into that thing, like, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't even be looking at that thing, honestly, eh? These guys are that good, you know. Yeah, like you said, the goofy footers from Brazil, they've all got that energy, they've all got that flair, they've all got that, you know, excitement, and they can just do anything at any time. So, you know, I guess it's been pretty slow in the last few heats, so Italo's obviously got a pretty solid score. He wants to get another quick backup and then maybe wait for another bomb and towards the back end of the heat, and he's doing a good job at that at the moment.
Goofy versus regular at the moment. Seth got the win over a Goofy in the first round, got the win over Ramsey Bukiam. Then we saw Goofy versus regular with Gabriel Medina getting the win over Eli Hanneman. Rio got one for the regular footers over Connor O'Leary. Iago Dora got the win for the Goofs over regular foot Luke Thompson. And then we saw Cole Hausman get the win over Sammy Pupo. So it's been relatively even, you know, kind of trading back and forth. So far, the Goofies up by 1 in heats where we've seen the opposite stance. Seth representing the North Shore of Oahu and finally got that heat win in the round 1 the other day. And Billy, just based on your stance being the same as Seth's, you know, what types of waves are you looking for right now? Should he be playing the patience game just like Leo did in the previous heat?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, Seth's got a really good backhand. I actually think it's really underrated. Everyone's known for him charging and doing these big rail turns in Hawaii and whatnot, but I've seen him in the warm-ups and the free surfs, and he's looking really lively, really electric, and obviously pretty big and powerful surfing. So I think for him, he's kind of playing the patient game. Obviously, Italo's just getting crazy underneath ones and doing wild things, but he just needs to stick to his game plan and find those best, you know, cupped out sets and find those moments on the wave when you can really like wind that backhand up and have those big exchanges and hopefully just find that complete wave. Really, obviously, Italo's always going to be one of the favourites out here at Manu Bay, but yeah, if he sticks to his strengths, he'll be able to get hopefully that right wave.
Exciting, 20.5 on the clock here. Just even seeing this vision, it's so refreshing for us, you know, to come here for the very first time at Manu Bay. Can you explain what we're looking at from this angle, Billy?
Yeah, obviously it's pretty beautiful in the background there. This is home. We got indicators in Whale Bay up the top there, a couple of beautiful houses on the point, and we get a lot of swells wrapping around this beautiful mountain, Karioi. We get a lot of southwest swells that wrap into the bay here, and yeah, obviously we got some amazing scenery. We live under a beautiful mountain and we're surrounded by the amazing ocean, and it can be pretty rugged and wild on the west coast here in New Zealand, but fortunately for us, we've been blessed with some amazing weather and obviously some fun waves today, and yeah, the energies around town are just buzzing. Obviously it's fun out here. Look at it, it's packed up on the hill. And
have you ever seen it this packed before?
Never. I mean, not my whole entire career. I've obviously competed out here my whole life, but I've never seen anything like this. It's been so fun and exciting, and just to have the pro surfers here, you know, like these kids are like, you see them on the TV all the time, but now they're in the flesh, you know, they're at Manu Bay. There's people roaming around in front of the athlete zone and kind of enjoying the whole show that everyone's putting on.
Yeah, and for, oh, look at that. That looks so fun. I'm going to ask Vaughn Blakey to do that later. Vaughn, you've come here a lot, and as from a visitor's perspective, and as an Australian, coming here to surf, to play music with the Goons of Doom, by the way, playing on Tuesday in Raglan.
That's right. I'm kind of hoping the comp wraps by Tuesday, Joe, because they're hard to bounce back from those nights on the inside.
Punching the fins into reverse. 2019 world champion, the first Olympic gold medalist in Tokyo, has some fun little moves to show off. That's at the tail end of this ride. 413 is his low score. And we've seen little moments where the wall will pick up a bit, kind of down the stretch of the wave. Billy, that one stayed a little bit full and kind of just shouldered off. Is it easy for you to know what the wave's going to do when you take off at her, just with all of your experience, or is there still that little gamble that you have to play?
Oh, for sure. There's, you know, you never know what any wave is going to do. It's not exactly the same every single time, but yeah, obviously surfing out here my whole life and growing up here and reading the waves and the tides and the winds and whatnot is obviously a little bit of an advantage to reading waves, but I mean, Italo's just honestly going pretty much nothing and just firing up and flaring up, so I think he's just keeping warm and keeping busy out there, and yeah, obviously for me I got a little bit of extra knowledge, and unfortunately, it didn't go my way in my heat, but I felt like I, you know, put on a good performance, and I'm proud of the way I surfed, and that's the way of competitive surfing. You know, it was just a big win for me being in the event, so I kind of just wanted to have fun out there and enjoy everyone being down there and everyone supporting me and kind of giving back and just smiling. I had so much fun.
Yeah, and I've been hearing these little things of you're like, yeah, I'm getting older. Billy, you're young. You're 36. Yeah. Kelly surfed into his 50s on tour, and you beat Kelly when you were 21 at Margaret River. So there's a long road ahead of you to do some big surfing. Let's now check in with True, who's made her way into the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with the wildcard winner of the trials here, Lani Moore. So, Lani, you had actually a bit of a dramatic win in that trials for the King and Queen of the Point, taking out Paige Harrop. Talk to me through that.
Well, it was just such an emotional moment, you know, and just feeling that emotion and the celebration from the community was incredible. And I guess just to feel that support behind me, and it was just amazing. And yeah, just to be so young and get the wild card, like 15, and so early in my career was just incredible. And I was just super excited to represent New Zealand well, and yeah, and the Raglan community.
You've been here every day of the event, you know, early in the mornings until late in the afternoon. There's a lot going on. There's so much that you can learn. What's a lesson that you've taken out of this event so far?
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to immerse myself in everything and kind of see what the other pro surfers' like lifestyle is, how they're approaching it, and I guess just I'm just trying to learn everything I can, and I guess trying to challenge myself. And I'm surfing a lot, so I'm pretty tired right now, but I guess something I've learned was spending time with the Groms on the beach is really cool, and just giving each person like 5 minutes or 10 seconds of my time, and you know, to see their excitement is incredible, and it really fills my heart, so it's really cool.
I think as well, as you said, it's so early on in your career. There's so much to come for you. You know, what's your plans, and where do you see your future?
Well, I guess this like experience this has given me a bit more drive to try and get to this point. So I guess I'm gonna start like going on the QS series a bit more. Like I've already had a few goes, but I think I'm gonna be a bit more consistent now, and you know, give it a go. Like I've been super inspired this whole event, so I'm really excited to, you know, hopefully get back on the tour in the future.
Let's see it. Thanks, Alani. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, True, and thank you, Alani Morris, 15 years of age, handling every interview, press conference, magic moment with such brilliance. You know, she's got this calm aura about her, but she's just filled with appreciation. I mean, for you, Billy, being one of the elders for her, you know, you've got to be so proud of not only just the surfing she's turned in, but the, you know, the person that she is.
Yeah, she's got a very bright future ahead, that's for sure. I've seen Alani absolutely ripping out here the last few years, and she's growing into this young woman. You know, she's like, even after this event, she's just got a lot of time for everyone. She's got a lot of energy for everyone. Obviously, it's been a bit of crazy build-up, and just being a part of the event, there's a lot of different energies going around, and I hope, yeah, I'm pretty sure she learnt a lot, and she's hanging out with world champions, you know, probably people she's looked up to for the last like 4 or 5, or ever since she started surfing. So it's a massive experience for her, and hopefully she can use this energy and momentum towards maybe making that world tour like officially one day, and onto Olympics and whatnot. So yeah, it's cool to see her, you know, strive and do great things for the community.
Yeah, she had a great shot already posted with Steph Gilmore. I finally got Luke Cederman in a selfie, which was great. Yeah. He's been classic.
He's a wanted man.
Yeah, exactly. Which I feel like, you know, Billy, regular foot, another great example, goofy Luke Cederman, waves like today. How would that work out? Would you get the edge on Luke on a day like today, or would he take control?
Yeah, well, we're totally different statures, so just depends on what wave we'd be able to choose. Luke's definitely a little bit bigger than me, and I'm actually quite small. Everyone calls me Bilbo, you know, Bilbo Baggins, coming from a Hobbit. So yeah, nah, obviously, yeah, there's always that goofy natural foot, you know, the different variety you can kind of get out in your surfing. But yeah, me and Luke are obviously good friends, and it would be pretty funny to have a heat out here. And yeah, we've had a couple of battles in previous years, and he's got me once actually. But don't tell him that.
Yeah,
he uses that, you know, to his advantage every day.
You're being too kind. You'd smoke him. I think you'd get him. Yeah. Well, we'll get his answer on that later on. 12:40 on the clock in this one. Italo Ferreira, 783, is out in front. Seth's just been patient with priority. He's trying to compete with the flyboy from Brazil, chasing a 764. We'll be right back.
How you doing, brother? Billy. Good to meet you. How are you? All good? Nah, no worries. How are you, cuzzy? What's this camera stuff doing in town? Tivo. Check, 1, 2. Yeah. Raglan. Perfect. My hometown, born and bred. Come with me and check out the beautiful town. Come on. Pretty much come here every single day for a coffee. A pub. Spent many a times on that veranda bar. Yeah, just filming the surf, basically a surf check. You know, the whole community has supported my whole career. We have Luke Hughes, good friend of mine, local shaper, owns the Raglan Surf Co. His dad used to shape my boards back in the day. Do you want to go out the bay? Yeah. It's come full circle, you know. I won my first event here at Manu Bay when I was 13, and now it's the biggest event of my whole career. Yeah, it's going to be a fun couple of weeks. Sweet. Come on, my boy. Oh my goodness, look at that. It's just ideal right now. I love this. This is perfect. Wax. That guy's already got some. Stickiest of sticky. Oh yeah, smell it. Manu Bay is a left-hand point break. The bottom is basically all rocks. There's a little bit of sand out wide sometimes on the lower tide, but mainly it's kind of breaking along the rock shelf. Jump rock, where I jump off every single day when the surf's pumping. Can be sketchy, can be a little bit slippery, pretty dodgy if you don't really know where you're going. Oh. Can be quite a long wave, you know, obviously it breaks out the top. We actually get a lot of swell, especially like March, April, May. I honestly think it's a little bit better when it's not that big, 3 foot. Wraps around all the way into the bay here. You've got a boat ramp down the bottom that you can come in on. I like to do laps around, a bit of a cycle for me, kind of cross training because you're running and surfing long waves, so.
We hope you win.
Thank you, so do I. To have all the support up on the hill and the whole community behind me is pretty special.
Breaking it down with local hero Billy Stearman. That was so classic, going through his hometown, going down to the beach and getting ready for more action this week. Billy's still with us for the call here in this one as Italo steps into a nice front side open face cutty. And now springing off the bottom just to ditch the fins, pulls it around forward. Off the roof, throws the tail out, and he will just show how perfect his balance is going into another fin throw. He could just play with 1-footers all day long. He grew up on a right that was always pretty small, typically a little running brown water right up in by Formosa, but he's just as dangerous going both directions. Meanwhile, Seth's just playing that patience game with 8 minutes to go, while Italo's been staying warm underneath his priority wash.
Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it? I mean, I agree with Billy. I think for Seth, needing the score that he needs, he's just got to have a quality wave, because Italo can just keep on chipping away on these inside ones and turn nothing into something all day long. You know, the energy is just relentless. And those sorts of things, you know, like, the ability to just sort of throw something that even he doesn't probably know what he's going to do there. Like, he knows he's going to huck it, but, you know, how far will the tail whip? Will he take it all the way back around into the pit of the wave? Like, he can just sort of, like, adapt on the fly in the most incremental moment to get the make. Like, that's just fun for him. He's not even thinking about what he's doing there.
Yeah, Billy, what do you take on Italo's stance on his surfboard? It seems like a real neutral type of stance, and we know he can ride switch a lot as well, and it's like if he's spinning backwards, he can hold that line even without his fins engaged.
Yeah, I feel like Italo's so strong. He's obviously done a lot of hard work in the off seasons. He trains a lot. He drinks a lot of Red Bull, obviously. That fires him up and hopefully keeps him on his feet. But yeah, obviously he does a lot of hard work in the gym. I feel like he's got such strong legs and he's got a solid stance, you know, that keeps him on his board pretty planted. So yeah, it's crazy to see just what he's doing on these smaller inside waves. Obviously, again, you can't give these guys an inch and they're just friggin' blowing up on everything.
So true. 6:30 on the clock. Kaipo, anything you're seeing from your perspective in this heat?
Yeah, it was an interesting happenings that Seth Moniz with priority took off on a wave, did not make it to the open face. That's a priority error for the Hawaiian. And you can't do that amongst Italo Ferreira. Italo 5.5 built on his lead, so Seth is in a situation that he needs to make happen. Good news is, Seth's coming right now. Seth with priority.
Here we go. Seth Moniz is going to try to turn this heat on this wave. A couple of leaps to get out in front. on the file, 50 from Sharp Eye, and he can't catch up to some open face. Priority goes to Italo. The whole plan has failed for Seth, and now he's going to have to try to pull off a miracle as we approach the 5-minute mark. We've noticed some of the set waves, the bigger walls today, kind of like in the Baron Mamiya. He didn't actually change into bigger scores, and that one just put him behind the whole time, Billy. Was that kind of obvious where he took off? Was that always going to run away?
Yeah, it looks like they're quite high up on the point, so unfortunately for Seth, he just couldn't get in front of the face of the wave as we see him taking off on the side here.
Nice little draw in the pocket, so adapting quickly to the situation. Seth into his third turn. He's staying positive, not worried about that last mistake. He's already pushing through some points well and showing off that brilliant backhand attack. So making up for it a bit there. Chasing a 9 for the lead, but heading the right direction. Just on a bit of a save, taking that wave, just getting those rails wet, Vaughn.
Yep, under priority and finds a nice scoopy one and gets some work done. He has to replace the 4.33. He's got to get rid of that. That's no good in his score. He wants to eat away at this huge lead that Italo has now. A 5-5 improved, you know, and that was on a nothing little wave. So Seth has done extremely well here, Billy.
Yeah, he's found, obviously he got stuck behind in that first one, but he found this sick little inside double up and kind of missed the, you know, obviously the takeoff spot, but he's wound it down the side here and just kind of got a bit of rhythm and a bit of energy and a bit of confidence back into the surfing.
Yeah, that flow is just easy to watch for Seth. Yeah, turned in a brilliant rookie season, actually his best finish to date. He finished 12th in the world that year. Italo inside the top 10 in his rookie season, reaching finals like in Portugal, doing giant errors along the way. 5.4 for Seth, chasing now a 7.93 with 3:45 on the clock. Billy Stearman, local hero, hosting us at this venue. I was always curious too, the influences you would have had on this wave, and maybe some surfers that we don't hear in the spotlight too much, but represent this wave very well. Who comes to mind that really had a big impact on going, hey, I want to surf like that one day?
Yeah, obviously growing up, you look up to some people around locals and internationally. So, yeah, obviously the likes of DK, you know, who's pretty involved in this event and is a natural footer as well. And obviously growing up here in Raglan and his whole family's from here. So, yeah, obviously I looked up to him. And I don't know if you remember a guy called Murahu Roberts, who's always one of my favourite surfers. You would have done a few events with him, and yeah, obviously I'm a natural footer, so I was always looking at the you know, the natural footers. But Goofy, Luke Cederman, Mikey Banks, you know, there's some old legends and call lords that have come through Raglan, and yeah, obviously we're such a small town and a pretty tight-knit surf community, so just surrounding yourself with those legends is pretty inspiring for me, or was pretty inspiring for me when I was a kid. And yeah, I think in traveling internationally as well, you kind of learn a lot on the road, and obviously the level of surfing is pretty high everywhere, so just being amongst everything's been pretty positive.
And in that piece we saw, you talked about some local shapers that were building boards. What about the shaping community, and who made you boards growing up?
Yeah, it's quite cool to see that video. I actually haven't seen that before, but yeah, obviously this is the town I grew up in, and there's some special people in town. Luke's actually a really good friend of mine, and his dad has unfortunately passed away a few years ago now, but he used to, when I first started surfing and competing, he used to shape my boards, Hughes surfboards. And there's another guy, Camazin, everyone calls him Spoonie here in town. He shaped some good boards from around Raglan as well. So yeah, obviously it's a humble little town, but we've got some amazing people here in Raglan, and yeah, they're doing some cool things.
And also a lot of people from around the world, you know, that have just fallen in love with the place and just were like, yep, this is our new home now.
Yeah, a lot of people come over and really love Raglan. They actually don't want to leave. So they, you know, find their way into the town. Obviously there's some beautiful homes, and everywhere you kind of live or go around Raglan, there's some beautiful views, and yeah, it's a very special place, obviously, and everyone can see that.
Sorry for hammering you with questions. I thought you were taking off after this. So you stay around for one more heat.
Cool,
1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. Crowd is full here on the rocks. Pressure on Seth Moniz because he doesn't have priority. He waited for a set, was just a bit too deep, and it ran down the point without him. recovered to a 5-4, which was his best so far, but Italo's going to sit in his lap here. Since he's got priority, it's the smart move to shut it down, just like he should.
Yeah, well, Seth did a great job to lessen the requirement, didn't he? Under priority, he got that scoopy one. A 7.93 is a lot less scary than a 9, but time, you know, this heat, it was a lot of little insiders, Joe. And Italo got busy, really busy right at the very start. I think he had 4 waves on the board before we'd even really known what was going on. Seth, you know, he sat out there. His strategy was obviously just wait for the bigger waves. Let's get these sets, but a couple of falls, a little bit caught behind on a couple of sections as well. And that's been the story of the heat for Seth, so a bit unfortunate.
Well, the whole narrative before we started was look out for the Brazilian Goofy Foot World Champions because they are going to go bananas, and they have lived up to that call. Italo Ferreira, 7.83, 5.5 in his top 2. Eliminates Seth Moniz. And Seth will be switching gears to some warm waters at Punta Roca in El Salvador for stop 5. And Italo moves on into round 3, where he'll be joined by the winner of the next heat. Some big round 3 matchups. Cole Hausman, Leo Fioravanti, Alejo, Yago Dorum. We'll see who Italo has in a moment. It'll either be Kanoa Igarashi or Joel Vaughn. That's coming up in Heat 14. Billy sticking around to continue the conversation. We'll be right back.
Raglan is the quirkiest little surf town. I love coming back. It's one of those places where you can feel like you're at home. We started our day, of course, with a morning surf. The waves were super fun.
We got to see the sunrise over the mountains in the back, have a really fun surf.
A perfect cruisiest morning.
And then straight into a good coffee from Raglan Roast.
Thank you. Exactly what you want in a local coffee shop. You can taste the love.
Then we went into Hamilton Gardens.
One of our favourite ones was the Te Pata Pata, which is the Mouldy Garden. And then we got to go and look at the Surrealist Garden. I was such a Alice in Wonderland little girl. This is like my little childhood dream. And then it was time to elevate the heart rate. So we went to the Waikato River and we went jet boating. It was so much fun. I actually don't think I said a word.
Went so fast and was pretty much drifting on the water. It was incredible. Really glad I got to come and experience all these things.
We can't wait to come back and explore some more.
How cool was that trip for Joel Vaughn and Jesse Starling? They had an absolute blast. They scored a swell and they did everything that was super fun that you could do in this region, as Italo is part in the crowd. Loves Groms, loves giving back to his community back in Brazil, but also globally as a superstar, as he got past Seth Moniz in the last one to move to round 3. It's had some fun heats to watch this year. I think maybe my favorite was the clash of himself and Gabriel Medina over at Winky Pop, where they were just going crazy above the lip on their backhand. As we check out these conditions on Billy Sterman's home break here of Manu Bay, and bring some new names on screen. Kanoa Igarashi, Joel Vaughn, Japan versus Australia. Joel getting stuck there. Priority will go to Kanoa quickly. A great heat to really break down. You know, they both are regular footers, but they've got some differences on how they approach their heats here, Vaughn.
Lightning quick surfers on the backhand is the sort of first thought I have. Both these guys will be attacking this lineup with a lot of speed. I think Joel Vaughan, I do think he loves to go super vertical on the backhand and sort of punch through the lip. Kanoa, well, he has just got the ability to add a lot of flair as well, you know, like down the line, power. He can swoop it off the top, he can punch it vert as well, and he can throw the fin. So it's a pretty good matchup, this one. Like, these guys have a lot of the same weapons.
Uh-oh, look out. Joel Vaughan's loading up. He just spins one quickly, gets stuck on the roof, riding away, which just brings up what's fresh in our minds right now, you guys. His younger brother, Huey Vaughn, competing in the Stab High event over in Virginia Beach in the United States, is almost really maxed out the scale. These stalefish flips that he's throwing down on rights and lefts, Billy, it kind of is unimaginable what Joel can do, and also what his younger brother's doing right now in the pool.
Yeah, these Vaughan boys can go ham, eh? They've been hucking punts for days now, and obviously if Joel gets one of these sick little inside double ups and has that section to be able to punt on, he definitely has got a big variation of theirs.
As we watch now Kanoa get things started, good wall to work with. Fan still landing on the ocean surface on that first turn. He's already got a few. Always has a new, cool, controlled pace, doesn't he? As he gets out in front, there's a nice vertical snap. How casual did he go right into a perfect bottom turn? Attacking the targets well. Never rushed. Hugging the pocket and still swinging for the lip line. He will jam it shut. And he wants more, still carving away. I've lost count of all of these backhand snaps from Igarashi. What a solid way to open things up. We'll give you those updates in just a moment, because standing by on the glass with True Starling is Italo Ferreira.
Thank you, Joe. Italo, you were busy from the start of that heat. There was a lot going on and lots of waves caught.
Yeah, it's pretty hard out there. Yeah, there's a lot of wave, but take time, you know, for the sets. And then we try to play on small ones and try to get the first scores. I saw a set on the first wave, and I was like, okay, it's time to wait something. And then I had a 7 points, and yeah, and then I tried to play the game without priority. And then it's pretty hard because the wind is start blowing a little bit stronger right now, and then it's pretty hard to get speed, you know, and then to push on a turn. But it's okay. I had like a couple like moves there, and then I had like some score, and I'm glad to make that one.
I'd also love to touch on as well, I saw you watching that first heat of the day with Iago Dora. He went absolutely insane. How, you know, inspiring is it for you to watch everyone within that Brazilian storm to get you fired up for your heats?
Yeah, all the Brazilian guys has been ripping this wave, you know, especially Iago on the first heat of the day. The wave was super clean, and he had like some nice rail turns and then mixed with the airs and stuff. And it was pretty nice to watch. And I was like, I was like kind of like, oh, it's my turn, let's go. And then it was a high tide with windy. I was like, okay, let's play with that. And then I can't wait to surf again. And then, yeah, I just try to be focused.
It's interesting as well. I mean, coming to a left, we've had rights all year so far. Does that change, I guess, how you prepare for your heats and how you kind of choose your boards? And, you know, you're using a completely different rail out there, so the whole mindset might shift.
Yeah, before the comp was pumping, that was like crazy sessions. We do some big turn, get barrels, big airs. And then on the last couple, like 3 days has been like tricky for us, you know? Not many waves. Yesterday we surfed an expression session, and it was like 2, like this big. And then I was like, oh, Jesus, I hope that tomorrow we can have a little bit more action. And then, yeah, but it's okay. It's part of the ocean, you know? Every time we need to play with those small waves too. And then, yeah, we're ready.
We love it. Good luck in the next one, Italo. Thank you.
Great job to Italo Ferreira moving on quickly into round 3. He's had some big heats. He's, you know, lost to the eventual event winner in the last 2 stops. He lost to George Pitar at Margaret River. That was the venue where Billy went big and beat Kelly back when he was 21. And
no one ever gets tired of hearing those stories.
Oh, it's a great story. As we go back to how Kanoa opened up this heat, Billy.
Yeah, he's obviously picked a really good start here. I think Kanoa's surfing is amazing. Obviously, he's a big, powerful dude. both these guys have got really amazing backhands. He's definitely found the right wave to start off with. It can be pretty slow out there at the moment, and he's kind of linked it all together really well. A couple of big backhand hangers, and then he's just kind of milked it to the end here a little bit and got stuck in the wind a little bit there, but he started very strong. Obviously, Joel as well has got a couple of little backups there, but yeah, it's an exciting start.
So Kanoa 717, Vaughn this a 517, 2 points in the difference.
Yeah, well, that's wave quality that's the difference at the moment, because they're both doing quite similar surfing here. They're scooping around the whitewash, straight up the face. There's that tiny little bit of bowl that they're managing to attack, and you know, both guys have the ability to not just rely on one turn there. You can see that they can sort of whip it into a carve, they can release the tail, they can punch it through the lip. But it was the wave selection there. Kanoa just picking off the peach to get this one going.
And fun to see guys go in the same direction, both backhanders, and there's little differences. You look at Kanoa and he's so precise. Everything's like so perfect. He got a little sticky at the end because of that wind, but sometimes you see him ride a wave and you're like, well, that's perfect surfing. His technique, his turns are flawless out of the lip, right into bottom turns. It's so well connected. And he had to learn how to switch gears and be light on his feet because he grew up in Huntington Beach. You got to learn to do the Huntington hop or not, actually. Try to S your way through so you're not bouncing. And Kanoa had a great formula to always carry his speed well. Growing up at the south side of the Huntington Pier, a place where Billy's competed quite often.
Yes, I have been to Huntington a few times, and it's a very difficult wave to serve.
He does well to put himself back in a title race. For you, Vaughn, where do we go with Kanoa on what he's capable of accomplishing this year on tour?
He's definitely an underachiever for how good he is. I know he's been in the WSL finals and he's had shots at the world title in the past, but you'd expect that he'd have more wins on the board. I know that his expectations of himself are huge, but yeah, I think that, you know, it's starting to come together. Yeah, a little bit of experience on tour. You come on when you're a prodigy and you've got all this energy around you and everyone starts to feel like what you're capable of, and then you just have to cop quite a lot of being put in your place by more experienced competitors. You know, all these guys came through at a time when we had some of the most dominant surfers on tour ever, and so they've had to sort of like claim that space. So in terms of like where is he at right now, I think he's well placed to get probably the best result of his career.
Billy, it must have been wild to kind of witness what Kanoa was going through in Tokyo 2020 Olympics, you know, where the entire country was basically calling him up or inviting them to their corporate offices to be like, you need to get a medal for us, you know, and he almost got gold, got the silver medal, but you got front row seats to that representing New Zealand. What was that takeaway like, seeing what Kanoa accomplished in the first Olympics for surfing?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Obviously, Japanese, the Olympics being in Japan, it was a lot of pressure, I guess, a lot of eyes on Kanoa, first Olympics. There was a lot of excitement and hype around the whole game. So, yeah, to see him perform as well under that pressure is really impressive. It was obviously coming up against, again, the best in the world, and you got the whole country behind you. You know, it was the first of hopefully many games, and yeah, to see him, you know, adapt and kind of evolve and kind of make his way through the event and get a medal for the country is very impressive and inspiring. So he did really well, and just being immersed in that and kind of surrounded by that whole scene was pretty crazy for me. You know, it's another experience I've never really felt before, so it's pretty cool.
Love that breakdown. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. One thing I'm bringing to be aware of is the sun moving across the sky and some of the glare that the surfers have to deal with. You know, they say the eyes are the window to your soul, so you kind of want to protect those windows. I'm really lucky because I have my IC Grayson Fletcher's polarized sunglasses on, protecting my irises and my retinas, but it is a little bit of a factor today. So just being aware of that, and thank you to IC for protecting my windows.
Good call there, Kaipo. Just incredible quotes throughout the day today. But it's a big factor with the glare. You know, that is something that we talk about. I actually talked to Tommy Butlin the other day. He's the one who came through the trials in the main event. He said he's actually surfed with shades on before. He's worn his sunnies out there because of that glare. How hard
is
is
it? Because of the glare, or is it just because he's that cool?
Probably both.
Yeah.
He's a cool cat, man.
He's a bit of a call-out, old Tommy B.
Yeah, he's got to be, right?
Yeah.
You ever wore shades on out here?
I haven't, but the glare is a massive factor. Normally at this time of year, you know, it can be quite cloudy and different winds, and the sun is normally not too much of a factor. You know, we're leading into winter at the moment, but yeah, coming off the bottom, staring up at that lip, and the sun's just beaming in your eyes can be quite difficult in the mornings, especially, obviously, and especially when it's a little bit colder and you're kind of a little bit frozen sitting out there for a while waiting for waves. It's yeah, it can be tricky in the mornings, but these guys are doing obviously an amazing job and adapting really well.
And how about this wind direction? How's that affecting our lineup today?
Yeah, it's a little bit bumpy. Obviously, it's I think it's an east-northeast wind. It's kind of coming up the face a little bit. It's kind of softening up the wave in a way. And again, I think that, you know, Italo kind of proved me wrong last heat, but I think the backhanders can kind of find that pocket a little easier and kind of stay with the wave in a way, as we see Luke here, just blowing it even more offshore.
That's why the wind's gone offshore, is because he's blowing it up for everyone.
He is just doing everything he can for everyone. You know, look at that. Luke Cederman, Raglan Surf Report. Brought down his own leaf blower.
Is he trying to, like,
change the wind?
Get the wind direction on the right angle or something?
Yeah, I think he might be trying to slow it down and switch it up a little bit.
Of course he is. Let's see how it affects Kanoa's ride. As we look at Igarashi getting some speed off the bottom. Whoa, attacking that section. Fins were flying out the back. Hug in the pocket. Look how linked up his turns are. Slaps it out front through the lump and bump on the open face. Cederman made a little improvement in the wind direction for Kanoa on that wave. And now the .2 is going to be gone. And his lead's going to strengthen here with 19.25 Vaughn.
Good move. It just applies pressure to Joel Vaughan. He'll have priority and his choice of the next set. But, you know, he's already sitting on a 7.17 Kanoa. And that will definitely increase the lead. As you say, that .2 is a memory now. But I love the way that Kanoa is able to, you know, fang down the line, come around into the pocket, and as he goes up onto the lip, the wave just flattened out a touch, and so he just instantly releases the fins and gets that nice little bit of drift.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of speed at the you know, at the takeoff there, and yeah, like I said, he's finding that pocket and then kind of getting, you know, with the wind and the flatter section, he's releasing that tail really well, and it's quite hard to do obviously when it's this small. And yeah, he's doing such a good job as we see him on the replay here, just taking off, getting that initial speed down the line and kind of hucking it in the pocket and releasing that tail really well, staying tight with the wave, and doing some big surfing on such a small wave. You know, it's very impressive to see, and it's, you know, very smart doing that under priority and kind of keeping that momentum forward.
Kanoa loves to wear a jersey. He loves to compete. You know, there was a lot of years where he would just do all the QSs as well and just stay match ready. With now 18 minutes on the clock, let's see what True Starling's up to.
Thank you, Joe. I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with George Pitar. And George, this is a big heat. You've travelled with Joel a lot on the qualifying series, so supporting him in the championship tour is huge.
Yeah, and of course, there's a few of us Aussies here on the tour, and just being able to come down and watch your mates get out after it is it's a good feeling. I had a dream that Joel won the comp the other night, so I was like, I don't know, hopefully it happens for him.
Let's go into detail on that. How did that play out?
I don't know. I was just dreaming about him getting cheered up here. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's a good omen. So I told him the other day, but yeah, I don't know. He had a good little start. I think he just needs a good set to come through, and he's been ripping. So it'd be good to see.
How tricky is it when you're in heats like this, when the waves go slow and it kind of things at the start don't quite work in your favour? How do you maintain on top of that good positive energy?
Yeah, well, I guess it's a lot up to the ocean, especially when it's slow like this. I think it's pretty obvious you can only really go those sets. He's got first priority now, so it's like it's just a waiting game, you know. Like, they'll come. It's definitely slow, but he's still got 16 minutes, I think, left. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a waiting game, and just sit there, get cold, and hopefully tee off on the next one.
You had a heat on day one of competition as well against Aleo, who it's his final year on tour. So unfortunately, he went down to Aleo. He was absolutely ripping. But how was that experience with you to kind of, experience that heat with him and watch him have his final chapter on tour?
Yeah, it's sick. Those older guys, they've got so much experience, and they're honestly so hard to verse. They just make such good decisions, and they're so solid with the way they compete. And man, Alejo was on. I was trooping. I just kept looking back, and he was just teeing off, and I was like, oh God, I got a bit on my plate here. But honestly, it just turned on for Ahi. Like, it was such a nice arvo. I was sitting out the back. I needed like a score, and I was just watching the sunset. Like, it was so beautiful down here, and I don't know, I feel like some heats just the other dude's just more on than you are, and that was one of those days, and kudos to him. It was cool to share another heat with him, and he's such an amazing bloke, so it was all good fun.
How good's New Zealand as well? It feels like a postcard everywhere you turn.
I know. We've had unbelievable weather the last couple of days, and everyone down here as well. Like, it's been such an amazing support from everyone, and what it brings to the town. I came here before this contest, and it was like a little quiet, and just seeing even in town like how many people there are and how happy everyone is. It's sick what it brings to the town. So yeah, it's been lucky. Hopefully we get some more good waves, and yeah, it ends up being a good comp.
We'll let you lock in for the rest of this one. Thanks, George.
Really enjoyed that. Thanks so much, True Starling. And just by the way, our sound engineer, Jordan Robbins, did not turn up the bass for that. That is his natural sound. He's got a great career, you know, wherever he wants to go in radio.
Yeah.
A great DJ, a great human being, George Pitar.
You should join a Barry White cover band, I reckon.
That would be fantastic. Still down here to support your mates. You know, that's what it's all about. These guys worked hard through the Changas, the Challenger Series. And even though George is knocked out, he wanted to be down here for Joel and also share that dream.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, you must really love your buddies if you're dreaming about them winning.
Yeah.
I had a dream that Ronnie bought me a bacon egg roll this morning, and that hasn't come true. So.
Hasn't come true, but
I don't put much faith in my dreams.
Well, as Benny Reed would say, may your dreams never die, my friend.
Oh, well said, Joey. Well done, mate.
14 on the clock here. Joel Vaughn with priority needs a 6.51 to slow down the surfer from Japan, Kanoa Igarashi, who's been putting together some beautiful backhand turns. It's a Bonsoy Brewbag back for the second half of Heat 14 of the second round after this.
The point board riders were started in 1962-63. That's me there. We were starting to surf a lot more radical. It was just a group of guys that started out here, and it was a friendship thing. There was a builder. He found an old hut, so that we drove out here and installed it right on the point. But unfortunately, it was very good surf that day, so not a lot of work got done.
We're definitely one of the longest standing clubs in the country. I think we have stayed true to our roots. We have a voice on behalf of all of our surfers and on behalf of our community. I'm really proud of the interaction that we have between different generations within our community. We have a club day and we'll have 12-year-olds mingling alongside 60-year-olds. We all support one another.
Hey, brother. Guys. The old members, they're super wise. They've done it all. You know, they're all amazing, so I've learned a lot.
We've got a lot of guys and girls that have come through the club and they've obviously gone on to great things.
I've been a part of the Raglan Point Board Riders since I can remember. Yeah, they've supported me through my journey so far.
Oh, look at the bum. Cooking. I'm so excited for the Dover Styles to come here.
To have the contest here in Raglan is very special to me.
I wanted to compete in a CT event, so just this opportunity is super cool for me.
Hopefully the whole hill here at Manu Bay is covered with people, and I want to enjoy the whole process and welcome everyone with open arms and hopefully make my family and friends proud.
Wow, the Raglan Point Board Riders, that's where Billy resides. That's where it all began for Billy Stearman in this community. Great clips as well of Alani Morse in the mix as she represented her home break in the main event as well. Those club contests going way back to the 60s. Those were some amazing images of Manu Bay and the town. More on that in a sec as Kanoa's starting to go to work here. Attacking this running wall down the line. He's always in that perfect position, right tight to the critical part of the wave. Draws it off the bottom, little jam there for multiple-time US Open champ as they'll just play with the tail end of this thing. Up and down, off the bottom, off the top. Just an easy motion for Kanoa to cap a clear head and try to improve on a 4.5. Joel still with priority. We'll see if that requirement changes in a moment. For you, Billy, those club events, you know, that's where all the energy comes in of being proud of where you come from and representing at your local lineup as well.
Yeah, obviously, just looking at that video, the Point Board Riders dates back to a few years now. Yeah, being immersed in that board riders scene is pretty fun, you know, especially as a Grom. Just being surrounded by your friends and your family. You come hang out here at the point all day and compete against your mates and want to, you know, smash your friends in a few heats and kind of enjoy the day out here. There's so much fun, and like as a kid, you know, you kind of want to do that. It's like if you're in a rugby team, you go to, you know, you have your rugby days out. You kind of, it's a little bit different to surfing. You come in, you know, kind of hang out with your mates and enjoy the days. And yeah, obviously it's molded my surfing to where it is today. And so I've travelled so much, I kind of miss doing those point board riders comps and hanging out with my friends and family. And you know, being a part of this event's kind of like just a bigger board riders, I guess.
Yeah, I think we'll keep the rugby chat to a minimum if that's okay, Bill, just because the Wallabies and the Blip. Well, there's a classic.
All Blacks coming up.
There's a classic, you know, annual battle between Australia and New Zealand in the rugby, the Wallabies versus the All Blacks, and yeah, it's been a long wait for us to get that trophy. It must be like 25 years now or something.
I don't know. I've lost count, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah, me and JC from Raglan Race, we used to offer each other, a gift to the winner of those battles annually, and it was a carton of Corona actually. And yeah, I think I'm pretty much owe him a Corona brewery these days.
Well, good thing we've got Corona Cero's on hand. You could go upstairs and get ready to hand that over to JC. Just so things don't go your way this year, Vaughn, as we have an up and out from Kanoa. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, Joe, I just wanted to share with you, you talk about Corona Cero, Bonsoy Corona Cero, and, you know, WSL APAC have put it out a tremendous contest site we have here, thanks to Andrew Stark, the president over there. But a moment, because it's such an outstanding site, is we have these giant screens here. So after the previous wave for Kanoa Igarashi, he was paddling back out, stopped for a moment, turned back, and was looking at his replay to assess his last ride. And that's just one of the features of this beautiful site that we have here. Just loving everything. I'm watching the replays as well on the big screen. So just another feature that I observe for the water.
Oh, it's great, Kaipo, and we've seen that at a few events where you have a vantage point. It's rare to be able to actually look at your replay, but for a surfer on tour, they get direct feedback correlating with the number that pops up on their Apple Watch. So they're going, okay, that was a 5.2, and Kanoa can take a look and maybe think about how he could change gears. You know, a filmer is probably one of the most important, valuable tools that these surfers utilize throughout a season. We get to know them really well. For them to actually come into the beach and look at the vision, then paddle back out, they're getting it automatically, you know, and Kanoa is already going to think about how he's going to approach his next wave, Vaughn.
And they're getting a really good look at it because the two surfers are so close to the shore. This has got to be, like, I was pretty blown away at Snapper how close you can get to the action. You know, you often see it, Billy, where crew are up to their waist in the water just to get close to their favourite surfers, but here, like, you are even closer than that, and the screens are really, you know, easy to watch. So you're not sort of like squinting or trying to make out what you did. You've got a really clear view of that, Joe.
Yeah, certainly. It's really good to have that direct feedback. Billy, coming into this heat, you were mentioning us how impressed you are with Joel Vaughn, you know, coming here to Manu Bay. And he has had a couple strike missions, you know, for some good swell over the last few months in the off season. I'm sure you've had a few run-ins with him in the water, and what has really impressed you the most about how he's been taking on your wave?
Yeah, Joel's obviously kind of semi-new to the tour, so he's it's good to see him, you know, start finding his feet and building confidence through around the whole scene. Yeah, he's such a legend. I've spent a bit of time with him and his dad over the Challenger Series and the QSs and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm a bit of a vet now, so I've kind of become friends with everyone on the QS and the tour. But yeah, you know, their family's so amazing. They're so friendly and very welcoming, and obviously Joel's such an impressive surfer. You know, he's got a crazy aerial game, and his backhand is very electric and very powerful. So yeah, his little strike missions, I think they scored a few waves the previous trips they did come over. Unfortunately, I wasn't here, so I didn't get to hang out too much. But yeah, he's such a legend. Like yeah, I've got a lot of time for the Vaughnies, and yeah, hopefully he can, you know, find a bit of an opportunity in the back 5 minutes of this heat and kind of showcase his surfing at the top level.
Well, we passed the 5-minute mark, so we got to recap the best waves and how Kanoa's got out front. Remember, Joel Vaughn has priority, chasing a 7.2, but this is Kanoa's 7.17 on his opening ride.
Best wave of the heat by far, and it just kept on giving, didn't it? He was in a beautiful rhythm with this one, and every single time he came around the whitewash, he just put a little something different on the attack through the lift. That one there, you can see the fin out the back. This one he pushes into a little slide, and then Joel answered back here, Billy, with a 5.17.
Yeah, these guys, obviously it's been a slow start. Kanoa's been trying to stay busy under priority, and he's got that back up. But yeah, obviously you can see here that Joel's got a feisty backhand, and if he gets that opportunity, he'll be able to hopefully match that score, if not better, and progress through this heat.
It's just been really finding the opportunities tricky. Like, there's a lot of waves ridden here, but really the scores that matter, they've only come on the 3 waves that gave them that opportunity. There hasn't really been any wasted sections. Here we go.
Important ride for Joel Vaughn from North Shelley Board Riders, starting to attack now on the open face. Needs a 7.2. Brilliant snap off the top, hits the whitewater section out in front again. He's got these really nice smooth moves on the open face that have some range on them. Couple little drifts in there. Attacking the pocket again, and it just kept on giving more sections for Joel Vaughn.
Wow, that's a sick wave, and out the back, Joe.
Kanoa's on the next one. A little bit full at the moment. You can see that breeze cross shore, throwing some chunk on the face, but he's got a good line now and a pocket to work with, squaring up there. Forced to kind of push that turn early under the lip. What a great back and forth. Joel Vaughn waited a while for that wave, and he really delivered, Bill.
Crazy exchange there. Joel absolutely ripped that wave. I think it's going to be a close to the score, I reckon. Obviously, you can see the energy in his legs there and his body language. And, yeah, he ripped that wave. I don't know what Kanoa did at the start of his wave, but it was good to see Joel fire up, and you know, we've only got 2.5 minutes left in this heat, so he made the most of that opportunity.
So much time to enjoy this wave. Whangaroa, that is the Maori name for Raglan. This was a bit of a long pursuit. We really got to enjoy that one.
Well, he's just in attack mode, and what's really impressive is he spent a lot of this heat waiting for this wave. So, you know, the opportunity stands up, and Joel goes to work, especially through this inside section. Look at the speed He even releases the fins. There's some drama in that last turn. Bashes it again on the inside, and mate, this is exactly what he was waiting for. And if you think back to Kanoa's 717, there's just a touch more sting in this one, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, far out. He looks so good on that wave. As we see the scores coming through now, it's going to be a massive score. What do we got there, Joe?
Oh, I don't even know yet. How about Kanoa on the rest of this wave, Billy? What do you think?
Yeah, I think this one kind of filled up a little bit at the start. Obviously, he didn't have that impact at the start of the wave. It was pretty full and a bit bumpy with the wind, and unfortunately didn't get too stronger of a finish. But yeah, I think the important one we're looking at is Joel's.
Yeah, big exchange as we're starting to run out of time here. Joel Vaughn has sat for a very long time and then turns in the jackpot. I see a 777 for Joel Vaughn, gets the lead. Kanoa Igarashi was then chasing a 5.78 on his wave that he's waiting on from the panel.
And they've got a couple of fives to compare it to as well. He has a 5.2 from earlier in the heat, and Joel has a 5.17. The judges will be looking at those waves, and if they think that Kanoa's wave is better than that, then they're going to go really close to giving this number.
Wow, a little bit of drama at the end of this heat. I love it. With Kanoa's just starting really quick with his 717, then Joel trumped it, got a high score of the matchup on his previous ride, which was enough to take the lead. Joel's got that style too, where when he hits the lip, you're almost like, is he done yet? He can move into a drift quickly or just pull it back down into a carve. And then he could go into reverse as well. It's a deadly way to perform. Kanoa does get the score. A 6.0 on the last is enough to get his lead right back with 10 seconds to go.
You felt like it was going to go there, just simply on the quality of the wave as well. You know, Kanoa attacked it beautifully, but when you think back to the other fives, they were just smaller waves.
That's what it came down to. Great battle for the backhanders. Joel Vaughn will exit out in round 2 and start preparing for Punta Roca, which he'll be looking for big, giant frontside airs and combos. Probably a tough one to walk away from, knowing that you had the high single score of the matchup. And Kanoa just goes right into a super heat with Italo Ferreira in round 3 action. Jack Robinson, Kali Voss coming up next, but it's always fun to hang out with you, Billy, whether we're in town, getting a bite to eat, running into with you and all your friends like we did last night, or seeing you do your thing in the ocean, man. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much, boys. It's been fun on the broadcast with you guys, and let's enjoy the rest of the show, eh?
Yeah, and let's put you in some more heats.
For sure, I'll be back.
We're not done listening to Billy Stearman. Thanks for watching the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. It's a gold medal match rematch here. Jack Robinson takes on Kali Voss. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
This has been my view for the last 30 odd years now. Grew up here, born and bred, very lucky. Obviously Raglan's a bit of a surf town. cute little cafes everywhere. It's a beautiful little town to grow up in, and we're very, very lucky, and it's very special. Dad started surfing out here, and he taught me how to surf here. It's a very small community. You get to know everyone. Everyone's very family orientated. Ever since I started surfing, the community's been awesome to me. Followed my journey around the world. For the last 15 to 20 years, I get to compete and kind of give back in a way, and hopefully make my community proud and my country proud.
Billy Stanman loving his time here and loving his time at this Championship Tour event. The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy, getting toward the end of setting up the full bracket for round 3 for the men. Couple of heats to go, and they're big ones. Jack Robinson will take on Carly Vast. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett, former CT event winner. And Rick, this has been a lot of fun, visiting a new zone for the competitors, a new challenge, figuring out a new location.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always fun when we throw a bit of spice in there and give them something new to work out. But the best surfers in the world, they're doing such a great job of figuring out Raglan and the break. And so good to see him going left. And this one's going to be pretty special too, with Jack Robinson and Carly Vast.
Yeah, kind of reached a critical point in the season for a lot of surfers who've suffered a number of bad results. And we know once you only get to throw away 2 at the end of the year. So, you know, their world title campaigns are heavily affected now with every poor result. Jack Robinson's one of those surfers really looking to get his spot back up at the top end of the ladder where he's used to performing. So Jack Robinson up against Kelly Vast. And Kelly, he's a newcomer to the Championship Tour, but we know him well because as a wild card, he's done a lot of damage in CT events back home.
Yeah, he sure has. Incredible surfer on the reef breaks, the home break. Chopu in Tahiti, and an incredible victory there for him. So, you know, he's also an Olympic gold medalist, and that's where he got the big win. And Carly Vast has come onto the tour with some force behind him, you know, winning the Challenger Series and in a really dominant way as well. He is an incredible, strong, goofy foot surfer. One of the most powerful surfers facing the wave here at Raglan. And he's going to be a very, very tough competitor for Jack Robinson, who's looking to get his year back on track, as you said, just hasn't really found those top results yet. We're used to seeing Jack, and we're used to having Jack in the world title conversation. He's just not there at the moment, unfortunately.
Well, these two fought it out for a gold medal. Kelly Vast got the job done at home. What a special moment for him. And it's really the performance that put him on the world stage prior to becoming a full-time campaigner on the Championship Tour. But, you know, he'd already established himself as one of the world's best barrel riders. It's been super impressive to watch him sharpen the other areas of his surfing over the last few years. As you said, he was really strong on the Challenger Series, finished with a victory, giving a lot of credit to Joan Deroux, who's helped get him up to this extremely high level. And Jeremy Flores also working with a lot of the surfers representing French Polynesia and France. Carly Vast holding that inside position at the moment. Just one previous Championship Tour heat between these two, and Jack Robinson won it. It was in this same round over in West Oz.
Yeah, Jack Robbo on home turf over there, neutral territory here. And always love it, Ronnie, when we get these natural footer versus goofy footer matchups. You really get to see the contrast in styles. Love Jack's backhand. He's been working on that a lot over the last couple of seasons. Where we all know him surf so well on the forehand. Particularly, he's been hanging out at, around Snapper Rocks in the Gold Coast the last couple of years, where he's made his residence.
Let's check in with Kaipo. A bit of cat and mouse happening at the top of the point here.
Waves are rolling through right now. Those guys have pushed each other too far up the point, in my opinion. We see that kind of gamesmanship at beginning with the neutral priority or the open priority in these heats. But I'm sitting further down here at Manu, and there were 1, 2, 3, probably 4 rideable waves on this bottom section. So what these two are doing now, it's just eating up the clock down to 27 minutes. So we'll see how this plays out as the clock continues to grind down and no one just bolting and surfing, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like Callie's not ready to give up that inside position, Kipes.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, right? That battle, and some surfers just want to get in the rotation and just get things going, you know. And then some surfers are just so stubborn with that inside position. So we'll see how this plays out, Ron.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Rich. The other thing for Jack at the moment, he's probably happy to push Cowley deep because he just wants to get that priority, and it's going to be hard to track down that open face.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of cat and mouse at the start, and Jack's not really willing to come down the point yet. He's just blocking him from coming down. But interesting too, Ron, we got the notes this morning, no heat restarts. So even though there's been a couple of sets come through, I don't think we were going to be starting with a fresh clock, or that was the intel that we got this morning. So at some point, these guys are going to have to relinquish and not be so stubborn, and let's get this thing underway.
While they wait for their first opportunities here on the outside, well, Kelly Vars making a bit of a move here at the moment. And he is scrambling to get himself into position. Being on the forehand, he might be able to just get a drive in here before powering down the line. He's got the speed here. The rookie drives up into this first section. Nice hit off the top there, waiting for the wave to slow down so he can go to work again on the rail, drawing that board through the turn, right back into the pocket. Tidy work here for the 24-year-old. Hammering away at this one. So a reasonable start. We'll get to a replay in a moment, but right now let's check in with the winner of the last heat with True Starling.
Thanks, Ronnie Kanoa. That was a tricky heat. The start was a little bit weird. You guys seemed a bit out of position.
Yeah, I was just kind of like sitting near him. I kind of figured I was deep, but I didn't know exactly how deep I was. And yeah, I just kind of figured he'd maybe be in the spot. I don't know. But just one of those ones, like, there's not many waves between the sets, so it's kind of hard to really figure out where you're on the lineup because it just goes dead flat when there's no waves. But it was just one of those heats where you needed like rhythm, and I'm stoked that the rhythm was with me in that heat.
As well, you seemed like you just kept moving, you kept like going with that momentum. There was waves at the start, there wasn't too much in the middle and waves at the end. Joel ended up getting the score on his last one, and then you betted him on your last. It's pretty nerve-wracking when you're waiting for those scores and you're not knowing where it's going to come through, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's, you know, when you have a man-on-man heat in the lineup and it's a left-hand point break, the strategy is super simple for him and for me. I mean, the person with priority is waiting for a set. The person without priority is looking for a wave that sneaks under first priority and trying to create a score out of it. So it's a lot easier for who doesn't have priority. He held his nerves super good, which was freaking me out. And I knew he was going to get the score, just the way he was sitting and the way how calm he was. So I was just trying to like get that 6, because I knew I'd probably need at least something in the 6 range to be on top at the end of the heat. And so I kind of just tried to sort of like forecast it, but I couldn't get the 6. So there wasn't a good enough wave. And then as soon as he stood up, I was like, okay, he's going to get the score. Okay, I saw the wave behind, and I'm like, okay, I'm looking for a 6. So it was the wave was a little bit hard to surf, but it gave me enough lip, and I felt like I was able to go vertical a couple of times, and that definitely helps when, you know, there's not much you can do on your backhand.
For your next heat, you're going to be taking on Italo Ferreira as well. You guys have met head-to-head a few times. He's got you 4-2. I think when you're coming into that one, is it more about trusting your surfing and trusting your rhythm as well in the next one?
Yeah, I mean, out here, it's rhythm is super important. I feel like, you know, it's you're never really going to have a heat with a lot of waves. So that basically means you have to make sure you're on the best 2 waves of the heat, at least one of them. And so, I don't know. I mean, for me, I just I kind of have a plan that me and Snake go over, that we kind of have the same plan going into every heat. And yeah, I know my backhand can get some scores, so I just want to find the waves that can allow the backhand to get scores. I feel like all year on tour, the Gooey footers, they know how to find waves that suit their surfing. And so I think it kind of reversed for us now, where we have to look for certain waves that suit our surfing. There's definitely waves that are better for backhand, and there's definitely waves that are better for forehand. So I don't know, just trying to find that game and try and learn the wave as fast as I can.
Awesome. Thanks, Kanoa.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Thank you, True. All right, so scores the end for Callie Vast. That first ride, Rich, turned out pretty good, 6.17. Jack Robinson on the outside with priority now, and maybe something standing up for him here.
Yeah, you can just see the swell line starting to creep towards the takeoff zone. Jack is starting to get himself into position, looking interested in this one, so I think we'll get a start to his campaign in this heat.
Let's see what he can do. Jack Robinson, he's an absolute monster when it comes to shutting down events and getting himself victories, and he's desperate for a big result here in New Zealand, and he is on his way to a good number here. Great approach, really squaring up nicely, a number of solid turns, and not done with it yet. Whipping that board through, a couple of backhand blasts on the inside. Some good variation. Nice mix-up of his approach to the pocket of these waves as Callie Vast looks to drop a big second score here. Grinding his board through those carves, getting those tail slides in, and kicking out in time to get himself back to the takeoff of priority.
Yeah, well, that lateral carve, it served him really well on that opening ride, the 617. There's just so much power in it. You'll note next time he takes off or we get a look at a replay, just his legs are so strong. Mate, it's like he's got a couple of tree trunks there, and he just drives through, really accelerating through these carves, and it just, the displacement of water, it's throwing a ton of spray, and that's what the judges love to see. Let's have a look at the replay here, nice and high. The opening moments, big open face carve to start off, wraps it all the way around, a quicker snap. So great variety at this point. Little snap to slide. And then again, one of those grinding carves where he gets that tail release off the final one as well. So some good signs there. And this is Jack's opening ride on the backhand. Pivots off the top with the little slide. Extends the carve on the second. And now he gets tight in the pocket. Really pivots tight and high. Just repetition of backhand slaps down the line. And you can see the different approach between the backhander and the forehand. Jack just getting a little tighter with his turns, a little higher up in the lip. Distribution of weight, beautiful as he drives off the back foot, shifts the weight onto his front leg.
On the outside now, we've got Callie Vast. Both surfers with numbers on the way, and Callie wasting no time in getting himself onto a fourth ride here. Rips through that front side carve off the bottom, a more vertical approach into the pocket, and then really flexing on the tail, putting a lot of power into that second to last turn. And he kicks out, so a couple of numbers owed to Callie Vast. Jack's still waiting for his first, but nice flurry of set waves. A big match-up and a perfect time for a flurry of rides. Jack doesn't like what he sees down the line here, so he's out of that one.
Yeah, just motoring back out to the takeoff zone. Good signs here, Ronnie, as the tide starts to drop down. See a couple of nice sets at the opening moments of this heat. Callie Vast been very busy. He's going to have some good numbers dropping in, I think. That second wave of his in particular had some good moments, lots of variety. Jack's first wave also really, really clean, well surfed on the backhand.
Yeah, Jack's been a fixture in the top five after a 12th place finish in 2021, his rookie season, where he got himself a victory, went up to third, fifth in 2023. In 24, he finished fourth, and then another fifth place finish last year. So this is a guy that's very comfortable at the top end of the rankings usually, but he's got some work to get himself back up there after failing to make the finals in an event this season. This will help his confidence, a 7.5 on his opening ride.
That's a great score, the IC scoreline, and Jack just acknowledging the beach announcers there, just telling him, you can see the scores there, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. Very consistent. The Brazilian judge just a 7-0, but we dropped the highest and lowest score average out the 3 middle scores, and that gives us that 7.50. Great way to start.
A couple of sixes already on the board for Callie Vast. 6.17 on that opening ride. Third wave was a 6.83. Has another score on the way as well. As our surfers get back to the takeoff zone. Priority is with the Australian. And Jack just really has been getting himself back to full fitness. 100% performance, and he needed surgery last year. He's been rehabilitating and certainly feeling strong. He's looking sharp, but the big result hasn't come yet this season. 17 minutes to go. Let's check in once again with True Starling.
Speaking of 100% performance, Ronnie, I tell you what, these Groms have been down here all day from dawn till dusk. They're waiting for the pros to sign some rashies. They're here, they're loud. How good's Raglan, guys?
They're absolutely loving it. And yeah, the surfers have really been appreciating the fandom down here, Rich. It's been pretty tough to get to the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, Grommet Froth is alive and well here down at Raglan. I actually was on my way to go and have a conversation with some of the coaches and check out the equipment. I actually couldn't get there. The crowd is so thick, I could not get to the competitors' area.
So cool. So this is a really big heat for Jack Robinson. You know, every competitor is after the big results, obviously, but for someone that's regarded as a world title contender, it's been a shocker start to the year. Callie Vast just improved his heat score total, 6.57 on the last ride. So Jack Robinson after a 5.9 at the moment. We've been talking about Jack's health, getting back to 100%, but also getting familiar with a new shaper as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Making the shift over to JS Industries. Jason Stevenson, the legendary shape-up, and Jack and Jay started working together, and they're producing some magics. The board's looking really good under his feet as we take a look at the Surfboard Empire Shaper Rankings presented by Bayer, and up the top there, courtesy of Double Win at the Gold Coast, Darren Hanley lost in second place. Matt Biolis has been victorious over the last few years, taking out the Shaper Rankings. Channel Islands in third, Sharpeye in fourth, and JS down there in fifth. He'll be looking for some big results here.
And some changes to the way that we're awarding points now for the Surfboard Empire Shaper Rankings.
Yeah, that's correct. So we're taking the two top results across the men and the women per brand, and it's from the quarterfinals onwards. So it just levels the playing field out a little bit for those shapers who may not have as many surfers in their field.
Really cool. Yeah, Darren Hanley had a blinder on the Gold Coast. Steph Gilmore with a victory on the women's side, and on the men's side he had the two finalists. He also had Nadia Aristabe in the semi-finals on the women's side. So it's just a magic comp for him. And you can shop the world's best surfboards at Surfboard Empire. Use the QR code on screen. So out there in the lineup, the thing I like about it, obviously I want to see more surfing, but just the pressure that builds in these lulls. Obviously both the surfers with pretty decent numbers in this one, Rich. So you can sort of almost sense it, you know, the pressure that's involved in making the correct wave selection, especially when you've got that priority, is key. Callie Vast, he's going to ask some questions of Jack Robinson's choice of waves sitting a little deeper on the point here.
Definitely, but he does have the edge. But you're right, you're sort of alone with your thoughts out there in between sets, and at that point, you're just trying to calm yourself down. Looks like Jack is going to show some interest in this wave. One of the biggest waves we've seen all day.
It's a good-looking wall for Robinson, an easy choice with priority. And he just absolutely hammered the opening sections here and continues to just lay down big hooks. Plenty of spray coming off the rail. Got a nice flow. You can see that bump on the face, tricky to negotiate for the competitors. But Robinson's done well here, and he looks like he loves the feel of that ride. On the outside, Callie Vast gets an opportunity to respond. Whips that tail. Again, he's been going to those rail turns and finding a bit of spark, that release out of those moves. But I think he's got to be careful, because Jack, with his more square approach and drawing off the bottom, getting his board a bit more vertical, is kind of laying down the more committed turns at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Callie Vast just opting to pull out of that wave. I think he was identifying that it wasn't going to be a big improvement on his scores, so he just opted to go and re-establish priority. Still lots of time on the clock, just over 12 minutes. But this is going to be a good one for Jack. He's going to drop a second healthy score in here. He's going to take the lead, in my opinion. 5.9 is what he's after. Let's have a look. The wave stands up. Jack blasts off the top, gets some release off that first turn, so very committed. Judges love that when you take that higher risk manoeuvre at the start of the wave. And down the line here, more of the same. Just a beautiful flow, even though there's all this sort of opposing bump and chatter on the wave face that is trying to interrupt your line. Jack, so strong, just able to cut through it. Let's see what happened outside with Callie Vast's opening manoeuvre. Just an under the lip cut down. Another little power snap off the top. Ropes that second one, but you can see just that third to fourth carve there was quite strong, but you could just tell the rhythm of that wave wasn't quite there. Just didn't have that big moment that he was after, so he's just opting to get out.
Oh, Jack Robinson feeling the mana as we see the IC score update there on screen. The average, an 8.17, achieving excellence. And that is the key really is connecting with those bigger set waves, but, not wasting the opportunity. I think there could be a danger of getting a wave of that quality, Rich, and maybe having a reserved approach to it, thinking that you've already kind of almost unlocked the successful key in finding that magic ride. But Jack hammered that opening section of the wave. We're going to take a quick break here. More to enjoy from the second round of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy, right after this. We're winding back the clock to have a look at an incredible 10-point ride at backdoor here. Jack Robinson, just validating why he is regarded as one of the best barrel riders in the world. Getting himself that Yeti 110 cooler, and what an absolute freak. It was actually a losing heat for Jack Robinson, but an unforgettable ride.
What a nugget. Oh my gosh, he fell out of the sky on that thing. And just fully airdropped and got himself the Yeti 1-ton Tundra as a consolation prize for that 10.
Yeah, pretty cool. And he's got a pretty decent score in his account right now, an excellent number, an 8.17. And a 7.5 means that Callie Vast is chasing an 8.84. And there is Zen and Julia, Jack's family, watching on. And they'd be loving what they're seeing at the moment, because this year has been really short on highlights for Jack Robinson. And he's found a couple in this heat already. You know, what's interesting about Jack, we've seen so much backside surfing winning championship tour events on right-handers, but there hasn't been too many regular footers that have been able to claim backhand victories on lefts over the goofies. Jack's one of them. A victory for him in G-Land a couple of years back. You know, we're talking about long-running left-handers. Obviously, there's some slabbing waves like Pipe and Tahiti especially, but when you go to turns, it's been difficult for the regular footers. I think the best backhand surfing is by the goofies.
Yeah, I think so. I think back to what Griff was doing out at Cloudbreak in Fiji. That was remarkable stuff on the backhand.
They're the only two, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been some backhand moments for Felipe Toledo, obviously, on beach breaks over in Brazil, where he's given us unbelievable stuff. But on those long-running left-hand reef breaks, point breaks, it's only Jack Robinson and Griffin Colapinto currently competing on the championship tour that have been able to wrestle victories away from the goofs.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, when you break down the approaches forehand, backhand, and just and how they sort of complement each other, how they compare to each other at different locations, you know. And Cloudbreaks, it's not that easy to surf on your backhand, and on your forehand, you'd feel like there's an advantage, but here at Manu Bay and Raglan, I almost feel like the playing field sort of leveled out just with the speed of the wave and the pace of it. So I think, well, the natural footers are just as equally equipped as the goofies.
6 minutes to go here. Jack Robinson leads with equipment looking sharp under his feet, Jesse.
Oh, looking really sharp. He's ready. JS, this is a big heat. I came over to you, I was like, this is the best heat to talk to you about. Two great team riders, a new one, a long-time team rider with Cowley. Any little insights and equipment for these two?
I was fortunate enough to come here earlier in the year with Jack and do a trip, which was great because it's not the easiest wave, you know, of all the waves on tour, and we had to make some adjustments to equipment, just getting the right flotation so the boys could get maximum speed out of their boards. So yeah, that was good that we did that, and then it's like picking the favourite child, isn't it? So it just comes down to who surfs best, you know. So limited opportunity. The boys have been good, you know. The boys have been ripping. So and Jack's got the better of it at the moment.
What about someone like Cowley? He's obviously one of the biggest guys on tour. He's basically pure muscle. For him to be on small waves like this, what do you kind of do to his boards to help him kind of carry that speed and still have power?
Well, we worked off the bases that both of these boys had, and just add in some little bit more flotation to them, you know. So the boys have got big motors, you know, both of them do. So they're both solid, they're both super strong, and it was just working out how much flotation we could get into these boards for them to, you know, push around and still put the rail in. And they both seem to be doing that really well. So, yeah.
And most importantly, who are you going for?
Neither. Like I said, it's like pick your favourite child. So it all came down to who performs better. Yeah, no favourites.
We'll get it out of him off camera, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks, JS.
Good on you, Jesse. Yeah, JS, he's got a lot of team riders. He's always had a really impressive stable, but sort of had almost an older stable of some of the best surfers in the history of the sport. In Joel Parkinson, Mark Occhilupo, the Irons brothers. There was kind of a gap, and he had emerging young stars, but he's got a full cast competing and collecting points for him on those Surfboard Empire Shaper rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. Full stable, really strong too. The Miguel and Sammy Pupo as well on that team. Jeremy Flores was one who jumped on Jay's surfboards for a lot of years. But Ronnie, I just wanted to get to this backhand forehand argument as well, and just sort of explain some of the differences here as we watch these guys on the slow-mo. Okay, so stop it here, and I'm just going to show you something. On the backhand, Jack has the ability to square up and take that sort of line, a really tight pockety turn, whereas Cowley on the forehand, he's going to be more lateral and take that sort of pass. So it's really interesting. We'll just let it roll here. and then stop. Okay, so Jack's pathway again, really, really tight, almost like that figure 8 motion. And again, Cowley's pathway a little bit more lateral this way. So I think that's one of the things that the judges have been watching. Keep rolling this. You'll see it not so much on this next turn, but on the third turn in particular. That was a tighter snap on the forehand, but watch how deep the bottom turn, top turn combo is for Jack. Gets all that tail release through here. And that's the difference in angles between the forehand and backhand. And when we say square up, that's what we're saying. And Jack's doing it just so well in this heat.
It's amazing how early Jack coils and takes his eyes off the lip. You know, it's a feel thing at that point for him. He's obviously like looking down into the trough of the wave, but what he's really doing is loading up and coiling so he can really rip the board quickly through those big backhand turns. And it has served him so well. An excellent score on that last ride, an 8.17. Cowley, he's got to find a quality set, obviously, if he's going to match it with Jack, but he's going to have to find some closer, more critical vertical work as well.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, I dare say we'll get the opportunity to sort of highlight what you were talking about with that shoulder rotation. The lower body compression. We'll hopefully get to one of those in perhaps the next heat.
Good looking set here for the Tahitian. Drives down the line here. This wave opens up. There's some hammer in that turn. Really leaning in on the carve and pushing the board to the point of release. Digs in again, just a little stuck on the rail for a moment, but cleans it up with a couple more hits on the inside. And Vast is going to try and fight his way back into this heat. And not done with it yet. Hammering away, just really trying to extract everything he can out of this ride, knowing full well Jack Robinson has put him up against the ropes. Well, this wave's really done wonders for him. It's steepened on the inside where some of the others have flattened out. Jack Robinson behind him, great exchange here. And he's going to swing the tail, can't complete the rotation there. But what an exchange. 20 seconds to go. Time flying by. That's what you want to see, those big exchanges. 8.84 was the score for Cowley Vast. Was there enough in it, Rich?
Oh, man, it's so close. That was the first wave of Cowley where I really got on the edge of my feet, on the edge of my seat, excuse me. We were talking about the sort of that more horizontal, that lateral approach. That one was different. There was more sting, there was more angle in the turn. He was able to sink that rail a lot deeper. And we'll hopefully get a look at the replay and we can really analyse the special moments on that wave.
Jack had an 8.17, so there's a good number there for them to compare to, and he also got a ride behind Cowley Vast. Here it is.
Okay, so this is a beautiful turn to start off. Little rock and roll floater down the line. Jack, big extension on the backhand. And he squares up, gets that tail release. So at the moment, he may even be looking to increase his lead, which is going to make this next wave of Cowley's, or this next score, even more important. At the moment, needs the 8.84. And we know what happens here. Let's have a look at it. On the forehand, streaking for speed, low and compressed. A little lip tap down the line. Now he jams it, gets a better angle on that one. This turn here, just so much power and rail engagement. Then he gets a little kind of layback hack into a big carve there. A tiny little catch at the final moment of that rotation. And then he weaves this one all down the line, and we know it stands up again. He gets a couple more snaps through this lower section, but a couple of these turns through the middle here. Look at that.
Wow.
Just full rail commitment. And this one here in particular. So he threw the back arm in. That allowed him to just tighten the pivot arc a little bit tighter.
Yeah, there was a combination after that floating re-entry that was just absolute money. He carried great speed, but excellent surfing is what is required. And that little catch of the rail ridge, well, it's a minor catch, and he cleaned it up pretty nicely moving through to the inside. At this level, when the judges are having to consider throwing a near 9-point ride at it, those little catches can really hurt you.
Yeah, absolutely. The judges have a very detailed, analytical eye. I almost feel like Jack might even increase on that 7.5, man, because that's going to push it up into the 9s.
No, he is going to improve on that. He just was motoring. That was such a beautiful wave. Both competitors on the beach. This one being decided in the car park at Waikere, and the crowd is just hanging, waiting for the result here.
Guys, move away here, please. Move away.
The rookie, he's chasing, obviously, a big result, wanting to have a good run at that Rookie of the Year title, set himself up well.
There was just so much variety on Jack's final wave as well. You think back to the longer carve, the little rock and roll floater, the big tail sliding snap. It kind of had everything.
Yeah, it to me felt like excellent surfing again from Jack Robinson, and I think at moments Cowley Vass, he had excellent surfing in his ride as well. Wow. The numbers are starting to roll through.
Well, look at where they're positioned. Jack's thinking he's getting ready to do the interview, and Cowley's he's gone back to the Red Bull athlete zone.
A 9-point ride for Cowley, so a 7.67 required for Jack Robinson. Our feeling was that it was going to be better than his 7.5, and it is. It is looking good. A 7.93. Robinson, he sees the number drop. The IC score update on the big screen down there in the competitors area. He pumps his fist. His world title campaign getting back on track. And the bear, Luke Egan, is there to hug him. The big grizzly, he'll be feeling good about that. That was a huge exchange in the final stages. You've got to give props to Cowley Vass, who held his nerve and delivered the number of the heat. But Jack Robinson found a gem, and we definitely felt like it was going to be better than his 7.5. It wasn't much better, but it was enough to get him back in the lead.
Yeah, what an incredible finish. That was one of those heats where the wave showed up, and so did both the surfers. Hats off to Cowley Vass. That was an incredible performance, really pushing Jack Robinson right to the final moments. But Jack, under pressure, we know he's zen-like. He's able to handle that pressure, and he just nailed it.
He did. You know, and he hasn't had many of these big moments in the early stages of the season, but finds one here at Manu Bay. Stay with us. We've got one more heat to set up the third round, and we've got a super special guest joining us. Welcome back. Let's have a look back at the incredible run of Miguel Pupo in the first event of the season, putting his name on the most famous trophy in surfing, Rich.
Oh, wow. Just to get the Bell's Bowl in action, and we shifted things down to Winky Pop. But he got the bell. Miguel Pupo, one of the best wins of his career. He only had one in the lead up to that at Chopu in Tahiti. Great scenes here, man. He was just on fire on the back end.
He was buzzing. He took the #1 spot over to WA. He's since had to hand that over But the way he's surfing at the moment, he could certainly wrestle it back at some point. He'll be coming up against Callum Robson in this final heat of the second round to set up our round 3 bracket, which is going to be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, and we are joined by one of New Zealand's finest, Kihu Butler. Great to see you, brother.
Tō Kazi, kia ora, nau mai haere mai ki Whangaroa, to beautiful Raglan.
Oh, I'm so stoked that we're going to be able to pick your brain about the incredible Māori culture. It's fantastic to have you here, but what's it like for you, man? Obviously, you campaigned on the Challenger Series for a number of years, had an incredible junior career, and now you're seeing a championship tour event right here at home.
Yeah, bro, like, well, since I've been alive, there hasn't been a WSL event here, so for me, like, this is pretty cool, and for, I know a lot of young Kiwis and Māoris out there that this is the level, like, we haven't seen Raglan surfed at this level ever, so it's going to be, yeah, it's super cool for our young ones, and, you know, this is the level you got to be at to be a pro surfer, and, yeah, we're just super stoked. Look at the whole country's here. Everywhere's here.
So awesome, man. And speaking of young ones, got to congratulate yourself, Mane, welcoming your first child to the world. Well done.
Yeah, nah, cheers. I did all the work, eh? Nah, thanks. Yeah, we're super stoked. He's such a special little boy, uniting 2 Polynesian cultures together. Yeah, it's real cool, and we're just loving being parents, and you know, coming to this event, he gets to experience it so young. So yeah, it's cool.
We love your connection to your culture, and we love the connection of the 2 cultures. Of course, Mane, her dad, Titus, one of the Hawaiian greats. What's it like spending time between both islands?
Oh, spending time between both is awesome. Like, Mane loves it in Aotearoa, and I love it in Hawaii. And funny enough, my granddad, you know, with the face tats, the moko and stuff, him and Titus are best mates, and they're born the same year, so they had their 70th together last year. So it's, yeah, we just love both, you know, we just chase the summer around. As soon as it's winter here, like, we'll be off over there. So, yeah.
Mate, you are living the dream, and we're glad we can live it with you for a little bit. Right here at Manu Bay, we've got our competitors out here waiting for the first exchange, but we have just seen the heat of the contest go down with our competitors, Jessie Starling, waiting there amongst the fans to get the result.
My goodness, what an emotional roller coaster to the end of that last heat. Jack and I were just having such a good conversation. You saw the wave from Cowley from out the back, and you knew you just had to get a wave and do your thing. The score was coming your way, but I love those moments. They keep you on edge.
Yeah, definitely. I started well. I feel like yeah, kind of built, and then I didn't really think too much, and I just seen the set coming. I was like, oh, here we go, and I saw his wave. I was like, okay, this is going to be a really good one, and just got to make sure I'm on one of these sets, so I can answer. And yeah, but I wasn't really thinking it all too. I was just doing my normal surfing and trying to put it in the right spot, because kind of the timing out here, I feel like, is the most important. If you get your timing good, then everything else kind of follows. And yeah, we talked about that, me and Louie and Bemi and everyone. So it's just, yeah, believing till the end.
Pretty cool to have a match up with Cowley, where the last time you guys had a pretty big heat, it was the gold medal match over in the Olympics. But to come back here and knowing that you need a pretty solid result here, and to take down someone who's been so in form in the free surfs, that's the amount of confidence that keeps you on a good roll at these events.
Yeah, for sure. You just you know, have a lot of intention, and yeah, just doing my thing, doing my surfing. Yeah, I feel like it's all just clicking in for me, you know. So just try and focus on myself, and yeah, ride waves. Simple.
Those heats, it's really interesting. We were chatting to JS during it. We were getting the board breakdown, and he was like, it's like picking a favourite child, just having both of you out there. You obviously came over earlier, got to surf with you a couple of times a few months ago. Put in that much time in at a place, in your equipment, it really speaks volumes when you're in a heat as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it helps so much. JS came over with me, and we stayed here together. I mean, it filters down too for the whole team. It benefits everyone, like especially your shaper coming and surfing and seeing the waves. So yeah, it's awesome to have that level of dedication from him, and yeah, we all are thankful for it.
Well, Jack, we're stoked for you. That was such a good heat. Thank you for entertaining us all. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, Jack, he's in the zone, isn't he? I mean, he understands that that's not the result yet. Very composed, really cool. He's been incredible. He's only in his 6th year now on the championship tour. 9 CT wins, Kehu. This has been a freak.
Yeah, bro. It feels like he's been around for ages, eh? He's such a freak. But what I like about Jack is he's bringing variety. I know that like floaters are like, you know, they're not really high risk a lot, but they just something about them is like really pleasing to the eye to mix it up. And then at point breaks like Raglan, he was talking about timing, and timing's everything here. But with timing, you got to have, you know, you got to be precise. You got to have variety and pick big moments. And it's really hard at Raglan. If you don't have that timing, you can really like stuff up the rest of the wave.
And I guess big moments is kind of what he's been lacking this year, Rich. You know, hasn't even really shown his best stuff at any of the venues.
No, he hasn't. And normally we're used to seeing those big miraculous moments. But one thing Jack does so well is manage his emotions. He's got so much mind control, and even during that heat, he took that moment to literally just bathe in the ocean. Took a moment to just calm himself and prepare himself for what was a pretty gnarly kind of stressful situation. He handled it perfectly.
Had connection in the water. One thing about Jack is, you know, he really taps into the mana at, you know, these culturally significant places. You think about his performances in Tahiti, in Hawaii, and even getting here early and getting connected to this venue. All the competitors on tour are relishing the opportunity to learn about the incredible culture here. But Jack is always kind of there at the front. The other day at the Pohiri, we had the welcome to country basically, and Jack's always right there in the front seat tapping in.
Yeah, bro. When you like the Pohiri looked amazing, and it's awesome to see all the Kazis there at the Pohiri and really embrace it, because it's really special. The Pohiri to us is like welcoming you guys onto the land, onto the whenua, to the people, and to, you know, all the mana around this whenua, and the waves, and Tangaroa, the god of the ocean too. So yeah, it's cool, and I feel like it really pays off when you go to places like Raglan and all these new places early. You know, you get to have a better understanding about the wave and why it breaks like that, and the people.
Let's talk a little bit about, I'm not going to get you to take your pants off on the set, but I do want to talk about your incredible artwork, basically. Tamoko?
Yep, Tamoko, yep, that's the one. Yeah, I've got my, I've got heats, I've got my puhoro, or almost finished my puhoro, which is the ones from the knees going up over your bum and up your back. And I was just really inspired by my grandfather, because when I was like 4 years old, I was watching him go through getting all of his tattoos, his tamoko, and just being part of the movement of, you know, embracing our culture, because back in the day, that's what we were all wearing and everything on our faces and stuff. And yeah, it's awesome. Like, you go around Aotearoa now, everyone's got their faces done now, and it's yeah, we're just so proud to be Māori and to really put our culture out there.
That's so cool. And is that a traditional way that the artwork is done?
There is traditional ways. People now use the needles, but, you know, as long as the moko comes out looking the same, you know, that's still moko. And yeah, it's awesome, and it takes you on a journey, eh? Like, you be on the table for like 3 days straight, and takes you to some dark places. But that's what the whole journey's about, because when you come out at the end of the light, you know, you can kind of go through anything and you're all good.
That's so cool. Well, have a look at this view. It's a stunning day. We were talking off camera before, Kehu, about just the, you know, there is a lack of waves, but what we're getting is some incredible weather.
Yeah, bro. Like, the weather here in Raglan, even for the next week's unreal. It's so beautiful. Like, in the mornings it's chilly, but when the sun comes out, you know, Aotearoa's putting it on. It's not the land of the long white cloud. The sun's actually shining through it.
Love it. Yeah, and talk to us about where you're from, Mount Maunganui, and just that region, because it's another stunning part of New Zealand.
Yeah, bro, I'm from Tauranga, Mount Maunganui, and it's 2 hours east from here, and it's beautiful there too. We call it the mini Gold Coast, because, you know, it's got a bit of the Goldie lifestyle, just not as good a waves, unfortunately, but, you know, Aotearoa is just a beautiful country altogether. You can get a real good mix of, like, the land, you know, the city, little islands you can go to and stuff, and yeah, we're lucky to be from here.
That is so cool. Well, we're still waiting for this big exchange to unfold. Miguel Pupo, Callum Robson, just one previous head-to-head matchup for them in the quarterfinals over in Portugal back in 2022. Cal Robson, he has made his way back to the CT. He was devastated to get knocked off, and he did come so close on the Challenger Series a couple of times, but finally breaking through with a magic run in the last 2 Challenger Series events that included a win at the Pipe Challenger. That was massive.
That's unbelievable. It's a victory in Hawaii is something that's revered amongst all surfers, amongst all competitive athletes at this level. They're hard to get, but one at Pipeline in particular, just incredible. And that this guy, he is, we call him a blue-collar worker, you know what I mean? He is just, he's got grit, he's got determination, always working on his craft, and mate, he's got that self-belief now and that confidence, and he really does belong here on the Championship Tour, Cal.
Yeah, that Pipe Challenger trophy, it'll sit proud in his lounge room, I'm sure, for the rest of his life, Rich. Like your Haleiwa trophy.
Thank you for mentioning that, mate.
I know, that was a really great segue.
I wasn't going
there.
I wasn't going there, but thank you.
We're always going there, mate, let's be honest. Just on 21 minutes remaining here. For you, being a fan of surfing, mate, what was it like watching Miguel Pupo break through for a win at Bells, and what did you make of his surfing in that event?
I'm so inspired by Miguel because he's been on tour for so long, and being a young father now, and I know he's got heaps of kids, like how tough it is to be away from families. Like, bro, I don't even like going toilet, you know, like being away from my young fella. You know, come home and I'm just want to cuddle him up. So I know how tough it is being a dad, and you know, his surfing was unreal too. He had to beat some good surfers. I'm really inspired by the way he's gone about this year so far. So hopefully he carries it on.
Kind of reignited the fight of the veterans on the CT. I think he really gave them a lot to believe in, and it felt like they too could reach for a victory. We saw Lakey Peterson, who's been on tour for an age, get a victory in the second event of the season, and then Stephanie Gilmore winning on the Gold Coast. I mean, we have just come off one of the greatest CT events I think we've ever seen. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, bro, for sure. I was actually surfing Burley that whole time, but I was watching it.
Good highlights, huh?
Yeah, it was unreal. But you know, you can't beat experience, boys. Can't beat experience. They know how to get through, you know, grindy heats when they need to, and then, you know, when they get the good wave, they know how to throw the water around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we had Kelly Slater inspiring the sort of later generations for so many years, and then the torch went to Geordie Smith, and now, well, of course, Miguel Pupo is flying the flag, and it looks like he's going to get his campaign in this heat underway.
Yeah, it feels like that wind's maybe just kicked up a little bit, but it's no issue for Miguel as he hammers down the line here. Surfed with a lot of spark at every event this season. Maintains a position right at the top of the leaderboard, sitting in third place. And he is going to take that one through to the inside. Yeah, he's just a force at the moment. Let's throw it down to Jesse Starling and hear from the little bro.
Yes, Sammy and I were talking a couple of heats ago. It's always harder to watch a heat than it is to be in it. So much easier to surf it. And that really does accentuate in this one when there's been such a big lull.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, I feel like here you never know when the ocean's gonna go too quiet, but last few heats it's been good sets, and now the wind picked up a little bit, and
Oh, well, we'll try and catch Sammy at some point.
I think maybe they just...
Yeah, just over 18 minutes to go. We lost him there, unfortunately, but yeah, it's awesome for the brothers to have one another. You know, as you mentioned, hard being away from family. Must be nice having a sibling here on the road with you. And even though Sammy's been knocked out of the contest, of course he's down here cheering on the big brother who turned in a 3.83 on that last ride. So Callum Robson doesn't have a whole lot to do, and maybe you could say advantage Callum with only that small number dropping.
Yeah, especially if he's patient enough to wait for one of those better sets. It's almost like the ocean's just taken a little moment to regather after sending through a bunch of waves in that last heat. It looks like Miggy's not going to sit around. He's going to stay busy.
Yeah, just building speed, riding high on the wall here, because he's got to make up some ground to find the open face. Drives around the bowl, drifts those fins, good control, and whips the board into reverse.
Yes, sir.
And when Miggy was powering through the second tier, the qualifying series, he was often taking flight in order to claim his big victories. Didn't need airs down at Winky to claim a win at Bells. but he can go there and has on his second ride.
Good wind for the goofy footers, to do that air. The wind coming up the face just helps kind of anchor the board on the feet through that rotation.
For sure. You know, at Raglan here, like you can take off, especially on the high to mid-tide, you can take off a little bit deeper. I noticed like Italo was doing that and taking off a little deeper, race, get that big pop, that first air. And once you get that first air, you can kind of go almost safe for the rest of the wave, you know? So, yeah, here goes Miggy coming through like he did. Most of us locals will take off there and then do your first turn right where he does. But he got the speed coming behind to carry it through for that nose pick. Yeah, there you go.
Wow, he really manufactured it through that section as well. Got a lot of pop.
Little shampoo on the inside as well, waiting on the numbers to roll through. Let's try have a chat with Sammy Pupo once again with Jesse Starling.
We're just keeping you on your toes, guys. We are here. Obviously, really long lull in this heat, but Miggy, he's making something happen when there hasn't been a lot going on in this heat.
Yeah, it's this wave is really tricky. It just kind of sometimes it looks like there's sets coming, but they never really break. So you gotta really be sharp in your decisions, and it's kind of going slow now, and the wind just got stronger. But I feel like it's a little bit of point of difference for Miggy being a goofy, and I feel like it's easier to ride the wave when it's this tricky. So just let's hope for the best.
What do you make of that last wave of Miggy's?
It was good, yeah. He did the best he could. I mean, wave was small. It looks like it just lost some energy, the ocean, so I feel like air is a good choice right now.
Love it, love it. And of course, we were chatting about it before, but we didn't get to finish our topic. To meet a little brother and watching Big Bro, it's always more nerve-wracking being here than in the water.
For sure, way more tough to be out here watching the heat. It's always been like that for me. But I mean, also it's fun, and I like him going live. You know, seeing him going live, he's really excited about it. So yeah, let's see. Let's go, Miggy.
Love it, Sammy. We're going to watch nervously together from now on.
Yeah, you could feel it. Watching him on the beach, watching his brother claim that victory at Bells, kind of gave me twisted guts. He was so nervous, Samuel, and yeah, Miggy ended up getting the job done, of course. Callum Robson taking his first ride, but Miggy surfed up his previous wave to a 5.83. I feel like with the smaller ones, Kehu, you know, it is definitely the advantage to be a goofy. When those bigger sets come, maybe that advantage flips.
Yeah, when the smaller ones come through, you know, it's pretty hard on your back end, especially with this wind here. Callum did real well to surf this wave. You know, look at the ribs coming through. But I know Big Caltex, he'll be doing squats in the gym. He's a strong fella, muscles through all of those ribs. Yeah, it's real tough, those small ones. I feel like the big ones and the second wave of the sets usually at Raglan are best, but then it's also really hard to let Miggy go those ones because you know he's going to stamp his passport and go to the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, numbers rolling through for Callum there, 4.23. We were talking about before, you know, when that first number dropped for Miguel and it wasn't a huge score and Callum got that priority, there was a real advantage in that. But then Miguel did such a good job under priority to turn in almost a 6-point ride. Suddenly it was Callum who needed to convert when he used his priority, and really, even though he surfed that wave well, it's not the kind of number he would have wanted.
No, well, we touched on it, you know, how long do you wait? How long do you start building that pressure of getting that first number on the board? And Callum would have actually heard the crowd screaming when Miggy did that air reverse, so that's also building pressure. You know, he obviously pulled the trigger. He did well on that 4.23. Geez, that was a hard wave to surf on your backhand. And I think he kind of got all the points out of it that he could.
Kehu, you took us behind the scenes here at the event. I love your YouTube channel. I love all the vids where you give us insights into your culture and just the classic comedic genius of all Kiwis. Here we go. We've got Miguel up again. This is a nicer looking wave. And he falls into a better tempo with this one. Doesn't have to race it down the line. So stringing together a number of maneuvers, looking for a high impact finish here on the inside. Little kick on the tail. And the surfers really having to deal with some tricky ribs in the faces of these waves now. Nice. And Miguel still manages to smooth those lines out and gets to the inside and just forces a reverse out of the section. And on the outside, Callum will chase him down the line here. And
Well-
Robson doesn't like the look of that one.
I know we can play hypothetical and sliding door moments, but if Cal had just actually waited and hung out, hard thing to do when there's only 12 minutes on the clock, but that technically could have been his wave, and he would have converted it into a big score, no doubt. So just the rhythm of how this heat is unfolding and who's getting the better rides is now going to sit with Miguel Pupo.
It was funny though, Miguel found more room on that wave, but he didn't look as alive on his equipment as he had on his previous one.
Yep. You know, but he's still surfing real well, you know, like meat and potatoes on this wave. You know, he did what you need to do when you catch the biggest wave of the set. You just go through the motion, push it when you need to, and then I liked it in the inside how he, you know, went for a little bit more and just kind of pushed a bit harder towards the end to give it a decent score, you know.
He did, yeah. He kind of extracted a lot of points out of these final sections, didn't he? A little whipping fin release there, and just have a look at this. He just forces this out of the section, almost ollies on the face off one of those ribs, uses it effectively and gets the completion. And Robson on the outside, he picked off a good set as well.
Yeah, sometimes, oh, look at the ribs on that one. He did real well, though. Yeah, it's real tough. Raglan's such a tricky wave, you know, you got to kind of be lucky sometimes with the waves you get. Like, usually second wave of the set is the better ones, but that one wasn't in that stage.
It almost sort of bent out in the bay a little bit more on that second wave of the set, and it wasn't just giving him those sections that he's coming from behind. He was always sort of cutting down into it.
We're getting set to move into the second round for the women, but right now we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Erin Brooks heading out.
The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid for continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Bonsoy team rider Callum Robson out there at the moment, just turned in his best number in this heat of 5.67, but he is up against Miguel Pupo, who also found a jam in that set, surfed it pretty well, really went hard on the final couple of sections, dropped a 7. He's got the lead, and Robson's after a 7.16 now to get ahead of the Brazilian, who's on a special tear this year. Robson on the outside, wind howling, but the stocky regular footer drives off the bottom and does a nice opening turn. Just a little sticky in the lip there. You can tell the wind is playing a part and having an effect on the performance. Kihu Butler's still with us, and yeah, that was a good-looking opening turn for Callum. It was unfortunate there.
Yeah, nah, you can just tell that the wind's blowing too hard. I think Luke Sederman had the leaf blower out there going too hard earlier this morning. He should turn it down, eh? Far out, making the natural footer struggle, bro.
Yeah, and well, Callum really needed that ride too. He was desperate. If not to turn the heat, to at least chip away at this pretty hefty requirement of a 7.16. But Kehu, massive numbers down there on the point here today. Seeing the world's best do their thing, and mate, probably all of them enjoying your collection from Quicksilver because it's everywhere.
Yeah, nah, we're stoked, eh? Taikehu 4 is coming out too in October. We're super stoked to have the collection. We just want to tell the Māori story and put ourselves out there even more, and we're super stoked that everyone's getting behind it. So yeah, it's pretty mean.
And people can pick it up at the Backdoor store.
Yeah, pick it up at the Backdoor store, Surf Dive Ski online. Just pick it up anywhere, eh?
We love it. Looking forward to seeing it drop, and it is really cool. Must be an awesome feeling when you spot a Grom wearing the shorts.
Yeah, nah, it's super cool. It's so weird because like I never thought I used to have, you know, posters of Dane and, you know, like Mikey and all of their collections and stuff, and then like to have my own is pretty crazy, and to see kids rolling around with them and like, you know, having the meanings behind them and they're wearing them, like it's so cool. Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the meanings behind the artwork.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the culture goes back to gods, and I know that for a lot of the artwork, it kind of tells the story of the local areas as well.
Yeah, and so one of my favorite designs is called the Puhoro, and that's the board short one on your bum. That you know, the new board shorts that we have, I have it on my bum too, and that represents back in the day when they would stick the paddle in the water and they would pull and it would make that spiral looking thing.
Yeah.
And that represents change because we went from being on an island to finding a new home. So all of our patterns come from the ocean, and yeah, it's just so cool that keep those patterns alive now.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, check it out, Kehu's range with Quicksilver. It is awesome. Just done 4.5 minutes remaining here. Pressure building for Callum Robson. And Miguel making a priority move here. So keeping him off this wave, has some speed. Just has speed on tap. In fact, his boards have looked unbelievable. Also working with JS, taken to the sky a few times in this heat. Holds on for the finish after riding fakie for a moment. He just has a real confident air about him at the moment, Rich. He's on fire.
Yeah, when you know someone is having that feeling where you're fully connected, cliche, in the zone is what they say. We'll get back to that. Here goes Cal.
Good looking wave setting up here for Robson, who needs it. Clean combination to start, chasing the open face here, working to get out in front, and just got ankle tapped by the whitewater there, and he goes down.
Yeah, he just got hung up in the lip on that second turn just for a millisecond, and then that sort of put him off from driving around that section. Just lost a little bit of speed, and with the wind the way it is now, just it's brutal. And any little mistake in your line, and you're going to really hit the brakes.
Kehu, when you've got a devil wind like this, is it easier on your forehand negotiating those bumps?
Definitely, for sure, because your upper body is facing the wave already. And on your backhand, sometimes it's facing the beach, which is real hard to get the toe and heel edge over on the rails. So, yeah, I feel like with the forehands, you can kind of almost cheat and kick the tail real easy to get those nose picks with the oncoming bumps. So it's hard for your backhand, but yeah, here goes Miggy.
Yeah, Miggy streaking down the line here. Just a quick snap to bottom turn. Bit more angle on the second one, and then goes for the air. Rides fakie, and you'll see him just shuffle his front foot back a little bit, gets back into the power stance. A couple little taps before he pulls out. Let's see what happens with Cal here. So a clean turn to start off, but watch with this second one. Just gets hung there for 1 second, and unfortunately just couldn't get that speed around that section. That wave just kind of ankle tapping on his heel side.
Can see exactly what you're talking about. You could almost see in the replay of Miguel's ride that he is completely focused down the line and just identifying where his opportunities are to turn, whereas Cal, to get a committed move done, he has to look back down into the bowl, and
Yep.
there is those moments where he's kind of turning off the bottom, semi-blinded by what's ahead of him. And yeah, I mean, it's been unfortunate for him because he's tapped into a couple of set waves, but got a little caught up in the lip.
Yeah, I feel like with this devil wind as well on your backhand, doing almost a shallower bottom turn, a mid-face bottom turn, because with the angle of the wind coming in, you don't want to go straight up and down sometimes, because when you turn, sometimes you get left behind when you got to turn all the way back to 6. So sometimes doing mid-face bottom turns into around that 1 to 2 o'clock range, and then kind of maintaining the speed down the line, and then as it tapers off and you get your last big moment, kind of push the tail and make it, you know, a bigger moment on the wave.
For sure. Well, just over a minute to go here, and Callum, he's got the priority. Will he get the opportunity?
Time will tell. Just over a minute to go. You can't count him out. We've seen this guy in so many clutch moments. He's got the ability to stay composed and pull it out of the bag, but we're just looking at the horizon now. It doesn't look like there's too many lines approaching, so this one might go to Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, Miggy, he's been strong. Built really nicely right through this heat. The willingness to go early and surrender that priority shows a lot of confidence. But he's just on one. In tricky conditions, he's managed a 7 and a 5.83 and given us great variety as well. 30 seconds to go here. Can't see a whole lot of set wave action rolling our way at this stage. Looking forward to getting into the second round of the women's event, and just with the conditions that we have on hand, that first heat is going to be super interesting. Gabrielle O'Brien, I mean, like Callum Robson, has the power to get through these ribs, but Erin Brooks is so pinpoint precise, and she's going to be a handful.
Yeah, it's going to be a mix of power versus innovation, which will be real cool. Being in Kauai a lot, Gabby Bryan, I always say she's the best surfer on the island by far. She is so powerful. She makes me seem like a lightweight when I'm trying to put it on rail. She's so good.
She's taken power to a whole new level. Adriano de Souza, 2015 world champion, loving what he's seeing out of his charge. And old travel buddy Miguel Pupo, who just continues to maintain this magic run, getting a victory over Callum Robson here.
Yeah, the standout moment of that heat, that 7-point ride on the forehand. A polished performance, let's say, and he continues these good energies as he goes through 2026 here at Raglan.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here. Miguel Pupo alive. Kiu's going to hang around in the booth and join Joe Tapel for the call. Stick around.
Looking back to the start of the season, it was a big one for Gabrielle O'Brien. Already called the most powerful surfer in the world, and she got to Just throw the lip out the back every time. She crushed it. She just could compress and just throw all the water out of the ocean. Kicked off the season, world number 1. She knew it was coming. She rang the bell as a claim in the final with Molly Picklum to kick off the season and making a statement. She's already into the world title race. She's had a couple of quarterfinals since, but she's still world number 2. Headlining the matchup with Aaron Brooks, Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, and Kehu Butler still joining us for the call here. I was listening to your last conversation you're having about the heat before, talking about power, Kehu, and now we get to see a nice balance. You know, Gabriella Bryan, we know what she wants to do on her backhand, but what about this young Aaron Brooks, what she might do to the lefts today?
I just watched their Red Bull clip and she is out the gate. She's unreal. She might, with this win, she might throw a bit of innovation, maybe a couple finners, maybe a nose pick, air rev, maybe a full rotation. We never know, and that's what makes Erin so exciting.
That's the best part, isn't it, Rick? That's spontaneity. And we know it started off with a big win from Erin when she first met up with Gabby Bryan. It was a devastating win because Gabriella Bryan got bumped out of the final 5 at Cloudbreak a couple of years back. That sting sometimes can last a couple of seasons, Rick.
Yeah, and she will want to extract some revenge here for sure on Aaron Brooks. But this is, as we've said, a really interesting matchup. You know, the kind of light-footed, innovative approach from Aaron and just that heavy-footed power game that Gabriella has really just made her own on the women's side of the tour. The most powerful woman in surfing at the moment. So let's just see what happens and see what unfolds here.
Last 2 losses, I guess the only surfers on tour that have beat Gabriella Bryan this year have been goofy footers. When you look at Sora Lindblad, who was able to get past her over at Margaret River, her pet event, she was almost on her way to going 3 in a row there. And she'll be waiting to feature her backhand attack with this windy kind of lump and bump on the open face. How does that limit your performance, Kehu, with this type of wind direction, especially for Gabby, who's going to be going backhand in this one?
The wind definitely affects your backhand. I mean, it's blowing straight up the face, and what that does is it slows you down and it makes it look like you're catching rail a little bit more when you're trying to go toe heel. So, but I know Gabby, she's got a really good power game, and I watched her before she came for a practice run a few weeks ago, and she looked pretty good.
Yeah, she is so fired up on pro surfing. She won the Bells final and said, well, I just want to surf one more heat. So, you know, you've already showed the world what you've got. You've got the big bell, but that's just how much she loves surfing. You know, if the tour didn't exist, she'd still be sitting out there ready to do the best version of herself in the water rig.
Yeah, I think so for sure. You know, her improvement, I guess, over the last few years has been impressive, to say the least. The equipment from Matt Biolos looks incredible under her feet as well. I have to give props to Matt. It's a real partnership between surfer and shaper. Boards are looking incredible.
Kehu, what have you been riding lately as far as surfboards? What have you been loving?
I've been with the team at Sharpeye. They make mean boards, but I've been riding the Inferno FT, the 4-fin, and they just came out with the 5-fin setup and the carbon. I put on a couple kgs, had a couple of too many pies being a dad now. So, yeah, I like the width of it and just the speed. It's the fastest board out, I reckon.
It comes with being a dad. I did the exact same thing. But you're hoping that you throw more water, right? You know, it's,
yeah.
And what's your Grom's name?
My son's name is Te Ika Manahi, but we just call him Ika Boy. And Ika in Māori means fish, so we thought it'd be fitting for Maine and I to call him something from the ocean.
Oh, that's beautiful. And what does the full name mean?
The full name Te Ika Manahi is from one of our ancestors back at a little island where I'm from that it's so tiny. Like, the airport is just a block of land and it takes like 5 minutes to drive from one end to the other. And it's one of our first ancestors who settled there from Hawaii, which is like Polynesia, you know, because we're all interconnected with like Tahitians, Hawaiians, Cook Islanders, Samoans, Tongans. So we call it like the magic place, I guess, where we all came from. So he was one of the first to settle at Motiti, our island.
Oh, that is beautiful. Beautiful. Saw him down here just the other day, watching some surfing going down. How early do you want to kind of pass that on and get him in the water on a surfboard? Is that already a conversation happening?
Well, his granddad, Uncle Titus, already shaped him a board, so it's like a 3-2. So he's pushing us to chuck him on, but we can't chuck him in the water here. It's too cold. We'll wait till we go back to Hawaii.
Wow, one of the most legendary watermans ever, and a great grandfather to have, Titus Kinamaka. Already making sure that the next generation is ready to go. These two are sitting quiet at the moment, but the tell here is Gabby Bryan wants to control the start. We've seen a couple heats where they've gone pretty deep and sometimes missed the set that they've been going for. We'll see how this one plays out, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. No restarts, but Gabriella just forcing the issue here, just not prepared to relinquish the inside track. And, well, Erin will just sort of drop anchor as well and keep her right up the top of the point here. In this situation, if you're Erin, you can almost just sit there stalking Gabriella, and then when that set comes, you just zip away from her and you just hope that Gabriella's going to be too far inside. There is that that sort of balancing act of when and when to go.
Aaron Brooks, we mentioned, beat Gabby as a wild card, went on to win the event at Cloudbreak, but since then, Gabby's gone 2 in a row over the Goofy Foot Phenom. 2 wins last year in 2025. This is their first one-on-one heat this year. And watching Aaron's clips and nowadays a Red Bull film has been just so inspiring. And Kay, what's your take on that with these competition surfers? Like, you've got a lot of experience as well. How important is it as well to step back and even just try to go for clips and free surf parts? What's the balance there to still have your surfing improve doing both?
I think that's what's so cool about the clippers. Like, they're all comp surfers as well, but when you go away on these free surf trips, you get to work on actually, you know, pushing the limits, going for things, not worrying about, you know, trying to make scores. You can go for big moves, airs, try new things. Falling is a good thing as long as you're learning from falling, trying to make sure you don't fall again. So, yeah, that clip was so sick. I was so inspired. The girls are surfing so good nowadays.
Oh, they're pushing each other at every single stop on tour. Little wave popping up. Aaron's going to get this thing started for us. And it's just a short one up and out. So that now allows Gabriella Bryan to move wherever she wants. So she was sitting deep to try to own that inside. With Aaron taking a wave, priority goes to Gabby Bryan. Let's catch up with winner of the last heat. Miguel Pupo is with Jesse Starling.
Miggy, that was stressful. I got to sit with Sammy during that heat, and we always say it's so much more nervous to be a spectator than to be the person in the water. But to have such a long lull, you had to make a decision to start going some of those inside ones, and then you just built from there, and it paid off.
Yeah, yeah, there was no restarts on that heat, so that was kind of in my head. I was like, oh, already like about 20 minutes went by, so I better get this one going because I was about to freeze out there, you know, so I was just trying to get some waves, and luckily I got a couple scores and got that big one, got a 7. It was really hard to surf because the wind just picked up during my heat, so I probably could have surfed it better, but the wind was so strong I couldn't pick the right time on the turns, but yeah, it was a 7 anyway, so I'm happy to make it for sure.
In heats like that where, you know, there's no restarts, it's really slow, and you have a competitor as good as Callum Robson, how do you kind of not turn on anything and just try and get it going, knowing that you need something big to take on someone like Cal?
Yeah, I kind of missed an opportunity in the beginning of the heat. I think that was a mid-sized wave before the wind picked up. That looked really good, so probably a missed opportunity right there. But after 20 minutes, I knew Callum needed a bigger wave to kind of match the forehand, so I was like, oh, there's only 12 minutes. If he gets 2 sets, it's his day. So, yeah, pretty much. I tried to surf my best with the conditions, and luckily I made it, so I'm happy to be in the next round for sure.
Now, speaking of the next round, you're going to match up against Jack Robbo. You guys actually haven't matched up head-to-head before, so this is a whole new competitor. You guys both ride for JS as well. To see Jack and how he's been surfing, you know, this is cool. We're going to see another natural V Goofy Footer heat.
Yeah, it would be nice, you know. I guess their heat had a lot of waves because I was just hearing the scores at the end, just 8s and 9s and 7+. So I guess they had a lot of fun, and I was hoping my heat had those waves. But yeah, tomorrow's another day, you know. I'm going to rest, and yeah, 2 JS riders in the next heat. So someone will be in the quarters, and yeah, hopefully it's me.
And of course, it's not an interview with Miggy without a shout out to your beautiful girls back home.
Valeu, galera que tá acordada, minha mulher, minha mãe, meu pai, amo vocês. Aniversário do Brunão, feliz aniversário, e é isso aí, tamo junto.
Thanks, Miggy. Thanks, guys.
Tamo junto. Thank you so much, Jesse. Miguel Pupo, family man. A lot of kids in that household. He loves them so much, and he's, you know, puts them to bed at night with the FaceTime these days. Technology is just wonderful. They all watch movies in English, and he speaks to them in Portuguese, so his kids are on their way to becoming bilingual. Maybe something to think about, Kehu. You know, as they're growing up, it's easy to learn a language when you don't have to really try when you're growing up, and your brain can just absorb it all.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, me and my wife, we're gonna have babies speaking Māori and Hawaiian as well as English. You know, we wanted to, you know, have that, obviously the culture, but then also, you know, like the balance. I feel like the more languages you know, the better. You kind of have a better understanding of the place and the people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so important to pass on that heritage, and especially with languages that are a part of your culture. Aaron Brooks broke away and got started during the catch-up with Miguel Pupo. 5.5 on the start there. And when you think of a fun left to surf and you're building your fantasy teams, well, I think everybody had the same idea to get Aaron on the team, but 29% of you actually clicked on her to be your power surfer, getting double points. Smart move, Rick.
Yeah, I think you and I both identified that at the start of the event. We both had her as the power surfer. Just, mate, simply off the back of some of these latest movie parts that we've been witnessing over the last month or two. Just incredible stuff on the forehand. Aaron Brooks just so fast, you know, the way she kind of whips it out of the lip and gets that air rev happening. She's really pushing the women on tour at the moment.
And Kehu brought up a really good point. It's like falling actually could be a really good thing, and I like where he's going with that, because it was actually something that Luke Egan worked on with Caroline Marks. You know, before she came back and won a world title, it's like she doesn't fall. He wanted to see how hard she could push her turns until she fell, instead of always making sure you had it. And when she came back to the tour, her turns were even bigger than they were before. It's an interesting concept, thinking that you should never fall, but can actually be the cause for improvement.
100%. You got to get yourself out of your comfort zone. That's the only way you're going to improve, is to try new things, and inevitably you're going to come unstuck and make mistakes.
Kehu, being a surfer from New Zealand, is it pretty common just to go on road trips and just try to still discover waves that even yourself might not have surfed in your lifetime?
Yeah, bro, New Zealand's unreal. There's so many places to go, and I still haven't even explored like 50% of them. It's just, there's just so much coastline, you know, places like Raglan, reef breaks, beaches, all little hidden gems, North Island, South Island. Yeah, we're real spoiled here in New Zealand.
Thanks for having us. Unbelievable coastline right here in Manu Bay. As you see all the different sections up around the corner of this wave. Right now it's a battle for position. It's up to Gabby Bryan if she wants it. 5.54 or better puts her right in the lead. Here comes world number 2. Quick little slap there. Nice tag there off the lip. You see the wind just blowing up the face, but she's still holding her line well. Arcs it off the top again, getting out in front. And nice composure to open up another section to work with. Well done for Gabriella Bryan. And now Aaron Brooks on the next one. The 18-year-old belts it through the lip, representing Canada. She is so fast when she eyes the lip line. And she ends up getting stuck right in front of Gabriella Bryan. No jet ski assist in this round. It's going right to...
Here we go. Let's see it, girls. Let's see it. Who's got that grit? Who's the fittest?
Right, exactly. Both trained so hard. Looks like Aaron's got a slight jump. If it's really even, sometimes they'll just rotate it to whoever caught the last wave and just keep it nice and clean. But if Aaron gets a good distance here, she could get it right back, right?
Yeah, I think so. And looks like she's motoring at the moment. Just really putting in the big ones. She wants to get priority, because so important at this stage of the heat. With no real big significant scores on the board. Aaron, of course, has the 5.5 which is a mid-range score. She'll be looking for something more there, but has this opportunity right now to gain priority and get the next best wave and take control of this heat.
Good old-fashioned paddle battle. Erin Brooks, she might be the smallest on tour, but wow, she's really strong and spends so much time training, maybe more than she spends in the water, and she surfs all day. Let's see what Gabrielle O'Brien accomplished on this backhand wave here, Rick.
Okay, so a couple of slaps off the top as she brings this one down the line. Just, for me, Joe, just not quite big enough for Gabby to really unleash. She gets some really good turns done down the back half of the wave here. That last one had a little bit more sting on it and drift. And then outside, Erin Brooks on a bit of a bigger wave, so that clean snap to open things up. Another tight snap on the second. The third just plays with the lip a little bit more, gets some fin drift. Kind of got stuck on that fourth one, and I think that kind of set her momentum off a little bit. She just catches that hillside rail on the final turn, so left some points on the board there.
So a little bit sticky there. Erin Brooks going down. Rookie year last year, won the Rookie of the Year award, had a beautiful speech at the award show, and thanked a lot of her peers for teaching her how to be a professional surfer. It really just happened overnight, where she just got really, really, really good. She called surfers like Shane Beshin, Kahea Hart, Shane Dorian, just so many big names that were just so happy to help her due to her dedication. Kelly was caddying for her and her wild card that went on to victory a couple of years ago. So sky's the limit. And when you're on the Red Bull team, you've got a lot of resources. You know, we see the Red Bull Athlete Zone at all these events, and all the employees that work for that big brand, all they want to do is see their athletes succeed, Kehu.
Yeah, Red Bull, you can pretty much just be like, I need this, and they just make it happen. Maybe I need Red Bull, I need a nappy changer. My son needs to change his nappies.
You get faster and faster at it, huh? You've gotten some practice.
Oh, you almost, at night, you almost do it without even looking, eh, bro? I got it down now.
How are you managing surfs with yourself and Maine? Because you both rip, so how does that work?
Oh, we just take turns, you know, like, you know, I'll have like half an hour, then she'll run out, and then I'll have him, and then he'll have a feed, and then I get another extra little surf. So it's, yeah, nah, we're super lucky, and it's, you know, it's just so cool. Like now surfing, I used to, when the surf would stink, I used to take it for granted, you know, being like, oh, go surf this stuff. But now I'm like stoked to be out in the water because, you know, you don't get as much free time now. So yeah, no, it's cool.
Oh, fantastic. And what are your personal goals now, you know, for your professional surfing career? What are things that you think you want to accomplish this year?
Oh, my goals has always been to inspire young Māoris, young Polynesians to have a career in surfing, whether it's like competing, which is what I used to do, or free surfing, traveling, and, you know, kind of doing stuff on socials and telling your story. Especially as Polynesians, we're literally the art of storytelling, and we've carried it on through tattoos, songs and everything. So I just want to be part of telling the story.
Oh, that's beautiful. And I'm sure you're seeing the next generation stand up. We saw a beautiful piece on the Maori Board Riders Club and how accomplished they are from this region. To hopefully see them on the big stage very soon. It's interesting with being a pro surfer, like needing to tell your story through socials. That's a huge part of everything now with contracts and the whole deal. It's that important to know how to share this beautiful journey with everyone that follows you. 14:15 on the clock. We've got a little wave drifting in. It's up to Erin if she wants it, and they both will let it run through. So round two, heat number one off and running. Erin out in front with a 5.5 and a 5.0, and Gabriella with a 6. So still very, very close in the water at the moment. We're going to take a quick break. The second round just getting started, and Gabrielle O'Brien just chasing a 4.5 to take the lead. We'll be right back. idea to plan a trip to this part of the world, whether you want to plan and to come to Raglan and score some great waves at this left-hand point break, or just plan a full holiday where you're driving around the North and South Island, checking out where they filmed Lord of the Rings, Hobbitville, all those places. Queenstown, one of the greatest ones in the world on the South Island. We're about a couple hours drive from Auckland and probably about a 2-hour drive from Kehu's home on the east coast of the North Island here. And we were just chatting before, and this was a common pursuit. Just get in the car, drive a couple hours to surf Manu Bay to score some swell. And I think as a surfer that it comes from here, I've learned it's like no one's afraid of driving. It's a beautiful drive, and might as well take advantage of the coastline.
Yeah, bro. That's the beauty of Aotearoa, is not far to drive. If you want to drive a couple hours, you'll definitely get some waves. And Raglan, you know, it's like a running tap. There's always waves here, and yeah, it's just beautiful here in Aotearoa.
Oh, it's fun learning all the new words that we can find out from Maori culture as we look at a little snap to start from Gabriella Bryan. Another quick one out in front. Solid on her feet on that surfboard from Matt Biolos, and just winds up and hammers the lip. She's actually using those ribs on the face to project off of, Rick. That was a smart move, and expecting a lead change here.
Yeah, great backup score there for Gabriella Bryan. Just so solid on her feet, and as you said, you know, these lip line is not straightforward. It's so jagged and uneven, and in a way you almost have to kind of pinpoint the section that you're going to place your turn and do it in between the chops. So let's have a look at the replay here. Gabriella Bryan just starts the motor running, quick snap, generates some speed. That second turn had some sting, and then this one here, pang, just a quick directional change. That's the best moment of the wave so far. And again, just rips through that final turn. So she kind of built through the entirety of that wave. Each turn got stronger as she went down the line.
This is the angle the fans are seeing, Kehu. What'd you like about this wave?
I liked how she went. It's like going on a car over judder bars. You don't go over on an angle because, you know, it's a bit wobbly. And she kind of did shallow bottom turns and went at that like 1:30, 2 o'clock, and was using the ribs to be able to push back on it and throw a bit of water.
So that score coming in for Gabriella Bryan. She picked up 3 championship tour wins last year. Working with Doug Marsh in the beginning, then they parted ways, and she's just been mixing it up with her coaches at every stop of the season so far. Her best friend, Carissa Moore, came back to the tour with her baby girl and husband, so she is even more thrilled to have a bit of a family feeling on the road here. And Kehu, I'm glad you're here to help me with some pronunciations. Yep. You know, we talk about Raglan, but the Maori name, Whaingaroa?
Yep, Whaingaroa.
Whaingaroa.
Yeah, that's perfect. Beautiful.
Thank goodness. Yeah, it's meaning is long pursuit.
Yeah.
And how important that is to make sure everyone growing up here and visiting actually gets to know the original name.
Yeah, it just adds so much to the area when you go to new places, especially in Aotearoa. They all have a really distinct meaning, and when you translate it, it's like obvious. You're like, oh, of course, that's why it's named that. So Whangaroa, it's such a beautiful name, and it's a beautiful place, and it definitely has the long waves.
Can you help me with that one too? Aotearoa?
Aotearoa, yeah. Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud. So we had one of the first settlers, Kupe's wife, came here when they sailed from Hawaii, so Polynesia, and came to Aotearoa. His wife named it Aotearoa as the land of the long white cloud.
Beautiful. And for Maori culture, the relationship with ocean and land, you know, and what comes with that. How's that been, obviously, for you representing your culture, but also for the elders that came before you?
Yeah, for sure. Like the ocean to us especially is very special, because in Polynesia, we think like Tahitians and everyone else. We think we're the same people because our language is pretty much the exact same, but we're just from different regions, you know. So what connects us, I think, is the ocean. A lot of people think that, you know, the ocean's what separates us, but that's what connects us. Back in the day, we were sailing island to island, almost just like a flight map that you see nowadays, but with sails. So.
Yeah, beautiful. The opening ceremony was incredible, as we see the wind that's been pretty much the dominant direction the last few days, creating that kind of side chop on the open face. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe, Rich. Kehu, Chihu, my
Kazi.
palala, my brothers. Kehu, how do you say brothers in Maori?
Oh, brothers. Oh, we say tungange, but just say kazi, eh, bro?
All right, I know you got the Hawaiian and Maori connection going. I just want to give you guys a little bit of update. There's more ribs out here than a barbecue smokehouse right now. So there's a lot of chop. So that's what the women are having to deal with, surfing into this chop. Gabby doing a great job though, Joe.
Yeah. Those are the challenges, Kaipo. Like you almost feel like you're going uphill, and those ribs can definitely take your rail and just throw you right down. Gabby looks solid on. She got a 6.27, Kipes.
The bro's having ribs.
I think. Yeah, Bugger got hungry there. Time to eat. As we have Erin Brooks chasing a 6.77. She's so motivated, really focused. You know, for her, she had bigger expectations on her rookie season, but I think she's really settling into everything that comes with the championship tour. And the importance of not just for the goofs like Erin, but for everyone to have a performance left on tour. I mean, the announcement was just so thrilling for all of us knowing that we were coming here. What was the reaction like for yourself and the community, Kehu, knowing that it's the biggest stage in surfing is coming to town?
Oh, bro, I thought it was all lies for ages. I was like, I'll believe it when I see it. And then when I seen WSL put it up, I was just blown away. I was just so stoked for the community, for the people, for the kids, even for the surfers, you know, because I know that there's not many performance left. And I'm just stoked that, you know, we get to watch the best surf here.
Yeah, for guys like yourself, it's pretty normal to run into your heroes because you traveled for so many years competing. You'd always run into guys like Jake the Snake Patterson, who's in Erin Brooks' corner right next to Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Snake. G'day, mate. How are you?
Hello, Vaughn.
Nice to see you. Hey, so Erin, let's talk about, you know, her excitement coming to New Zealand. First of all, we know how powerful she is on the backhand, but her front side is a pretty explosive weapon as well. How excited was she to get here and get into a heat?
Geez, you wait till you see the snake tails for this episode, because all she's saying is how excited she is to go left for 2 weeks. And she goes, it's unheard of for the tour, really. You know, we've got Fiji and Chopes and stuff, but this is like a high performance left, so she's very excited.
In the free surfs, she has been an absolute standout. There's no question about it. Her attack, her line on this wave, it seems to fit beautifully. But obviously, you know, on this sort of tide, she's going to have to sort of bottle that and not get too excited or disappointed by the lack of the wave. So that was obviously something you would have talked about.
Yeah, well, she fell on a really crucial wave. I said you might not get 3 chances, so every wave has to kind of count. She's got 3.5 minutes, and the ocean, damn, is looking pretty flat. And this wind that the girl's having to deal with right now is really, really tough. So I don't know, let's hope she gets an opportunity in the next 3 minutes, and maybe we might see an air.
Wow, that would be cool. How much has she changed as a competitor in your view, mate? Like last year, she went through that radical roller coaster of just missing, you know, just getting through the cut. The year didn't pan out how she would have liked for her expectations, but how's she changed this year in your opinion?
Oh, she's definitely way more mature, and she's put on a bit of weight, which is what I'm really happy about. Like, she's really short surfer, but last year she was really short and really light, so all the challenging condition waves were really, really, really tough for her. So she's put on a bit of weight, and she's matured competitively, and even her surfing's got way more smoother and more power. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the year, and hopefully in the next couple of minutes we see a set. It's not looking good though, but I don't know. Is there some coming, Seth? Come on, will it in?
Yeah, mate. And just finally, like, you know, we know how exciting this young woman is. Like, her free surfing parts in videos and stuff are just absolutely mind-melting. But she sees herself as a world title threat. How has she been coping with where she's at with her results so far this year?
Ah, geez, like, this result's really important right now. The next 2.5 minutes is going to make a huge difference for the whole year for her. Obviously, she thought she'd do really well at Snapper, but drew someone really early. And so sitting next to Steph here, but she lost to Steph early, but you know, she wants to win this event. Like, she believes she can win. So in the next minute and a half, we need a set. It looks like there might be something on the horizon. So
better let me do my job.
I will do, mate. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
Look forward to seeing Snake Tales after each event. Jake the Snake Patterson loves the whole ride on tour, from being a great coach, world-class surfer, hilarious, fun tour. It all, Kehu. He's really, really fun to hang out with.
Yeah, he's crack up, man. He was our team manager at Quickie, and he's so crack up. He's really good at coaching too. Like, I like the way he coaches. He's real simple, gets the point across the board, and simplifies your game, knowing, like, you know, there's a minute to go, and Erin knows how to surf a 677, and if she just gets the opportunity, then, you know, she'll put herself right there.
Interesting situation as they broke it down. You know, Snake saying, hey, you might not get more than 3 chances, so you really can't fall. And how different that makes you feel when you paddle out, knowing there's no room for mistakes.
That just adds to the pressure of the situation here with these long lulls and, well, the lack of sort of consistent sets as they come. When they do come, definitely contestable and rideable. And little line approaching now, and will we see Erin have a look at this one?
Erin does have priority. She'll change her angle, and the takeoff just stands up, going straight down the line, getting ready to perform. Hits the lip well there. Another nice snap off the top. Third turn, belts it in transition. She will get stuck behind the whitewater. She'll have to settle for 3 turns. The 677 has to be the best wave of the heat. Didn't feel like she got enough there. Kehu, what do you think?
Yeah, she was on her way there. She was surfing really fast and good. She just needed probably a couple more moments at the end to really, you know, give the judges this is definitely the score. But, you know, I feel sorry for Erin, because I feel sorry for all surfers, actually, because they surf so good and no one likes losing. But on this occasion, Erin will be looking to go to El Salvador next
That's
week?
right, yeah.
Go. She's got a good backhand too, so I'll be excited to see her there.
And then Gabby Bryan makes it 3 in a row over Erin since that devastating loss back in the day. You could tell she's taken Erin very seriously.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, Gabrielle Bryan is just thinking of a world title at this point. You know, and this is just one more step in that ladder.
Kehu Butler, always a pleasure to see you, man. Proud of your journey as you know, a proud father, and still obviously ripping in the ocean. What's the best way to say goodbye?
Say kakite ano. So kakite, it means like I'll see you, and then ano is again, because we'll see you again.
Ah, beautiful. Awesome. Thanks so much for your time. Kehu Butler joining us for the call. Coming up next, it will be an all-Californian matchup. Caitlin Simmers takes on Alyssa Spencer. We'll be right back.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Wild! Wild!
can check out nowadays the new Red Bull film that features surfers like Caitlin Simmers. The whole team did a great job. Big shout out to Jody Nelson, who got really creative with some of the best surfers in the world to create an incredible film that they premiered throughout the Australian leg of the season. Now it's on Red Bull TV. You could check it all out and see Katie's part that she put together. A lot of fun interviews. Don't want to spoil too much, but there's some groundbreaking surfing going on from her and all of her friends. Katie in the heat with Alyssa Spencer. Simmers, the youngest ever world champion, now current world number 5, takes on the Goofy Foot, also from San Diego County in Southern California. So Alyssa Spencer representing Encinitas and Seaside Reef, and Caitlin just a little bit further north. So from Alyssa's house, or Seaside, I guess, you'd hop on Birmingham on the freeway, the 5, go about 20-something minutes to Oceanside Pier. As you can tell, they don't mind a paddle battle, and Alyssa was able to get the inside and set up a really good-looking wave, Rick.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour and a half. And Alyssa on the forehand, beautiful slice off the top, brings it down the line, navigating all the bumps on the open face here. Again, gets another little check snap, and just weaves her way back into that power source, waiting for the wave to stand up again. Brings it all the way through to the inside, gets a couple of nice smooth wraps and a more aggressive snap right at the end of the wave, Joe. So really long ride, that one. Great way to open up against Caitlin.
Wow, what a statement that was, just on positioning, owning that inside track. Keeping Katie off it is probably the toughest thing you can do in a heat. When you have a world champ with you, you need to keep them off of the best waves that come through in your matchup.
Yeah, well, she would have been, you know, that would have been the instructions from the coach. Just make sure you keep that inside track. There was some hustle there. Katie pushed the point, but Alyssa did well. And when you talk to Alyssa, you know, she's such a little sweetheart, and you don't, you know, think of her as being this sort of tenacious, dogmatic competitor. You put a jersey on this lady and she'll fire up, and she'll hold her ground, which she did well there.
Oh, what a great comeback after falling off the tour in the past, and then had a breakthrough performance at Bells. More specifically, the Winky Pop section of the wave, where she had so many 8-point rides and started off the year number 3 in the world, getting personal best results after her hiatus from the tour, and just continued her run from the Challenger Series, where she took over Newcastle. And I think it was Jesse Starling made that point earlier. For the ones coming off the CS, they haven't had an off season. You know, it's just been like game on, going from Pipe to Newcastle right into Bells, and here we are at stop number 4. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe, I just wanted to go over, you guys saw the start of the heat and how valuable, right? We know that there's some scarcity of sets right now, how valuable that wave is and how important that open priority battle was between Katie and Alyssa getting that wave. And now another wave, the smaller one came through. Katie's holding on to priority, but gosh, that could really be a sign of the heat. It could. I mean, with these big lulls and not many chances, you bag like over a 6.5, you're looking really good in the heat. So the hustle for Alyssa Spencer, very, very impressive. She just got right behind Katie, barely right behind Katie, got that wave. And now we play the waiting game.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, good point there. Like we saw with Erin's fall, she didn't really get a whole lot more opportunities for Alyssa to have a 6.67. Now her mind goes to protecting the lineup when she can with priority, and just really looking for one more major score. That might be the recipe at hand.
No, absolutely. Well, in the heat previous, we saw our surfers only riding 2 scoreable waves each. So Snake also identifying, you know, that there are limited opportunities, so you have to convert. And Alyssa off to a great start here. She converted. And just back to your point about, you know, not really having an off season, she's surfed her way into better form over the last year or two. The improvements there. We had her in the booth on opening day, and I just asked her, well, what's different? She goes, oh, I'm just more confident. I'm more committed to what I'm doing. I'm trying to put more power into my turns. Does a lot of work on land with the fitness and everything. So yeah, she's looking really good at the moment.
Winner of the last heat, Gabriella Brines with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joe. Gabriella, congratulations. I mean, that is sketchy stuff when you've got a beautiful little left point, and one of the most progressive goofy footers in the world in your heat.
Yeah, for sure. It like started to pulse in the heats before mine, so I was like, okay, there's some sets, definitely wait for those and just stick to my surfing. But yeah, I mean, there's no doubt Erin is so deadly, and any left, but like especially like a 2-foot left with this wind, I don't even know like if it's air wind or what it is, but she was, yeah, it's definitely a scary competitor to draw, but it ended up working out, and yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, definitely the foot came off the gas in terms of the swell pulsing through just then from the ocean, but you did make the choice to get good little insiders that were super scoopy and allowed you to sort of rip into them. How hard was it to make the choice to go a couple of smaller ones and not just drop anchor for the bigger waves?
I honestly think having second priority after our first exchange worked in my favor because I took a chance on the smaller one and it ended up cupping out super nicely. And I think if I had first priority, that definitely wasn't a first priority pick, especially what we've been watching. So that kind of worked in my favor. And I don't know, I kept going up and I was like, okay, another section, just keep going until this thing stops giving me sections, and ended up, yeah, working out. And being my best score was the smallest wave.
And it seems like you're making a great connection to this wave as well. You know, we've seen you free surf. It took a little while to get you in the Rashi, but now that you're in there, do you feel like you're clicking?
Yeah, for sure. I actually came to New Zealand before Bells, so I think that was like one of the best decisions I've made, like competitive wise and just being ready. Like I couldn't imagine showing up here for the first time, trying to learn it with the whole crowd. So yeah, I love New Zealand, and I am firing up my backhand, getting it rolling again. There's a lot of rights on tour, but it's been fun to go left.
It is, and you have had such a great start to the year. Obviously, you know, you've been in world title races. You're ready to really make a strong campaign for this one. But you seem to be doing it with a big smile. Like you do see a lot of world title competitors get into almost that fanning cyborg mode. I've noticed that you're really enjoying the moment and being quite present with, you know, having fun as well as getting the job done in your heats.
Yeah, for sure. I think that you definitely have to have a good balance. And after Bells, you know, like I was like, oh, wow, I won the first one. This is a great start. And then I almost think that like came WA and I was like almost in defensive mode. Like, okay, now I need to like just keep my spot rather than go get it. But now like I've just like keep reminding myself it's a long year. I can go and get it, like have fun along the way. And it's not mine to lose, it's mine to win. So I just gotta go get it and have fun along the way.
I love that. Go get it. Yes. Well, great effort. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vaughn. And sometimes it's just those words that change your mindset. A really cool storyteller is Gabriella Bryan about her season, how she prepares, and just that little switch. It's like, yeah, you get the yellow jersey, you've won. You can't just sit and go, okay, cool. It's like, no, get another one. And just firing herself up like she still needs to prove herself is probably bringing the best out of her surfing when she has a chase. I remember Glenn Micro Hall with Wilco. They're obviously best buddies, but he'd win a heat and they just had a joke. He's like, you've done nothing. Because he didn't want Wilco to like relax and just like enjoy it after a round one win. He's like, you've done nothing. This is not the goal yet. It's almost, he knew how to turn his mind back on to go, wait, I've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Without those lofty goals, you know, you're never really aspiring to be the best. I think, you know, a heat situation in the early rounds, of course, you've got to have those goals of, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to progress through, but ultimately the bigger goal in the back of your mind is winning events, which lead to a world title win.
It's interesting when you wonder how long they spend on a wave, especially at the great point breaks of the world, but now we're here at Manu Bay for the first time in championship tour history. And, you know, length of ride isn't in the criteria like it used to be, but length of ride does offer a lot of opportunities to crush sections when you're moving down the line. So for Alyssa, 667, she was on that wave for quite a while. She had to really earn it, getting position, and we've got a lot of great technology with the Apple Watch. They use their Apple Watch in the middle of the heat for scores, for priority updates, and everything else. We could also get the distance dynamics here. Alyssa Spencer in the opening round, she had a 7:17, and look how far she traveled, 222.5 meters. That's the longest ride recorded so far.
Wow, that's a long way, man. That's a pretty big drive. That's the length of 2 football fields, a rugby football field. So yeah, that's a leg burner for sure.
Yeah, the amount of time you need to train before a wave like this, You never want to look gassed for your own self, but for the judges, they can see if you're looking fatigued. And with no jet ski assist in these heats, you've got to have your fitness up so you could enter a paddle battle, because that could be the difference in a heat if you can't get priority. Katie Simmer still scoreless as she got out positioned to start. She'll be on her back end when she does take off. She's got the coolest lines, and I think on point breaks you really get to enjoy the subtleties in her classic style.
Oh yeah, she brings a different approach for sure, and unique lines, very flowing, and gains a lot of speed. She surfs so quickly. But she's in a situation here, Joe, where she's got the pressure of waiting for a wave that's at least going to give her maybe a 7 or at least that 6, because Alyssa Spencer's dropped that 6.67. So there's a special type of wave that she has to wait for, and that in itself is putting a little bit of pressure on her shoulders.
Yeah, the patience game is an interesting one, because you got to stay in the right position at the right time. We saw Seth earlier be very patient, tried to come back late, but just was a little too deep when he used his priority. See, the tide's still dropping for about 2 hours. It's 1:12 in the afternoon. Real extreme tide shifts. We had that big high tide this morning, and we still have a couple hours for the water to drain out. And our goal is to finish this second round, which features some big heats, including world number 1, Luana Silva, with another chance to surf against Tyler Wright, which is coming up next. That'll be an all backhand battle. Gabby Bryan already putting pressure on the rest of the title race as she has moved into the quarterfinals, which it's a different type of look this year for everybody. You know, we just saw the graphic with Katie being a world champion, but she won in the Final 5 format with Lower Trestles, one of your favorite venues, being the season finale. Well, Lowers is still around. It's a regular season event that we'll have this September, but all roads lead to the Pipe Masters. You think about Pipe and Katie. She had the famous quote that Pipe's for the girls. And you start thinking of where her advantages lie with the schedule we have in 2026.
Yeah, I really don't think she has many weaknesses at all. If anything, I feel like she's going to have an advantage when we go to the heavier water locations in Fiji and Tahiti, and then, as you mentioned, Joe, at Pipe. She's just so committed and so courageous. I think some of the women perhaps need to put in a little bit more time at those locations. I know for me, when I was doing the tour, I found it really hard to get comfortable at Pipeline. Even after surfing it for several years, it's one of those intimidating waves. So Katie seems to have already kind of skipped those processes, and she feels comfortable out there. So if she's got a shot as we come into that final leg, look out. She'll be one to watch.
And there is a thought too about Gabriella Bryan just owning the point breaks of the tour, and with El Salvador coming up next, she's already won bells. The thought was maybe she has to get her points early, but we remember what she did last year in Tahiti. She actually beat Erin Brooks when Erin was kind of the favorite in that heat, and Gabriella spent more time there in the off season, where the way she prepares is like, okay, what are my weaknesses? Let me work on them. Then she won the Pipe Challenger Series event this year too. So all of a sudden, that narrative's quickly changing.
Yeah, and I think it's a really smart move to actually go to places like Tahiti in the off season, or when you have these moments during the tour season, and go and get comfortable in those waves. I know Mick Fanning did that a lot. He was like identified. I'm not the best at Tahiti. This wave rattles me. The only way I'm going to get comfortable with it is to go and spend time there and get to know it, and that's exactly what he did. And then the results started to come. So, really good that Gabriella's already done that. She's identified that she needs to put the work in. It's starting to pay off.
Yeah, Mick Fanning won at Chopes over Joel Parkinson. Parko doesn't think the result was, well, how it should have gone. That one will be talked about for the rest of the time as we look at the rest of round 2 here. We saw Gabriella Bryan beat Erin Brooks in the first heat. We're in the heat with Katie and Alyssa. Up next, we get to see the yellow jersey worn by Luana Silva as she takes on Tyler Wright. First time we've had a female yellow jersey wearer from Brazil since 2004. Jacqueline Silva wore it back then. Sora Lindblad has Stephanie Gilmore. That'll be Goofy versus regular. Goofy versus the GOAT. Molly Picklum, reigning world champ, has Vahine Fierro. Another regular versus Goofy. Isabella Nichols and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's one of the heats to watch. Lakey Peterson and Carissa Moore, an old school matchup right there. And then finishing up the round with Caroline Marks and the youngest ever to qualify, the rookie Tia Zabrowski. Lulu loves the look of that yellow jersey, putting it on for the first time in her career. Getting all the notes from the beach marshal. She'll prepare for Tyler Wright. We'll be right back. The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Tourism New Zealand, official strategic partner of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the meanest contest on earth, bro. It's the meanest. It's the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And right now, I'm here outside the Raglan Roast with one of Raglan's all-time characters, JC, the brains behind the Raglan Roast, in fact. G'day, JC. How are you going?
Bruce is the brains behind Raglan.
I know, but you're part of it too, mate.
I am.
Hey, listen, you've been around this town for a long, long time. You've seen it at its absolute best. Tell us what you make of this event.
It's like Christmas right now, eh? It's amazing. Like, we've put on such an amazing event, and to have the waves, the weather, the people. Like, I went downtown, I haven't seen it that busy for a long, long time. Do you mean all the local businesses are stoked? The Airbnbs, the, hospo, all the retail, and to have, everyone here today, they're just blown away. Everyone has only got positive things to say about it. Have the best surfers in the world. Competing on the left-hand point break has been unreal. So, mate, what else could you ask for?
No, nothing, mate. If you build it, they will come. And the best surfers in the world have come. And the locals are fizzing, dude. I've never seen so many people here. And in town at the moment, it's like New Year's Eve. It's got that sort of energy.
Mate, it's like Christmas. We go from 5,000 to 30,000 Boxing Day, and that's exactly what it is like. We've compared it to that. Like, we're having a week's worth of Boxing Days in retail and all the stores, the restaurants, everyone is just frothing at the bit. And, WSL's done an amazing job. It's really good too. All the athletes are stoked on Raglan and on New Zealand. A lot of them are going to stay on and travel around the country. So, and it's a beautiful country, and everyone just can't believe it's taken them this long to get here. So it's going to be amazing.
It's awesome, mate. And people have come, obviously, from all over New Zealand as well to Raglan to check this joint out. And I was in town, as well as just, all the activities going on here, the surfing, the top-line, elite-level pro surfing, we're also just got things on every single night this week, including the Goons of Doom, who you've brought out many, many times. I don't know how much it moved the needle for the tourism dollar, but combining it with the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro is going to work wonders, man.
We've got signings every night for the kids, and they're just lines out the stores. The Groms are stoked, and the Goons of Doom are going to blow it up on Tuesday night. I can't wait to see that. But, everyone is amped. No one can believe that, you know, we've put it on. Like, look at the weather, look at the surf, you know, and just the athletes, I said before, were just so stoked on the whole place. Everyone's travelled around the country to be here today and this week, and it's just, well, we, you know, tick every box possible.
Yeah, and if people weren't fizzing enough already, they're also getting on the Raglan roast, mate, and really jonesing it up. How many Raggy roasts has Italo had so far, do you reckon?
Mate, 100 and 100 Red Bulls.
Good to see, brother. Absolutely love you. And yeah, this is amazing, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
Epic, boys. JC and Vaughn have known each other for a very long time, and yeah, JC has been called up on the Goons of Dooms a few times to come play. Vaughn knows that band very well, because he's in it. He's going to be playing Vaughn Deadly on Tuesday, right in this beautiful town of Raglan. They've got a lot of great songs. My favorite one is, what's that one? It goes, it's true I stole your money, spent it on beer and friends. That one's a magic song. They're going to play that for sure.
See you in the mosh pit, Joey.
Yeah, along with Ozzy Wright, one of my favorite surfers of all time. Playing in that band, such an exciting goofy foot, just surfed his way. Absolute magic. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, Joe, you know, I'm always trying to avoid hypothermia in conditions like this, but the temperature is a real factor right now for Katie Simmers. She's been sitting 25 minutes, hasn't really been paddling, and this wind is brisk. This water is chilly, and so I think the cold kind of settling in is going to be another challenge for Katie Simmers, who's just stuck out there with priority and under 10 minutes to go.
Wow, yeah, good call. Staying warm out there is the big issue, especially in the early morning hours, but when you're in the elements, as Kaipo tells us, if he puts a suit on, it's actually much thicker than you might expect because it's a day in the water. When you're just submerged like that with that wind that has no obstruction, it's going right into you. Katie's got to make sure that when she gets a chance, she can go right into a gear. Right now, she's really got to have that time management like Kaipo was referencing, because Alyssa doesn't have one wave. She has two waves. So Katie is combo just because she hasn't caught a wave yet.
Yeah, so this was during the break. Alyssa just getting this little inside runner, doing some nice tidy work on the forehand, quick snap off the top, keeping that momentum and energy down the line. Love that final turn, Joe, where she came from behind the section, put it up and over on the roof, and real fast direction change, almost a little tail flare to slide. But you see someone riding just up the back of the point there, so that's going to show you that there are some lines that will start creeping into the contest zone here. I feel like we're going to get Katie up and riding in a minute.
Yeah, she could see all those points around the corner very clearly. Indicators the furthest away. Whale Bay is that next section, and we're competing here at Manu Bay. It's the most popular section of all the Raglan breaks that you could see. Big boulders on the beach, and the wave just reels across. A dream one would take you all the way to the boat ramp. When the tide's lower and the swell's bigger, that's where you see those barrel clips. And a lot of the world's best got really shacked on that ledge section in the lead up to the event, and including the practice session, which was pumping, which always impresses me about pro surfers. They come here early to practice, and then they get a completely different forecast for their heats. So they're hoping that everything's kind of managing itself with your lineups and getting the feel for the water and your boards, but some things are always just going to be out of your control.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to just stay in the moment, surf what's in front of you. You can't anticipate, predict what's going to happen with your heat and what the conditions are going to be like. You have to just surf what's in front of you.
The women have been here at the CT level in this country of New Zealand, but not for a while, and it wasn't at Manu Bay. It was at Taranaki, maybe about a 4-hour drive from here. That's where Carissa won, Sally Fitzgibbons won, Steph Gilmore, Courtney Conlog. And the main reason for that event popping up was because Paige Hareb was competing on the tour, a solid goofy footer that celebrated so many great seasons competing in the world title race. And she just was representing New Zealand on her own on tour for many years. Taranaki, same zone that Tommy Butlin's from, where he was in the trials and then surfed in the main event just a couple of days ago. Also the first ever championship tour event, when the tour was defined by all of our friends that busted down the door like PT and Wayne Rabbit, Bartholomew, Sean Thompson, the rest of the crew. It all started up in Piha. That was won by Michael Peterson. New Zealand's own Al Byrne was in that event, among many others. PT won the world title that year, but didn't win an event. He just had the most consistency throughout that series, and there was guys winning multiple events that year, like Ian Cairns had 2 wins that season.
Consistency is the key, Joe, to winning a world title, especially this year, how we're going to a full season. Wipe the slate clean the last couple of years. When you've made the final 5, you can literally come from that 5th position, climb up and take the world title. But you know, you'll have a real advantage if you're at the top of the ratings coming into the final event.
Yeah, fun looking back at our tour starting in New Zealand for the first ever. Jeff Hackman won Bells that year. Rory Russell won the Pipe Masters. Fun looking back. Well, we know Vaughn was hanging out, grabbing coffee with Raglan Rose JC. What's he up to now?
Well, I've got a question for you, Joey.
Sweet.
Who wore it better, Cole Houshman or Vaughan Houshman?
I'd say Vaughn Houshman.
What do you reckon, bro?
You wear it well together.
I've got the Cole Houshman ICs on. Now, IC, of course, is the official eyewear of the WSL. And with me is the main man, Joey boy. Yeah, Joe, get in here, brother. Absolutely frothing surfer. I love you too, mate. Hey, listen, this is the IC activation that we're standing in right now. It's been absolutely chockers all week. And that's because you actually got, as well as like all these incredible styles, one of the best teams in pro surfing at the moment, and a team rider who's going to be bringing out a new style.
Yes, I'm wearing the Jack Robinsons right here. We'll be launching them in Tahiti at the Tahiti Pro presented by IC. But yeah, that's these ones, and you're wearing the Cole Houshmans, and both of them won their heats today, so we're pretty stoked, bro.
You are the biggest frother, mate. You give me a good run for my money. Now, listen, is it true that you guys almost derailed the entire New Zealand Pro with the IC party the other night?
Yeah, we had a bunch of DJs there. It was sold out, and it was popping off. I got lucky to get home okay.
Yeah. Well, I heard, you know, New Zealand's only got about 5 million people in it, and about 4.9 million were at your party.
I think, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it was pretty dang good. It was fun. But where were you?
Mate, sometimes, Joe, I've got to work, just sometimes. But no, mate, look, it's so good to have your support down here. Do you want to just talk us through some of the other styles that people can see if they come down to the Conair site and check out the IC store?
So we got the Cole Houshmans that you're wearing. We got the Ivan Florence signature model here. We have this style right here is one of our top sellers. This is the, I'm brain farting on it.
He knows his stuff.
I'm like, yeah, I know my stuff. This is the Kensington right here, but we have about 70 different styles and several different colors and different lenses and different things you can choose from. So, yeah.
And best of all, mate, an accessible price point. That's one of your real, missions as well.
Absolutely. They're accessible financially. They're stylish. The quality is there.
We're going to be wearing them. We're going to be wearing them together. Back to you guys.
Love power.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Joey Santley. What a great crew. Family owned and operated. IC Sunglasses. You could get them right here if you're locally here in Raglan. Come on down. Joey's there to high five everybody. And yeah, that was a fun party the other night. A lot of the world's best showed up. He's so kind. He doesn't have to be a team rider. Everybody's welcome with that family. What we did see, though, after one of the longest, maybe the longest wait to get your heat started we've seen in the contest so far, Katie finally got going, trying to break the combination, really just trying to start her heat.
Yeah, it was about 31 minutes, just laying dormant, waiting to finally take off on a wave, and Katie got up and riding. And what she really needed to do was just break combination here to give herself a chance. She needed a 12.3 heat total. So she knew she had to get a number on the board and chip away at it so that she could do it in one more wave. Comes down the line, little floater to finish off, a couple of good hits outside. So it'll be a small number, Joe, but she really only needed like a 3 to get her out of the combination situation. She's dropped a 3.67. So she still needs a mountain. She's got a mountain to climb, 8.67 is what's required. 2 minutes on the clock. And Alyssa Spencer holding down court with priority.
Wow, this is a wild heat when you have one of the biggest names on tour. Alyssa was so sharp and just owning position. It really was everything. She basically won the heat on that really intense paddle battle. Got the 6.67. Forced Katie to just get something going with just a few minutes to go. And now she needs an 8.67 without priority. You could kind of tell that Katie was trying to paddle back out slowly because she knew she wouldn't have prio for a last chance, but she couldn't help it. By the time she got out, she's sitting right next to Alyssa, needing to be there to try to get the most she can out of a set wave. But time is against her. It'd be a big upset this early, round 2, if Katie can't find it.
Yeah, huge. 8.67 is what she needed, so it'd have to be one of the better waves we've seen since the opening heat this morning when Yago Dora took to the air. Second priority, it's always tough in that final minute because your opponent has all the power and they can just block you out and steal the best wave if another one comes through. Really sleepy heat, this one, for you know, consistency of sets, which is really unfortunate. Katie Simmers, not many opportunities, but I mean, you got to give it to Alyssa Spencer. You know, held her ground at the start. You know, that little hustle, she managed to get that opening score. She surfed those 2 waves that she took off on really, really well and got a great score on both the rides in hindsight.
And Katie just played the game. I'll just sit and wait. And for a wave that just never came through, her coach, Tommy Whitaker, would apply a similar strategy when he was on tour, just living and dying by his strategy of just waiting for the best waves. And this one, though, extremely slow. Our slowest heat we've had so far as the tide is still going low for another couple of hours or so. You can see those big boulder rocks and the fans taking the opportunity on the lower tide to get a little bit closer to the action. But we will see an upset go down here in round 2. We lose a world champ from the draw. Katie Simmers loses to Alyssa Spencer. And Alyssa gets another shot at a quarterfinal. This time it'll be against Gabriella Bryan in quarterfinal number 1 here at Manu Bay.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer getting the win there, 12.34 heat total, so pretty healthy heat total in the scheme of things. And again, she just made the most of the conditions that came through. Surfed her waves really well. Most improved on the women's side, in my opinion, Joey, in the last 12 months.
We'll see how the next heat adjusts with consistent conditions. Alyssa moving on. Up next, world number 1, Luana Silva takes on 2-time world champ Tyler Wright. We'll be right back after this.
We're lucky enough to travel to all places across the world, but there is something special about New Zealand. Fun waves, waterfalls, rolling green hills, and such an incredible community for us to be a part of down here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. We're in day number 2 of action and the women's round 2 are currently in the water. Take a look at that 100% pure New Zealand flight cam. Absolutely beautiful scenes. Taking on this heat, number 3, Luana Silva and Tyler Wright. My name is Jessie Starling, and I'm joined in the booth by my big sister, True Starling, and one of Tainui's descendants, Kara Rickard. Kia ora, Kara.
Kia ora. Thank you guys for having me back in the booth again. I'm really excited about this heat.
This is one of the most special places to come to on Earth, and you're lucky enough to call this place home. There is so much history, there is so much love in the landscapes that we have here. Give us a rundown on your family heritage and being here in Raglan.
Yeah, well, my family are part of Tainui Waka. We've been here for generations. My dad and my brother just live around the point there at Te Whānga at Whale Bay. It is a beautiful place to have grown up, and amazing that all of the descendants of Tainui Waka still occupy the shores of all the points and look after the land and protect it like their ancestors have for years.
I love it. I love this place so much. I've been lucky enough to come here a few times now, and I definitely want to keep coming back for years to come. Truzy, your first time ever to New Zealand.
Yeah.
For someone who's been here not even a week yet, what do you make of the place?
I know, it's feeling like 4 days and it already feels like home. You know, there's so many beautiful people here that are just really, you know, welcoming you. And yesterday, actually, while we were waiting for the hold calls and, you know, is it on, is it off kind of moments, I was sitting in the VIP and ended up making some friends and just was chatting to a bunch of people over there, and they were so kind and happy to give as much knowledge as they could. I mean, Tyler seems to be enjoying New Zealand as well. It looks a little bit lumpy and bumpy out there, but that's not phasing her right now. She's getting to work on her backhand. Really nice connections from Tyler Wright.
Yeah, that change in the wind, the northeast wind, is basically making it like they're surfing on a dirt road. Currently, that's how bumpy it is out there. But it was lovely to hear Tyler talking in her post-win corridor chat that it's been really nice for her to go left, because for the last couple of years with everything she's been through, it's actually been really physically difficult for her body to even go that way. So great that she's feeling happy and well and enjoying the waves here at Waikiri Manu Bay.
Yeah, Tyler brought her wife Lily over as well, and Lily absolutely loving being here in Whaingaroa. Tyler, she's competed here a couple of times before. Obviously, we had the first CT for the women's back in 2010 in New Zealand over at Taranaki, which is just another incredible part of New Zealand. And it's funny when you talk to these women who have competed here before, coming back to New Zealand felt like a bit of a gift, because it's been so long since we've seen championship tour surfing in New Zealand, Kara.
Yeah, it's been so great looking back at, I know there was a video posted the other day at the history about when it was at Piha and the amazing time they had here, and like Steph Gilmore all those years ago. So it's really cool that they're back here and they still feel that connection with Aotearoa and with our coastline, and love coming back. And it's been cool seeing Carissa here with her whānau, with her baby. She's been posting some beautiful snaps and videos of her time here and what they've been up to and what they've been doing on the lay day.
I just love how much everyone is soaking up New Zealand right now. No one more than Kaipo, who has currently got the best seat in the house.
Yeah, it's a great seat here, and also it's a great test for Luana Silva. This is the first time that she is in the yellow jersey in a heat. So we know that yellow jersey, sometimes it lifts you up. Sometimes that yellow jersey's very heavy too, because it comes with that responsibility of number 1 in the rankings. Add on to that the inconsistency right now. This is going to be a big test for Silva in my book.
Now, Kaipo, Kara in the booth has an Art of War quote for you.
Yeah, I've been loving those little quotes you've been given throughout the broadcast. So I've got one that is a Māori quote, and it's "Kaua e mate wheke me mate ururoa," which translates to "don't die like an octopus, die like a hammerhead shark." And it's a call to be resilient, encouraging people to never give up, to be, to persevere through challenges and never surrendering easily.
I love it. Meanwhile, priority switch, I think, with that paddle for Luana Silva.
It is, Kipes. You can see that priority goes to Tyler Wright. So Tyler locks in a 4-5 for that first wave. Lulu, subtle mistake here. Like Kaipo mentioned, this is her first time ever competing in that yellow jersey. It's actually the first time since 2004 that we've had a Brazilian female in that world #1 rank. The last woman was Jacqueline Silver in 2004. She went on to have a pretty exceptional year, but didn't quite get the world title this year. If Lulu can hold on to yellow after this event, she'll be the first ever Brazilian woman to hold on to the yellow jersey for 2 events. Tyler, right now, she'd love to get it back. Check on that first turn. Now it starts to get a little bit steeper through this inside. Cara mentioned it's kind of like surfing on a dirt road. There are so many ribs in the wave right now.
Yeah, and it's just going to keep changing as the tide goes out. The wave can be different. In 20 minutes, the conditions can change so much. So it is really kind of having to navigate that. And the wave selection is going to be really important because the sets aren't rolling through as quick and fast as we would hope.
Trizzy, Tyler, she did as much as she could on this wave.
Yeah, you know, when it's like this, you have to make the most of what you've got, really, you know, to put it blunt. And I think for Tyler, she's just doing exactly that. She capitalized on the fact that Luana did make that mistake and paddled and missed that wave. Luana right now on to answer back.
That's a nice first turn here for Lulu. Looks like a slightly bigger wave to what we saw from Tyler. Great second connection into a third. Let's see if she can get a little bit more down the line here for Lulu. That wind just wreaking a little bit of havoc, but you get worried when you see someone be in the yellow jersey for the first time. Kaipo mentioned it can come with pressure, but Lulu was looking pretty loose and free with that one.
Yeah, I do agree. I think, you know, that first mistake for Lulu, at the start I was thinking, oh, okay, this is unusual because she is such a smart competitor, but she made up for it with this wave. It was a bigger wave, identified that first section and timed it nicely. You can see she's surfing with a lot of speed as well, and you can sense that stability and the connectedness on her board. It's really allowing her to navigate those bumps, and I think it's working in her favor. For Luana, you know, stepping into that yellow jersey, never doing it before, being in that space of, okay, wow, I'm world number 1. That comes with, you know, a lot of head noise. It comes with a lot of chatter outside. It also comes with a massive target on your back as well. And she's had a great year so far, 2 seconds in the last 2 events, which is amazing, you know. She's got that consistency. Now she just needs to stay composed. And I feel like that might be one of the biggest tests of her career so far.
Cara, we were talking before, obviously you work in broadcast, mostly in combat sports, which is definitely a lot different to what we do here in surfing, but it's still got that same emotional roller coaster feel where you can be on your best game, but sometimes it's just not your day with the ocean being out of your control.
Yeah, it's been really difficult to watch some of the heats today that have come right down to the wire, and I know these athletes will be gutted, but even, you know, in the commentary team as well, you get to know these people over the tour, and it's almost like you don't want anyone to lose, but that's just how it goes at the end of the day. Like, yeah, we've had some real buzzer beater, nail biter heats, which is great for the fans, you know, but devastating for the athletes when it comes that close, when you're out of the water and you're standing there waiting, thinking, did I win? Did I not? How's this going to shake out?
Yeah, similar to a split decision we were talking about as well. When it comes down, you're waiting for a score on the beach. It's like being in a split decision. You'd rather just be knocked out.
Exactly, and it is the same. It is really, I feel, difficult to kind of take a loss when it is that close. Like, if you know you definitely lost, you got knocked out, you didn't get the waves, and you can walk away saying, hey, I gave it my best shot. The wave didn't come for me today, and that's how it rolls. But when it's tight like that, it's much harder to let that loss go.
Oh, definitely. It really is an up and down, kind of go through the motions type of sport. Alyssa Spencer, she's on a high right now, though. Just took out Katie Simmers, and she's on the glass with our very own Borno.
Thank you, Jess. Alyssa, wow, the tide's going out, the wind's picking up, it's tricky, but thankfully at the start of that heat, you got a really good score.
Yeah, I was happy. The game plan was to go out there and hold the inside position, and yeah, that ended up being the only set of the heat, so it really came down to whoever got that wave, and I was able to get that one off of her.
We have seen surfers a lot this morning sort of change and adapt as the heat goes on, especially if there aren't too many sets, and sort of elect to go a smaller wave just to put a little bit of pressure on their opponent. Was that something that you and Gally talked about in the lead up to that heat?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was most likely I was going to have to kind of adapt to what my game plan was. I wanted to go out there and get 2 set waves and wait with priority, but it ended up being that I kind of had to go on a smaller one just to back it up. But at that point in the heat, I was like, if I can get over 10 points, then she needs 2 waves, and it just puts me in a stronger position. So yeah, that was kind of my mindset with going on that smaller wave.
And give us an idea of what it's actually like to, surf into those ribs and straight into the face of that wind.
It's definitely pretty challenging. On the first wave, I was like just holding on, and like a couple turns, I was like, oh my gosh, I might dig my rail and fall, but I like barely held on. And yeah, it's definitely a lot, like cutting through the chops and just finding your flow and in the ribs is pretty tricky.
And there's just no doubt that you're surfing with like a much greater freedom this time around on tour. It feels like you really know that your surfing is at this elite level and you deserve to be there. Is that a fair observation?
Yeah, I feel like my mindset is a lot different going into this year, and it definitely helps with having the whole year instead of the mid-year cut. It's a lot less pressure on my shoulders, so I feel like all of those things combined kind of help free up myself. And yeah, I definitely feel like this time around I'm like, okay, you worked really hard to get here, and it's not just by chance that you're here again. So I feel like I truly believe that I belong here, and it feels good.
Yeah, you can see it in your surfing. It's really obvious, and you're obviously having a great time surfing heats as well. So congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next round as well.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we love the smile on Alyssa's face. That's exactly what we want to see from her. She's looking so much more confident this second time round. Priority there with Tyler Wright. Lulu was definitely trying to sell there. Is it close enough to make a swap?
It's feeling like they might not do it. I mean, it's still holding with Tyler Wright. Oh, they've just changed it now. So, yeah, it was close enough. So priority goes to Luana, and it feels like when it's small like this, those moments and those... I feel like mistakes, they do make such a big difference, particularly when those good ones come through, and you can see some paddles there. Tyler's probably thinking, oh, did I, didn't I? So it's real touch and go, but you could see Luana had that full committed paddle. So she's got that priority. And back to Alyssa Spencer, just listening to that interview and knowing Alyssa through the qualifying series onto the Challenger series and, staying with her in different places and things like that, it really does feel like she knows she belongs here now. You can see that confidence, and she's just glowing in a space like that right now. And I'm really, really excited to see how she goes throughout the rest of this event, because I feel like she's really confident and happy to be here.
They've actually just made what looks to be a switch back in priority as well. So we'll wait and see what went down there. You can see Lulu shaking her head a little bit. Scores are in though. Luana getting the best of the first exchange. It's a 6-point ride. Tyler with a 4-5 and a 3 here. Obviously, we're kind of lacking the swell we were hoping for this week, Cara, but there's so much to do around this part of the world. We'll get back to that in a second. Let's listen into what's going on. You can see Leandro just slightly concerned on what was going on there. Lulu looking like she's going to paddle wide here. Back up that 6-point ride. Slightly smaller wave, so she's going to kick out of that one. Like I was mentioning, Cara, the swell isn't filtering in quite like we hoped this week, but there's so much to do around this part of the world.
It's actually really interesting seeing where they're sitting in the lineup, because if you don't know this point well, there's no real reference points. Like, it's really difficult to see where you are, and that can really affect their wave selection. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot to do here in Whangaroa. I've seen lots of people up hiking. We talk about Karioi, which is the maunga, the mountain that sits above Waikiri here at Manu Bay. It's a great walk. Now, there's 2 ways that you can go up. There's one track that will require you to put some real effort in. You've got to hold some chains. It could be dicey. It's a few hours. Or there's another easier walk that's a couple of hours. My kids have done it before. My 7-year-old has done it. But once you get to the top of Mount Karioi, you have the most amazing 360 view of Whangaroa, of Raglan, of the points of the coastline. So that is a beautiful thing to do on a lay day around here. You could go fishing, you could go on a harbour cruise, you could go do wine tasting, you could go on a horse trek at Ruapuki. I saw lots of the athletes and yourself as well, Jessie, went surfing at Ruapuki yesterday, which is a nice little hidden beach break off the back of a dirt road. So there's so much to do if the waves aren't cranking.
And the most phenomenal drive to Ruapuki. Yeah. My goodness, we went 2 ways. We went the inland way, which was just this incredible rolling green hills. It was honestly, I think I asked Joel to stop the car at least 10 times. I was like, I need photos, I need to take photos. And then we went the coastway back. You come in past Indicators and Whale Bay. And I was actually thinking to myself, I wonder where Kara's land is here on the drive back.
There's actually a big sign that says extra car parking. So if you haven't been able to surf down at the point and you're a local, you can park on our land up the back there at Te Whanga and access Indicators if you want a little break and watching the surfing, and go down there and have a little hit out.
It's funny listening to a lot of the competitors. They've been taking missions up there because there's just world-class point breaks no matter where we go. Obviously, we've got Whangaroa with one of them, and we've got competition at Manu Bay, but Indicators on its day, some people just go straight there.
Yeah, Indicators, another name for that is Tirohanga. It's the furthest break around the corner. There's a beautiful lagoon there. The kids always surf in the valley because you just get washed into the lagoon, so it's pretty safe. And that's actually a really significant area for the hapu, the iwi of this area. One of our eponymous ancestors, Tawhao, had his village there, and he's kind of the ancestor that everybody descends from. So all along the coastline, that's where everybody had their little villages back in the day.
It's so beautiful. We really are lucky to be here. It's one of those places where even the competitors who have lost out of the draw aren't leaving, you know, and there's even some of the staff. It was one of those things where we ran the Gold Coast in 4 days. It was back to back to back. And we had this idea that if we did that here, everyone was going to stay and hang out. True and I spoke about it. We're like, we're not going anywhere if the comp runs quick.
And it is amazing when the weather is so nice too, because sometimes it's just nice to explore and get out in the sun and do some other things.
Yeah, I think around here as well, you know, even talking with so many people this morning about, you know, how's your time in New Zealand, and everyone says it's really grounding here. It's a place where it feels really calm, you know, there's so much to do, but the energy there's a lot of purpose to it. And I think a lot of the athletes are really connecting with that.
Yeah, I think it's been really nice to see how they have responded to being here on our whenua, on our land. I know a lot of them had a wonderful time at the pōhiri, the welcoming for everybody. And I saw Rio this morning when he did the call that the surfing was on. He was wearing the taonga that we gifted him at the marae, which was really cool. All of the athletes got a bone carving, a taonga from the marae, because we wanted to manaaki all of the athletes and look after them. And it's just a small taonga to honour the kaupapa and their time here in Aotearoa. And they all had different meanings. Some got a heimato, which is a fish hook, which can represent strength and prosperity and safe passage over water. And then some of them got a whai, or a stingray, which is a kaitiaki of us here, one of our ocean guardians that can symbolise grace and protection and moving through life's currents. So those taonga that we gave the surfers all reflect the connection coastal Māori communities have with the ocean, and Tangaroa and Hinemoana, who are our gods of the sea.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I can't wait to pick your brain more on that, because there is so many incredible parts of New Zealand that we're still yet to chat and really dive into. The GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore, she's coming up next, coming up against Sawyer Lindblad. We still have a heat to round out though. Tyler Wright and Luana Silva, 14 minutes to go. Let's see who can win right after this. Still get chills listening and looking back on the porihi that we had just a few days ago here in beautiful Whangaroa, New Zealand. Raglan hosting stop number 4 of the championship tour in 2026. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by True Starling and Cara Rickard, one of the family members who have lived here for generations. And the opening ceremony, the porihi that we went to, was easily one of the best I've been to across the world.
Yeah, it was beautiful to share that part of our culture with all of the athletes and the crew and welcome you into Whangaroa, into Raglan in the best way that we know how, and making you feel welcome and feeling that aroha and that love, and extending that invitation for you to be on our land, which is what you saw at the start there with the wedel, where the warriors kind of put forward a challenge. They put down a taki, which is the feather type thing that you saw Iago and Seth and Kali pick up. And so when they pick that up, they're acknowledging that they come in peace, that they accept the challenge to be on the land, and that's that connection between us and them now that has been established forever once they come onto our whenua.
After we got welcomed in and we all took our seats, it was pretty interesting to have, it was almost the Raglan side sitting on one side and all of us on the WSL on the other side. And there was a lot of speeches that went down, all that were in traditional Māori. And it was, I've never had so much FOMO. I really wanted to know what was going on. I'll get back to this in a second. Luana Silva. She's in the lead right now. She has a 1.6 as her backup. She'll be doing anything to better that right now. 2 turns here for Lulu, but smart surfing just to keep applying pressure on our 2-time world champion, Tyler Wright, who currently trues, is only needing a 3.11.
Yeah, that's going to increase for sure. I think this is really smart competitive surfing right now for Luana Silva, and these heats are tough. They're grindy. We heard it from the guys as well a little bit earlier, and you have to really implement strategy. You need to be smart with your decision making. Tyler opting out of that one, so it's, you know, we know what the forecast is. We know what we're dealing with. All the athletes are aware. So looking at board choice, looking at fin selection, looking at wave selection is so important coming into these events, particularly those quarterfinals and above, because it's going to make or break a win here. So yeah, for Luana Silva, smart surfing just to get those 2 turns in, and it's almost taking everyone back to the QS days in a sense. You know, you got to get the grind out a little bit, and I think that's exciting too to see all of the athletes be challenged. Let's take a look at this one for Luana though. You can see she's still surfing at that CT level with lots of speed and that power too. Really smart surfing and smart decision making from Luana Silva. It'll go into the top 2, and it'll make it more difficult for Tyler to go up to first.
Tyler Wright with 8 minutes 45, now chasing a 4.44. Cara, like we were mentioning though, in the porihi, it was pretty interesting to have the speeches go back and forth between both sides essentially. Can you give us a little bit of insight into what they were saying?
Yeah, that's generally how it works with the porihi. Our side will do a welcome, we'll talk about how great it is to have you here, what an honor it is. And then the other side will kind of, I guess, share some kōrero, some stories about people that they're bringing onto the marae, the reason why they're here, the intention, how great it is to be on the land. But I think the thing that everyone was laughing about at the end of the speeches, on the Hokainga side, on the Whangaroa side, he said it's so great to have you here, bring your skills, bring your talent, and also bring your money.
Oh, I love that. Bring it into the town.
Yeah. I just wanted to say as well, Cara, you know, Jessie and I were really lucky to be up in that, you know, front zone when we entered the marae, and it was just so powerful. And it was I don't know about you, Jessie, but it was a super emotional experience for me when everyone was singing. I got chills just before when we had that recap and we could watch that video, because I had to close my eyes and really take a minute, because it was so overwhelming, to a sense that it was like, wow, this is so welcoming.
Yeah.
And is that a normal response?
Yeah, that is a normal response, and because there's so much going on there as well. Like when the women are doing the calls, when they're doing the karanga, they're calling to the ancestors. So not only are you walking onto the marae, onto the whenua by yourselves, you're walking with all of your ancestors past and present behind you. And when we're calling you on, that's part of us as well. We're in the call, we actually, pay homage to all of those that have passed on, that are not with us, our tinana, in the physical sense anymore, but are with us spiritually. And so that's a big thing that happens on the marae. We always acknowledge everyone who's gone before us, and all the people that, we wouldn't be there without standing on the shoulders of these people. So it's nice to acknowledge them, and I'm glad that you felt that.
It was incredible. It was so powerful. I know Tyler Wright was really soaking it up where she was there as well. She's chasing a score right now. Needs a 4.44. There's the finishing turn. Let's think back to that 4.5. She's already got that number. She needs slightly less. Lulu, smart surfing here. Anything better than a 2.93 will make it harder for Tyler. Just the 2 turns, little questionable if she held the ride out long enough there for Lulu, but this is a really close heat right now, Truce.
Yeah, it's a close one for sure. I think for Tyler, a 4.44, she got a little bit further down the line. She did some turns. She added that little bit of extra at the end. You could see the passion there, and she just wanted to push it a little bit more. And I think for Luana, it was smart to go that one. Maybe a kickoff too early if you're being hypercritical, but I don't even know if that'll go into the top 2 for Luana. It's one of those situations where maybe she's best off just sitting and holding priority with 5.5 minutes to go, because I think when you come into this sense and into this time frame, that's when things are important.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. Last 2 waves to break down. Lulu needed to essentially get a 4 to really start to apply pressure here. It had good size to it. Just felt like it didn't have that real steep face she was chasing.
Yeah, I think you could tell that as well. I think she knew that was what was going on. And then Tyler here, she got a little hung up at the start, but you can see that she's just regaining the speed down the line. Really smart surfing from Tyler. Gets that 3rd turn in to finish. Fist bump there as well. So she's like, okay, I need that also to, get myself into gear and to just really pump myself up as well. It's not big scores that she's looking for, so the judges are really going to look into that and think about, where that score is going to go, and if they can really get the 4.44. It's going to be tough. It's tricky out there, and they're going to acknowledge that, and we'll see where it falls.
As someone who gets to see this wave a lot, Cara, for surfers, especially on the highest level now, with this wind that we have and this drop in the swell, it feels like it is one of those things where speed is definitely the competitor's friend right now.
100%. And as the tide has gone out, the wave definitely does get faster. It gets a bit steeper, but it's just so difficult with the size of it at the moment. And I mean, if there was no wind, it would actually be probably actually all right. But the wind out there is just making it so difficult. And like I said, it can change with the tide. 20 minutes it looks one way, and then another 20 minutes later it could be a completely different wave.
It's 3.5 minutes to go. Scores are going to slowly start to lock in for both surfers here. So this is a really crucial exchange. As far as this heat goes, it has been a little bit sleepy. Obviously, Luana getting that high point for that 6-point ride. But Lulu, like I mentioned at the start of the heat, we haven't seen a Brazilian female in the leader's jersey since 2004 when Jacqueline Silva wore it. If she can hold on to it, she'll be the first ever Brazilian female to stay in that #1 ranking for more than one event consistently. And It's pretty crazy to think that, Trues, because think about just the absolute dominance of Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, that actually really surprises me, that stat. When I saw that earlier, I was like, wow, this this is really interesting because you expect, you know, the Brazilian Storm for the women to be really strong, and I see the score of 4.5. Situation changes for Tyler Wright.
Wow, Tyler Wright now goes to the lead. There's 2 minutes 40 to go. Our current world number one, Lulu, she's got priority. That last wave, it drops in. It's a 2.6, so doesn't even go into her top two. Needs a 3-point ride. So that is, it's nothing in the scheme of things, but the thing that's been hindering, which we've seen with this low tide, is that there's long lulls.
There is, and that's where the nerves kick in. That's where you start to, you know, see those athletes out in the water. They're taking those deep breaths. They're having those moments to go, okay, let's just stay calm. Let's keep the oxygen in the brain. Let's keep making good decisions.
And I think if there's one thing we've seen over the last few heats, particularly to end out the men's, there could be 30 seconds in a heat left, and you could still get a wave and come away with the win, and it could be really tight. So fingers crossed some waves come in.
Lulu's coach, Leandro Adora, you can see anxiously wanting some waves to come through. If we look up the point, there's definitely a little bit of action at Whale Bay. Even further up, Indicator seems to have a couple of waves. This is a wave rolling through right now. Lulu, she's gonna let it go. She's not interested in it. She needs a 3-point ride. There is 90 seconds to go here. Is this wave going to eventuate? She looks in and she looks slightly a little bit confused to know if there's something more coming. Can hear these whistles. Leandro's clapping. Just over 60 seconds to go here. This is exactly what you were talking about, Cara. It can come down to the
energy.
last couple of seconds. Lulu, she's going to get an opportunity here. This looks like a pretty solid wave for this afternoon. She's going to take it, needs a 3, so still has to convert on this wave right now. Looks a little bit nervous. That's a better looking turn. Even better on the finish, but goes down for Lulu. Leandro looks down. We check out the back. Tyler right now. She's going to get a nice wall. This one, it's only going to offer 2 sections. It runs really fast down the point here, so a lot to digest in the last 30 seconds.
Nerve-wracking, oh my Lord.
My heart is racing right now. I could not imagine how Luana is feeling, and you can see maybe a little bit of defeat there. I mean, she really was on her way to getting the 3.0. It was so close, and smart surfing from Tyler to get that last one at the end to just answer back. And yeah, that was really unfortunate for Luana, because if she hadn't made that last turn, she probably was challenging for the score.
She could essentially still be. We'll obviously take a look at it in the replay as well. She fell on the 3rd turn, but this is a set size wave in comparison to the 293.
Yeah, let's dissect it. I mean, it was a good first turn. She had to, you know, really race and negotiate that section. That 3rd turn, it just really, it would have tied the bow. It would have been like, yep, that's it. And now there's question marks there. And then Tyler Wright, that one on that front angle looks a little bit bigger. It looks a bit, you know, more steep. So I think for Tyler, she's also wanting to better a 4.5, which she has a pair of. So it's tough. It's a stressful situation for both of these women to be in, because in those dying 30 seconds, those final moments of heats, when you're waiting on scores like this, it gets a heart rate up.
And you can see the look on her face, that look of defeat, that she looks a bit gutted, that she didn't maybe get the waves that she wanted and didn't do her best. But, you know, you can only deal with what Tangaroa, or the god of the ocean, is putting in front of you.
Absolutely. Score comes in. It's a 2.77, so not enough for our world number one. She is in threat of losing that yellow jersey going into the next stop, which is going to be El Salvador. But guess what? Tyler Wright moving on through to the quarterfinals. She's worked really hard to get her backhand feeling good and back in shape, but Raglan is really allowing her to do that right now, Cara.
Yeah, that little quote that I gave Kaipo before about koe mate wheke me matu ururo, I think that really sums up the journey that Tyler has had, the things that she's had to go through, her perseverance and all the highs and lows and the challenges she's faced to get here. Just incredible. I love her tenacity and her drive to keep going and her love of surfing.
Yeah, Tyler Wright, she's going to be the first quarterfinalist in heat number 2. We've already established quarterfinal number 1. Whoever's going to join her, it's going to be out of Sawyer Lindblad and Stephanie Gilmore. Those two are starting to battle it out. Luana Silva is out of the draw. good news is Cara is going to hang with us for another heat. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be right back for more action. What a week in professional surfing. The Gold Coast Pro, where we saw the GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore, basically come out of retirement in one event. This was easily one of the best weeks of my life. Getting to witness Stephanie Gilmore win her 34th championship tour event with my own two eyes, Truth.
Oh, there's no other way you'd want to see that happen. Wow, Steph Gilmore. The VIP zone was absolutely going crazy. You could feel the athletes underneath just going insane for Steph. And even talking to her on the way here to Raglan, she was saying, I'm so glad I'm back because I wouldn't have got that win and I wouldn't be, ready to go again.
It's so funny that Steph is obviously a really big name in our sport, but she's quickly become a household name across the world in just professional sport, really. She's taken on Sawyer Lindblad, who is currently the highest ranked goofy footer on the championship tour. So we've got that same old battle car that we've been seeing all throughout the event so far. It's Goofy v Natural here at Raglan.
Yeah, and the goofy footers just must really love a lift finally with the first three all being rights. And you've even seen in the expression sessions and the warm-ups how much they've been loving this wave and getting to know it.
Sawyer's actually been a real standout for me in the free surf. She started off this heat and she's going to lock in what looks to be a pretty good score already.
Yeah, a really nice score for Sawyer, and you can see why. I mean, her surfing is on point at the moment. Even in the free surfs in the morning, we get here early enough to be able to watch, and Sawyer just feels like a standout, and you can see that connectedness in her surfing.
The GOAT, Steph Gilmore, out the back. You can see a bit of a late takeoff into this one, but this wave, it's got a little bit of size here. Steph just swooping on a couple of calves to start off. There's the third turn. Let's see if she can start to wind up. This is a better looking inside. She's going to put it up there for a vertical turn at the end here. So Steph, she knows she'd have a pretty solid task on her hands here with Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer is already going to be on another wave. So this is the type of flurry we're chasing at Raglan this afternoon. Going to a rail a couple of times here for Sawyer. That's a great looking turn. Gets the fins three. Gearing up, getting some speed through this inside. And again, wow, this is the best wave, shape of wave we've seen for quite some time here. So Sawyer Lindblad is going to put a lot of pressure on Stephanie Gilmore pretty early in this heat, Cara.
It's really nice to see them get those waves at the start. We talk about building our house or building our whare and getting the po-up. So you want to get those foundations early in the set so you can just kind of relax a bit so you're not sitting there for the whole heat thinking, when am I going to get a wave? How is this going to work? So it's great for both of them to have a solid couple of waves straight out the gate.
Sawyer, she's made 2 finals in her past, and she's kind of had that similar taste where she's got there but hasn't quite cracked the code to winning, similar to what we see from Luana Silva. This is Steph's first wave though here, Truth.
Yeah, Steph, her backhand, it's exciting to watch, and you can see how happy she is to just be winning heats on going left as well. She's got a couple of really nice connections for Steph. I mean, that last one, she had to make it, which she did, and you know, it's a good start for Steph, and I'm excited to see her open up more. And then this one for Sawyer, she's got the variety. It was a great flurry of waves. I mean, Sawyer just paddled back out. That little extra, that extension on her back leg, you could see her just pushing on the tail, really redirecting the board, and then gets a nice snap to carve for a finish that one, before that one kind of fades out. But Sawyer, as you were saying, Jessie, she hasn't cracked a win yet. You know, she's had seconds in the past, she's had third, she's been really consistent, but she's yet to win a championship tour event. I feel like it's loading. It's definitely coming. She just needs to continue with that consistency and then really lift in, you know, a finals or that semi-final appearance. But
yeah, I agree. I really do feel like this next wave is going to be a pretty good score, just considering the velocity, the validity of the turns as well from Sawyer on that last wave. Steph, she locks in her first score. It's a 4.17. Sawyer's previous to last wave, her first ride of the matchup was a 5.83. But Sawyer, with Erin, there's obviously that storyline of the Goofies that we were touching on before. I think a lot of the world would have put Erin as her power surfer, as their power surfer, just with how good she is on her forehand. But with Erin out of the draw, Sawyer has a really great opportunity to take a win for the Goofies here.
yeah, I put Erin as my power surfer for my fantasy, you know. Just off the back of her Red Bull Nowadays film, I thought she was ripping there. And Sawyer, she's got an exceptional forehand. She's got a great lethal frontside snap. Steph paddled with priority and just missed that one. It actually looked like it might have had a good inside bowl. So we've seen a couple of priority changes going on for the women in this round too.
Scores lock in for Sawyer Lindblad. It's a 6-5. For this afternoon, a 6-5 kind of feels like an 8 or a 9, Cara.
It really does. Like, I really commend the athletes today for how well they're doing in such tricky, trying conditions. So that's a phenomenal score.
Sawyer Lindblad, she's going to put a lot of pressure on our world best, our 8-time world champion. It's an 8.16. So Steph's got 26 minutes to try and break that down. Someone who surfed a really smart heat in that last one, made decisions really quickly in the dying stages, is Tyler Ryden, and she's moving on through to the quarterfinals. She's with Vorno.
Tyler, congratulations. I mean, not huge scores, not a whole lot of opportunity, but still plenty of intense drama at the end of that one.
Oh, heaps. You know, I was a little bit surprised that it was that small when we went out there. I expected it to be
surprise,
but then the wind, I was like, and we know it's there. It's one of those things. You know, I'll have to do a review with Dog to really see sort of and break it down. But yeah, a couple 4.5s ended up being enough. She had the 6, and I was sort of a bit disappointed because I took the one before as a little and. I kind of played it where, like, I dragged her out a little bit for the set. She missed it. Then I took the second one, where the third one was probably the best wave of, like, the heat that come through, and she got that 6. So, yeah, there's definitely things to review, but I'm pretty sure I'm shocked as anyone that I just got through that.
Yeah, I mean, tactical sort of mindset is so key out here. You've got to be able to adapt really quickly if the sets aren't coming, knowing that there's going to be little scores on insiders. Like, that heat was just such a chess match, even though there wasn't a whole lot of actual surfing going down.
Oh, yeah, it was crazy. And you know that every move you make is either you win or you lose. Like, every play. So there was a time when I looked at a wave, they reversed priority, and then reviewed it, and then reversed it back, and I was like, I got away with that. It's hard because the wind, to actually have a look, the wind is so aggressive, so you actually have to have like a little bit of a scoop in. But I'm gonna have to have a review. Dog's gonna have a strong opinion on something. But overall, you know, it's been a really fun week. It's only been in the last couple of days that I've really started learning how to go left again. Shout out to Dog and Connor for really putting in a lot of effort. And I didn't obviously get to do a lot of great surfing, but that's in tricky conditions for me at that size. With some of the struggles that I've had going left in the last few years, I'm beyond grateful for their expertise. And yeah, like watching Leo, Ramsey, Connor, just being in that mix was some of these athletes. And again, Connor's probably got the world's best backhand. And watching him blow up at snapper, again, just watching everything on review, it's incredible. And so being in that environment, and they're so encouraging. They're just like, hey, yep, you're starting here, but hey, we noticed this, pull this in a bit. Loving it. I'm having so much fun. Like, I'm 32, back half of my career, well and truly now. And I'm having the most fun ever. So I think that's a really important thing, and just enjoying where we are. It's beautiful. We're so happy to be here. The crowd's epic.
The backhand's looking sharp, mate, and it's clear to see that you're really enjoying your on-tour family. So congrats there, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round too.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Tyler just looking so cool, calm, collected. She seems to be really enjoying herself. Sawyer Lindblad has found another absolute gem of a wave here, and this is wreaking a bit of havoc from that priority mistake from Stephanie Gilmore. Gorgeous drawn-out carve here from Sawyer. She's going to go up into the lip line for a strong finish here too. So Sawyer at this point isn't putting a foot wrong, True.
No, she's not. She's doing exactly what she needs to do. She's having a really smart heat, you know. She's choosing the right wave. She's making the right decisions. I just want to touch on that interview with Tyler. What I find really interesting is, you know, she says thank you to Dog and to Connor, and about Connor's backhand, you know, and we've seen Connor at the last 3 events that are all rights, and she's been able to even review his footage going right on his backhand and go, okay, I can implement that style of surfing into my backhand. It's like when you watch a surf movie before you go surfing, and you go, I want to surf like Steph Gilmore, so I'm going to try and, emulate that style, and it's really cool to see Tyler tap into that with Connor. And Connor, I have some great memories of him when he was working with Surfing New South Wales.
Yeah.
And he was, a site crew, and he was there, and it was windy, and it was a terrible day down at Maroubra, and he was like, I need to qualify for the World Tour. And he pretty much did that year, and this is, the rest is history, and he's still going, and the fact that he's able to still give so much knowledge so freely and actually want the best for the rest of, the people that he trains with, whether it be Kanoa or Leo or anyone else, it's really cool to see him share that knowledge and that love.
Yeah, I agree. He's such a stand-up human being, and it's cool that Tyler is tapping into that knowledge. Sawyer Lindblad, she's going to pick up a bomb down the line here. Wow, great second turn here from Sawyer. Pushing hard through that third one, giving variety for the judges. Completes with authority here from Sawyer Lindblad. Again, not putting a foot wrong here. She's already going to lock in what looks to be a good score. Wait for that number to drop properly. Steph out the back though. There's still a bit of energy in this heat. Not quite interested in that one, but if we look to the horizon, it feels like there's another wave coming here. Raglan starting to push through with a little bit of swell. We've seen this kind of typically happen in the afternoons, Cara, where waves, they start to pulse right around, this early afternoon mark.
Yeah, and it is dependent on the tide, but it is funny that kind of as the sun goes down, the waves decide they want to start pumping.
Yeah. Yesterday it was so funny. We were sitting at home watching the cams, and it looked so fun out there. Sawyer enjoying her time. Her previous to last wave of 5.73 doesn't go into her top 2, but still dropping some really good scores. And they're numbers that Steph is unfortunately missing out on, True, here.
Yeah, Steph, she's just sitting and waiting, and unfortunately that means the pressure is building on her, and it means that number is going to, increase as well. At the moment, needing that 8.16 for Steph, and that's a decent score out there on a day like today, and it looks like it's just increased as well, Jessie.
A lot of drama going down right now. Stephanie Gilmore now needs a 10-point ride because Sawyer Lindblad's last wave was a 7.67. So that goes into her top 2. It's the biggest score we've seen in quite some time. But that's not the only drama that we have going down in women's surfing right now. That last heat, it held a lot of weight in regards to rankings. We'll get back to that in a second. Steph, she's going to take off on this one and try and get something going here. She needs to better a 4.17 to bring that requirement of a 10 down. Smooth lines, of course, from Steph. We love her style and just her ability to get creative no matter where she is across the world. better looking turn here through the inside. This is going to have that bowl that starts to bend back towards you and allows you to open up and have a bit of fun. But right now, a bit of pressure on our greatest of all time here, Cara.
Yeah, and it's like what Tyler alluded to, when the waves and the conditions are like this, it does become a bit of a chess match. Your tactics and how you attack the lineup and where you want to sit and which waves you pick. And even maybe if you're, don't have priority or you've got priority and you're dragging other people into waves, it all is really important.
This is the last 7-6-7 of Sawyer True. Just felt like that vertical approach, it was always going to push her up into that great range.
Oh, absolutely. I think she really identified the best section. She's been identifying the best waves this whole heat as well. So Sawyer, she's just going vertical. You can see she loads up for that final turn. Timing is everything, especially when it's windy and it's bumpy out there. So Sawyer doing what she needs to. Steph, you could see her start to open up on this one. She's winding up, gaining the speed. She knows that you need it out here in tricky conditions. Just a little tap there, and this is where she'll start to really shine. Steph Gilmore, of course, she feels more comfortable on her forehand, but I'm loving watching her go left for reasons like that. That two-turn combo with smooth, and it was exciting to see. So Steph, hopefully she's getting herself back into the conversation here. I mean, Sawyer is having a blinder of a heat right now in regards to just being on pretty much every single good wave that's come through. So Steph, she just needs to open up. Coming in, it's a 5-1-7, that last score, so it's going to put her back in. Now needs a 9-point ride. So good news is she doesn't need a 10 anymore, but Sawyer getting that 7-6-7, there's a lot of people across the world who will be happy. Sawyer's little brother, but no one happier than Micro, who's with Vorno.
Does it matter that the screen's in the background? Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here with Crowie, who's been working with Sawyer, and mate, the last few heats we've seen, wave selection and sort of patience really play a big factor, but Sawyer's just got out there and just got scores on the board straight off the bat.
Yeah, that was part of the strategy, just to not get overcomplicated with wave selection. The waves look really small, but from where the judges are, there's a bit of an angle that if you can get work done, you might as well go. It's that slow out there that don't overthink it, and just if you see a wave, ride it and get on the board and then kind of play the game from there, and she's done really well.
And mate, we've seen her really raise the bar backhand this year, but getting to see her on her forehand is a real treat. She looks speedy and focused and on.
100%. On the Goldie, we actually did a couple of sessions at D-Bar on a little left, and I was tripping. I was like, she's got a deadly forehand as well. So I was like, yeah, I hadn't seen her surf a great deal before we started working together, and yeah, she's deadly both ways. So it's pretty cool. She's a real title contender, in my opinion.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. We know that you set the bar high for your athletes. Small goals are good to achieve, but a big picture is part of that journey as well. So, what is the goal for you and Sawyer this year?
Yeah, well, and if you're in the draw, why can't it be you? And if you go and give it a good crack and you got the skills, then why not? So, yeah, in our opinion, it's go and have a go and put yourself in the mix and dream big. So she's out there doing that and she's going mad. It's fun to watch.
Love it. You always get the best out of your charges. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
It's cool to see a reversal in the heights between those two. No, it's awesome. Micro and Vorno have such a good relationship. And Micro's so right, and I guess it's in any sport, Cara, and you would be used to that with combat. If you're in the fight, you've got a chance to win.
Yeah, 100%. And I love what he said there about when the conditions are like this, you can't overthink it. You've just got to get out there, have fun, get on some waves, and then attack it from there, because if you get the opportunity, you don't really have time to wait.
It really is. It's such an interesting sport where there's so much kind of out of our hands. And one of those things that factors in is the ocean and currents and tides. And we have a 3-metre coefficient. So we've got a 3-metre distance between the high and low tide today. We're really pushing towards that low tide now. And I was told at Raglan, if there's a tide difference of 3 metres or more, on that dead low tide, you start to get a sweep that rolls out the back. Does that still happen when it's small here?
Yeah, it definitely can. And we would hope that would happen just so that we get some more waves and they have the ability to show off a bit more of their surfing, because I know that they've said that, it is when you get out there and you're in a heat, you just want to show people what you can do. And if the waves don't come, then that's not always possible.
Yeah, it's such a funny sport, this one. And these guys, they would have dealt with the sweep last week at Snapper and having that this afternoon to factor in as well. It's something that needs to come into the game plan, Truce.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that, you know, it lives in the background. It goes into your training. It goes into, you know, even just going for a free surf and free surf prep. And no one's better at dealing with a sweep than Steph Gilmore.
Stephanie is going to have a look at this one. Races on the bowl. That's a nice first connection here for Steph, but it's just going to be the one. She was sitting quite a way up the point. She was sitting pretty deep. As you can see, wanted to generate a little bit more speed just to get a bit of an X factor going here. Sawyer is going to let this one roll under her. Steph might have a look here. She's got to break down a 9-point requirement. She essentially can do that in 1 or 2 waves here. More energy rolling through. So this heat definitely looking a lot more promising than what we've seen over the last few. Let's have a look at see what Sawyer can do on this wave now. Starts to highline here. Puts it on rail. This wave, she'd love for it to bowl up just a little bit more down the line here. She's looking at better a 6-5. Great connection through this second part of the wave. Even better on the third. Swoop into that tail jam that she's kind of thrown around as a trademark turn here. We knew she was strong on her forehand, but every opportunity she's getting, she's absolutely capitalizing on here. And I just feel like Sawyer, sometimes you have those heats where you hit your strides and you just can't do no wrong.
Yeah, Sawyer's having one of those heats for sure, Jessie. And I think those last 2 turns where she had that moment of, okay, snap to deep bottom turn, like there was no moment of second guessing, and that's exactly what we heard from Micro. You know, he's saying don't second guess it, just go out there, trust your instincts, trust your gut, and you can really see that shining through for Sawyer Lindblad right now. I mean, she's taken it to the goat, and she's adding pressure and she's adding fire. And Steph, you know, even in her post-heat interview on the first day of competition, we heard from her and she said, I'm just stoked to be winning heats on my backhand. You know, I'm really happy that I'm doing that. And of course, she's happy to be here in New Zealand, in Raglan. And I think Sawyer's like, I just want more lefts on tour. And you really see that highlighted right now with the first left on for the year as well.
Yeah, locking in a 6-7-7, so bettering her situation again here. Now Steph Gilmore chasing a 9-2-7. Cara, I'm really interested. We spoke about the bone carvings that were given as a gift to the athletes, one of them being a stingray, but another one is a very rare animal that you have here, but we're going to have to get back to that in just a moment because we've got 11 minutes to go. Sawyer Lindblad's in the lead, and it's time for a Bonsoy brew break. We will be chatting more about surfing and the beautiful Māori culture right after this. Some incredible footage from a Championship 2 event that we had over at Taranaki not so long ago. Steph Gilmore just went absolutely crazy against Carissa Moore, 2 of our favourites, and Steph ended up getting the win.
Oh, how good is Steph Gilmore going left, and Carissa Moore as well, but Steph getting the win. This is just archive footage. I love seeing this stuff from Steph and Carissa, and I love that they're still on tour today. I mean, 2012 to 2026. It's amazing the career that both of these women have had.
Taranaki was pumping. It
Yeah.
looked so fun there, and this was one of the 34 championship tour wins that Stephanie Gilmore has to her name. Carissa Moore has won here as well. She won here back in 2010. So much history in New Zealand here. The first ever championship tour event was held over at Piha in 1976. And now we're back celebrating pro surfing right here at Raglan. And you can see on the 100% pure New Zealand flight cam that it is packed down here today to watch the women battle it out for a spot in the quarterfinals. Right now, Sawyer Lindblad is holding down the lead. Steph Gilmore chasing a 9.27. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by True Starling, Cara Rickard. Now, Cara, rumour has it you have one of the rarest dolphins in the world right here in Raglan.
Yeah, we do. The Maui dolphin is the rarest dolphin in the world. I think there's maybe only about 50 of them.
Wow.
And the Whangaroa Raglan catchment flows out into the west coast waters where they live. So, you know, here we feel a real responsibility to protect that environment for them fiercely. They're a beautiful little dolphin. We have Maui Dolphin Day, and all the kids get together and have a recycled raft race, and we fundraise and raise money for their care and just to look after their environment and stuff. So, yeah.
And pretty cool that you have also a family of orcas here who almost represent some sort of spirituality here for Raglan too.
Yeah, like a tohora or a whale is also another significant ancestor for Māori communities that live along the coastline here. So it's really nice that they come into the harbour and they'll swim around and have a cruise and then go back out the harbour over the bar. And that's quite a regular occurrence, you know. You might just be out paddling your waka, because we do a lot of aruga canoeing here as well. We surf the point here in our waka, and one of the waka that we have here is one of the ones from the series Chief of War.
Cool.
So those wakas are traditional Hawaiian surfing canoes, and they were made in Hawaii and brought over for Chief of War, and then they left us one as a taonga, as a gift for us to use here. So you might see DK and the team out at Manu Bay sometimes surfing the waka.
I want nothing more than to see those orcas. That was such a dream. But we have drama going on in women's surfing right now. We've had a change in the rankings with Luana Silva not making it through her round 2 heat. That means Gabby Bryant goes back to yellow.
Wow, that's huge. I mean, Gabby, she started off the year in yellow. Let's see what she can do with that.
Steph Gilmore would love to climb a couple more rankings here. Chasing down a 9.27. She's probably going to need to do it in 2 ways. Floats that section, runs off really fast down the point here. Anything better than a 5.17 is going to bring down that requirement. But you know what I love about women's surfing and the hands that it's in right now is we're just seeing so many women battle to be at the top of the rankings.
I think it's really cool as well because it's pushing everyone to go get better and go higher and do more turns, and you can see the live rankings. Gabby Bryan, she's at number 1, and Luana Silva, that's going to sting a little bit. But, you know, it's still a race. There's still a lot going on. Lakey and Molly are coming up very soon. Molly in that next heat, so there's lots happening. Sawyer's out there right now, and for female surfing, it keeps evolving and it keeps growing.
Essentially, with a win, Sawyer is still in contention to get that yellow jersey, but things do have to go her way with a couple of other surfers in the draw. But Cara, for a really long time, we saw 2 or 3 surfers really dominate the Women's Championship Tour, but now with this new generation, we're getting this incredible push from so many different women, and it's amazing for our sport.
Yeah, and it's so nice to see some of the young ones coming up, sharing that they surfed in the rising tide and they got to meet some of these icons, and now they're competing together on the CT, which is just phenomenal to watch. And it's amazing that it gives us a real avenue to see what is possible, and that one day you could be out there surfing with your heroes.
Erin Brooks, one of those girls who surfed in rising tide for so long and is now leading that as a pro surfer. Unfortunately, for my fantasy team, we lost her out of the draw just a couple of heats ago. That was a big hit for me. And to be fair, I had Lulu in there too. She's just been looking so sharp. But someone who I didn't put in there was Sawyer Lindblad, and now I'm wishing I had.
Yeah, I agree. I was actually looking at the women's draw before, and I was like, I think I may have made a few mistakes with my fantasy team for the women, but you know, you got to back your team and back your decision making. And coming back to Anne Brooke, she also has, you know, a gift that she gives at the end of the Rising Tides, which is really cool as well. And she gives back to the community and the females and that younger generation so much.
Oh, definitely. She was almost in everyone's fantasy league team, and the one who's leading Battle of the Booth is Kaipo, and he's out and about enjoying the event site.
I am. You know, when you're kind of one of the hardest working men in professional surfing and you spend hours on the ocean, you come in, you dry off, and what are you seeking? Refreshment. And what's refreshing to me? Sparkling coconut water from Bonsoy. It's my favorite go-to drink. This is the passion fruit flavor. In Hawaiian, we call it lilikoi. And it is absolutely, this is a refreshing sip right here on a salty mouth.
Boom.
Mmm.
We love it. Thank you, Kaipo. Try the watermelon one. Can confirm they're absolutely delicious. I'll be getting myself one right after. In 3.5 minutes' time. Cara, how do you say passion fruit in Māori?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know what the Māori word for passion fruit is. I guess because it's not like a traditional food that we'd have. Yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty interesting to see, obviously the Tahitians are here, a lot of the traditional Hawaiians are here too, to celebrate and feel all of Polynesia over the event site right now. Must be really cool for your Māori community.
Yeah, it is. It's like Wahine said, we're kind of that like Polynesian triangle. Even our language, Te Reo Māori, can be quite similar to Tahitian and to Hawaiian as well. I went and paddled in the Haver race in Tahiti last year, and when they were speaking in traditional Tahitian reo, in their language, I could actually understand. So it was so nice to have that connection and see the similarities in our culture and our language.
I just, even at touching back on it again at the Pōrihi, to see the Tahitians sing and to have Seth make a speech, that must have been really beautiful for your community to almost get a gift back from them.
It really was. It's always nice to have those exchanges and for us to share that manaakitanga, that care and love, and then have, you know, our visitors also share some of their love back with us.
It was cool to see some Aboriginal gifts being brought over as well. Right now, Steph, she's got 2 minutes here. It's the backdoor 2-minute countdown. She needs a 9.27, and this wave is just not cooperating with her here, Truz. And it's always hard to watch because you can see how eager she is to belt it, but just not getting one of those bowls to really open up on.
Yeah, you could tell in the body language there, she really wanted that wave to open up and to offer her at least one good section. You know, she had the speed, she had the drive and the determination. And, you know, in situations like this, it's never nice to be in, but as an outsider watching or looking in, you can actually see the frustration from Steph, and I kind of love that as well, because she's in it and she still wants to be making heats, she still wants to keep making rounds, and I think it really excites, you know, the generation of idolizing Steph. You know, she was one of my idols when I grew up surfing and competing, and the fact that she's still on tour and it still means so much to her, it's like, okay, cool, you know, she still has that determination to and the want to be here, and I like it. I love the emotion. Bring it on.
It's something that Tyler said in her post-heat interview. She said, every move you make is you win or you lose. And thinking back to the start of the heat, Cara, we had that priority change between Sawyer and Steph, and it feels like that's really hindering now in the back, 40 seconds of this heat?
Yeah, it's like I said at the start, you know, you want to build that house, you want to build your whare and lay the foundations early in the heat so you can just sit back and relax and that stress doesn't build and you're constantly looking for the waves. So I think those first few waves that Sawyer got just kind of set the tone for the whole heat, and Steph's been really fighting and struggling to get back in it ever since.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. We look out to the ocean. It seems pretty quiet here. So Steph Gilmore needing a 9.27, and that also really speaks to the rankings and how much they're going to change this year with this new season format, Truz.
Yeah, they're going to keep changing and shifting, and you've got to adapt with it, and it means that you have to be on your game at all times and ready to go. So I think it's exciting because it lifts the level.
Well, it's official. Sawyer Lindblad takes out and defeats Stephanie Gilmore, our 8-time world champion, just coming off a win over on the Gold Coast. She's going to match up with Tyler Wright in the quarterfinals. That's going to be a really fun one. Cara, thank you so much for coming in. I really hope we get you in again because you have so much knowledge to offer us, not even about the region, but your multicultural. And it just must be so incredible to see everyone just loving your hometown so much.
Yeah, nōku te maranganui, the honour is always mine to come in and share some of the history and the whakapapa and the kōrero from this region. So, if you have me back again, I'd happily come and hang out in the booth.
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. Truzy, hang out with you right after this.
Yep.
We've got a pretty exciting heat coming up next between Molly Picklum and Vahine Fierro. It's going to be Ronnie, Richie, and New Zealand's first ever surfing Olympian, Safi Vetti, for the call.
Was in the sunshine all day. Can't complain.
Bro, we are at Manu Bay, Raglan. My local spot, come here every day. Dad used to drop me off at the rocks when I become a little bit better and just leave me out here all day. We got Manu Bay, the first one that you can see when you drive out from town, which is probably the most user-friendly one. And then you go around the corner to Whale Bay with all the houses on the point, and you got pretty much a similar wave to Manu Bay. Manu Bay's obviously shaped my surfing to where I am today. I love going left. All our swell comes from mainly the southwest, which is in between New Zealand and Australia, like solid ground swell for it to wrap around the mountain.
So beautiful to just watch the sunset, finish off the day out here in the ocean and kind of wind down a little bit and enjoy our surroundings and where I've grown up and where I live, so can't complain, it's beautiful.
It's a really good set.
Well, welcome back to the show. Heat number 5 of round 2 unfolding here, and it's Vahine deep on the ledge and not making the drop there. And she is up against Molly Picklum, who is scrambling into position here at the moment. Is there going to be an opportunity here for the world champ to put a big score on the board? Sizing this one up, and she is committed. It's a late drop, finds the open face. This wave is starting to flatten out quite a bit though. Molly's going to stick with it, try and generate a score of substance. And she comes flying down the line, connects nicely with the lip there. That's all she's going to get out of that wave, so it won't be a massive number. And the exchange will probably be relatively close. Molly with a slight edge, you'd think. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett, and joining us in the booth, a Kiwi Olympian, Safi Vetti. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys too. Thanks for having me.
Hey, I was expecting to see you contending in the King and Queen of the Point for a spot in the event, but you were suffering from an injury.
I know, it was a bit of a bummer really. I got in a bit of a tussle out at Greenmount with a bloke that had a really sharp nose of a surfboard, and it went straight through my kneecap on
Ow.
Easter Sunday. So I had to kind of gather myself, and I tried to surf in the event, but didn't quite work out, unfortunately. It was a bit too sore, but I'm happy to be here with you guys, that's for sure.
Oh, we're buzzing to have you here because this is a big clash. Obviously, Molly Picklum had a fantastic year last year, incredibly consistent. Really came home strong in Fiji with a magic performance to claim her maiden world title, and she kicked off the year beautifully with a second place finish down at Bells Beach. But what have you made of her form in trying to back up that world title?
Oh, she's just honestly such a powerhouse and a really great friend of mine as well. And I just take so much pride in seeing my friends do so well and also backing it up. And I think that's what the hardest thing is to do in professional surfing, and especially in a crazy sport. And yeah, look, she's doing such an amazing job and has really gathered herself this year.
Yeah, she's got a difficult draw here. Vahine looking sharp. And the interesting thing, Rich, about the conditions, we know they're challenging. There's not a whole lot on the forecast, unfortunately, but we have seen great surfing. But often what happens with these kind of challenging conditions is you see a more level playing field, and some of the strength in the performance of those top surfers is neutralised just a little bit by the surf.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that happens too, it's really easy to compare these two surfers because the rides in terms of size on offer is very similar. We'll just take a quick look at the replay here for Vahine, who had an incredible opening heat of the event. Did some great turns, got up into the excellent range. That was a nice wrap to start this wave off, and she starts streaking down the line here, building for speed. There was that little layback slash that she was really drawing on in her opening heat, and it served her very, very well.
Yeah, she's tapped right into the magic spirit of New Zealand, Aotearoa, and she was there the other day at the opening ceremony. She spoke, she sang with her sister as well, and Tia Zabrowski and Kelly Vast. It was a really nice moment, but I think she's feeling the energy at the moment. And, you know, with a 5.17 on her last wave, it is kind of throwing down the challenge to Molly Picklum here.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup, this one. And Molly, obviously, on the backhand, the current world champion. And she'll be looking for a huge result here just to build on her world title campaign. But for Hino, she would love nothing more than to take down Molly Picklum and really start establishing herself as one of the most fearsome goofy footers on the tour. Especially as we come into that South Pacific leg, she's going to be incredibly strong.
She sure is. So for Vahine, getting out of this round has been a problem. In 2026, in the last two contests, has come up against Caitlin Simmers, who's ended her run. So she hasn't really got that big result to speak of. We mentioned Molly's consistency, the way she's backed up so far, a final and a couple of quarters. There's the results for Vahine there on screen. But yeah, she's one of those rare talents, Safi, that comes onto the championship tour, her second year now, but came on already with a CT victory.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. She is such a powerhouse. She charges, she's got the moves, and I think she's connecting with New Zealand really well here as a Polynesian, and it was so beautiful to see them, you know, pay their respects at that Porphyry leading into this event, and I think they've gained a lot of respect from the locals around Raglan here for that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and you kind of feel it, don't you? Even Cara, who was in here before, you could tell that, you know, she resonated with that, and she felt just the energy, the positive energy coming from Vahine, and I think they've attracted a lot of support here. So we'll see if it can carry her to a victory, because in this round, Rich, it's, you know, a really difficult draw coming up against a surfer as consistent as Molly Picklum, who's, you know, shown that she's as strong on the forehand as she is on her backhand.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it doesn't really matter what size the conditions are. Molly is never going to be an easy draw. You just know that she's going to put down some big scores. But as you said, the conditions somewhat neutralising the top seeds, and it's basically an even playing field here. So I actually, you know, I think Vahine could do very, very well, in particular if she finds that that open face wave where she can get that layback snap and really dig in and show some power in that manoeuvre, then she'll have a good shot at taking down Molly.
Yeah, that story of the top seeds being upset in this round by those surfers a little further back on the ratings has been really evident from that second heat. Alyssa Spencer got the jump on Katie Simmers, and then Luana Silva, the world #1, lost out. And Sawyer Lindblad, she got the jump on Stephanie Gilmore, but the momentum was definitely with Steph after a big victory on the Gold Coast. So we'll see how Molly fares here. But yeah, Molly's coming off the back of not just a world title run, but a remarkable run of events at the back of last year. 4 consecutive finals and 2 of them victories before heading over to Fiji. It's kind of ridiculous, Safi.
It's insane. She is Mrs. Consistent, honestly. She's got this incredible power of just honing into what she knows and staying so level-headed at the same time. She has been the same person since I've met her when I was first, going over to Australia from New Zealand to do Grom Comp events, and she was actually one of my first friends I ever made, her and Joel Vaughan, and it's so amazing to see them both on the world stage now and absolutely killing it, as well as younger brother Huey Vaughan taking out Stab High today, which was honestly, it's just so cool to see your friends do so well and also keep so level-headed and humble.
The Central Coast of New South Wales, Australia, has always been a real hotbed of surfing talent, but I think there's going to be an explosion of aspiring young surfers coming from that region. Molly, when she won that world title, was just in full-blown scream your guts out as loud as you can celebration mode. And it was kind of like a high-energy celebration, but it became an emotional celebration when we saw the scenes of her returning to her home beach with that world title trophy. It broke her emotionally in the best way.
Absolutely. It's these communities are so key in each of these surfers' careers, and I just think having that backing and knowing that they've got your back no matter what is so inspiring. And as an athlete, that's what you hope and dream for, is to have your community supporting you from each corner of the world.
Most definitely. Plenty of support for Vahine out here at the moment as she takes the lead in the early stages and looks to back up that 5.17. Nice carve there. Cutting back into the bowl, now changing up her approach, getting a bit tighter on the pocket. But that's definitely going to improve her situation. The wave didn't come together down the line the way she would have liked, Rich, but just showing that she's ready to grind it out. And I think a great point was made earlier on from, I believe it was Alyssa Spencer, saying that, basically the goal at the start of the heat was to break 10 points to force your rival to chase down 2 scores.
Yeah, really good strategy, actually, and it looks like Vahine's adopted it here as well. She's got this little inside runner. I like that carve there, just holding that rail line. Didn't get the rebound off the foam, but went into a nice, beautiful snap. Perhaps just mistiming that last section, didn't get the closeout turn. But anyway, still a good backup score. And she will go out into the lead. Not quite breaking the 10-point ceiling there as the combined score, but very, very close.
Yeah, 3.83, Molly Picklum after a 5.83. Let's check in with Vaughan and the winner of the last heat.
Sawyer, the heat before yours was a real grindy one, but in your heat, Moana just smiled and you had so many opportunities. You were just flaring out there.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it ended up being really fun out there. It reminded me of home, like surfing lowers in the wintertime. This is exactly how it is with this wind. So, yeah, it felt good to finally go left.
It did, yeah. I mean, your backhand has been on fire, though. I think that yourself, Nadia, there's been a few women who have set a new benchmark for backside surfing this year on tour. But it's a joy to watch you open up on the front side. Yeah, how is that feeling, just being able to take off and have this long winding wall here at Manu Bay out before you?
Feels pretty good to do a frontside carve, not gonna lie. I love going on my backhand, but it's like nice and refreshing to switch it up, and I'm so glad that WSL put on a rippable left. Yeah, I'm really excited to keep going and hopefully get some more waves.
This year's pretty much wide open on the women's tour, you know, like no one's really running away with it. We haven't had multiple champions yet. There's also been some big upsets this morning. Like, how focused are you on getting a big result here? It's probably a win, right?
Yeah, that's the goal for every event. So it would be a dream to win at a fun left like this. So yeah, that's the goal, and just heat by heat.
And what about sort of the big picture, you know, looking at a world title run? Like I say, you know, it just seems to be wide open.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to stay consistent in every event and hopefully go into the pipe like in the top 5.
That would be great to see. Well, congratulations. You know, your form looks absolutely on fire out here. The free surfs have been really telling. You can tell how much fun you're having, and we look forward to seeing what you can do in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad, she's really coming on strong and powering through that last heat over Steph Gilmore. That's a huge win, and one that she'll probably never forget. Just over 19 minutes remaining here. Vahine taking the early lead. Molly Picklum, she's got some work to do. She's out there with priority at the moment, just after a 5.83. Both these surfers have really looked sharp in the free surfing sessions leading up to the event getting underway, Rich. Equipment, you know, just such a key factor to success at any venue, but particularly at a new location with a wave that's got some pretty unique characteristics.
Yeah, absolutely, and does bring up the subject of the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vaya, and out in front DHD, and he has, of course, Molly Picklum out in the water at the moment. Second place lost, previous winner, multiple winner of this exciting little series that we have going. It's really put the surfboard brands under the spotlight, and also the Shapers, which is great. Channel Islands in 3rd, Sharp Eye in 4th, and JS down there at 5th. So as you mentioned earlier, new rules this year. We take the 2 best results across the men's and women's, just to share the love around, make it a little bit more of an even playing field for those brands and Shapers that only have a couple of surfers on the tour.
Vahine, well, she's out there on the Channel Islands.
Yep.
So Britt Merrick and his team, they'll be watching really closely here. You can shop the world's best surfboards using the QR code there, courtesy of Surfboard Empire.
Yeah, I think Vahine was on the Mikey February model in her first heat, and it looked incredible, and I believe she's still riding that now. Of course, we saw Felipe, well, just outside the box a little bit in his heat, opting to take out a little twin +1 fish the other day. It looked incredible. Really, really fast. So yeah, it's a different sort of wave, Raglan, to many others. It's got all these little sneaky soft sections, and then it kind of bowls out. So you need a board that just reacts super quickly under your feet, in my opinion.
Safi, as a long-time competitor, how refreshing was it for you to watch Felipe choose something a little different in template and go out there with that fin setup and do what he did?
Oh my gosh, it was very refreshing. I saw him walking out of the competitors area, and I was just like, is that a 2+1? What the heck is going on here? But it ended up being the best choice, and I think a few competitors around him were probably second-guessing their equipment choice, and he just went out there and absolutely smashed it.
He did. Yeah, really enjoyed himself. So 16.5 minutes to go here. This is a good test for the mental strength, the psychological strength of Molly Picklum, who's only had the one ride. It didn't really do too much for her. She can still turn the heat with a single ride. Needs a 5.83, just over 16 minutes to go. A couple of medium-sized sets rolling our way, but our competitors, they're completely disinterested in this one. Or maybe they're not. Having a look. Vahine willing to size it up, maybe just trying to sell that one to Molly and get priority. We're going to take a quick break here with 16 minutes to go.
The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Tourism New Zealand, official strategic partner of the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Kia ora, welcome back. The Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy continues here with the world champ out there in the lineup at the moment. We're taking a trip on the 100% pure New Zealand flight cam. And Molly's just waiting for her opportunity. As you can see, she did have a wave during the break, didn't turn in a fantastic number though. So the advantage now with just 13.5 minutes to go is certainly with Vahine holding down that priority and also holding on to a mid-range 5. Let's have a look at Molly's ride during the break here, Rich.
Yeah, Molly just paddles into this one nice and easy. Little check snap on the backhand. The wave starts to bowl up. She gets another snap in. Really starts to stand up and she digs that hillside rail just coming off that turn. And that's all that surface bump that is playing havoc with some of the rides at the moment. That's uncharacteristic though for Molly. She doesn't often just slip up and make a little mistake like that. And you can see slapping the water, she knows that you know, it could be really costly in the scheme of things.
Mistakes have been hard to correct today in these slower conditions, Safi, but it almost looked like on her second turn too, a back foot maybe was about to slip off, kind of threw her off maybe for that final turn.
Yeah, for sure. Those bumps are playing a huge factor in today's, I guess, outcome of all these heats. And we call it the devil's win for a reason, and it's a bit of a devil today. But honestly, these competitors are really making the most of those sets, and they have to because there's not too many of them, and you really have to capitalise on them. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Molly just didn't quite make the most of that one.
It looks like the wind's probably the best it's actually been right now today. So I feel like we're starting to get this afternoon settle. The Largo, as we like to call it, the late afternoon glass off. And that's promising signs because it means that any set that comes through now, the surfers are going to be able to just relax that little bit more, drop the shoulders down and just clean up that rail work. So good signs here for the last few hours of competition.
Yeah, for sure. 11.5 minutes remaining and Molly's going to be feeling the pressure right here. What we've seen in the past couple of events is a bit of reorganising happening on the rankings, and things are tightening up between those at the back end of the ranks and those at the top. So this is another potential instance where one of the front runners is going to be tripped up a little bit, but there's still time. You can't write off the world champ just yet. Safi, obviously, this is the first time we've seen any cloud cover since we arrived here in New Zealand. It's been absolutely beautiful. And like Rich said, it might be helping to just slow that wind down a bit.
Yeah, I really hope so. It'll be nice to see that wind die down. And I mean, we've had a lot of sun recently, and this is kind of doesn't happen all too often in New Zealand. We get a lot of crazy weather around this time of year, and we've all been lapping up the sun, but I think everyone's had a bit too much, and so it's quite nice to see the clouds go over a little bit.
Well, let's hope we see some waves roll in here. 10.5 minutes to go. We're going to throw it down to Vaughan.
Well, Yeti backs John Florence. Yeti backs Steph Gilmore, and Yeti backs Mick Fanning. But did you know that Yeti also backs the All Blacks? Are you kidding me, mate? That is the #1 sporting team in this country by a long way. And, geez, it's a good feeling when you come over here and you back the All Blacks. Ash from Yeti is joining us right now. And, Ash, this activation down here, it's incredible. You've got some little keepsakes to take home from here, the New Zealand Pro. But how's the vibe been for you so far down here?
The vibe's been unreal. We're so happy to be back in New Zealand. It's a really big part of our business, and the vibes are so high here. It's just pumping. The sun's shining, the waves are on. heaps of people down here. It's one certainly for the ages.
That's awesome. And like, talk us through some of these products that people can come down and grab while they're down here at the New Zealand Pro.
So we've got the exclusive event merch here. We've got the 26-ounce drink bottle and then the 10-ounce tumbler, and it's all engraved with the New Zealand Pro merch. 100% of the proceeds are all being donated as well, so they'll head back to the Poihakena Marae as well as the Raglan Community Group as well.
That is so awesome. And it is packed down here today. Are you just getting run off your feet?
Absolutely. It's so great, though. Everybody's smiling, good people, great country. Stoked.
And, mate, I just still can't believe it. Yeti backs the All Blacks? You're kidding me? Oh, man. Wow. So good.
Good on you, Vaughan. Yeah, love what Yeti bring to the events. Big supporters of the WSL and right behind these opening stages of the season, and of course gifting up those 110 Tundras for 10-point rides. Let's hope we see a few as we move through this contest. 8.5 minutes remaining here, and Vahine, she's holding down that lead. She got to work early and really hasn't made any errors just yet. You know, it doesn't have huge scores, but there is a chance that Molly holds on to the lead in this heat if she completes that last ride.
Yeah, definitely that wave. We know it would have just reeled down the line, and Molly would have got a bunch of turns done and at least gotten up into that 5-point range to match Vahine's top score. But Vahine at the moment just controlling what's happening in this heat. The flow or the rhythm of the swell and the sets in favour of Vahine. You can see some frustration there from Molly. She's just itching to get another opportunity to ride a wave.
Understandably. We've been talking about the beauty of this region, Safi, but you're from the East Coast, and tell us a little bit about your hometown.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on a little beachy, Makarori Beach in Gisborne, up the coast from the city there, and I mean, we've got a lot of different sorts of waves, reef breaks, point breaks, beaches, and I guess you get exposed to so many different opportunities around our coast because it is such a widespread coastline, the East Coast, and if you go like an hour or so south, you can really score some fun little waves too. And yeah, I had the best ever upbringing in Gisborne, and I've really been inspired by so many different amazing surfers, and Molly just taking it all up there but not quite scratching in. So but yeah, no, we get exposed to amazing surfers, Maz Quinn, Ricardo Christie, Holly Quinn, that whole family, and yeah, here we go, Vahine.
Oh, making a move, using her priority here. Vahine just opting to take this one, trying to improve on a 3.83 here, building some speed, loading up. She wants to make it down to this next section and start unloading some big turns. Just a smooth carve to get started, throws it up into the lip. She gets the completion there, and she's going to step off. Just over 6 minutes to go. Where is Molly Peckham now? Because she is running out of time to wind back this lead.
That was a really interesting wave, wasn't it? It didn't have that typical slow pace where it just hugged along the rocks. It had that section way down the line. She had to work for a long time. I did also notice that her leash was wrapped around her front leg on that one, so always a little bit of an awkward moment when that's happening. And it looks like Molly's going to take a look at this one.
Making her move now, Peckham. She wants to drop a score to stay on pace with Vahine here. Something in the fives would be greatly appreciated as she loads up now and starts to whip off the top. And she's going to make sure she finishes that turn off nicely. The strongest turn on the ride, and chasing more points down the line, but doesn't find it. But there was a quality backhand blast in there, Safi, and this might be the ride she needs with just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, most definitely. She really capitalised on that one there, and I'm stoked to see that she's now on the board, and hopefully she can find a backup. But yeah, Vahine's really taken off in this heat and shown what she's really got to offer, and this is going to be really exciting down to the wire, and it'll be interesting what the judges have to say about that one.
That was a really good two-turn combination towards the end of that ride. She didn't get that finishing turn, but there was some work done there for sure. And this is Vahine's wave, and watch the swell line grow as it comes down the point here, just driving for speed. You can see that leash wrapped around her front foot. Now she gets that open face carve. Very flat and lateral though, but the last turn it was pretty good.
This is going to be really interesting. Vahine did well with the combination, but it felt like Molly had some of the stronger turns of this heat so far. And she only needs a 6.23 to get herself into the lead. That last score for the Tahitian, a 4.23.
I feel like if you asked Vahine, she would possibly surf that wave just a little bit differently. Maybe try and make that final turn with just a bit more of an exclamation point, a bit more impact.
So,
nonetheless, she did improve her situation, so she's still building. So important score, though, dropping for Molly Picklum in the next couple of seconds here.
That was pretty clutch. You know, it hasn't gone Molly's way, Safi, so far. A fall, just not really connecting with a quality wave. She picked one off there and did some great turns.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if she hadn't have fallen on that previous one, she would be, definitely in the lead now. And by the looks, she's just taken the lead again. So very clutch surfing from Molly.
Yeah, that number coming through, and it was the number Molly needed and some. 6.67. And Vahine, who's held the lead from the opening stages, is now after a 4.68. And she's got just over 3 minutes to chase it down. There's the IC score update, the average. A couple of judges throwing 7s at it.
Yeah, going as high as 7. Well, it really, all the points came from that 2-turn combination. It was very, very smooth. No loss of speed from the second to that third turn, but definitely the standout moments of the heat so far.
It's always the way, isn't it? In the opening stages, when things are just going so slowly, someone who gets busy appears to have the rhythm. But if you don't have a huge requirement, or you haven't put a huge requirement up for your opponent, you're in real danger if they can connect with a quality set. Molly found that. She has turned this heat around, but hasn't shut the door on Vahine just yet. Desperately wants to get rid of that 3.17, but let's have another look at it. Just looked totally engaged here, Rich.
Yeah, she sure did. This little snap here just sets up this combination down the line, drives hard off the bottom, off the top, gets a ton of spray, and then that one there where she actually did that tight pivoting arc with a little bit of that tar release, and if she'd gotten that final turn, wow, that score could have gone even higher again.
I mean, we've seen some big numbers thrown out today as we move through that second round of the men's event, and you know, you've got to sort of forget what you've seen on the scale throughout. It's a game of comparisons. Vahine had a 5.17 earlier on, and I think that's what the judges were probably thinking when they looked at Molly's combination there on the inside. She got that small wave surfing done, or just desperately chased down some momentum early on, but when the wave slowed up and she had that speed on tap, she fell into a nice rail-to-rail rhythm.
Well, manoeuvre combinations is a huge part of the judging criteria here, in particular at Raglan. We've got the sort of 5 pillars, the main pillars that carry across every single event, but there's a sort of a more detailed judging criteria, and variety and wave reading is one of them here. I'm just going to read it directly off the judges' notes. Successful rides demonstrate the ability to read the wave and adapt to its different sections, incorporating variety maneuvers throughout, and that's exactly what Molly did. You know, it wasn't one of the longer rides, but the combination was there, and so the judges just highlighting that the quality of the turns was in fact on that wave.
45 seconds to go, and Vahine, she's trying to muster all that mana, that good energy she's been feeling since she arrived here in New Zealand. Safi, you know when there's a set coming. Is there one on the way? Is she going to get the shot at it?
Oh gosh, look, if there's a set on the way, you can usually tell by looking out at indicators right up the top of the point there, and I can't quite see if there's anything. There might be a little bump right here for Vahine to capitalise on. Whether or not that holds up for her or runs off, but here she goes.
Well, she's really close to the rocks here on the inside. This is a smaller wave, so she's got to surf it up. Chasing a 4.68. Nice little section here. Needs this wave to stand up more down the line. Surfing it brilliantly for how high this wave is, and doing her very best. Surfing hard, that's all she's going to extract out of that one.
Well, just in comparison to her 5.17, and she sort of needs a score around that zone, 4.68. My feeling is that it's just not going to be enough. Just the wave height wasn't there. She surfed great on it, and you've got to give her credit. She surfed all her waves very, very well.
Your thoughts, Safi?
Yeah, unfortunately the wave height wasn't quite there, and there wasn't she did so well, honestly, we'll give her that, but unfortunately it didn't quite give her a really steep, fun section to really hit and show some explosiveness. And she has such great flow, Vahine, but unfortunately, yeah, I'm not too convinced, unfortunately.
Yeah, those numbers, they are starting to roll through for Vahine, and they're going to fall short. So Molly Picklum, there it is, the IC score update, 3.53. She needed a little more, needed to get into that mid-range 4-point ride territory to turn the heat. Molly Picklum saves herself, a gutsy performance in the end.
Yeah, she really had to fight back in that one. Was under pressure for the first half of the heat, and Vahine, did everything right up to that point, but just, credit to the world champ. She's so strong when those moments actually just present themselves. She has the ability to really dig in and just be super aggressive.
Yeah, a tough one for the opponents battling out there in the water. A good one for Rich and I, getting to call a heat with you, Safi. Thanks for having us in New Zealand. We're loving our time.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
It's been so nice to have you guys here.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we've got another special guest joining us in the booth. Gabrielle O'Brien is going to be with us in a moment.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day, taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Welcome back to the show. We've got Heat 6 of round 2 about to unfold, and Isabella Nichols, Bonsoy team rider, is going to be out there. She's surfing against Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson representing Hawaii. Should be a great heat. Ronnie with Rich. We're also joined by the number one on the WSL CT rankings, Gabrielle O'Brien, moving up into that position now on the live ladder, and it was a difficult heat that you had to get through to earn that place back at the top of the table, but that must feel good.
Yeah, it definitely feels good. It actually was not the first thing on my mind out there for sure. But yeah, I mean, I had such a tough heat. I only stood up twice, and I think my highest scoring wave was a tiny wave that I probably wouldn't have taken with first priorities. Just the way it worked out worked in my favor, and we didn't have very many waves, but made it work.
Absolutely, yeah. We say often in here, there is no easy heats on the CT, but some heats are less difficult than others. Erin Brooks she obviously can be so deadly on the forehand. Was that a battle that you were feeling pretty anxious about in the lead up to the event, especially with the forecast?
Yeah, I mean, like, I obviously would way rather have it be a lot bigger. That would definitely work to my advantage. She's incredible in all serve. Big left, small left, but I'm sure everyone's seen her, like, latest section in the Nowadays that the girls just put out, and she's just doing massive airs. So, I mean, I don't do airs. So that was definitely not on my mind, but I was just going out there, and obviously I knew that I needed to be on the best waves and do some really good surfing, and don't always get to show off my backhand that often. So yeah, Erin was definitely a little bit, I was nervous going into that heat for sure.
Oh, well done. That was a tough one to survive. And you have made that jump back to the top of the WSL rankings, which is huge. This heat is going to be a lot of fun to call. Isabella Nichols, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, both championship tour event winners, but those wins have come on their forehands, Rich. So we're going to see what they can do with their backhand attack now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm as engaged and interested as everyone else watching, and thanks for joining us, everybody. Isabella Nichols, well, I mean, her whole repertoire was groomed up on the Gold Coast on the right-hand points up there, and all her wins, as you said, Ronnie, have come on the forehand. She's got that great open face snap that she does, the big wrap. But I can tell you, she is incredibly capable on the backhand as well. And Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, she's also really, really good on the backhand. So this is going to be a great matchup for the two natural footers.
Well, let's see what unfolds here. Looks like we've got a set wave approaching, and the battle for the inside position will be on priority neutral in the opening stages of these championship tour heats. And Isabella is holding down that inside position, but she gives it up there. And it just looked like both surfers were a little too deep.
Wow, look at this next one. So this is one of the better sets that we've seen in the last couple of heats. The girls still jockeying for position here. Bella up and riding.
Oh, late drop. Stays on her feet, comes around the section. Just transitioning through the inside here. Has to wait for this one to stand up to start letting go of some big major turns. And here is the first opportunity. And Isabella delivers a nice hit there. Drawing off the bottom nicely. Starting to string these moves together. A bit more flair on that final turn. And she looks down the line and can see that that wave is starting to flatten out. So she opts out of that one, and right behind her, Betty Lou gets in on the opening exchange. Makes good use of that outer section. Just fighting to find the open facer again here, though, and instead opts for that inside run to priority.
Wow, I was impressed. That one snap that Betty Lou executed on that section, that had some whip on it. That had a lot of sting. And that's good signs, as Betty Lou will take the inside position here and regain priority.
It's going to be fun to break these ones down. Let's have a look at the replay here. Gabriella, why don't you take us through this ride for Betty Lou?
Yeah, this wave is, you kind of have to do a bit of a setup work before it gets going, and sometimes it is hard to tell what it's doing down the line, but like Richie said, that turn, she really just leaned into it and got a lot of release, and that's hard to do out here, to find a steep section to do that. So when you do it, it feels really good. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of let her down there in the end, but that is very exciting for us and everyone watching, that she's fired up and she's doing some good surfing.
Yeah, and here it is again. Just I think probably what I'm seeing from that opening exchange, it kind of, you could say the same thing about these two serves and their backhands, Rich. Their forehands, sorry. Isabella, she rounds her calves out and her front side hits a little more than Betty Lou, who can pivot on a dime and really has that compact approach and can nail those turns right in the critical section of the wave. But Isabella found a gem of a ride.
Yeah, she did, and she got the opportunity to do multiple turns down the line as well. So she will get the better of the exchange, in my opinion, just by nature of the amount of manoeuvres that she got done. But if Betty Lou can get a wave where she clicks on a couple of those open sections and brings that aggression that she showed on that one turn, she's going to really get some good numbers as well.
I think there'll still be a pretty solid reward for Betty Lou's approach there. It was a more critical section than any section that Isabella found on her ride. So I agree. I think there'll be a slight edge here to Isabella on the numbers. And Betty Lou, her best result last year as a championship tour campaigner, 5th on the rankings, made the finals in Fiji. And yeah, just a magic year, 2 victories. So found that winning formula. And there is the number for Betty Lou. So not really that far behind. And with just this one big single hit, gets a 5, 6, 7. But the real bonus was finishing off that ride a little earlier than Isabella and getting priority back. And it's key today, isn't it, Gabriella, that priority and playing it right?
For sure. It's from what I identified before my heat, it was the first wave of the set was tending to be better, just watching the guys and stuff. So like my strategy going into it was like, if I'm in that second priority and I'm getting the second waves, it's almost like just let the second waves go and reset your priority so that then when the next set comes, you can have like, because it's so easy to get into that routine of just being on the second wave with second priority. So like days like today, like you said, it's so important to have the right priority when you want it with how little waves are coming through. And yeah, it's good that Betty Lou has it, especially because her backhand, like we just saw, if she clicks on 2 of them, it's gonna be insane.
As we look at the replay here of Isabella Nichols just extending through these backhand snaps, you can see just keeping that board engaged on the wave face, just steering it around through those turns. We'll have another look at Betty Lou Sakura Johnson as she just does a little check snap back into the power source, waiting for the wave to stand up. Streaking down the line, sees that section. Timing was pinpoint perfect on that turn, and just loved that little slight bit of drift and tail release that she had through it. And that's why that score, with only the one major manoeuvre, went up almost just shy of a point off what Isabella has dropped with that 6.83. There's some positive signs with some good lines coming through the bay.
Look out, indicators. It has a couple of solid sets rolling through, and in the not too distant future, I'd almost guarantee we're going to see Isabella and Betty Lou capitalising on this one. Such a beautiful place, Gabriella. Have you spent a lot of time over here?
Yeah, well, I actually came here with Bella before Bell started, so we did like a little 4-day strike mission, and it was pumping. It definitely wasn't this small, so we got a taste of it when it was big, but I am so glad, and I'm sure I can speak for Bella too, that we both came here and put the time. It's such a tricky wave, and just every little bit counts.
Did you end up riding same equipment? Did you do any changes for here?
Well, I was actually on a 6.0 last time, and today I was on a 5.10. I was actually on the same board that I won Bells on today.
Nice.
So I love that board. It's a favorite. But the board that I was riding before was, if it was a bit bigger, I'd be on that.
Okay. Just under 23 minutes to go. Priorities with Betty Lou. She's just a little behind after the opening exchange, but has what you'd call a keeper score in the bag today.
Well, there's multiple options here. And Betty Lou's just going to have to actually choose wisely. And there's every chance that both our riders will get an opportunity to ride waves in this set.
Well, she's going to go that first wave of the set. Almost taking advice from Gabriella Bryan here. And let's see if this one holds its line. She's going to get caught behind here, so that one didn't really pan out, and not even the opportunity to lay into one big turn. And behind her now, Isabella Nichols. She sizes one up but lets it go, but there's more coming. She quickly gets herself back out there. This maybe is one of the biggest sets that we've seen all day. And Isabella lining it up. And let's see if she can make good use of these opening sections. Draws off the bottom in front of her opponent. A clean swoop to get started. Great vision here as she, wow, looks like she's going to get caught behind this one as well. So a bigger set, but really not too much quality there. And both surfers sort of failing to get anything out of it.
Yeah, well, that set was twice the size. It looks like there's still going to be an opportunity here for Betty Lou. Connects with that first for that first section.
Yeah, there's a nice combination to get this ride started. And she got the rebate Just the 2 turns, but it's a solid combination again, and it should be enough to dump that 2.67 and leave Isabella chasing a reasonable score.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Just that that bigger set, just pushing off the rocks a little bit more. Everything's been focused really close to shore in these smaller conditions, but let's have a look, see what happens on this wave of Betty Lou. Just cutting back towards the whitewash. Another snap. She comes up to this section, just slightly missed time, but I mean, really, she was looking down the line trying to find another section. That wave just ran off, and this was Isabella. First snap was pretty good. A little bit late to the second. She just tries to hang on and get around that wave as it reels off, but unfortunately just gets stuck.
Isabella 4.67 for her last ride. So Betty Lou, she's after a 5.84. She's got a couple of numbers on the way here. 20 minutes to go. Gabriella Bryan still with us. Back on top of the ratings on the live rankings. But Gabriella, congratulations again on a magic year last year. Getting multiple victories, the most winning surfer with 3 CT victories last year. But interesting to see how you've approached the 2026 season, working with different people at each location. Who have you called on for this event?
Yeah, it's been really fun just to kind of switch it up and gotten to meet some really cool people, and just kind of takes the edge. Like this, obviously you take it serious, but it kind of just brings like a lightheartedness to the whole thing. It's a long year, and here in New Zealand I have Matt Scoringe in my corner, and yeah, I just reached out to him, and it's been so awesome so far. He actually took me to surf on the East Coast, so I did that before coming here, and it's just kind of, it's something new. I loved what I did last year as well. I would never change a thing, being with such a good crew and everything, but I'm really excited to experience this for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I know Matt well, and he's got his own little coaching clinic, the Art of Surfing, and I used to travel with Josh Kerr a lot back in the day, and he is a sharp mind, great surfer himself, so good call.
Yeah, no, it's been super awesome. Everyone besides Kale at Bell's, I've just met while working with them. So, like I said, you're meeting new people around the world, hearing their stories, just different perspectives. It's so cool. I don't think there's one right way. So, just to get every little bit of information from everyone around the world has been super fun.
That's a really fun approach, and one that was employed by Carissa Moore at different stages of her career, and I know she's been a huge inspiration to you. Speaking of inspirations, the world champ just survived a really dicey heat there, True, and almost lost her board.
Yeah, we're having technical difficulties here. We almost lost the board, but the magic stick was saved. It's all good. Molly, you got to hold on to it. I mean, Mol, that was a tough heat. There was a lot going on. It was tricky to read out there. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I think we had opportunities. I just wasn't executing kind of the decisions I was making, and I think it's just really hard when it's kind of breaking off that shelf and it looks so small and then they grow, but I don't know, and then you kind of need to take off with speed because the chop and the wind, and I found it tricky, but obviously so happy to have just jammed one and got that little score, and then glad that the ocean went flat at the end. But Vina, obviously he's such a good surfer, so anything could have happened if we had some more waves.
It's tricky as well, when you're faced with so many different adversities. How important is it for you to just clutch onto that one moment of goodness?
Yeah, it's obviously important to take care of all the critical moments, and luckily I guess it worked by just taking care of that one moment. But I think there was a couple, me falling on that one wave. I think if I completed that, it would have kind of been signed, sealed, delivered in one way. But I mean, it's how you kind of win heats, how you win events, and how you be the best of this game is to show up in those critical moments, and ultimately that's why I'm not so proud of that effort, but I'm really happy to get another chance whenever the waves show up next, and hopefully put my better foot forward.
You had a few nervous Kiwis in your corner as well, Safi, Betty and Billy Salmon. I bet that was shaking. Talk to me about, I guess, the environment that you have here and the people. It feels more at home.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm so lucky. I have such good, like you say, Kiwi friends, Safi, Billy, and also just Billy's crew. Like, it's his hometown here, and so I feel really at home and just cruising. And we got Katie, the Surfing Australia physio, and she's actually like Kiwi too. So I got like a bunch of like Kiwi aura. We're like aura farming around the lands here. So no, it's good vibes and it's just a good time. Like, New Zealand's so special. It's such a beautiful place, and it's really cool to bring surfing to a place that has such a rich culture of surfing, and all the groms and stuff. They're so happy to see us here, and just the locals. They're happy to share their waves, and I don't know. It's good vibes.
Your backhand's a strength as well. It's nice to be going left.
Absolutely. I love going left, and I was really excited, honestly, when this came on the calendar. I just thought, you know, mental, like, everyone has to go left. I'm a true believer to be a world champion. You should have to, you know, have a well-rounded, equipped kind of repertoire, and yeah, I like my backhand. I like getting barrel going left, but I also like that we have this to show our turns.
Excited for some big backhand blows. Thanks, Molly. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, True. And Betty Lou on the outside there. Wow. World champ aura. Just the way that Molly talks now, and she's actually kind of taken a similar approach to you with the people that she's leaning into and the knowledge that she's calling on at different stops, using different individuals, and some of them she's worked with before, and then at other places, you know, working with people for the first time.
Yeah, it was really inspiring what she did last year, and not gonna lie, it's definitely a step outside my comfort zone. Like, you just don't have like that comfort bubble around you, so it was a little scary. And I even was chatting to Molly about it. She actually came and surfed on Kauai with me in the off season for a day. We were both on Oahu, but it's a big change, and it can be scary. And I think I can't speak for her, but we had a few words, and it obviously works for her, and she won the world title, and everyone has to do what they think is right for them and just take a chance. And yeah, it's so far for me, I'm loving it. So it's been fun.
For the two surfers out there in the lineup at the moment, Rich, Betty Lou's been working with Tom Whitaker for a long time. Actually, the first time I came to Raglan, I came with Tom Whitaker on a magazine surf trip, photo trip, and we did score pretty good waves here, but he has a good knowledge of all the stops on the championship tour schedule.
Yeah, he really does. So experienced, and Tommy did the tour with myself and Jake Patterson, Luke Hitchings, and a few of the other Aussie boys back in the day who kind of came on under us. And I mean, he's a fast learner back then, and he has since just been on the tour for what, 20 odd years. So you know, he has knowledge of every single wave that we go to. He's visited the spots multiple times. Great competitor, always very patient with a level head. Really astute and analytical as well, and I think that's the kind of key ingredient for a good coach.
And Isabella Nichols, I saw her chatting with T-Mac down there as well. I think he's maybe helping her out at this venue, and he's been working with George Patar and Oscar Berry as well. So, you know, everyone's got their different little camps. It's kind of fun.
Are you enjoying having a different perspective from a different coach every single spot that you go to?
Yeah, it's been super cool, and everyone that I've worked with has been so awesome, and I wouldn't change it for next year. I think like the scariest part is like I'm kind of like in control now. Like, I don't have somebody else like being like, okay, you're going surfing now. Everyone's kind of just let me take the reins and do what I want. And there's always those questions like, am I doing enough? Is this the right decision? Like, of course they're there so you can bounce ideas off of them. But yeah, just kind of having some ownership of it is a big change for me.
It's cool. We're going to keep the conversation rolling with Gabriella Bryan right after the break. We're taking a Bonsoy brew break, and it's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson leading Isabella Nichols at the moment.
This is Raglan. Beautiful Mount Karioi. This is our local mountain. It's meant to be a lady. It looks over us from time to time. I've driven around the mountain and we're probably like 20 minutes from Manu Bay. We're on the south side of Raglan, driving to a beautiful spot, Rhodavale Falls. Just walked through the beautiful little forest to the top of the waterfall. Favourite sounds in the whole world. Amazing. The sounds, beautiful. There's no noise, just the water falling, the animals. It's very peaceful. I listen to that every night. It's still quite raw and untouched, and it reminds me of how beautiful this place is. It kind of gives me a moment to just sit back and appreciate it all.
Welcome back to the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro presented by Bonsoy. And now it is time for a daily froth. And what's got me frothing right now is when the men get back in the water, we got some matchups to kick off round 3. Let's start with a rematch. Crosby Colapinto coming up against Griffin Colapinto. It's the third time the Cola brothers are going to be meeting each other. Let's see who's going to break the tie. They're 1-1 right now. Then, second heat of round 3. Check this out. Another rematch. Gabe Medina, Felipe Toledo. You know that's going to be fireworks. Looking forward to that stuff when the men get back in the water. That's got me frothy.
Yes. Kaipo bringing the energy this afternoon, and man, I'm absolutely buzzing, fizzing about those matchups too. It has been awesome. The rivalry between the Colapinto brothers. I mean, we try and farm it. They keep it pretty cool between themselves, but you know how bad they want to beat each other, Gabby.
Oh, for sure. I couldn't even imagine competing against one of my siblings, but they're both really cool guys, and they both rip, so it's good for us because it's good watching. And something really cool about like this year without the non-elimination rounds, there's so many rematches, so I feel like a lot of like little rivalries get started, and yeah, there's been quite a few of them, and it's been fun to watch even at home, being like, oh my gosh, like they're matched up again. Like,
yeah.
Surely it just like winds people up a little.
And that Felipe Medina heat is just, you know, that's unbelievable. He surfs so well. Medina, we've all been talking about him, the fact that he's been on this absolute heater, yet it still feels like he's got 2, maybe 3 gears he can go to. And on the forehand, we know how lethal he can be. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But we've got a big afternoon coming your way. 7.5 minutes remaining here as Carissa Moore, one of the true queens of this sport, gets ready to hit the lineup. She'll be surfing against one of her long-term sparring partners in Lakey Peterson. And Lakey got the jump on Carissa over there on the Gold Coast. So Carissa's desperately wanting one back and wanting to get herself a huge result. She's in kind of unfamiliar territory, really. Even though she's sitting okay on the ratings, we expect to see her usually right up there at the top, but surfing so well.
Yeah, for sure. She is surfing insane, and yeah, we all know that she can be up there at the top. You know, she had a few years off, and yeah, she's surfing so good. I think she went home after the Gold Coast back to Hawaii and had a little reset, so she's back. She had an insane heat last time. She's got her sister here and her dad, and obviously Luke and Elena, so she's surrounded by really good people, and it's just like Kewalo's where she surfs every single day back at home, so she's going to be lethal here.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing that one, but we've got 6.5 minutes remaining here, and Rich, Isabella Nichols, she's chasing a 5.98.
Yeah, it's she's got priority too, so she's in the box seat. It does look like there's a few lines approaching, so you know, we know it's in her wheelhouse. She's already dropped a couple of pretty solid numbers. That 6.83 was the opener, so I dare say if she gets that right wave, she'll open up and she'll lock this down.
Generally speaking, the sets don't come individually. There's a couple of rides in the set, and Isabella's got to be careful here because Betty Lou's getting her numbers basically on either an individual turn or just the combination of 2 moves. So the signs are really positive for Betty Lou right now.
Yeah, for sure. And Betty Lou probably knows that she hasn't put together a full wave top to bottom, and she's got the highest score of the heat so far. But Bella also, she's put her time out here, and to be honest, I don't think she's fully opened up on a wave on what I know she can do on her backhand. So I think this last exchange is going to be really important. And in Bella's position, it's like if I put myself in her position, it's kind of like nerve-wracking because you have first priority, and it's just that one decision, which is like my least favorite part. I'm like, oh gosh. But no, she's done this multiple times. She's so capable, and hopefully we see one more set.
Let's have a little chat about Betty Lou. I've spoken to Betty Lou. I commended Betty Lou for being so open and confident and basically speaking from her heart about her intentions for the tour, but she kind of collectively ramped up or put all the new generation challenges on the CT right in the middle of a real rivalry with the veterans on tour, didn't she? Saying that, you know, your generation was going to smoke those multiple world champions. Were you like, hang on?
Yeah, no, I did see that. Our generation is so good, and we're constantly pushing each other. But I mean, there's no denying that Steph just won the Gold Coast. Like, Chris is ripping, Tyler's ripping, Lakey won Margaret River. Like, everyone surfs so good and deserves to be on tour. And I think, honestly, like, my point of view is whoever gets the best waves they're gonna win. And I mean, like, I back Betty Lou as well. Like, our generation is crazy good, and it's only getting better. Like, we have 14, or maybe Tia's 15 now, but we have such young girls on tour. But man, you can't count out the older generation. It's hard to do that, and they've proven it. They've won 2 of the last 3 events. So
yeah. Incredible.
Yeah.
But Rich, it does remind me of Andy Irons. Being a magazine editor back then, Andy was just gold. You got quotes out of him every time you put a dictaphone or recorded a conversation. You were getting cover lines all the time. He was like, Kelly's time's over. And you were just going, yes, cover line. And he just backed it himself. You know, he didn't always beat his rival. But it kind of just generated such great conversation, and Betty Lou's shown a little bit of that kind of character. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I
love
think
it
shows that she really is confident in her ability. I don't think she would have allowed herself to say it maybe 2 or 3 years ago because she didn't feel like she was there. So to me, it shows where her head space is at, and she's coming after it, and obviously she wants to chase down a world title as well. I'll go even further back to the great Sonny Garcia when he came on tour, and he just said, I just want to kick all the top 16 out of the comp. I won't use the exact words that he said, but yeah, he made it no secret as well that he just wanted to take everyone down.
Yeah, and he was so big that no one could say anything anyway. So no, it is awesome. I love the confidence, and she's surfing really well out here at the moment. And despite the fact she's not even connected with a quality wave just yet. I mean, Isabella's probably had the best ride. She surfed it pretty well for a 7.83. She needs another one.
Yes. Hopefully we see one more set, because I think that they'll both go all out. They both know that there's going to be no safety surfing that's going to get them through this heat. So I'm just hoping for one more set. And like I said, I honestly don't think either of them have like fully clicked into what I know they're capable of doing. So they're both, hopefully we just get a few more waves.
Yeah, I think the judging has been spot on in this heat in particular. You can't deny the quality of the turns that Betty Lou has been doing. Those just, they've only been a 2-turn combination. And of course, this wave, it sort of rewards, multiple sections, multiple maneuvers all the way down the line. But, the judges will reward you for those quality combinations, and she's nailed them on a couple of waves now.
1.5 minutes to go here.
Does look like there's a line. Let's see if it gets here in time.
Well, it should, but it will be the last opportunity for Isabella Nichols to try and turn this heat around. So she's already sizing up this one and making sure she's in a good position to make a move on it. Oh, the first one, it just doesn't have enough in it. So she waits patiently. Nerve-wracking.
Even just finding your lineup out there at the moment would be a little bit tricky. Tide's coming in without 20 or 30 other people in the lineup.
Yeah.
It's actually really hard. You're sort of relying on triangulating your position, looking at a landmark, and then you're also assessing how far out from the rocks you are. And then actually just physical little boils that are coming up underneath you. All you got to pay attention to everything.
She had to try and get into that one, but obviously it just looked a little too small, and she couldn't see a 5.98 in it. 20 seconds to go. I think this next one's even smaller, but maybe it's going to draw enough water off the rocks here to give her a chance. Time winding down, 10 seconds remaining. Betty Lou right there, just in her face, making her presence felt. And unfortunately for Isabella Nichols, she's not going to get that opportunity, but some quality turns laid down by Betty Lou, and she is moving on through to the next round. Impressive stuff. Just a couple more heats to come to set up the bracket for that next round. And we want to thank Gabriella Bryan for joining us here in the booth for the call. Gabriella, always fantastic to get your insights on these heats. And thanks for taking the time between heats.
Of course. Thanks for having me. I'll come join you guys anytime.
You beauty. Well, best of luck for the rest of the event as you march through. You're going to have another difficult heat. There's no easy ones, as we said. Alyssa Spencer in that next round.
Yes. So hopefully get a few more waves somehow miraculously. But either way, I'm going to give it my best shot and enjoy New Zealand.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to have a change up in the booth. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel, Vaughn Deadly, and the hard-hitting backhand attack of Nadia Eristabe.
Lakey Peterson took over the West for the second time in her career and did it just in fine fashion. Great whale work, good decision, surfing confident and really free this year. She said everything's just a bonus. She loves her life. Everything fell into place, and Lakey was able to take her second big wine barrel back home to California. She was just laughing her way through that moment. How sweet it is to take out another major win. Lakey Peterson is sitting on the top end of the rankings and enjoying the celebration of what's turned out to be one of her better starts of her career. Lakey now entering this lineup of perfect laughs with a longtime rival of Carissa Moore. They've had so many heats together. 20 in the past. They're even at 10. How cool is our host set right now? We've got shades on with Vaughn Blakey right in the middle. Nadia Eristabe joins us for the call. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks for inviting me.
Wow, what a fun time it is to be enjoying your career, you know, coming off one of the greatest backhand surfing displays of all time. And it's one thing for people to say it, but it's one thing for Steph Gilmore to acknowledge how powerful that was. You must be still buzzing from that experience.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been like a dream. Even Steph's word after my heat, and she keeps talking about me. It's like, wow, like she really liked my surfing, and she is one of my best surfers, in my favorite surfers, and to have a hit against her and be so close, and I don't know. I had such a good week over there, and of course I wanted more here. It was a a hard hit against Tia. She's been surfing really good, and I just couldn't make it through. But yeah, try to enjoy New Zealand and go into the next one.
Nadia, I've got a question for you. Did you know that your backhand was that good? It was so mind-boggling what you were doing over there. Like, honestly, the snapper heats where, you know, you got good, solid overhead waves, the way you were squaring up and just sending it vertical into the lip was just, gave me goosebumps. You know, I was on the beach, the crowd was massive, and you could hear from the response just how much people appreciated what you were doing. Did you know that you were capable of that sort of surfing?
Yeah, I knew.
You
I
knew,
knew.
I knew it. I just had to ask because it was just so mind-boggling.
I knew. It's just really hard for me. It's been really hard to show my surfing on the events on the last couple of years. I felt like I was surfing at my 60-70%, and I had like this breakthrough that finally I could show my surfing, and in what a stage, just like Snapper Rocks, it was full of people, and I don't know, it's been amazing to finally show my surf, show my backhand, and yeah.
It's so cool because when we did the Meet the Rookies interview, that's exactly what you wanted to happen this year.
Yeah.
You know, to sort of visualize it all before it happened, and then to step up to the plate and turn in so many personal best moments with scores, with who you got past, where you ended up in the event. And then we transition, you talked about it real quick, you know, your rookie class is crazy. It includes Tia Zabrowski, who will be coming up in the next heat. When you have a heat like that, how much time do you spend looking at the tape or looking at mistakes or how you could have won? Do you spend a lot of time after a heat loss like that?
Yeah, I mean, usually after I lose, first thing I want to do is forget about it and do something else, but it's always on my mind through that day. And usually I take like one day off and not try to analyze anything about it, but maybe the next day try to, okay, watch the heat and what mistakes I made, what could I have done better to make it through. And I mean, it's always wave selection in this competition. We all surf so good. Of course, there are some of them that surf a little bit better than others that had advantage on some things, backhand, frontside barrels, but I think we all have the ability to do 8s and 7s, and it's just the person who gets the best wave and who performs good on it.
Nadia Starbe joining us for the call here with two of the veterans of the tour here, Lakey versus Carissa Moore. They just had a heat together on the Gold Coast. That's where Lakey evened things up at 10 wins apiece. There was one year, 2019, where they ran into each other about 4 times that season. It was 2-2. I'm always so impressed with Lakey's history against the biggest names on tour. She's pretty evenly matched when it comes to head-to-head history with most of the world champions on tour.
Yeah, she might not have the world title, but she's definitely one of the big names herself. The performances she's put in, the majors that she's won, they're standout moments in pro surfing history. Just looking at this, one thing about both these women is they've brought a real similar attitude to this year's tour. There's a lot of gratitude there. There's a lot of really being in the moment, enjoying sort of the whole experience from start to finish of an event, not just sort of like looking at the results as sort of a, I don't know, the final word on how they're going through an event. And it's working for them big time. I mean, Lakey obviously getting the win in Margaret River, but Carissa, you know, we've seen the emotion, Joe. You know, every heat that she surfs, it's just brimming with this sort of like gratitude, love of the game, and also, you know, the happiness to be back.
It's a whole different look on motivation, on how you prepare for heats, and Carissa's really open in her social media. We saw the tears with Tia on the Gold Coast. You know, her heart is competition, is a world champion, and she's not here to just show up and enjoy the tour. She wants to win every time she competes. And then for Lakey to kind of have a let go type moment and kind of go, wait, I've worked really hard. I've been on this tour since 2012. I want to enjoy it. And then now her best surfing is coming out. It's like interesting what motivates you, especially when you've been doing it for a really long time. Nadia, starting with Carissa Moore. I mean, she's made an impact on everyone's lives in our surfing world. I'm sure you remember those first moments of watching her do her thing.
100%. She's been my favorite surfer for forever, like since I could remember. And I loved watching Leave a Message, the video, and I loved her part. And even a couple days before the event, I watched the the movie with Kika, and we were staying together. And she's the kindest person ever. Like, she's been so kind with me ever since I met her. Like, I wasn't even on the CT or doing like okay results on the challengers, and she was one of the nicest women on earth. I don't know. She's done so much, and on surfing, won 5 world champs, and she could have had the biggest ego, and still she's the most humble person I've known.
Yeah, and it's funny, I remember when Kelly Slater took a couple of years off the tour, you know, all the new rookies come on, they surf for a couple of years, and then he decides to come back, and, you know, you're pulling on a rashie, and you look over, and there's the greatest of all time. And you're getting to experience that with Carissa and with Steph as well. Like, what's it like for you when you're paddling out there, and your dream was probably to always surf against these women, but they haven't been there. So now for you to be in your rookie season and seeing those women in the lineup, it must just be an incredible feeling.
Yeah, I'm so lucky to be here against them, that I'm experiencing them again on the city and have the chance to compete against them. And of course, at the beginning, it's like, whoa, I have against Carissa, Steph. Like, I've dreamt of this for my whole life. Having Steph on snappers, like in a semifinal, like, who could have told me? But I don't know. When you're on the heat, you want to make it through. Doesn't matter who you have, and it's you against another person, and don't think too much about who it is.
Nadia, tell us what's happening right now with these two. Lakey and Carissa at the start of a heat on a dominant left-hand point break, just trying to move their positions a little bit. What does this feel like, and what are they really trying to accomplish right now?
I think they're trying to see who is the deepest one, try to see who gets the best first wave, and try to push each other to go on a bad one, and so they can get the prio and catch the good one. But I hate this game. I fucking hate it. Every time I do it, it goes wrong for me. So most of the times I'm like, you go, or I try to push it a little bit, but every time I get on the game, it goes bad for me.
It's such an interesting part of it, right? Where you go, okay, Alyssa Spencer earlier today against Katie Simmers was like, I'm not giving up this inside. And I think that was the whole reason she won that heat. She got the first best wave. So being willing to be shoulder to shoulder to bump boards is not fun for everybody, but it is part of the job, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it also depends on what kind of conditions are there. Today, I think it's a really smart game to do. There are not many opportunities, and you want to be the one, the deepest one when the good waves comes.
It's funny, it backfired in the heat with Molly and Vahine. They got sucked so far up the point. There was a reverse sweep in effect, and the first set that came had quality waves, and they were both way too deep, jostling for that advantage. So, you know, big points went missing in their heat.
Yeah, but at least for both of them.
Yeah, for both of them, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it's classic how people can, you know, really manipulate that situation to their own advantage. None better than Medina over the years.
So true. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is with True Starling.
Thank you, Joe. Betty Lou, it was tough out there. There was not much going on in the way of waves, but you made the most of what you had.
Yeah, that was a big flurry at the start, honestly. We had a few sets, which was really nice, and then it just went flat for pretty much half of the rest of the half of the heat. But yeah, happy just to snag 2 of them and, you know, just be on top of my opponent.
You've been watching it all day. You know that, you know, there's been slow heats. There hasn't been a lot going on. You've known going into that as well, there's no heat restart. So how do you plan and, I guess, strategize your approach for each heat?
Yeah, great question. Honestly, it's really, you just got to grind it. You just got to figure it out, make the best out of all your decisions, make the most out of them, and, you know, hopefully you get the better end of it, really. And, yeah, just kind of continue and just hunt and stay ready and just be ready when it comes.
Coming off the back of the Gold Coast as well, you knew you were coming here to Raglan, to New Zealand, going left. Where was one of the places that you were like, okay, I feel like this is going to be like Raglan, and that's where you decided to prepare to come here?
Yeah, great question. I honestly didn't really prepare much to come surf a left, especially back at home in the summertime. There's a few lefts in town that remind me of this wave, but I haven't surfed there in a long time. But yeah, kind of just flourishing into the younger version of myself when I was 15, you know, doing those little QSs at home and, you know, just getting that grovel back and getting that excitement for this wave.
There wasn't much going on in regards to waves. I mean, today we see the forecast, there's not much happening. We know it's going to be small, but there's lots to do in New Zealand. Have you been enjoying your time here so far?
Yes. Oh my goodness, I love this place. I think I could see myself living here for a little bit. It's that beautiful, and there's so much fun activities to do here. And yeah, I'm really enjoying my time here, and I hope we can come back.
You're up against Molly in your next heat. She leads 6-2 in the head-to-head battles between the two of you. So you both have a very strong backhand. What's, the thought process in going into the next one?
I'm excited for it. I feel like I haven't had a heat with Molly since last year on the Gold Coast. Or no, sorry, lowers at Trestles. That was probably the last time I had a heat with her. And but yeah, just looking forward to hopefully up my heat wins against her.
Get the feet in the wax, get the board moving. Thanks, Betty Lou. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, True. One of our favorite rivalries we have going on tour. It was 6-0, and the 2 wins that Betty Lou got off Molly were all last year, including that lowers final, which was very exciting. And the times that she beats Molly, she goes on to win, obviously the lowers final, but also when she was at Burleigh Heads, beat her for the first time, won on the Gold Coast last year. And when you have one competitor that's got your number, I mean, nothing feels better than turning that whole stat around, Vaughn.
Oh, well, I mean, I can speak from experience. Me and Ronnie have been competing our whole lives, mate, and if I get one up over him, I'm just that frothing because, yeah, I think I've said it before when we've commentated the Colapinto brothers who will be coming up against each other in the next round. Yeah, I just haven't beaten Ronnie for years, mate. I'm way down the list of head-to-head wins.
I remember watching you two play ping pong. And one time, Ronnie's the little brother, and Ronnie just gave up. He melted just because the look on your face. He said, "Stop looking at me."
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. We just started dying laughing. Just sometimes there's somebody that, and it could be a sibling, that pushes you harder than anybody. Growing up at Zerouts, Nadia, do you have a couple surfers that pushed you maybe more than anyone else that you want to give credit of making you the surfer that you are today?
Well, I have a lot of friends that push me a lot. I had a friend from San Sebastian, Maya Izpura. She doesn't compete anymore, but she was my rival when I was young. Like, it was when we were 12, 13, 14, but she won one event next on me, and all the time it was like that. And yeah, shout out to her. I haven't seen her in years, but I hope she's okay. She's still surfing. And then my sister, she was my first rival. She's 3 years older than me, and everything I wanted to do is to beat her. Like, it didn't matter. And the first time, I remember the first time I beat her. It was a local contest. It was super small, and I was really happy. But then I saw her so sad that it made me sad. So it was a bittersweet.
You know what's also probably played a part in creating the surfer that you are is you do have some pretty amazing left-handers over there where you're from. One Sand Bottom Rivermouth in particular used to be on tour, Manaka, and El Gamau, the Spanish pipeline over in the Canaries as well. Like, are these waves that you've spent a lot of time on, and do you think they've sort of set you up to have a really good run during the Pacific leg, Tahiti and Fiji?
No, I don't surf them that much. It's always super crowded and really hard for me to catch waves because I always try to respect everyone, and then no one respects me. So, well, they do, but not as much as I would like. But I want to surf there more in both waves, but it's really hard for me to find waves there, and I always tend to go somewhere that there is not many people, maybe a more secret waves, and try to go.
You'll be getting some respect in those lineups now, mate. Don't worry about that. But yeah, are you excited to sort of hit these heavy water lefts that are coming up on the tour?
Yeah, really happy. I've never been to Fiji, which I'm really excited about. I might try to go there before Tahiti. It depends on how the year goes. But I went to Teaupo for the Olympics, and it turned out really good for me. I had Aritz by my side over there, the guru, and I hope he can come there too. And I don't know, I'm excited for Teaupo. It's a really special place for me. I feel like I have a good connection with that wave, not as much as Bahin, but and Fiji, we'll see.
Yes, what a great schedule we have here in 2026. Can't believe we're already at stop number 4. It's going so quickly from Bells to Margaret River to Snapper Rocks. We're here at Raglan for the first time in surfing history, as not the first time in New Zealand surfing history for the CT, but stoked to be here at Manu Bay. We're going to get to see the backhand flare up again from Nadia at the next stop at Punta Roca, and you get to speak Spanish there as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited about speaking Spanish and people not saying, what are you saying? Me trying to repeat myself, yeah.
I can't wait to see what you do there. Then the big crowds of Saquarema while we were just breaking down Tahiti cloud break. I love how we're getting those big reef breaks back to back. And then it all happens at lowers where Nadia can go front side and backside if she wants. Then the pool, and then Peniche, Portugal, and it all leads to the Pipe Masters where it's 15,000 points on the line, more than it's ever been for a world title showdown. Caroline Marks talking with Luke Egan, preparing for a young rookie named Tia Zabrowski coming up next. We'll be right back. Carissa Moore had an emotional victory over Tia Zabrowski on the Gold Coast. It came down to the heat running out of time. Decision took a moment to work out because they had a couple of waves at the end. Tia thought she might have gotten the win. Right at the end, Carissa's score came through, and then both of them just burst into tears. They had a special moment together. Tia's always said that Carissa's been her all-time favorite hero. Carissa even surprised Tia with her Red Bull hat when she got added to the team. This was a special one. I hope we get more battles like this throughout the season.
This will be one of the highlights of the entire year. The reaction from both women as they hit the shore just told you everything about what this event means, what their careers mean, you know, where they're at, and some beautiful surfing too. Look at those waves. Absolutely cooking. And yeah, you know, at Snapper, we've seen the baton passed many times. I remember a heat with Lane Beachley and Steph Gilmore where Steph went mad and knocked her out, and Lane took off on a wave with like a little bit of time left on the clock, and instead of trying to get the score, just applauded Steph as she went down the line, you know, and that was one of those moments. This one went to the veteran, it went to the queen, but as Carissa said to Tia, you know, you're going to win so many events, you've got world titles in your future right then in that exact moment. And I'm sure that there is some comfort to be had despite the heartbreak of just missing out on that win for Tia.
Oh, yeah, there was so much in that, wasn't there? It's a big legacy comeback of Carissa, trying to get her year going. And then also on the other side, Tia was just trying to get a heat win at the time. She accomplished that here in the opening round with the heat with Nadia. As she's focusing with her team, her dad, professional snowboarder, mom as well. Talented in the snow, raised just in Hossegor there in the southwest of France, and has her French Polynesia side as well. And yeah, look at all these athletes just are surrounding her, like Jeremy Flores and Juan Duru.
He's got the most amazing aura, Jeremy Flores. You go down into the competitors area and he's just been like, he's got a full rock star sort of swagger around him, and he brings a lot of energy to the Euro Force. But yeah, it's funny, you know, like we look at Tia's results this year, I'm sure they're nowhere near what she expected of herself. And you could say the same for Erin Brooks last year and at the start of this year. Nadia, how hard is it when you come onto this tour to actually make inroads? You know, the dreams are big, But the reality of dealing with all this experience and all this talent is a pretty big shock to the system.
It is really hard. It is. You have so much expectations on yourself and trying to make through, show the world your surfing and everything, and then once you go out there, maybe they are not the waves you think you were gonna surf. Once you get into the city, it's not like perfect waves. Well, some of them are, but maybe not on the first round, or I don't know. We do deal with a lot of late days and small waves like this one.
Wow, here we go. After a long wait, we're seeing the opening ride with 10.5 minutes to go. Clean snap there from a 5-time world champ. Throws it off the top again. There's a carve. Nice running left. Carissa wants to manage this wave well. Can't afford to fall in this sleepy heat for waves, and she will step off. Had some cleaner water than we've seen on the face in a while. And the keynote that was sent from the head judge in this round was there would be no restarts no matter how hard you're hassling for that opening wave. So the clock was just going to run out. And we finally got a start, Vaughn.
Yeah, well, this is a major shift in conditions, isn't it? We had that wind blowing up the face, really making the surfers have to work super hard to make sure that their timing and their positioning and where they place their turns was absolutely perfect, or they'd get either caught behind or just not get as much power into the turn as they wanted. You could see then Carissa, just a beautiful, clean canvas here, Nadia, to at least get going in this one.
Yeah, she did an incredible job. First wave after waiting 25 minutes. Her legs must be shaking and her heart rate must be so high, and she had like 2 really good turns and then work it out to finish it up.
Yeah, such a great read, such a classy approach from Carissa Moore. Weaving through this part of the wave, found a final turn. I love this angle from the water, Vaughn.
Look how beautiful the conditions are. That is a classic Largo right now. Late Arvo glass off. Shout out to the boys if you're listening. And Carissa here carving her way down. I mean, this is like when you knock off work and you come down. She's at work right now. But, for the rest of us, this is what you want to score. Like the conditions go all glassy and you just have these beautiful runners. And this is a beautifully surfed wave, like real down the line speed. Throws a nice speedy down carve as her first turn and then sort of sets the work on the pocket. Great opening ride.
Oh, she's having so much fun being a mom. Her younger sister's here too, Kayla, who's a mom as well. So the cousins are hanging out, watching her on her second wave. Big swing in the pocket from Carissa Moore. And even though it was a shorter ride, it could be a very valuable score, but Lakey Peterson's getting involved now. After a long wait, 8:15 to go, Lakey's on her first ride of the matchup. Just trying to hug the pocket. It's staying really full. Now Peterson's getting this thing to move a bit. Trying to free her rails up with more of a steeper slope, but it keeps just filling up under her feet and just ends up chasing nothing as that wave just completely stopped breaking. Carissa 6.5, a second scoring ride, and Lakey's going to be playing catch up and seeing more waves come out the back, Nadia.
There's non-stop waves right now.
Carissa now finding a magic little rhythm just to keep riding waves after they sat for so long. Patience on the wedge, having a high line, gathering more speed, all loading up, uses the white water, but ends up incomplete. So even though she's riding waves, you can see it's not the easiest to really identify a target of where to throw that backhand snap, Nadia.
No, it's a really hard wave, hard to read, and with the tides it changed so much. High tide, it's way different than low tide, and Lakey's wave, it looked like the biggest wave of the set, and it went flat on, I don't know, it's a really hard hit. They waited for 25 minutes, and now they just have 7 minutes to go, and Lakey has to try to go back up there and reset and do a really good score.
6:45 on the clock. Local legend is standing by with Jessie Starling.
Yes, I'm in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, guys, and I'm with DK, a direct descendant of Tainui Waka. First of all, thank you so much for having us here. Your land literally backs on just down the road here where the boat ramp is, but to see this and the world's best at your home must be pretty cool.
It's a special moment, you grow up wishing that you could surf with your Kelly Slaters, when I grew up, but now I'm seeing kids surfing with Gabriel and Italo, and it's a special time, especially for our whānau that live and breathe Whaingaroa,
to see all our guests come in and are happy.
Something I really wanted to talk to you about, because I feel like we haven't really touched on it on the broadcast yet, is the incredible trophies that we're going to see towards finals day. And your cousin is actually the carver of those trophies.
Yeah, Kāwhuru Greensaw was the carver of the trophies, and it was really cool because he came to me and go, what should I make? And we went back down the conversation of where did our original people start sliding on waves from, and what kind of surfboard did we use to ride it, and that's the shape of the trophy. And then he etched in some markings that reference gliding on waves and ripping and tearing like they do on surfboards. And it's just a special thing because they're hand carved and they can never be replicated.
Also, guys, just so you know, we have to get DK in the booth. He's been breaking down waves like no tomorrow. This afternoon, it's fully glassing off and pumping for the girls right now.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's the glass off time, and whoever's in the next heat and the ones after are going to have an enjoyable time. Plus, they're going to have an amazing sunset too.
Love it. We love New Zealand. Thanks for your time, DK. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. Always great to hear from DK. Local hero around these parts, got absolutely shacked during the early stages of the warm-up before the waiting period started. But meanwhile, we waited a while for some surfing, and Carissa is now enjoying the lineup. Lakey, though, is going to take this wave. Her opener was a 3.5. She'll try to come around the corner here, and she has to step off. Remember, there's options for Lakey to maybe achieve yellow at the end of this event, seeing how far she goes. Since Luana's out of the contest, Gabriella Bryan's already jumped her on the leaderboard, just making the quarterfinals. So Lakey knows she wants to try to get close to that yellow jersey as we watch Carissa Moore's wave first here, Nadia. What did you see on this one?
Well, it reminded me a lot of the movie, Leave a Message. She did so many of those. I don't know, it looks like she's having fun.
Yeah, she was one of those that learned that 360 both directions early, and I talked to her dad about it. He actually works on that with the kids when he first starts coaching them, just learning how to slide your board around and being comfortable going backwards. Here's Lakey live. She really tried to put a lot into that backhand carve before it goes full. Let's see if this thing opens up. There's the patience game. Just trying to get a snap in. Trying to time that finish is really tough with that landing of the whitewash in the trough there. So Lakey still just on an uphill battle at the moment, Vaughn.
Yeah, I just can't believe how different the lineup looks from almost every other heat today. Has had to deal with a bit of wind. The waves have sort of stayed scoopy and right on the edge of the rock ledge there. This heat has had a lot of wide sets, and the problem for Lakey is that she's just not finding sections to get vertical on. You can see even the backside carve under the lip she did before. She wasn't able to square up like this, Joe.
Big backhand snap on a big wall for Carissa. Nice top turn. Surfing that ledge part of the wave. You can see it has more of a bowl before it goes full and flat here. And Carissa identified the good sections to work with. Can she get an inside grower? She does. Beautiful speed turn. Riss goes for the climb and gets it. Filling in all of her points well. That little whitewater wedge is always going to keep you in the wave, and she uses it to great effect and finds the lip to hit again. Carissa going all the way down to the boat ramp.
Mate, this is a joy to watch. We are watching one of the greatest of all time. Light up Manu Bay right now.
One more blast. She found a section. She might go right. What an effort.
Is that the boat ramp right? Is that how fast she went?
It's got to be one of the longest waves of the event. And the way she hit it, she surfed the section so well. Look how far down the point she is. You can see the boat ramp there on your screen on the left. That's where all the water patrol launched their skis. And Carissa Moore is now remembering, oh yeah, no jet ski assist. I've got a long way to go here.
But I think this wave's gonna go excellent. It's gonna go into the excellent range. Biggest wave of the heat. Really good surfing and with a critical finish turn.
And tide's starting to fill back in this evening, Con.
This is just a work of art, this wave. I mean, a little bit of a catch there, but just everything screams class, doesn't it? You know, every turn is just where it should be. The flow is undeniable, and it just keeps on standing up. And that's just a speedy turn, you know, like everything is just placed so beautifully here. Stays with it there through this little flat section. But, you know, these wide ones, they haven't really been standing up, but she just finds so many opportunities to unleash. And this is just one of those Arvo sessions where the body's free and everything is just feeling perfectly in sync. An amazing performance here from Carissa. It's a 10-minute heat, Joe. Like, both women had not caught a wave with roughly 10 minutes to go. Wow, what a finish too.
Every section that popped up, she lit it up and going the distance. You could see her husband Luke throwing the shaka. Baby Lena just enjoying it there. He probably woke her up just to watch the finishing move real quick, because Carissa just turned in a brilliant heat. When they sat for the majority of it, things just started firing up. She's now caught 5 waves in a short amount of time, and just being in rhythm with the ocean, and I think just in rhythm with New Zealand as well. When Carissa first came here, she found early wins. In fact, in her rookie year down in Taranaki, and the crew that helped put that event on and the local board riders made the drive over here to just hang out with Carissa again. So she's feeling some special mana, some special energy. And an 8.83, just like Nadia said, an excellent score, one of the best numbers we've had in this contest.
Crazy surfing, crazy performance in 10 minutes. I don't know. You can see how she is 5-time world champs and gold medal Olympic, and yeah, she's really back. You can see.
She is connected to the whole vibe here. Carissa taking out Lakey Peterson. Well, now we've got an interesting addition to the rivalry. It was 10-10 when Lakey got her on the Gold Coast. Now it goes 11 wins over Lakey's 10 wins in their great history. And that infectious smile. She is loving her jump today.
Carissa caught a wave every 90 seconds in the last 10 minutes of that heat. It was amazing. She just completely tapped in. As soon as the tide sort of shifted and we started getting that incoming pulse, she was just right there. Every single time she paddled out, something else popped up, and beautiful surfing. Unbelievable performance.
Well done to Carissa Moore. She moves on, and we have one more heat in this round. Caroline Marks will take on Tia Zabrowski, and Nadia Aristarbe is going to hang in there with us to enjoy this conversation. We'll be right back.
We're in New Zealand at Raglan, and we're here for the rising tides. Waves are actually pumping. Like, rising tides started off as something kind of small and as an idea, and now it's like a really big thing, and it's one of the coolest days before the event starts.
I'm going to take the girls out to go surf Raglan.
This girl is frothing, and so am I.
Any goofies here? Yay!
It's so well done. We're proud parents, excited for her. She's now on the ski with Vera Brooks.
Oh, I
I hope that this just inspires younger girls around here just to take up surfing.
I just did the rising tides and it was so sick.
I'm giving away one custom law surfboard, and it's about who made the biggest impact in their community and also their surfing. So Summer wanted
It's sick to get all the local surfers out here and mingle with the pros and kind of ask them questions.
Who's the most intimidating people?
Guys like this, they handle pressure so well. What do you guys eat before a heat? I don't try to eat a lot before my heats, but probably a good dinner and a good breakfast. It's kind of giving them a taste and a little bit of experience of what could happen in the future.
We absolutely love the WSL Rising Tides presented by IC. Little baby Lena's probably going to be in it very soon, and she is very proud of her mom, Carissa, getting an 8.83 at the end of that heat. As she chats with her husband, Luke, and one of her best friends, Gabriella Bryan.
Should we go this way? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I feel kind of like out of my character doing that, but
No, but
just paddling so much.
So smart, you guys.
I was playing word, but I was
But you played it, but it's also like.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Love you, hon. Love you, Lena. Hi. Hey, guys. Nice to see you again. Hi. Thanks, guys. You're amazing, girl. Amazing. Hello. Well done. Thank you so much. Hey, what's up?
She's going to have sore hands by the time she gets to the glass jar.
100%. Carissa Moore absolutely glowing. Breaking down, but I think the paddle battle with Lakey Peterson at the start of that heat, you know, I think talking about that with Luke real quick, playing the game well, and then it just put her in a beautiful rhythm. As we see the last heat of the day, round 2, heat number 8, we've got a goofy foot world champ named Caroline Marks taking on the youngest ever to qualify for the tour, young Tia Zabrowski representing France. And the winner goes on to surf with Carissa Moore in the quarterfinals. Caroline, the goof that loves going left on her front side. You know, she was picked to be maybe an early favorite in this event just because how fast she is and she could switch gears on demand. And Tia's just kind of coming into her own, realizing her own talent on tour and knowing that there's nothing to be afraid of on this big stage, Vaughn. This is going to be fun to see if they decide to paddle battle as much as Lakey and Carissa did.
It's going to be a great heat. You know, so much has been made about the progression of women's surfing. I honestly reckon this year that the big area of growth has been backside surfing. Nadia has been leading that charge along with Sawyer, Alyssa, and Marksy has been doing it forever. Like probably one of the best backside bottom turns, you know, load ups in the game. But Tia is in that conversation too, and we're going to get to see her weapon in this one.
So Tia started paddling down the point, so Caroline wasn't really contested for the opening position for this, and she just rolls right in to a solid section. Big finishing move. Now Zabrowski will take the next wave. So thankful we're getting a much quicker start of wave riding in this heat. Clean conditions to finish up the day. Little jam under the lip. End section. Hits it quickly before the whitewater. That was smart. And then a quick little backhand jam. Interesting there. Nadia just seeing Tia kind of going, okay, I'm going to paddle down the point a bit. That did open things up for Caroline to get started.
Yeah, I think they had a better start than the previous heat, and I'm glad it went this way. And Caroline got a really nice first wave. I think Tia's one didn't stood up that much, but I mean they still have a lot of time, and hopefully more sets will come.
Let's watch this start again. Caroline got the wrap, and then things just got better down the line, Vaughn.
Yeah, there's some really beautiful surfing here. Stays with the pocket as she starts to load up, builds plenty of speed and gets really aggressive in and up through the lip. And that's going to be a little point of difference between these two rides because we didn't get to see too much vertical action from this one on with Tia.
Tia got a couple of points towards the end of this wave. How do you compare the types of turns from that Tia laid down at the end compared to the one big finish that Caroline had?
I think Caroline's turn was way more critical and harder. At the beginning, Caroline did a really nice wrap, some cutbacks, which kept that with a really nice flow, and then finish it up with that one. And Tia, it looked like the wave was gonna go fast, but then it went flat, and it was a harder wave to surf, and she tried her best, but I don't think it's gonna be as good as Caroline's one.
It's been pretty awesome watching Tia's surfing out here, Joe. Like she's really able to attack it vertically and pull the board, you know, on a really critical, sharp angle back down, sends plenty of spray. That's the kind of backside surfing I'm talking about. Like, it's a really powerful style that can generate big numbers.
Yeah, she can do a lot of damage here in this heat or in any left. And yeah, you could see she was one of the standouts on the free surfs. Like, she was catching really good waves and surfing them really good.
What's the energy like when you're in the water with Tia in a heat?
In a heat? I mean, she's hard to be with. Like, you know, she has a lot of energy. She's young and she wants everything. She wants to win. You can really feel it. But I don't know. I try not to focus too much on the other athlete. Otherwise, I go nuts.
Let's hear from a 5-time world champ. Carissa Moore is with True.
Thank you, Joe. Carissa, that was insane. I mean, the last pretty much 11 minutes of that heat, you got the win. It was a long wait, though.
Yeah, it was a really long wait. I think for Lakey and I, both of us, we hate kind of like surfing such a strategic heat. We much would rather it come down to the surfing, and I respect Lakey so much. You know, we've been on the tour for over a decade together now, and she's had such an incredible start. I knew that this was going to be a really tough matchup, and I just love her and respect her.
That 8.83 was giving shades of leave a message. What was the pre-serve hype up? I mean, you were absolutely ripping on that one.
Oh, thank you. I mean, all credit to the wave, really. It just kept on giving, and, you know, we got really lucky. I feel like during our heat, the winds backed off, and this is like my favorite part of the day, the golden hour. But yeah, my pre-heat warm-up these days is just baby cuddles.
That's really special. I think, you know, being here in New Zealand and watching it all day, it was tricky, it was small, it was lumpy and bumpy, but it just turned on for you and Lakey by the end of it. But at that start, I really want to talk about how you kind of navigated any head noise or anything that came up in the first 25 minutes of that heat, because it didn't break.
Yeah, I was just trying to tell myself to breathe and not get too cold. It was really chilly. It gets really chilly when you're sitting for so long. And I just said, hey, okay, if Lakey doesn't have a thing, I don't have a thing, it's okay. We have to wait for a decent wave to come in, and just nothing had really come. So I was just trying to repeat, have faith and trust yourself, and that was just on repeat.
Going into that heat as well, you and Lakey had matched up 20 times and you'd both got 10 each. You've got one up on her now.
It's funny, I heard them say that stat while we were in the water, and I was like, how cool is that? Like, I have someone that I've matched up with so many times, and we just push each other to surf our best and be our best. Yeah, I'm sure that one up front won't last very long. We will probably match up multiple times this season, but I'm stoked to be ahead for now.
It's amazing, Carissa. Congratulations. You're into the quarterfinals. We'll be taking on Tia or Caroline. Congrats.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, True, and thank you, Carissa Moore. Absolutely ripping. Had a great energy in that last heat. Her first win in New Zealand and in her rookie year was down at Taranaki. She gave her prize money to the local board riders. They used that money to go visit Hawaii and Carissa, and I met those guys just moments ago. They drove up, they wanted to hang with Riss and her family, and they're obviously still so grateful for that opportunity to connect. That was just at the very beginning of Carissa's career. She hadn't won a world title yet, and she was already giving back to the community.
That's incredible. That's amazingly generous. You know, your first win, and to give back to the local community is an incredible thing. It says a lot about who Carissa is. We know that she's the queen, and yeah, wherever she goes, you know, she brings that aloha, and man, it's just so fantastic to have her back on tour. Just you know, her energy it lifts everyone.
Scores in from the opening exchange, you guys. Tia 5.0, like you expected. Nadia's 6.83 for Caroline Marks. You had a good vision of watching Caroline achieve the gold medal over in Tahiti. close decision over Tatiana Weston Webb. And it just, that moments like that remind you of so many in Caroline's career where she can just get things done. Doesn't matter what the score says, but she finds a way to win. It's really impressive.
Yeah, she's really hard to beat. Like when you go against Caroline, you know you really have to do way more than her. Like, and she always gonna make 7-6 easy. Like you really need to push it hard, and even when conditions are hard, she makes it happen. I don't know how, but she always makes it happen.
Last year, I mean, her run in the WSL finals was incredible. She went so ballistic, and she found that extra gear that she can lean on occasionally, but she can also just get it done, as you say, sort of like in second gear a lot, Joe. But it was unreal to watch her go on that run and almost get a second world title.
Little fade to start. Last wave she got like this, grew into an exciting finish. Carving away, throwing some water. Board looks like she's got complete control over the Mayhem. Belts it off the lip. Just real easy lines to watch. It's just going to rush down the point.
Oh, these world champs are on one this afternoon.
They really are.
Yeah,
and Tia on a quick one there.
She makes it look so happy, like so easy. Sorry, like it looks like it's easy to read this wave and surf it, but wow, like she surfed it so good.
Such a real cool flow that she achieved there, as we see just a little tangle up from Tia going up and down again.
There's an acceleration, isn't there, to Caroline surfing? Yeah, the first couple of waves, she's really found waves that are flying down the line, giving her so much speed. And when she hits those closeout sections, she's able to really go at it.
So Tia broke Caroline's record. Caroline was the youngest to qualify. Tia just got it last year on the Challenger Series. We're watching Caroline again, Nadia. Nice setup work.
Yeah, and she did another really nice carve, pushing a little bit more. Another one, and then she went a little bit harder here, and she finished it with a really nice turn.
Beautiful what conditions are. This is dreamy at the moment.
And then Tia here, Vaughn.
Oh, wow, okay, so that was a nice single turn. And that'll feel good. You know, this it's not playing out how she would like just at the moment, but sometimes just getting one good snap under your feet, just having one moment where you go, oh, okay, there it is, that clicks. So, you know, if she can find that turn a few more times on a single ride, she'll start heading towards excellence.
Just where you sit here and watch waves in the morning, we've got a sunrise coming over the hill, then you got the sunset, you know, right over the ocean, and it's absolutely magical. It was predicted to kind of calm down. We've had that kind of wind going up the face just majority of the day, and it's so insane how it can clean up like this in our last two heats to set up the quarterfinals. Locals absolutely loving it. The tide is slowly starting to fill in as well, which is helping these sets pour through.
Oh, welcome to New Zealand. Look at that sunset. That is gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
You know, Joey, one of my all-time favourite movie sections is actually in New Zealand. I put it to you before when we were backstage. I was like, bet you can't guess what it is. And you couldn't guess.
No, I tried so hard, and you wouldn't even like give me any hints. What's this movie?
The movie came out when I was 10. I was 10 years old, 1986. Like probably about 30 years before Nadia was born. But there was a film that came out. It was an animated Kiwi film called the Footrot Flats movie. Footrot Flats is a local cartoon by an artist called Murray Ball, and it features just sort of farm life around the place. But in that film, the main character, Dog, and this cat called Horse get sucked out to sea on a raft. And there's just in these huge pumping waves, I think it might even be off PR or somewhere like that, and they both get completely drained in these perfectly drawn huge barrels. And I just remember going, mate, this is the sickest surf section of all time. Stayed with me, probably is still to this day my favourite surf section.
I never would have been able to guess that.
Yeah, I know, mate.
That was,
but everyone who's from New Zealand, and definitely a lot of people in Australia, know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm going to look that
Famous
up.
film. You know the song Slice of Heaven?
Oh, yeah.
That's from that film. That's where that song came from.
No way.
Yeah.
That's your favorite of all time.
Da 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 boom.
How does it keep going?
Da 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 boom boom da 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 da. It's an anthem.
Yes. Oh, that's insane. Yeah. Do you have a favorite movie, a surf movie that made a serious impact on you, Nadia?
Leave a Message.
Leave a Message. There it is. Yeah. That was a Nike surf movie. Jason Kenworthy put that together. That's Bella's dad. And Carissa was in it. Lakey was in it. The Nike surf team was just incredible. As we look at 16:50 on the clock, Caroline's in a new movie that's been premiering lately called Nowadays. Everyone looks amazing in this light, huh? It's just golden hour. That's the crew that's backing Tia Zabrowski. As they're staring at the lineup, let's send it to Jesse Starling.
Joe, I am with a good friend of mine, Jared Tatiri, but more than that, he's an incredible fitness trainer. He's got JDT training, and you're training one of the ladies in the water and one of the ladies in the booth. But before we get to Nadia, I want to talk about Tia. She's obviously this incredible phenom, but she's 15. It is so different to training with someone like Nadia, who's got matureness and years of competitive. Tia's so new to this still.
Yeah, that's crazy. We were just talking off here, like the first session I had with Tia, just trying to figure out, okay, what's the approach going to be? You know, she's 15 and a bit of maturity. Like for her age, she's been super impressive to work with, and she's got amazing support around her too. Her family are awesome. They travel with her, and it's been cool just to connect with her and get to know her. But yeah, she's living her dream, and yeah, she's got 2 siblings, which is cool, and they look up to her a lot, and it's just a cool story. You know, I'm stoked for her to be here.
Now to Nadia, absolute shredder. Tell me, what's the PB in the gym?
Man, like the first, it was crazy. Like I only pretty recently met Nadia. She came to the gym one day, and we just connected. She's such an awesome person. She was impressive. I remember the first session she did, I was like, okay, she's had some training. I was like, who have you been trained by? What's your background in training? So she slotted in really well, but yeah, she showcased her backhand at snapper, and which was pretty amazing. I think she's going to do really good things on tour, and she's been a pleasure to work with and get to know her too. Yeah.
And one last question before I let you lock in and focus on this heat. You're obviously a Kiwi yourself. You come from a professional sporting background too. To have an event like this in New Zealand, which is the most beautiful place ever, for someone who comes from a sporting background here, it's pretty cool to see for the community.
It's amazing. I don't think, a lot of people don't realise how big this is for New Zealand, and to be here in Raglan. I think just for the kids too, to see an event like this in their backyard, the kids are going to grow up from watching this event, being here, and just understanding how, you know, it's a possibility, you know, that they can achieve their dreams. And that's, I think, the biggest thing is the kids it's going to inspire. And yeah, what it's doing for the community to have the people around. We're out and about last night in town getting dinner, and there's just a good vibe around, and everyone's just really stoked that there's a CT in New Zealand. It's crazy. It's crazy. So stoked to be here, super grateful to be here, and just enjoying it. Yeah.
We love it. Love training with you, love working with you. Check out Coach JDT on Instagram, guys.
We will. Thank you so much, Jesse. Some great insight there of the hard work that all these athletes put in, like Nadia Arastarbe. You talked about paddle battles not being your favorite. What about working out in the gym? Where does that line up for you? Do you really enjoy your training?
I do enjoy it when I train with people like JD. He makes it really easy to train, like fun. Sometimes, of course, we do have to do it. It's part of our job, but we have to do so many things that are not fun. So to make something a little bit more fun, it makes it easier to go when you're like excited. Oh, let's go training, like one more day.
Give us kind of an idea of the training in an event. You know, when you're in the waiting period, you're trying to surf, and then maybe in between events, you know, does that change how hard you're working in the gym if you're in the heat of competition?
I mean, it changed a little bit, and when I'm off the event, for example, now I'm going to train harder than if I was still in the event. But I think it's really important to keep training during the event, even when you are on, and try to keep the routine on, and so you don't get like too... For example, in snapper, I didn't keep training, and I think I went too crazy on like, contest, and then went home, and I was too tired. But I think it would have been good to maybe something to reset, something maybe more chill. But I think it's great, and something I really learned from the CT guys last year. I usually, when I was at home, I trained a lot, but once I started traveling, I stopped training because it was hard or it wasn't that easy. And I was seeing everyone, Erin, Isabella, everyone going to the gym, like keeping the work. And I was like, okay, this is something I really have to improve on. And I think, well, this year I improved a lot on it. And maybe it's one of the reasons why I'm doing better results.
I love it. Yeah, putting in the hard work really counts. And I mean, I stay with Vaughn Blakey a lot, and you'll be surprised. He's a rock star, you know, but he'll get up and do a little core workout and force me to do it. And I always feel better for it. I thank him at the end. 11:45 on the clock in this one. Caroline Marks, 2 waves ridden, 6.83 and a 7.33 leads the charge over the rookie Tia Zabrowski, who's chasing a 9.16. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. We're loving all the colors here at Raglan in New Zealand. Oh my goodness, does it get much better than this? Unbelievable coastline, so diverse as a travel destination. From beyond the surf, there's great mountains, forests, vibrant cities as well. Hamilton's not too far away. If you could also get a chance to go snowboarding and skiing like Tia's parents did their whole careers, it's the great opportunities to do that in New Zealand as well. And Nadia's already making plans to do some sightseeing as well.
Yeah.
What are you going to be checking out?
We're going tomorrow to Hobbit Town, where they filmed Lord of the Rings.
Fantastic. That is going to be a spectacular to check out. And in between surfs, you guys can enjoy it too. This is the view from the 100% Pure New Zealand flight cam. Great to be learning about the local culture as well. This area, the original name, Whaingaroa, meaning long pursuit, as we see a wrapping cutback from Tia Zabrowski. Glassy conditions here in the evening light as she belts the lip. Good timing there from the rookie. But she's got to step off, so still chasing a 9.16, Vaughn.
There was promising signs there. For a second, it looked like she was going to go on with that. And if she can link a few of those turns, Joe, she'll get herself back into this heat. But time is becoming a bit of an issue here. Caroline Marks has got a massive lead, a 6.83, a 7.33. Only the 2 waves surfed. So she's managed this lineup with all the experience and just ruthlessness of a world champ and an Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, you could see the family for Zabrowski just screaming on the boulders, trying to motivate her to perform. Caroline talks about her siblings pushing her the most. Oftentimes the family brings the most support. Let's watch this wave again, Nadia. What did you see?
Yeah, she did a really 2 nice cutbacks, and then she really pushed it here, but she got a little bit too deep. Maybe if she would have made a high line, I don't know, but she still got the best score of her heat, 5.67, and now the requirement is lower. So.
Yeah, great call. So chipping away, 5.67's Tia's best so far. Needs an 8.49 with 7 on the clock. Thinking about families influencing you, your family is a huge family when it comes to surfing royalty in the Basque Country. Your dad, John, your uncle, Eric, just classy locals that just have been right at Mirata, at that section of sand and Zerauts. Really the core lords of that region. It must be pretty awesome to have so much talent in your family at home.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like I feel really lucky to have them, and even when I was younger and when I was 10, 11, 12, we used to always do surf trips together. Like our vacations were always going to Maldives or Costa Rica or someplace that we could all surf together.
That is so cool. Still ripping, still supporting you, and still pushing you as well at big wave spots like Punta Galea.
Yeah, 100%. That was scary last year. Yeah, they gave me the invitation for Punta Galea, and I said, why not? Like, Aritz also pushed me, like, yeah, try it. And it got me out of my comfort zone, really out of my comfort zone, but at least I got to try something new, and Basque Country, the community of big wave surfing, it's really big. And it's something I want to work on, too.
Also, the tour schedule has waves on it that bring the element of fear, you know, when you have a jersey on.
Yeah.
You know, how does that make you feel when you're in a competitive type of atmosphere where you're paddling out going, oh my goodness, I'm about to paddle into that?
Yeah, it is scary, but every time I think about it, I feel like it's the safest you're gonna be on a contest. Everyone is watching you, everyone is thinking of you, and if anything happens, they're gonna be there for you. So at least that.
Caroline and Tia going back and forth, still loving our time with Nadia Arostarbe. Nadia in the rookie class with Tia Zabrowski this year. Caroline, a world champion, has priority. She looks like she will get this little chip in. Quick to throw down the roundhouse cutback. Hard off the bottom, knifes it in the pocket again, picking up the speed down the line as it's ledging now in front of her. Beautiful bottom turn. Nice read off the top to make this section. She's hustling now. Clean rails on the wrap. Mid-face fade. Let's see if she gets a little double up. It's gonna go flat. Her board looks perfect from Lost Surfboards, and there's some cheers because Tia's got a chance. The 15-year-old representing France, setting up her first turn. Big section. Attacks it there, but she's gonna be way too far behind.
Oh, that's a huge bummer. That wave stood up really nicely. It was one of the bigger waves we've seen in this heat for Tia. And she needed to get it done. I was sort of wondering, I wonder if Caroline did improve on the 6.83. Kind of felt like it lacked a major moment. It did have some really nice down the line surfing. It was all done really fast, but you know, that was a big missed opportunity for Tia Zabrowski there. Just can't seem to find a good rhythm with this wave at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Caroline is getting the best out of every exchange. I even thought the first wave wasn't the best one to choose. The Caroline, the one she got, it was a smaller one. But as you see, the big ones, they go maybe too wide and they close out as Tia's.
3:40 to go. Jessie Starling, having fun? Where are you at?
I am having the time of my life out here, guys. I'm in the Corona Cero bar. We've got food trucks, we've got the bar, we've got the DJ, and guys, guess what? We have my best friend in the whole entire world, my big sister True. We've got an insane sunset, and what else?
Oh, we got a couple of Corona Ceros, but Jessie, don't sit down. I'm going to enjoy the sunset, enjoy the last bits of this heat. You have the Corona Cero post show to get to, so...
I do.
Get moving, JJ.
I do. We're going to drink these quickly and bounce.
Good call. The Starling sisters, always glowing, always having a great time. And big sis, a little reminder, Jessie will be hosting the Corona Cero post show coming up right after this heat to break down all the major highlights and the drama from the day. We lost our finalists from the Gold Coast already on both sides, men and women. Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary out, Steph Gilmore, and Luana Silva already moving on to Punta Roca. Let's watch this wave again, Vaughn.
Yeah, so you can see it was a really tall wave, one of the bigger waves we've seen, and the first connection even just didn't quite click. It was a little late. It put her a bit off balance and she was unable to maintain speed down the line. This little wave on the inside, wow, looking back on it, she went mad. Oh, there's plenty of big moments here. So, yeah, Caroline does improve on her score, and you know, it's the speed that I'm loving here. Positioning is really good too, but you know, every single time Caroline takes off, she's got a wall in front of her and she's just able to cut loose. It's a classic late Arvo session where, you know, you feel good in your body, you know, you've been waiting around for a little while, but she just looks like she's having a ball.
And just her stance, it just fits so well into this wave. The size of her board, Caroline can just read when it's going to bowl out. She'll start with a couple of wraps, and then when the bottom just bowls, she's just timed everything so well. And it turned in a 7-3, 7-3-3 back-to-back. 6-8-3 was her start. She's thrown that one away. And it's always a big statement when your throwaways are higher numbers than your opponents.
Grateful for the replay there. That was great to see the opening sort of not exchange, but the opening moves. They were just done with such speed and confidence. I always think it's a good sign when you see surfers do a full roundhouse cutty. Like, it just shows that they're in the flow state. It's a turn that it doesn't really get rewarded a whole lot, but I find that when you do see surfers do a roundhouse, that when they bounce off the whitewash, it's almost like there's just a new energy in the legs or something. It just sets you up into such a good position to go into attack mode.
How do you rate the roundhouse cutback? Do you love it?
I love it. I love it. I don't do it as much as I would love to, but seeing Katie do it, it's one of the best things you see.
Oh, yeah. Frontside or backside?
Frontside.
Frontside,
yeah. Backside, I don't like it that much.
It's kind of hard with style backside, you know, like what your body might end up doing, but the rebound section, it can be fun, like a frontside snap like Bruce Irons used to always do. But yeah, the frontside wrap from Caroline, loving it with the full roundhouse, belting the whitewater.
Yeah, there's a few roundhouses out there that are just chef's kiss. Katie Simmers is probably my favorite exponent of the roundhouse at the moment. She just grabs the rail, hoiks it right back up in the lip, often clicks the fins out over the back of the section as well. It's a wonderful thing to watch. But Caroline Mark, she has got a wicked frontside roundy as well.
Oh, she really does, and she just got herself a nice victory. And to move on to the quarterfinals, what a heat that'll be. Caroline and Carissa. Caroline devastated Carissa Moore in the final 5 at lower trestles when Carissa was world #1 for the majority of the season. There'll be some feelings in that heat. Here at Manu Bay, took control, took 3 waves, made it really fun and rippable for us, and we'll get to all the drama coming up next on the Corona Cero post show. Nadia Aristarbe, great job in the water, great job in the booth as well. Really fun hanging out with you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
And enjoy your trip tomorrow. It's called Hobbitville, right?
Yeah, Hobbit Town.
Oh, Hobbit Town. There we go. Hobbit Town. That'll be fun to enjoy all the sights here in New Zealand. Best of luck, best of waves as you move on to Punta Roca as well.
Thank you so much. I'll see you around.
Looking forward to it. Coming up next, the Corona Cero post show to go through all the major highlights of what's been a big day here at Manu Bay. We'll be right back.
Welcome in to the Corona Cero post-show of what was a fun day number 2 of action down here at the Corona Cero New Zealand Pro, presented by Bonsoy. How good is New Zealand? Check out that drone shot. Every single afternoon, we have had the most beautiful sunsets in the mornings, the most incredible sunrises, and I can see my fellow commentators just mind surfing these fun little A-frames down through the inside of Manu Bay here. It really did provide. We had a couple of tricky moments throughout the day, but we still got a lot of heats done today. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Richie Lovett and Vaughn Blakey. Vaughno, I'm going to start with you because those last 2 heats looked really fun.
That was amazing, yeah. The wind finally backed off, the tide turned, and we started to see a little pulse, and we saw a couple of world champs go completely mad. Olympic gold medalists as well. Really sort of make a bit of a statement there. That was some beautiful surfing at the end of the day.
Richie Lovett, when we think to the men's, we actually had a couple of upsets and a couple of really good battles go down today too.
Yeah, we sure did. We saw sort of Jack Robinson return to form in a cracker heat. There were definitely some highlights. It was great to see Cole Houshman kind of get out of his first heat of the year. So he starts to get his 26 campaign underway. But you said it was a grindy day, a little tricky with the swells. But, you know, at the end of the day, 2 surfers go into the water for that 35 minutes, and it's the same conditions for them. So, you know, we got to get a winner and we got to get a loser, unfortunately. So it's been a great day of competition. One day we'll get to have a surf. I don't know. Yeah. When will that be?
Richie Lovett's itching to get back in the saltwater. Maybe in a couple of days' time we'll see. But someone who got the best of the conditions this afternoon was Caroline Marks. She had a heat win and she's on the glass with True.
Thank you, JJ. It was an afternoon glass off for you and Tia out there. It was a tricky heat, though. I mean, you just nailed it from the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been a funny day because, you know, surfing really early this morning and then watching it all day, and the conditions have changed so much since my morning free surf to like when I first got down here to watch to when we surfed. So I noticed yesterday, or sorry, the first day they ran, it got really glassy last couple of heats. So I was kind of hoping that would happen for us. And yeah, it was like a beautiful sunset. I was just taking it all in. It was really nice out there. And we actually got a few opportunities because the heat before ours was really slow. So I was a little worried, but I was stoked we got some opportunities to open up. And yeah, it was fun.
How do you navigate that, the consistently changing conditions? You know, each heat felt different, and going into yours, it's almost like an unknown, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think as a surfer, it's like always a bit of an unknown, and you just gotta like really trust in your preparation. And I feel like I've had such great preparation this whole year and this whole event, and I've kind of had a funky start to the year for me, but it's in a way it's cool because I'm put in a position that I'm not really used to. So I'm like, okay, let's see how I can like, you know, handle. And yeah, thankfully I was able to get a few waves there and I'm feeling good. So hopefully the next heat I can get some more waves.
Tia was ripping in that first heat as well. Her backhand attack was on fire. Did you identify that she was a lethal opponent in that one?
For sure. I mean, everyone's so good on the tour, and you know, someone for Tia, like, it's funny. I remember being in her like exact same position, like youngest on tour, and you don't have much pressure on yourself. You know, everyone else kind of has to beat you, but I know when it's yourself, you want to do really good. So, yeah, look, like I said, the level's so high. So I feel like if you're just on those best waves, it's really important. And I was just doing my thing, not really worried about her. And yeah, it went in my favor, so it's cool.
Quarterfinals time with Carissa Moore. That's going to be a really exciting matchup and battle between the two of you as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've had some of my most memorable moments in my career with Carissa, so it'll be really cool. And it's also so cool to see her on tour with her baby, and it's really inspiring. You know, it's really cool. So I'm super stoked to have another heat with her.
Awesome. Thanks, Caroline. Enjoy the sunset. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Truzy. Thanks, Caroline. Those two just soaking up the beautiful colours and waves that are rolling through right now. I've heard that it's a Sunday afternoon ritual almost down here at Raglan where it just starts to get really fun Sunday afternoon. Apparently it's like clockwork down here. Anyways, I could ramble about that, but I won't. Don't worry about it. We're going to get into some surfing. Some of the best we saw today was between Jack Robbo and Callie Fast. This was a rematch of the gold title matchup here, Rich.
Yeah, this was the Olympic gold medal matchup between the two lads here, the Aussie boy, Jack Robinson, and really hasn't really fired out of the gates in 2026, but something seemed to click over here in this heat and really brought the best out of both of them. You know, this was that period where we had that tricky cross-shore wind. Both of our surfers got plenty of opportunities to open up. And Cowley Bass actually had the highest single wave score of this heat. He had that 9-point ride, which is this wave that we're watching now. Just a great variety of turns all the way down the line. Kind of looking like J-Bay in the mirror in this one. And but unfortunately, the consistency of Jack Robinson getting a couple of great rides on the back end. What I loved about Jack's approach was just how much flair and variety he showed on the back end. A couple of these snaps here where he really gets the tail loose. So keeping the judges engaged throughout the whole ride.
Mark it down. This could be the moment that gets his world title back on track. You know, that was an amazing fight. It was so on. Two guys at the top of their game, tearing into each other. And it was so close, but Jack gets it done. And yeah, an amazing heat. Best heat, one of the best heats of the year.
Yeah, so many oohs and ahs today. A couple of moments of ooh, and then oh no. And those guys really felt it in that one. Jack actually was on the beach when Cowley's 9 dropped, and then he knew that next wave really needed to get him back into the lead, and it did. It was cool to talk to him and just see how much confidence he has going into this event. He's put so much time into equipment. And Rich, you'd know that. It's so important to do that, especially when you're coming to a new place.
Equipment's everything. If you don't have boards under your feet that feel special and that feel just totally on, then that's already eroding your confidence on the wave. You don't want to be actually thinking about your surfboard at all. You just want to be thinking about what's happening on the wave and your performance. So, you know, Jack's equipment looks amazing. Both those boys under the JS camp, and yeah, something special going on there.
Yeah, definitely. Miggy looked great on his boards today too. I love it. I love it. Let's look to the women's side of the drill. Carissa Moore is back in full form. Similar to what we saw with Steph over on the Goldie, Carissa's finding some sort of magic here, Borno.
This was a masterclass from Carissa Moore, and both women, Lakey Peterson as well, they sat out there for 20 minutes of this heat, not catching a wave, and then Carissa just found a perfect synchronicity with this lineup. She caught a wave every 90 seconds. I think she finished with 6 or 7 waves, and you know, top score. This thing went all the way to Richie's ride in the boat ramp. And she ripped. She just was in such a flow state. It was so amazing how unrushed, how unpanicked, and how classy her performance was. I mean, that was one of the moments of the day, and the crowd really appreciated it.
Yeah, for sure. It's when we had that glass off as well, conditions, you can just see when it becomes that smooth canvas, our surfers just can engage that rail a little bit better. The turns are crisper, the positioning's just a little better as well. But that was a tough one. A little bit of hustle at the start of that heat as well. Lakey will be bummed with that, but 2 of our veterans going at it, and great to see Carissa getting through because she has been surfing so well through this year. The results just haven't quite come. I think I've actually pegged her as my power surfer, maybe.
Oh, good choice. Great choice. Those 2 before going into that matchup were 10 for 10 in head-to-head, and now it's 11 to 10 to Carissa. Let's take a look at those quarterfinal brackets, though. We have them set up. Borno, I want to know your pick for the quarterfinals that we have here.
Oh, this is an amazing bunch of names, isn't it? I think I have to look at that last quarter. Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks, they have a lot of history. It was Caroline Marks who broke Carissa's heart in the WSL finals at Trestles a few years ago. Won her first world title over Carissa, but that's a massive heat. I mean, those 2 will really be going at it. They're both in incredible form.
I just love how much change we're getting this season. No 2 events have been the same. The rankings have chopped and changed. We had Lulu on top of the rankings. She's now slipped down. Gabby Bryan's up there, but there's chance for 3 women to really maybe take home that yellow jersey going into El Salvador. So it's all exciting, and there's so much competition as well. We're talking about equipment. We've got competition in the equipment as well. So the Shaper rankings are getting really tight. The Surfboard Empire Shaper rankings presented by Veya. DHD was holding down a pretty substantial lead, but you can't help to think that JS might creep up there this event.
Yeah, they're on the move, no doubt about it. And at number 2, Lost program, spearheaded by Matt Biolis there, and he's really dominated this whole series for the past couple of years. So he'll be looking to do the clean sweep. Channel Islands, look out for them. They've got some great surfers on the tour as well. But this is going to be great. It's really put a spotlight on the Shapers and the board brands, which I love. You know, I'm such an equipment geek. I feed into that a lot.
We know. No, I'm kidding. But it's fun to see those guys get so competitive with it too. I know Darren's competitive, like more than anyone. And then JS as well. And it's cool to see them all chat and want to get that top spot too. They're just as invested. But these guys, they need to make equipment for the forecast that we have coming up. It's looking a little bit small. So we're going to take a look to the Surfline forecast. Vorno, we know it's not going to be the most perfect waves, but we've got epoxies these days.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wonder who's going to take advantage of the equipment situation, Rich. I mean, talk us through what we're going to be looking at this week.
Felipe Toledo has taken advantage of that situation with that little fish that he took out. But, you know, we had some of the locals in the booth today, and we've heard from Billy Stammen. We want this southwesterly sort of groundswell to come up between New Zealand and Australia, and that's what we've had the last couple of days. And it's on the trend down, unfortunately. So tomorrow, it's going to be, again, a little bit tricky, but I think we'll get some heats done in the morning before the tide really fills in, and then we might have to sort of duck and weave. And as you can see, you know, Monday through Thursday, we're looking at that sort of waist to head high conditions, but like we saw this afternoon, what Raglan really loves, Manu Bay really loves, is when the tide switches and pulls back in, and that's when it draws the swell in. So, yeah, I think the order of the next couple of days is that we're going to duck and weave, but we'll be here in the morning.
Yeah,
Check it out.
we can really pick and choose. We've only got 22 heats left. We've actually done a lot of work over the last couple of days, so it's given us a lot of freedom to be able to figure out where we want to pick and choose. And we need to do that for good reason, because we've got a couple of big heats to watch. One of them is, of course, the brother matchup. Vorno, this is fun between these two.
Well, these guys are really enjoying the opportunity to surf against each other. They've had a few matchups already. Crosby, I think, got the better of Griff in their last encounter. So, yeah, this is going to be a big one. Griffin Colapinto is clearly looking at world titles situations, and this is a bit of a nightmare to have to keep on coming up against your brother because he has to get these wins if he wants to be in the picture. And Cros, you know, he would love to sort of win his first event. He'd love to be moving up the rankings, but don't be surprised if he's looking at the world title run as well, because, you know, there's so many waves coming up where he's going to get to showcase his best weapons. Both are going to be on the back end. They're going to be dealing with the same conditions here, and you know, it's the job at hand is like getting one over the bro. Yep. It's funny. Like the rest of the comp will dissolve. These two will just be going at each other like a couple of terriers.
Yeah, literally. I've never been more competitive than I was in heats with my sister. It was like talons out, let's go, like let's have a showdown. Then other than that, it didn't really bother me after that. But it's pretty cool to see these guys. They respect each other so much, and we're actually going to take a look at a feature where it'll allow us to get to know these two incredible humans just a little bit better.
Since Crosby and I were 10 years old, that was our dream, you know, to make the tour together.
Now we're here. So special that you get to like do contests and travel the world with your brother. It's a dream come true.
We're so invested in each other's heats.
Stressing, man.
Everywhere we go, we just feel that bond.
Let's go!
You know, we're always gonna be rooting for each other. Feels like a little team for sure.
I think for him, like watching me lose is like just as hard as him losing, and we're both so like attached to each other that it's like we feel so much of each other's emotions. His work ethic and his belief has been something that I really admire, and I try to do that myself too. Good job, man. I get you fired up. Yeah.
Doing this with Crosby is super beneficial for both of us because we just push each other so much.
Still traveling, Colapinto into daylight.
We're just wanting the best for each other, and also like we're always kind of checking each other. It's epic being able to have him on tour and have each other just to like be just one strong team.
Obviously, Cros looks up to Griff and idolises him and wants to be him, but deep down they love battling each other.
The first head-to-head heat at the championship tour level for Griffin and Crosby Colapinto. Straight into it.
Yeah, big brother just turning the screw here.
It's Griff who makes the first move.
And a big turn here.
Big brother starting to throw some serious punches. Crosby now loads up. Couldn't really get the pop. Griffin Colapinto moves on through. Crosby Colapinto out of the contest. And you just know you'll see these two meet again at some stage in a championship tour event.
It was just funny because I was like, had to shake his hand after. I was like, good job.
It's pretty rad that Crosby and I ended up matching up.
I hope we can get some more because that one kind of left a weird taste in my mouth.
Mate, we just heard the hooter blow, and that means there's going to be a big bro matchup.
For us to go up against each other and like bring out the best surfing, that's kind of what we want, and
hopefully we have sick waves and we just go head to head. So it's gonna be a classic battle. Tune in for it.
He used to come sleep with me when he was scared, so put the guy to bed, tuck him in. Yeah, I'm excited.
We have an all-brother matchup, Griffin versus Cross. This is a much anticipated battle.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's pretty ripping.
Just even that wave was like pretty.
She's so stoked to get past.
When you get ultimate priority with your brother, it's just pick a good wave you want to rip on and let it all hang out. Huh?
Sometimes the sibling rivalries are the best. It's like if there's anyone you want to beat more than anyone else on tour, it's probably going to be your brother.
I heard Crosby's been winning in the ping pong though, so maybe he's got a little mental edge right now. I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Being a big brother myself, I know that the younger brother always has a point to prove, and the older brother always wants to put that little bro in his place.
Should we walk down together? Leave him?
They have a beautiful outlook on life. It's about friendship and experiences. But when it comes down to it, they're competitors. And nothing brings out their best better than each other.
As we see an aggressive start from the Cross.
The little bro throw some spice on that third turn.
And now rolling in with control is his brother Griff to answer. Just completely taking over the energy in our lineup now.
A strong start from Griff.
The Colapinto's bringing the energy.
Griffin has the lead over his younger brother at the moment. 5.5 minutes to go.
These guys would be keeping tally as well, and Cross, he definitely wants to get one back.
Here he goes, chasing a 6.94. Dealing with a bit of a bump on the face, but building for the big finish here, and he attacks it with everything he's got. Pumps the fist.
Wow.
And it's enough to get little bro into the lead.
Crosby takes the win in the Battle of the Cola Bros.
That was a weird one. Well done, bro.
Thank you.
That was a pretty mental battle.
Thanks. Yeah. It's such a weird feeling.
I know. I thought I'd enjoy it way more. I kind of was there to enjoy it all, and then all of a sudden, all I could feel was the person who was not getting through.
Yeah. And I was
stoked you guys were ripping.
Psyched to get the score, but then I was bummed.
Love you, boys.
Every time.
Wow. What a cool feature on those two brothers. It actually gets me really excited for that next heat. I got to know, guys, whose shoes would you rather be in? Richie, I'll start with you. Would you rather be Crosby, you've just beat your brother, you're coming off a roll, or would you rather be Griff, who's like, I'm going to get one back?
Oh, it's a big question. Just looking at the conditions that they've both competed in together, Bells was sort of quite small and tricky. And Griff took the nod there, and then the bigger, more open-faced stuff that we had at WA, and then Cros took the win there. I just think with the forecast that we're going to have, I'm going to go with Big Brother. I mean, honestly,
good choice, Rick.
It's flip a coin, and I know you probably wanted to take the Big Brother.
No, I'll take the Big Brother anyway, mate. I always take the Big Brother.
But Griff's form out here has just been on.
Yeah.
Even in the smaller conditions, he just looks like he's really flaring, got just a touch more salt and pepper on it.
He looks pretty good. I know who you're going to go for.
Yeah, I'm going for Griff because I'm a big brother myself, and that's what I go for. But one thing that is cool, and that was an epic package, what a sick job the team did there, is that so many people came down to watch that heat. It was the biggest sort of crowd we'd seen since the Gallagher brothers reunited, and everyone came back to see what they got up to. The Gallagher brothers being from Oasis. I don't know if that go over your head. You know who Oasis is?
No, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Jess doesn't know. Never heard of him.
I'm going to flip the
Is that
script
really bad?
here.
Is my dad going to be disappointed?
Oh,
in me
your
right
dad's going to be bummed, for sure.
Oh, no.
I want this to be competitive. I'm going to change my pick. I'm going to go with Cros.
Okay.
I love that.
Okay,
But
let's do this.
Okay, well, I'm not going to put my pick in there, so it stays pretty neutral then. All right. Anyways, let's move to the top 5 moments of the day because there's a couple of great ones to break down here. Vorno, You got to start with Sawyer. She looked so in form today.
She did, and it was just one-way traffic for Sawyer. She just got out there, found 100 ways when there had almost been nothing breaking in the heat before hers and the one before that. But when you're on, you're on. When you find it, and her form is really on point. I think she has to be one of the best surfers on tour in terms of like improvement. She's just on another planet this year. She looks so determined. You know, there's something steely going on there too.
Yeah, definitely. And then we had Tyler Wright just out there on the backhand. Tricky conditions. This was about as hard as it got during the day. The wind was up. The swell kind of backed down a little bit. But, well, in a grindy one, she got it done. Takes out the #1 rated surfer.
I love that Tyler just got really hungry in this heat. You could see she really wanted the win. And Lulu, she was gutted, so we know she's going to come back swinging over in El Salvador. There was a couple of big upsets today, but in the first heat of the day, Yago really set the standard here, Vorno.
This was amazing. What a way to start, you know, an epic day of surfing. And it did get a little grindy on low tide, but look at this. I mean, there was so much enjoyment for the crew who came down to watch the New Zealand Pro today, and Yago put on a show. World title flex with just every single move in the book. Larry's, drop wallets, like punching through the lip, air revs, just the big rail turns, down the line speed. Look at it, man. That's just Formula One grunt. And he is just looking deadly. I mean, all the Brazilian goofies have been looking so incredible in this event. And probably the best backsider has been the Brazilian as well, Felipe Toledo. But that was an amazing way to start the day.
Yeah, that was really a world title performance. You know, a world champion style of performance there, totally on point.
Coming in at #2, Carissa Moore in some fun conditions this afternoon here, Rich.
Yeah, Carissa just with this afternoon glass off, wrist just really started to stamp her authority here. And unfortunately for Lakey Peterson, was sort of just left wanting in terms of swell wave choice. But wrist surfing this one all the way down to my little peak, which I haven't even surfed yet, by the way, but we'll get there.
She was so good. I felt like we were privileged to be here to witness that. You know, it had that feel about it, like perfect conditions, flawless canvas, and wrist just turn on.
It felt like Steph at Snapper. And coming in at #1, it's the matchup between Jack and Callie. I mean, Callie had a 9 and still lost because this guy was in such good form here, Rich.
Yeah, I love this. This is in the running for the heat of the, well, possibly the heat of the year so far, just in how these guys were both on. Really taking to these left-handers here. The gold medalist Olympian, Callie Vast. Just beautiful surfing, so strong. We just know all that power in the lower body, man. He was so connected, but Jack just got a couple of gems and just was in full Zen mode. And when he gets this feeling, when he starts to get those post-heat interviews and he's got that demeanour about him, you know that he means business, and you kind of feel like Jack is back on track here. It was a seesawing battle. They were both on land. Cowley got the jump, and then Jack had a score drop in. It was just a lot of emotion flying around. Cool to see.
I really love how Jeremy and Callie had the exact same reaction to him not getting the score too. They both bent over and said a word that I will not say on live broadcast, but those guys...
Fudge.
Fiddlesticks. But those guys, even though Callie got knocked, it just felt like he's got an edge where it's going to come for Callie. Obviously, he had a great result over at Snapper, but he's surfing so good, Vorno.
Yeah, just nuclear glutes. That guy's legs and the muscle that he's got in that lower half of his body it's a sight to behold, really, especially when he starts unleashing on walls like that. And I think this guy is world title material at some point. Like, he looks so ready for this sort of elite level.
Yep.
I could not agree more. I really can't. And I'm excited to see what that next round brings for the men, what the women's quarterfinal looks like. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to have a call at 7:15 a.m. But other than that, that's a wrap from us. You guys get to enjoy some highlights of day #2, and we'll see New Zealand bright and early in the morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.